When Song Jiulai transmigrated into a Xianxia world, he opened her eyes and found herself as the last heir of a nearly bankrupt, crumbling sect. No money, no spiritual stones, no resources. She was so poor that even wild dogs rolled their eyes at her. Just as she was about to cry, a mysterious golden finger system popped up. Lead this sect to rise from the ashes. The stronger the sect becomes, the stronger you become. Song Jiulai's eyes lit up. This was it. Cheat activated. Unlimited power. But then, the system vanished. No starter pack. No cultivation manual. Not even a single low-grade spiritual stone. Song Jiulai? Should I just jump off a cliff and respawn? System, no rush. You can recruit people from other worlds to join your sect. As long as they're willing. Song Jiulai, any world will do? System, any world. But you mustn't reveal my existence or the mission. Song Jiulai's eyes gleamed. Recruiting from other worlds? No problem. Modern scientists, overpowered gamers, assassins from thriller worlds, zombie apocalypse. The large-scale holographic virtual game, starting with a broken sect, is about to begin its first open beta test. The first round of beta testing is limited to 50 participants and will close in 2 days. First come, first served. What kind of rubbish game is this? It's not even the year 4012 yet and they're already advertising holographic virtual reality? People who believe in the existence of this kind of game will definitely be the main buyers of health supplements when they get older. Late at night, a large gaming forum quietly posted an advertisement for a new game. Only a few bored night owls took a look at it, suspected it was a scam game without hesitation, and clicked the X directly. God bless you, there must be someone coming up ahead. Song Jiulai clasped his hands together towards the sky and prayed murmurously that the recruitment test would be full. System, I didn't expect that you, the host, are so smart. Just based on the kindness of the players on your planet, our sect will never be short of people in the future. Song Jiulai, can you help me select players with high talent? Preferably those who can build their foundation in 10 days, reach Golden Core in 100 days, nascent soul in a year, and ascend to the immortal realm in 10 years. System, how about I immediately turn your Changsheng sect into the #1 sect in Yunzhou continent? Song Jiulai, that's fine. System, alright, you're fine, but that means I don't want to? Song Jiulai came to Yunzhou continent a month ago. Before this, she was just an ordinary office worker who was hit and killed by a drunk driver while saving a cat on the road. A magical thing happened, and the system appeared at this time. They said that she appeared just when it was about to choose a host, and was kind and so on. This was just monkey shit. They just blew a lot of empty talk and brought Song Jiulai to this world of cultivation called Yunzhou continent with an imposter identity. The next heir of a small local sect, this sect is the Changxing sect. Even the name carries the beautiful and simple wishes of the previous sect leader, because the previous sect leader was only in the foundation establishment stage and failed to break through the golden core stage for 100 years and eventually passed away. A month ago, the system made some adjustments to the Changxing sect and left a prophecy, saying that a girl of destiny would soon come to save the Changxing sect and that she would be the next sect leader. The sect has only a deceased leader and a young boy who collects herbs. They are so poor that they don't even have a cafeteria lady to support them. What kind of prophecy do they need? What's more, she's wearing it. She had no talent for cultivation, it was the system that forcibly opened up her spiritual roots. She even begged for introductory books for the chi refining stage from the neighboring weapon refining sect. Luckily, her weapon refining brothers and sisters were honest. In addition, the system requires Song Jiulai to lead the Changxing sect to become the largest sect in Yunzhou, because this is its main task. First of all, he instructed that the number of people in the sect must reach 50 before the next task can be started. Then it was gone. Yes, it can't even give out a low-grade spirit stone. Song Jiulai came to look at his own bleak future. I sincerely said to the system, how about I jump off a cliff and restart my life? This is the cultivation continent. There are immortal cultivators here. This is truly a world where the strong prey on the weak. Someone at her level can't even go out and travel casually, how dare the system do that? She was also asked to recruit 50 people. My god, the sect master of Changsheng sect is in the foundation building stage and can't recruit anyone except a boy who collects herbs. In this world, talent is everything. There are few people with spiritual roots who can practice cultivation. In small places like this, there are countless sections. People with a little talent would rather do odd jobs in a larger sect. Who would want to come to a sect that is so poor that it can't even afford to pay spiritual stones as salary? Song Jiulai closed his eyes and started to speak directly. I only have this one life anyway, so you can kill it. Perhaps Song Jiulai's attitude of giving up shocked the system, and it provided another way. I can open a channel to connect to other worlds briefly, but I need energy from you, the host. You don't have enough energy right now. The best you can do is pull someone's soul consciousness over. To open a channel, you need to be a stronger host. So you need to provide a carrier, and you need others to volunteer. But you can't tell them about my existence and your mission requirements. This is too difficult. Who would be willing to voluntarily hand over their soul consciousness to your control of the world? Little did he know that after the system said this, Song Jiulai's eyes suddenly lit up. Why not? There is a way that is 100% effective. This is why starting with a broken sect appeared on the Blue Star Forum. The only difficulty is that Song Jiulai needs to find a way to provide players with a carrier, which is equivalent to their physical body when they come to this world. People definitely can't do it, but there are puppets. The ideology and morals in the world of immortal cultivation are different from those in other worlds. Some immortal cultivators make puppets that look like real people. Powerful cultivators can even separate their own consciousness and attach it to the puppets. This is basically a necessary safety method for high-level cultivators. For low-level monks, the puppets they made were just for show. Of course, it wasn't ruled out that they would use the puppets for other purposes. The monks of the weapon refining sect can make puppets. Song Jiulai went to the Feek sect next door, which specialized in refining equipment, with great interest. But when I asked about the price of the doll, I was shocked. The lowest grade puppets are made from first grade, low grade spiritual herb powder, and each costs 10 low grade spiritual stones. If you need better materials, there are more expensive ones. The person who was talking to Song Jiulai was Su Huanli, a senior sister from the Feek sect. She wondered, dolls aren't that precious. You should be able to make them yourself, and the cost will be much lower. Song Jiulai, I don't have time for now. I can't. Senior sister. I've only been here for a month, and I've been working so hard to understand the introductory techniques of the qi refining stage. How could I possibly know this? Fortunately, Su Huanli didn't ask any more questions. How many do you need? Song Jiulai's lips trembled, his heart seemed to be bleeding. 50. Su Huanli was stunned. Why did you buy so many dolls? Song Jiulai, use it to do some experiments. Every cultivator on the Yunzhou continent has their own quirks, so Su Huanli didn't ask any further questions. Okay, you pay the deposit first, and the 50 dolls will be delivered to you tomorrow. In the Yunzhou continent, spirit stones are hard currency, equivalent to money. 100 low-grade spirit stones are equal to 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and 100 medium-grade spirit stones are equal to 1 high-grade spirit stone. 50 puppets also require 5 medium-grade spirit stones, and the deposit requires 1 medium-grade spirit stone. All the property left by the previous leader of the Changsheng sect was only 10 medium-grade spirit stones. $10. The only thing I can do is buy some of this stuff. Anything else related to the materials needed by cultivators starts at dozens or hundreds of spirit stones. Poor Song Jiulai had to wipe away his tears at night. I'm afraid of water shortage, but I can't even replenish water. Even when Song Jiulai was a social animal before, she had never been so poor. She still had to save a piece of medium-quality rice to pay the salary of the only herbalist in the sect. The only source of income for the sect is these herbs, but they can't be sold for much money. Fortunately, after the doll was decided, the system told her good news. Someone has started filling out the information. There is always a shortage of people in this world who are idle and have nothing to do. Just like the gimmick of starting with a broken sect, no matter how bad it is, there will still be people who will watch it. Manufacturers these days are truly unscrupulous. They're putting out ads for anything, even virtual cultivation games. And this is a developer I've never heard of. They're definitely scamming people. They're not even deleting the game files before it even goes live? Zhou Xiao is such a person with nothing to do. She is a veteran in this large-scale game forum. Every time a new game is released, she will try it out. No matter whether it is a piece of shit or a masterpiece, she will always try it out to see how good it is. Click into the website first. What caught her eye was a background that was both antique and fairy-like. A plaque symbolizing the sect was hidden in the mist. The characters used were a type that Zhou Xiao had never seen before, and she could not recognize what was written. The picture quality seems to be so good, it must have been done by a professional artist who spent a lot of money. That's right, if the sign is not good looking, how can it trick people into clicking in? The first thing that pops up is an important notice. This game does not have any mandatory plots. You must obey the orders of the sect leader, Song Jiulai. The ultimate goal of the game is to follow Song Jiulai and strengthen the sect until she grows strong enough to protect you. The game ends when Song Jiulai dies. This game does not have a resurrection system. After death, the account character is also considered dead, and the identity ID will be banned for a period of time. If you want to play again, please participate in the newly launched qualification recruitment event. Highlight: please treat Song Jiulai as the most important woman in your life. Note: after following the instructions of Sect Master Song Jiulai, you can freely explore the game world, but please do not offend any NPCs. What the hell? Zhou Xiao was dumbfounded. Even if you're the heroine, you have to let me see whether you're pretty or not. Whether it is to attract otakus or otaku girls, you have to put a picture of a beautiful woman or a handsome man, right? This is also a common problem of low-quality games on the market. They attract different player groups and have different styles. This game has nothing, and the story that pops up is ridiculous. There's no storyline, and the introduction is vague, that's all. Zhou Xiao sneered, if this isn't a scam game, I'll tear my head off and kick it like a ball. Once I try it out, I'll definitely write a 10,000-word bad review. She filled out the recruitment information and was directly qualified for the test because it was first come, first served. I was surprised to find that this game even has its own server port. You just need to connect any VR device and download the game locally. However, it is shown above that the server port will not be opened until 2 days later. If the recruitment qualifications are met, it will be opened earlier. This means that even if you fill in the information now, you still cannot try the game. However, after filling in the qualifications, there is a highlighted reminder. Please note that the port opening time for this game is from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. on October 1, 2024. After this time, the channel will be closed. Even if you are qualified, you will no longer be able to participate in the test and can only wait for the next opportunity. This is ridiculous. You even have a time limit on playing the game. Are you afraid that someone will play your game? Zhou Xiao searched online for information about the game manufacturer. Eternal Life Sect? Why doesn't there even seem to be an introduction website? Could it really be a scam? With the mentality that he couldn't suffer the consequences alone, Zhou Xiao sent the recruitment information to his usual gaming group. I'm a woman of unparalleled strength and courage, brothers and sisters, come and sign up for this rubbish game to test the waters. It even dares to call itself a holographic virtual cultivation game. After you try it, I'll definitely write a 10,000-word review to break the game's reputation. I used to scare the crap out of him, huh? What kind of game is this? I warned them back then, WTF? They even dare to call this a virtual game? What rubbish manufacturer is releasing another scam? Professional game reviewer, manufacturers really don't care about the basic law when it comes to advertising these days. They just released a low-quality VR game and dared to call it virtual, right? Jingmei Ocean, anyway, I'm bored, I'll go take a look. I used to threaten him, hey, sir, aren't you reviewing new games from V lately?
Jingbei Ocean, I tested it, and I quit after 10 minutes.
It's utter garbage, the gameplay is terrible, and the plot is a mess. I don't know how V could come up with such a crappy game in the year 1942. It crashed right after the server opened, I told you so.
I'm a die-hard V fan, should I change my name?
The gaming group was bustling with activity, and soon the number of people recruited for testing exceeded 10. Zhou Xiao looked very satisfied, and he didn't expect that the big boss Jingbei Ocean would come to eat shit with him, and review together.
Jingbei Ocean is a big shot in the gaming industry.
He can predict with a high degree of accuracy whether a game will be a hit or a flop after he has tried it out.
He is also a well-known influencer on Weibo with a very good reputation, and he basically does not accept game advertisements.
When posting games, there are more criticisms than praises.
The only 2 games he praised back then are now hits in the gaming industry.
Many games will actively seek him out for a trial run before testing, but he doesn't accept every order. Normally, you can get the game download address by filling in the first recruitment test in a game, but this crappy sect actually requires you to wait until all the recruitment is completed. After looking at the number stuck at 15 for a long time, Zhou Xiao felt shabby. He casually sent the game information to several groups to promote it, trying to get a bunch of people to try it out with him. I went downstairs to buy something to eat.
In Yunzhou continent, Song Jiulai also stared at the recruitment number motionlessly. System, don't look at it anymore. It's not full anymore.
Song Jiulai was worried at this time. I'm not worried about the future. I can't recruit less than 50 people in the first round of tests and waste my quota. The system channel can only be opened once to connect the qualified soul consciousness, and there is only 1 hour of preparation opportunity. Next time if you want to open a channel, you have to wait until Songjiu develops its scale to be able to recruit new people, otherwise it will be a waste of energy and not cost effective.
Song Jiulai definitely hopes to recruit 50 people.
I originally wanted to use the system to cheat and use the backdoor to advertise on Weibo, but the system said that there was not enough energy and I should try not to do unnecessary things.
Everything is up to fate. Metropolitan.
The clear voice of the herb-picking boy brought Song Jiulai back to his senses. Senior Sister Su from Feek Sect is here to give you something. She said she has prepared what you want. Song Jiulai immediately jumped up and looked at the only living person in the sect besides her.
Song Jiulai
said earnestly, starting tomorrow night, I will give you an important task.
Some people from our sect will come, and you will be their senior brother from now on. Listen to me and tell you in detail.
After explaining everything to Song Jiulai got 50 brand new dolls from Su Huanli. The doll could help her with the work, but it might continue to consume her spiritual energy and would quickly rot if it wasn't replenished. Therefore, the player who travels through this body can use this body to experience the normal process of eating and drinking. 2 days later, fortunately, Song Jiulai lived up to her expectations. Zhou Xiao, who had nothing to do, brought a group of people to accompany me to taste the saltiness and sweetness, and she finally got 50 people.
If Song Jiulai knew Zhou Xiao's behavior, she would definitely give her the position of the sect's eldest sister without hesitation. It's simply genius. Seeing that the server would start at 8 o'clock, Zhou Xiao, who had already prepared everything, put on her VR glasses at home, ready to start experiencing her full of malice review. The moment I put on the glasses, the time on my phone jumped to 8 o'clock in the evening, which is the standard test time suitable for night owls. Everything went dark before Zhou Xiao's eyes, and he suddenly heard a strange mechanical sound. Are you willing to enter the game, experience the Yunzhou continent, and follow the arrangements of Sect Master Song Jiulai?
It was probably similar to a safety warning before playing a game, but the handle operation to select the agree option did not pop up in front of her. So Zhou Xiao tentatively said, agree?
Agreement means signing. Welcome to Yunzhou continent. You will begin a brand new life. Shu dash.
Zhou Xiao's eyes blurred. The misty world suddenly appeared.
A box popped up in front of me, please enter your ID, but the ID can only be a normal name. What do you mean? Can I choose my favorite ID, character name? Zhou Xiao muttered to himself.
Her usual ID is I am a woman with the strength to pull up mountains and my courage to conquer the world. If there is a word limit, she would choose I am a woman with the strength to pull up mountains. But this scenery feels very real. Zhou Xiao looked down and saw a huge world hidden under the clouds. She seemed to be in the clouds. She didn't know if it was an illusion. She could even feel the moist breeze blowing across her cheeks. Generally speaking, wearing VR glasses will cause a strong sense of restraint on the eyes. But perhaps because the scenery in this world was quite real, she felt as if there was nothing on her eyes. Is this game really that good? Zhou Xiao thought about it and clicked on the box, and the Pinyin input interface popped up on it. Zhou Xiao operated the handle and input his name on it, a young woman as strong as a mountain.
This ID does not comply with Yunzhou mainland regulations.
Okay, it doesn't work. It was impossible for Zhou Xiao to use her real name, so she tentatively entered the ID, Joan C. The system weighed the pros and cons and approved this ID. Then the face-shaping interface popped up. The faces of the dolls can also be shaped. Although Song Jiulai customized a unified template face, he could barely spend some energy to let them shape their own faces when the system was loaded. Otherwise, everyone would look exactly the same and Song Jiulai himself would not be able to tell who was who. Face pinching is a technical job for some people, but Zhou Xiao really likes it. The moment the puppet jumped out, Zhou Xiao exclaimed, "Oh shit!" She got goosebumps instantly. Because the dolls are so real, the only inhumane thing is that you can't choose your gender. Zhou Xiao was assumed to have a female body type. When filling in the game information, you need to bind your ID card and do facial verification. I don't know where such an advanced detection system comes from in such a crappy game. Apart from that, this mannequin looks like a living person. Except for the face that has no memory of anything, it looks like a real person in every way. This game is so awesome? Zhou Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong. She remembered that the game port was only open for 1 hour, and she remembered that a friend in the group who had made an appointment said they were going out for dinner tonight. It's a crappy game that no one has ever seen, and no one cares much about it, so it's definitely not something that everyone will play right away. Maybe it's an illusion. Zhou Xiao thought, it's just that the face-shaping system is awesome, but the effect won't be like this when you enter the game. Zhou Xiao decided to wait until the face was pinched before looking at it again. This wait lasted for more than 10 minutes. Song Jiulai was in the room, looking at the group of puppets in the yard who had not yet woken up, scratching his head anxiously. Why hasn't anyone come out in such a long time? Didn't the system say someone logged in? System, why are you in such a hurry? I'm pinching my face. Song Jiulai. Outside the yard, only Ob was waiting. He was only 12 years old, a definite child laborer in Song Jiulai's world. He was an unwanted orphan back then, which is why he was adopted by the previous sect leader and became a herbalist. Ao is an ordinary cultivator with very low talent. In addition, the Changsheng sect does not have good resources. After so many years of cultivation, Ao is only in the early stage of qi refining. Entering the middle stage can only be said to have a promising future. The levels of cultivation in Yunzhou continent are divided into qi refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, Mahayana, and tribulation crossing, ascendance. Each realm is divided into early, middle and late stages. It is extremely difficult to break through a realm, but your lifespan will also increase by several times. But he would never have imagined that he was already the strongest fighter in the Changsheng sect in the early stage of qi refining. Song Jiulai has just entered the qi refining stage, and he only has a partial understanding of the mental skills. Ao was very nervous. The sect leader told him that a group of new members would be joining the sect soon and he would be responsible for leading them to familiarize themselves with the sect. From now on, he is the eldest senior brother. Ao didn't know why new members came to their poor and shabby sect, but a prophecy came out a month ago that the sect leader was the daughter of destiny, and she would bring opportunities to the Changsheng sect. This could not be wrong. The sect leader said that it was not convenient for her to show up, and she had to maintain her persona and let herself lead her junior brothers and sisters well. If anyone disobeys, just beat him. But, isn't it bad to be too violent? This is also the first time for Ao to be the eldest senior brother, so he has no experience. Boom! Suddenly, there was movement in the yard. However, before Ah saw anyone, he only heard a series of fuck, fuck, fuck. Ah was puzzled. What does wow mean? Is it a kind of grass? Then the other party changed the words, oh my god. Damn, is this not an illusion? Fuck. Ah, I understand. This junior fellow is using foul language, so uncultured. Must be well educated. However, before he could make up his mind to teach him a lesson, his junior fell silent. Song Jiulai was gone for a long time when he saw someone coming in. As a result, he showed 3 consecutive qualities and then went offline again. Song Jiulai stared, he's offline? Their game does not require internet login. System, I don't know. He logged off on his own. The system will definitely not be able to observe after it goes offline. The player who went offline immediately sent a message to his game group. Back then I warned the enemy, fuck, I've already made an appointment with a broken sect at the beginning, hurry up and attack, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I was trying to scare the crap out of you back then. You're a professional game reviewer, did you go out to eat? Even if you're eating abalone and other delicacies today, you'll have to come back to the game, or else you'll be pissing blood when the login is closed. Lao Dao Feishing La, what's the matter? What masterpiece did you play that got you so excited? Born to be an emperor, huh? Brother Wusong is so excited, did you accept the manufacturer's invitation? Philanthropist, what game? Why haven't I heard of it? Brother Wusong, what new game are you playing? Unfortunately, no matter how much we had him in the group, he never spoke out. He just logged off because he was thinking that the channel would be closed in an hour. There was a countdown in the lower right corner when they entered the game. Just by being reminded of these 2 sentences, he felt that he had achieved the highest highlight of human kindness, and he couldn't wait to re-enter the game. The reason why he was the fastest was that he was not very good at face pinching. He was a clumsy person and spent more than 10 minutes to barely make a decent-looking face before going in. But as soon as I entered, I was completely shocked by the scene in the yard. Holographic, virtual. At that moment, the only word that came to mind was knock the mountain and scare the tiger. Some were even shocked to the point of losing their minds. At the moment he landed, a puppet next to him woke up. Hearing the noise, the other party turned around, his handsome face full of shock and confusion. Brother, which group are you from? I'm Jingbei Ocean, and my game name is Han Tian. The tiger's body trembled, and he quickly rushed forward. Fuck, boss, I'm the tiger, my in-game name is Wu Dahu. Because his last name is Wu, his ID in the group is called Xiaoshan Jinhu. Everyone jokingly calls him Wu Song. When he came in, he couldn't think of a suitable ID, so he just picked one at random. He had the same mental journey as Zhou Xiao. At this time, a childish boy's voice came from outside the yard. But the junior brothers and sisters are here? Wu Dahu was so shocked that he even trembled as he looked at Han Tian. Boss, do you think this game, is too real? From the moment he entered, he had never seen the mosaic grid pattern of the code error in the surrounding environment. They were in a small courtyard with a semi-enclosed structure, with 3 tiled houses on the left and right, all of which were completely antique buildings. Everything within the visible range is a completely reasonable construction. They could actually smell something clearly, and felt that their bodies, which were tired from playing games, were completely refreshed, as if their brains had been suddenly cleansed. Even when I looked up, I saw white clouds floating in the blue sky, and everything was so beautiful and real. They wore plain cloth, and although they were poor, they were genuine. The only problem. They just pinched their faces. There's a sense of touch but no pain, which is great, it's in the game. Han Tian was actually also shocked, but because of his personality, he was relatively calm. But his heart was already beating fast, and with the shouting coming from outside, Han Tian said, it must be the guide NPC, game character, calling us, let's go out and take a look. The NPC is outside the yard. In order to prevent Ah from being too shocked when he saw the connection of consciousness between the dolls in the yard, Song Jiulai did not tell others where they came from, but only told Ah that they were all newcomers. Ah was also obedient and didn't look at it. Until Wo Dahu and Han Tian came out. When the two men saw outside, their shock became even greater.
The Changsheng sect was unable to compete with others for territory, so it could only build its sect on a hillside where the spiritual energy was pitifully thin. The building in the courtyard is actually the main hall. Yes, it's so miserable that there isn't even a real hall. Song Jiulai is very skilled in naming his game.
There are stairs going down outside. There used to be a wasteland under the stairs. It was leveled by the previous sect leader and a circular open-air building was built. It is made of irregular stone slabs and is now barely used as a place for practicing Taoism.
Ah is standing here.
Further down is where Ah lives, two small houses, next to which is the herbal medicine field he is responsible for. Han Tian and Wu Dahe were stunned. At this moment, both of them couldn't hold it in anymore and looked around with their mouths wide open. No matter what, the Yunzhou continent is rich in spiritual energy, and even this unknown broken mountain is breathtakingly majestic. Because it is built halfway up the mountain, next to a cliff, the terrain is steep and filled with clouds and mist, everything below the mountain seems real and illusory and unclear. At first glance, it has a similar artistic conception to that described in the poem. Tai is close to Tiandu, and the mountains are connected to the edge of the sea. If it gets a little more difficult, I will think, the road to Shu is difficult, harder than climbing to the sky.
It's bad, DNA is going to commit a crime.
This modeling, this level of realism, holy shit. As he walked, not only were Wu Dahe's legs shaking, but his voice was also trembling. It is hard to describe that I would see a game with such technology on the blue planet in 2024.
Holographic games, the degree of realism has reached 99%? My god, he plays games every day. Is there some new technology emerging in the country that he didn't pay attention to the news? What's the point of this for him?
Not to mention him, Han Tian, who has seen exquisitely crafted masterpieces and also tasted incredibly bad ones, and can talk about everything about games, was also completely confused. He had never seen this before. Even an indescribable feeling of shudder spread throughout the body. He had a premonition that this game would change his life. Two junior brothers, why are you still standing there in a daze? Ah saw the two people standing there in a daze, feeling a little confused. I kept muttering to myself. Although it's a bit rude, why do these people recruited by the sect leader look not very smart? Hey, it's coming. Han Tian and Wu Dahe were shocked. This game had nothing, not even a guide interface. The NPC in front of them was probably the beginning of the main quest. Ah was standing on a circular building, right next to the cliff. The height of the terrain was enough to make one afraid of heights, but he didn't seem to feel anything at all. Han Tian and Wu Dahe came in front of Ah. They were both embarrassed when they saw that Ah was only about 10 years old and looked like a minor. What to say? Han Tian, on the other hand, made an awkward gesture and said, "Senior brother?" He just heard the kid in front of him calling them junior brothers. Ah Wu nodded and said, "I know you are the new disciples recruited by the sect master. I am Ah Wu, the eldest disciple of the Changsheng sect. From now on, I will also be your senior brother. Everything you do in the Changsheng sect will be guided by me." Wu Dahe chuckled and said to Han Tian in front of everyone, "This little brat wants us to call him Big Brother?" Ah Wu had long hair tied up, and a delicate and childish face. At this moment, he frowned and acted like an old-fashioned person. "Don't be rude to my brother." Just as Wu Dahe was about to speak, the system's thunderous warning sounded. Players are prohibited from revealing their identities to any NPCs, nor should they offend them easily. Ah is the senior brother of the Changsheng sect and has the final say. If Ah is expelled from the Changsheng sect, the game will be considered a failure and the player's ID will be banned. Wu Dahe became obedient instantly. He immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "Big brother, I was wrong." Damn it, if this was any other game and the NPC dared to treat the player with such an attitude, Wu Dahe would have already angrily criticized the game company for 30,000 words. You still have to say that if you don't treat players as gods, what kind of crappy game and crappy plot is this? But this is virtual, holographic, and a cultivation game. Just by standing here, Wu Dahu understood what the system meant when it said, "You are about to start a new life." The eldest senior brother just asked him not to be rude. What did the eldest senior brother do wrong? It's all his own fault. Seeing Wu Dahu admit his mistake so readily, Ah also smiled. "It's okay, you just came here and are not familiar with it. I don't blame you." He looked so young but said such mature words, which made people laugh. But now Han Tian and Wu Dahu dare not laugh. Han Tian immediately asked, "Excuse me, senior brother, where is the sect master now?" The leader is the heroine. The website clearly states that the clan leader Song Jiulai is the absolute protagonist of this game. Ah said, "The sect leader is in seclusion now. She said that I will be responsible for your daily tasks. The sect is currently short of resources. There are many new disciples recruited this time, and there is a lack of housing. You will need to build your own temporary residences. Should we start with infrastructure construction? This is what they are good at. The Chinese are talented in farming and construction. Even if they don't know how to do it, they can still find information in minutes. However, this is a cultivation game, so Han Tian still asked the key question, "Brother, since we have come to the sect, can we all practice? Surely, all the training in the holographic simulation game can be done?" Ah said, "The sect master said that after all the disciples are gathered, he will first teach you the art of physical cultivation. In fact, it is because they all have human bodies and it is impossible for them to have spiritual roots. The system said there was a way to solve it, but it had to wait until the number of people was full. Song Jiu himself didn't know what to do next, so naturally he would hang on with the carrot first. Come on, rely on dash. Ah told them to go to the nearby mountain to cut trees first. Mainly preparing for my own house. Not to mention cutting down trees, even if they were ordered to pick up manure, Wu Dahu would not be unable to tolerate it. Mainly because of the holographic game, it is so shocking. Wu Dahu took a deep breath at the real feeling of entering a brand new world. This is a miracle. Our country must have some advanced technology. Otherwise, how could there be such a magical game? Han Tian didn't respond, but just said, "Why haven't they come in for so long?" As soon as the words fell, a scream came from the yard above, "Fuck. Okay, this time it's a female player." Wu Dahu said, "It's probably a young woman. We are all in the same group and are familiar with each other." The other party kept shouting fuck for a long time, but didn't come down. I can understand that, but I guess he is stupid. Wu Dahu was like that just now. They received O's novice mission, but no prompts popped up. It was probably because in order to create 100% realism, this game did not set any data. Han Tian squatted on the ground, grabbed a handful of soil, took a deep sniff, and said in shock, "The degree of freedom in this game must be quite high." In other words, as the highlighted sentence on the website states, as long as they obey the leader and complete their tasks, they can explore the world freely. This is simply a huge temptation. The touch of a handful of soil feels so real, I really don't know how they did it. I just don't know how far their range of activities can be. Generally, the novice maps of games will have restrictions. Moreover, the fact that death means the game account will be banned still makes Han Tian alert. Otherwise, with his perception as a veteran gamer, he would have gone to explore somewhere else long ago. Ah Wu had warned them, the mountaintop is the territory of the weapon refining sect Feek sect. The brothers and sisters of Feek sect are known for their gentle temperaments, but they are all cultivators in the middle stage of chi refining. Don't provoke them. It was because the Feek sect had a good temper that the previous sect leader was able to establish a small sect on the mountainside. The Chansheng sect focuses on cultivation and is just an ordinary sect. There are countless such sects in the Yunzhou continent. After all, the Feek sect is a weapon-making sect and has some influence in the nearby towns. This mountain belongs to their territory, and the Chansheng sect is equivalent to being dependent on someone else's power. However, most weapon refining cultivators are solitary, just like sword cultivators, and do not like to go out. As long as they don't deliberately cause trouble, basically no one in the Feek sect cares about this incredibly poor small sect.
Song Jiulai has always had a good relationship with Su Huanli of Feek sect. Namely because Su Huanli came to see Ao on her first day. After the death of the leader of Changsheng sect, no one took care of Ao. Su Huanli thought about Ao, a lonely and helpless child, and asked him if he wanted to go to Feek sect. Later, when Song Jiulai showed up, Su Huanli was also shocked that this broken sect could actually produce a daughter of destiny. These days, anyone who has something to do with prophecy always has a deterrent effect on cultivators, especially low-level ones. This is how Su Huanli met Song Jiulai. Fortunately, neither she nor Ao had bad intentions, otherwise it would have been a big trouble if the news of the appearance of the Destiny Girl in the Changsheng sect had been publicized. It has also been observed that the system can choose this place as a base. Han Tian realized the importance of this game and immediately analyzed that the 50 people playing this advanced game might be the lucky ones among a billion people in the world. Speaking of this, I really have to thank me, otherwise he might not have clicked on this new game whose initial promotion was full of fraud. Han Tian grabbed Wu Dahu and asked, "Do you believe me?" Wu Dahu was stunned for a moment, then said, "What are you talking about, boss? I definitely believe you. If you trust me, just follow me and try to figure out the game's strategy for now. This game has an incredibly high degree of freedom, beyond my imagination. Senior brother hasn't told us anything except for the daily grind, so everything else is up to us to explore. The sect master won't see us right now, so we have to be careful. We don't know how long this open beta will last, so if we seize the opportunity, we might just be able to find a great opportunity. In the world of cultivating immortals, chance is everything. For people like them who play games, this game is the chance." "Of course I believe you, big boss." Wu Dahu said sincerely, "I'm just a casual gamer. I can only share my thoughts. You guys are definitely the ones who can help me find a guide. Besides, this game is awesome. I haven't found any bugs so far. It's horrible that the game without deletion has no bugs. There will be no screen distortion, disconnection, or map freeze. So this is also the point that Han Tian is very suspicious about." He thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait and see when the woman comes down. We can get a few more people to come up with some ideas. Our current mission is definitely to expand the sect, otherwise we will have nowhere to stay at night." After waiting for a while, a female player did come down. It made sense for Zhou Sha to delay for so long. For example, she had pinched a very pretty face. Because it is so realistic, it is a bit similar to her in real life, but completely different. Her skin isn't this good in real life. When Zhou Shao entered the game and looked around, he was stunned. Then he touched his face and was even more stunned. Mom, did she find something amazing? However, she did not log off. Instead, she felt her hands and feet were restrained, and she walked outside with her hands and feet tied. This time, when Otto saw that it was a girl, and such a beautiful model, he couldn't help but be enthusiastic. "Junior sister, come down quickly." Wu Dahu saw the difference in the other party's attitude and was depressed. How can you judge people by appearance at such a young age? If he had known this earlier, he would have made his face look better. Unfortunately, I am really clumsy and there is no data to refer to for the game I just started testing. Zhou Shao looked at this dreamlike scene and the enthusiastic Ao before him, and came back to his senses dazedly. You are? I'm Ao, the eldest disciple of the Changsheng sect. From now on, I'll be your senior brother. Ao was very happy. 2 junior brothers have already come down, and you're the 3rd one to come. From now on, you'll be the 4th junior sister, the senior sister of our sect. Big. Senior sister? Zhou Shao looked at the real world in front of him and felt his soul trembling. So real. In front of Ao, she couldn't help but say, "Fuck, this is too real, right?" Wu frowned immediately. "Junior sister, why do all of you new disciples say wow? What is wow?" Zhou Shao looked at the underage Ao in silence and said, "I was just talking nonsense, senior brother, please pretend you didn't hear me." She turned around and found 2 people on the stairs below the stage waving at her frantically. They were obviously her own people. Zhou Shao was about to speak when Ao saw that they knew each other and waved his hand. "Go and chop trees with your 2 brothers. Oh. Immersed in this sense of reality, Zhou Xiao walked over in a daze. Then he heard another voice from the yard above, "Oh my god. Holy shit." The stereotype of being uneducated has deepened. Not everyone logged into the game right away. After all, among the 50 players, except for those like Zhou Xiao who have nothing to do, the others would not be so concerned about a low-quality game that is about to be launched without deleting files. Things started to feel wrong after Wu Dahou called out to the reviewers in the gaming group. No matter how other players asked, he didn't reply. At this time, he was obviously engrossed in the game. The reviewer was having dinner outside. What Wu Dahou said was right. Today, a friend really treated him to a feast of delicacies. As soon as he sat down, he received news from Wu Dahou. His heart skipped a beat. But no matter how much he chatted privately, Wu Dahou no longer replied to him. The reviewer felt itchy at the time. I always feel uneasy when sitting. Until he shamelessly went to find the big guy in the group, Jingbei Ocean, and sent a private message to ask him how the game was. But the boss didn't reply either. I asked the same little girl who was as strong as a mountain and as brave as the world again. They were all players in the group who were familiar with each other in chatting and bragging, but at this moment no one replied to his message. Is he addicted to playing games? But no matter how fun the game is, it's just that. Critics think that even if you can't play it, it's not a big deal. Why does Wu Dahou say it's so serious? There were also people in the group joking about whether they had taken over Guangxi's game. Philanthropist, he must have taken over Guangxi, otherwise why would he be so active in the game? Lao Dao Feishing La, it's okay for others, but why didn't Big Boss Jingbei Ocean reply to my message? The sun shines on your dark heart. I looked at this website, but I really don't see anything surprising about this game. Lao Dao Feishing La jumping high and peeing far, didn't you also make a reservation? Have you entered the game yet? The higher you jump, the farther you pee. No, I'm going to go up and take a look. Running naked in the wind, brothers, holy shit, this game is absolutely going to make world history. I love you so much. Bye, I'm going to play games. A new piece of news popped up and shocked everyone in the group. The person running naked in the wind was also one of the players who had made a reservation, but after posting this message, he remained silent. Lao Dao Feishing La, damn, please give me some reaction after entering the game. Why is there no reaction after everyone enters the game? The higher you jump, the farther you pee. Good. 10 minutes later, he fell silent. People in the group who made reservations to play the game just disappeared one after another. No matter how fun the game was, it was too scary. At that moment, my curiosity was piqued. In addition, the test channel was going to be closed in 20 minutes. The reviewer was really getting anxious when he saw that the person he had privately messaged about the game had not replied. He stood up suddenly. No, I have to go home. His friend rolled his eyes and said, eat shit. I'm such a stingy person, I've created a miracle, and you don't want to eat it. You want to go home? Reviewer, I don't know what's going on. I'm panicking. I pre-ordered a game, and the login for the beta test is about to close. They told me to log in half an hour ago. I'm feeling uneasy and want to go back. His friend said, Pa, I think you're really obsessed with gaming. What kind of crappy game is worth getting so excited about? It's just a test game, are you crazy? I really want to go back and eat there next time. This time it's on me, I won't let you treat me, I'll split the bill on the dishes you ordered. You. My friend was very angry, but the reviewer had already left without looking back. There are still 20 minutes left, and I don't even know if I'll be able to get a taxi home, so I might as well just run. Luckily they weren't far from home. The reviewer was not the only one who was anxious. After all, he was having a meal, while some people had made an appointment but did not take it seriously and went out for a walk as usual. Song Jiulai was also very anxious. If 50 people don't meet the requirements, does that mean the mission can't be considered complete? The system said coldly, yes. Song Jiulai slapped his thigh in anger. How can there still be people who don't value my qualifications? If they don't come, I'll blacklist their ID card and never let them play. This is a major matter that concerns whether the sect's first main mission can be completed.
It not only affects her, but also affects people who play the game.
Song Jiulai, if I had known earlier, I would have given more qualifications. System, what if everyone comes? Wouldn't you exceed the quota again? The first batch of places can only be 50. This won't work, and that won't work either. And every player who came in after Zhou Xiao almost went crazy. Where have they ever seen a game with such a high degree of simulation? Completely refreshed the worldview.
They were almost jumping up and down, unable to hide their excitement.
Players have always been unscrupulous when playing games.
Someone wanted to go forward and destroy public property, but as soon as he kicked it, the system prompted, one warning for damaging sect property, and the account will be banned if it is damaged more than 3 times.
Some people were not honest when they saw Au.
Seeing that he looked young, they wanted to pinch his face to verify his authenticity. This time there was no warning. As soon as Au raised his hand, the player who tried to pinch his face was lifted up by a strange force and fell into the pit next to him with a bang. All the dirt was burying his face, and the feeling of suffocation was particularly obvious.
System, you have received a warning from senior brother Au. Now everyone is behaving themselves.
Shocked by Au's magical skills, his eyes shone with fanaticism.
Is this really a method of cultivating immortality? Who among you hasn't dreamed of having superpowers or becoming an immortal? Now that it has become a reality, I suddenly feel that my life has a purpose. Some people also grumbled, isn't it a game? What kind of game is it if people can't play it casually? Another person encouraged him, well, then you should stand up and seek justice for him. The person who was mumbling fell silent.
Just kidding, everyone knows what the rules of each game are. The simulation effect is almost 100%.
If you get kicked out, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Au had a sullen face and looked extremely unhappy.
No wonder the sect leader said that the junior brothers and sisters he had recruited might be a little restless, and he should be beaten when necessary. I felt embarrassed before, but now Au feels that he really deserves a beating. Au thought he had a very good temper, especially since he was a member of the sect. If these fellow brothers dared to provoke other cultivators outside the Changsheng sect, a ball of fire would fly over and burn them to ashes without leaving any trace. Of course, perhaps Song Jiulai's prayers worked, and Han Tian logged off in the last 10 minutes to personally remind the remaining people who had not yet logged into the game.
At the last moment, the last player reviewer logged into the game breathlessly. All 50 people who made reservations are here.
To Song Jiulai, the mechanical prompt sound of the system sounded like the sound of nature. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the sect's requirements to recruit 50 members.
The sect's novice gift pack will be distributed shortly.
Ding, gift package contents, 50 spiritual roots to open up the inner elixir, and 50 volumes of basic soul cultivation techniques for the qi refining stage. Ding, the Changsheng sect has reached a certain scale. The next mission will be issued when 50 disciples have stabilized in the early stages of the qi refining stage. Please keep up the good work, host.
System, all disciples are now online. The iron law of the Changsheng sect is now announced. 1. Do not offend any NPC easily.
The game does not have a novice protection period.
2. Do not reveal your player identity to any NPC. 3. This game is a world of immortal cultivation.
Under the premise of ensuring the interests of the sect, you can explore the Yunzhou continent at will.
4. Extremely important. The game revolves around the clan leader Song Jiulai.
If the clan leader dies, the game will fail and the server will be shut down permanently.
When all 50 people arrived, the system notification sounded in their minds.
Because the consciousness connection is made through the system, it is easy to give notification feedback. This makes everyone more aware that although the game is free, there is indeed a regulatory system.
Among them, the clan leader Song Jiulai is the most important.
A small number of players were still immersed in shock, while some sensitive ones had already reacted.
Fuck, there's no protection period for newbies? And they're already making such a big move right out of the gate? Then it would be useless to say that something went wrong. There's a fake sect on the top of the mountain. I was thinking of going there to take a look, but now it seems I'd rather give up. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. In the world of immortal cultivation, cultivators are not treated like human beings. This is the authentic law of the jungle, without any modern rules. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Han Tian has formed a short three-person team with Wu Dahu and Zhou Xiao. Han Tian was a veteran player and quickly analyzed the key information from the game. It seems that our clan leader is very weak. Our goal should be to ensure that the clan leader becomes stronger. We need to survive and develop in the early stages. If it were powerful, these laws wouldn't be necessary. Zhou Xiao pinched his chin. Indeed, the website says that we should treat her as the most important woman in our lives. Isn't that my mother? But what does the sect leader look like? I wonder if she's pretty. Wu Dahu, the female protagonist of the game, must be good-looking. If she's not, how can she attract the pervert? Zhou Xiao, do you think this game needs to attract old perverts? Wu Dahu, that's true. I'm afraid they will go crazy when they go offline. No one is willing to go offline now. Zhou Xiao, you have to have at least some respect for my mother. She is still your mother. Wu Dahu. Seeing 50 people coming online at the same time, the system sent a notification asking the 50 people to gather in front of Ao. Ao was actually shocked when he saw 50 people. He didn't know where the sect leader recruited them. There are very few cultivators with spiritual roots in Yunzhou continent, and most of the people living at the foot of the mountain are ordinary human beings. Even if a cultivator with spiritual roots appears, everyone will still choose to go to a better sect. But Ao was still very happy. He was the only one in Changsheng sect before, but now he has a bunch of fellow brothers and sisters to accompany him. It was really great. He was so happy that he even specially prepared a special meal for himself and picked out 5 people, including Zhou Xiao. The 5 of you will follow me to identify the spiritual medicine. The rest of you, fellow apprentices, go cut down trees and build your own houses. I have prepared the tools for you. Wu Dahu and the others were so angry that they shuddered with tears in their eyes. Brother, are you discriminating against men? Ah Wu was a child after all, and his preferences were very obvious. Hearing this, his eyes widened, and he felt a little guilty. How could I have that? He pointed at one of them and said, "This is also my junior brother." When everyone looked, they were surprised to see that the other party was a male player with a beautiful face that was difficult to tell whether he was male or female. Looking at the 4 junior sisters again, they were all sculpted very beautifully. The male player raised his eyebrows proudly. It was totally worth the 50 minutes he spent outside sculpting this face. Others, fuck. I should have pinched it to look better. Nowadays, most of the players who are willing to spend time testing this kind of game are male, and including Zhou Xiao, there are only 5 female players in total. The only female player who was not selected was also a clumsy player. When she came in, she used the system default face and slightly adjusted her eyebrows and mouth, making her unrecognizable. At this moment, the look he gave Ao was also filled with melancholy. I'm so stupid, really. If I had known that the NPCs in this game depend on appearance, I shouldn't have dealt with this face-shaping system so casually. God damn it, can you please release the face-shaping props again? I'm willing to spend real money to buy them. Aren't paid items released during the open beta? If they're released now, I'll spend my ass off. It's just money, just take it. Unfortunately, no matter how much players complain, this has become a reality. Fortunately, veteran players like Han Tian were not chosen by Ao, and everyone felt a strange sense of balance in their hearts. Apart from a few unfamiliar players that no one knows, it is estimated that they were filled in by other game groups when Zhou Xiao was promoting the game. They all know each other well, and everyone knows that Han Tian is Jing Baoshan. It's a pity that this game doesn't have a friend system yet, otherwise I would have to give Han Tian a thumbs up. It seems that cutting down trees is the basic task today. Except for the 5 people taken away by Ao, everyone else followed Han Tian and divided into several groups to cut down trees. After all, there are many people and a large amount of firewood is needed. Ah has already said that the mountainside is the territory of the Changsheng sect.
This mountain is simply called Feek Mountain and is very large. The Feek sect wants to go up from the road on the other side of the mountainside, which will not interfere with the Changsheng sect. As long as they do not cross the border, there are plenty of places for them to cut down trees. There are no ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests. After all, it is the sect's territory, so it is very safe. But the players still didn't dare to go far. After all, the account ban hanging over their heads is a severe punishment, which is unacceptable for players who have already witnessed holographic simulation and the experience of a completely different world. Song Jiulai has been secretly observing the players. She has now entered the early stage of chi refining, and her body has undergone great changes. She can see very far away and can see the general movements of the players even when standing in the sect system. If they remain content with the status quo, it will not be beneficial to their realm advancement. The stronger the sect's disciples are, the stronger the sect is, which means Song Jiulai is stronger. Therefore, strengthening strength is the most important development route. Song Jiulai wasn't worried, they just came in to play the game. If they die, their account will be banned. No one will take the risk. But it will be different when they can practice later. System, if you want to break through quickly, you must take risks. When the time comes, you must issue them mandatory tasks. Song Jiulai shook his head. You don't understand the deep-seated pursuit of immortal cultivation among the Chinese people of Blue Star, nor do you know how ambitious they are. Even if they are afraid, knowing that the Yunzhou continent is an unimaginable behemoth, they will not be willing to hide safely in the sect. A strange world, even if it only means one life, I am willing to take risks for it. Moreover, you can draw a new account later. As long as you are lucky enough, you can start over as a hero again. What are you afraid of? Of course, to be on the safe side, they will definitely find ways to protect themselves. Song Jiulai is not worried. It is impossible for 50 people to be content with the status quo. She was looking forward to seeing what miracles these players from her hometown could bring to the Yunzhou continent. Damn, for a moment I really thought I had traveled through time. After a player enters the forest, he sniffs here and there. At this moment, he probably even thinks the shit of some small animals in the forest is fragrant. Is that so? The player next to him held a handful of dirt. How come every detail is so well done? How could technology take such a leap forward in just one step? All doing splits. At this moment, they were like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. Holy crap, there's even a snake. There were ghosts howling and wolves howling, but there were still some harmless little animals in the forest, and the players were scared when they saw them. This can't even be described as realistic. This is the second world, right? The players were whispering to each other, and they had no complaints even when Odd gave them tools and forced them to chop down trees. However, they soon discovered that felling trees was also a difficult job. In reality, there are a bunch of otakus and housewives who even order takeout for meals. There are only a few who exercise. When they try to chop wood, they stare at each other, not knowing where to start. Fortunately, there are people who often watch outdoor programs. Even if they don't have any experience, they have the theoretical ability to give advice. They stand up and guide everyone to choose suitable trees, cut them down first, and then prune them. The temporary shelter we're staying in tonight doesn't need to be so elaborate. This is a long-term process. Han Tian stepped forward and looked at the excited players around him. We can do an experiment. Zhou Shao immediately looked at him. Boss, what experiment? Han Tian looked at the dense woods around him and said, let's see if the material reactions in this game are similar to our reality. Zhou Shao understood immediately. In the game world, is matter the same element as in reality? The world of cultivating immortals must have its own magical aspects, but it would be terrifying if some materials could be consistent with the real world. They can easily create many things using modern convenient knowledge. The players around him quickly formed a group. After all, Han Tian was a veteran player of the game, and everyone subconsciously listened to the boss when playing the game. There were only a few people who separated from the crowd and moved around on their own, but Han Tian didn't care.
Zhou Xiao sent messages to several groups, but not everyone knew Jing Baoshan's name.
There were always people who were loners and would not form a group. The players were very active, and Song Jiulai was also worried about the dinner.
Tonight I can only make do with buying steamed buns from the foot of the mountain.
The kitchen stove was cold and deserted. To be honest, Ah was the only one who could cook in the mountains.
Anyway, Song Jiulai can't cook.
People who practice Taoism can practice fasting, but it is not necessary.
Not to mention that Song Jiulai is only in the initial stage of qi refining and is far from reaching the stage of fasting. She is from Blue Star, China and is extremely greedy.
The food at the foot of the mountain tastes okay, but there are too few ways to cook it. The world of cultivation has abundant resources and a wide variety of food, but it lacks the variety of modern food. The food rations for 50 people must also be arranged tonight.
The flow rates in the two worlds are different. 2 hours here is equal to 1 hour on Blue Star, and Song Jiulai does not limit the login time.
There are players who are willing to play the game and stay online for a whole day and a whole night. Especially since this game is so shocking, they probably won't log off.
Now all 50 people are online.
However, the only advantage is that Song Jiulai can see the movements of these players and has absolute control over them. This is also the biggest guarantee the system gives her to recruit people. However, as long as the players do not do anything that crosses her bottom line, she will basically not restrict the players' freedom. Just like if someone wanted to go down the mountain to commit suicide now, she wouldn't stop them, just don't cause trouble. At the foot of Feek Mountain is a mortal town, roughly the same size as an ancient county town. In the Yunzhou continent, where cultivators are respected, there is no concept of a country. There are only cities that are affiliated with large sects. This county town is affiliated with the Feek sect, but within this area of thousands of miles, there are dozens of human cities, all belonging to a huge sect.
10,000 Immortals Sect. Just by listening to the name you can tell how arrogant and domineering Long Outyin is. They all dare to use the word Xian. But the Wanxian sect is not the most powerful sect. The Yunzhou continent is so vast that ordinary people cannot even imagine it. Outside the continent, there are even so-called restricted areas. However, cultivators cannot freely enter and exit the Yunzhou continent. Because many territories are inhabited by a mixture of good and bad people, and demon cultivators and independent cultivators are spread all over the continent, and every cultivator has his own territory. You are not strong enough and you will be discovered as soon as you pass through other people's territory.
These were not things Song Jiu was considering at the moment. She hummed a song and had already arrived at the mortal county, Wanyan County. Wanyan County is definitely not as big as the county towns in China, and a long street can stretch all the way to the bottom. I don't know how many people there are in the county, but it usually looks quite lively. Here, cultivators and mortals can still coexist peacefully as long as the sect is managed properly.
Today is market time, and the flow of people is not the same as on Blue Star. It is not yet evening in Wanyan County.
There are many small vendors on the roadside, most of whom have almost sold out and are preparing to pack up and go home.
Song Jiulai immediately went to the place selling steamed buns and bought 100 big steamed buns.
There is also a currency system among mortals, but the most common one is spirit stones. Mortals cannot use them for cultivation, but spirit stones can nourish their bodies.
Unless people here are hurt, they rarely get sick.
One low-grade spirit stone can buy 100 steamed buns, and the store also gave away a few meat buns.
After counting the spirit stones in the bag, the food expenses alone are a considerable expense.
The Chongqing sect has to find a way to make money. When she bought the doll, her senior sister Su Huanli gave her a very small mustard seed bag, which is a magic weapon made by monks with a small space attached. It can be used to store things, but not living things. To release living creatures, you need a more advanced mustard seed bag or a more magical Qiankuan jade plate. The Qiankuan jade plate is something only cultivators from large sects have. This poor place doesn't have that. When Song Jiu first arrived in the world of cultivation, he himself found it very magical. Before she traveled through time, she was an orphan, free of worries, and felt lucky to be able to live an extra life. If you practice well, you can even live a long life. In addition, the system said that when her level is higher, she can open up a space to return to Blue Star, so she really wants to go back and take a look. I bought steamed buns and some ingredients, but I couldn't let Ah be responsible for everyone's meals. I had to let the players learn to cook for themselves. She needs to think about how to properly assign tasks to these players. The most important thing is to distribute the 50 spirit root pills to the players tonight, so that they can develop their spiritual roots and completely become a member of the army of cultivators, so that they can become a better help to her. So all the players received the system notification in their minds.
The novice mission is about to begin. Please gather at the spawn point after dinner. Sect Master Song Jiulai will distribute spiritual root pills.
After taking the spiritual root pills, you will officially embark on the path of cultivation.
Note, after the spiritual roots are opened, the talent is determined by the player himself.
The stronger the will, the stronger the spiritual roots.
What the hell? Spiritual roots?
Dude, I really need to start cultivating immortality.
I've been waiting for this day for so long.
I'm going to die in this game. The players were completely excited.
Cultivating immortality. This is the dream deep in the hearts of every Chinese person.
Go up to the sky and down to the earth, and take a panoramic view of every mountain and river in this world.
Who wouldn't?
As soon as I heard that I was going to cultivate immortality, I felt like I swung the hoe in my hand even harder. As for the saying that the stronger the will, the stronger the spiritual roots, it gave the players a bad feeling.
It's not about looks, is it? Shouldn't we all start from the same starting line? This was also Song Jiulai's question. Spiritual root talents, are there differences among players?
The system said, of course there are.
Guess why most of the people in this world are ordinary people?
Opening spiritual roots for players is already against the will of heaven. Before the system finished speaking, it suddenly changed the subject. This is destined, there's nothing I can do about it. Some people are naturally gifted, while others are destined to be less gifted.
There's nothing we can do about it. Song Jiulai touched his chin and said, then why do you say it's not important even though my spiritual roots are white?
The spiritual roots of the Yunzhou continent are not divided into the traditional 5 elements, because as long as you embark on the path of cultivating immortals, basically every mental method can be practiced, as long as you have the talent to bear it. Just look at your spiritual root talent, and your spiritual root talent determines the upper limit of your cultivation speed.
This talent is detected by the spirit stone. The spirit judging stone has no real use. It only reacts to spiritual roots. You can tell by touching it. The Qingsheng sect has one. The lighter the color, the lower the talent.
White represents the most ordinary cultivators, blue is average, purple is the best and worthy of favor from large sects, and orange is the level of being able to become a close disciple of a large sect.
As for gold, that is the true talent of the European emperor, the legendary top-grade spiritual root.
No matter where they are all favored by heaven. They can be discovered as soon as they are born and are trained in secret.
You won't be stranded outside at all.
If you don't have spiritual roots when you are born, you will never have them in your lifetime.
System, you are different because you are bound to me.
My energy is currently 0, so your talent is naturally the worst.
Just do your best. Song Jiulai. She didn't feel bad, that's good too. If you can come to another world and start over and cultivate immortality, what else do you need a bicycle for?
The system said, sometimes, choices are very important.
Think about it, if the people you recruit have no talent and like to cause trouble, is your life over?
Indeed. After all, this place will really fall. Apart from the system's golden finger, she has no other protection at all. The best way to deal with it is to stay hidden in the early stage.
Song Jiulai wished that the players had a few more top-notch talents that could help him succeed.
Her talent is not affected by the players. As long as she completes the system tasks, the system will be strong enough to protect her. Even if the players are really strong enough to open the space between the 2 worlds in the later stage, and some people have bad intentions, she can still have the last trump card. She did all this because this mysterious system required it. Living a new life was a blessing in disguise, and Song Jiolai regarded it as an adventure.
But it can't be too bad either, she must establish herself as the sect leader. So you have to practice hard.
Song Jiolai murmured, I hope they are talented, but I hope they are not too arrogant. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing if the sect leader is still in the chi refining stage and someone else is in the foundation establishment stage. System, don't worry, they won't be able to discover your true level.
At least you can always pretend to be an expert in front of them.
Strange cries were heard in the distance, and the players could not resist the temptation of practicing Taoism, so they all came back carrying chopped firewood. Forget about building a house, it looks like we'll just have to squeeze into the yard for the time being tonight.
They can actually choose to log off and rest. Oh.
Also brought his 5 junior sisters and brothers to identify several common spiritual herbs in Yunzhou continent. If I want to make more money, I have to go to Feek Sect tomorrow to buy more spiritual herb seedlings for cultivation.
Cultivating spiritual herbs requires spiritual energy.
In the past, Ah was too busy to handle it alone and could only take charge of 2 acres of land.
Now that he has someone else, he has to take charge of dozens more acres. Dinner was served in Ah's yard. The kitchen was next to his single room.
Song Jiolai bought some steamed buns and kept them warm here. The steamed buns here are big and plump, and the grains nurtured by the spiritual land have a bountiful harvest that is even better than that of modern Chinese society. Each person was given 2 big steamed buns, which made them look so big.
Ah and Song Jiolai ate meat buns alone.
She is the sect leader and she has the right to prepare special meals for them. The players crowded around Ah's wooden house, squatting on the ground, eating steamed buns and discussing with each other. Fuck this game, the taste buds are so awesome, this steamed bun smells so good.
It's just a little dry, it's not fermented well. It's heavenly with a little condensed milk. Why dip it in condensed milk?
Manta should be served with soybean paste.
What? Wouldn't it taste better with chocolate sauce? Cultists, get out of Yunzhou continent.
Even those few lone players were asked by other enthusiastic players and learned their names.
Zhou Xiao poked his head in and asked, when can I see my mom? Han Tian, let's go after we finish eating the steamed buns.
They had just done an experiment. Except for some unprecedented flowers and plants and the extremely fertile land resources here, the material reactions were exactly the same as in reality. In other words, they can build something according to modern technology.
For example, building houses and reclaiming farmland.
The eldest brother Al, a cultivator, also needs to eat, and he has a big appetite. He ate 3 meat buns that were bigger than his face in one breath and still didn't feel full. I also made myself a bowl of noodles. At least the food should not be less in the early stage.
There are only 50 people now. What if more places are opened in the future? Han Tian speculated that the Changsheng sect was so poor that it would definitely not be able to support them for long. To some extent, he was right. Han Tian didn't know how much incredible technology and how huge the server size was needed to support the existence of such a game.
He only knew that this game would definitely make a sensation across the country and even the world, and he had to seize the opportunity. After our spiritual roots are awakened, we should be able to choose a mission.
Above us is the Feek sect, which Ah said is a weapon refining sect.
There's a high probability that there's also a medicine refining sect.
This proves that there are many different types of sects in the Yunzhou continent. We don't fit into any category. We should be an ordinary sect that can get involved in everything.
The main quest will definitely have a development direction, and this should be a personal choice. The sect currently has only one goal, which is to make money to develop the sect, maintain our daily expenses, and keep the sect running normally.
Senior brother said there is a mortal county town at the foot of the mountain.
I want senior brother to take me down the mountain tomorrow to observe it firsthand. Han Tian analyzed the situation while chewing a steamed bun, leaving Zhou Xiao and Wu Dava stunned. Zhou Xiao immediately raised his hand, then take me with you.
After all, Ah was a local NPC.
Since he said there is a mortal town below, it must be safe. Wu Dahu also followed without thinking, take me with you. Suddenly a voice came from the side, take me too.
The three of them looked over and saw that it was one of the lone rangers among the players. Han Tian had an impression of him. When he entered the game, he didn't look around excitedly like others. Although he was shocked, he calmed down quickly. When he was chopping trees just now, he went into another place by himself and stayed there for a long time. His game ID is Jiangya. Han Tian nodded directly, okay. He also expressed his speculation, if the mortal town below the mountain is also fully modeled, then this game will drive the world crazy. Wu Dahou laughed heartily. Those idiots in the group looked down on this game and didn't fill out the information, saying they'd wait for our feedback. Now they must be regretting it. At this time, the system notification arrived again. Players, please gather at the spawn point. The leader is waiting for you. As soon as the notice came out, the players were shocked. Their adoptive mother is about to appear. The players rushed back to their refresh points with excitement. Every game must have a main plot, and their main plot is to protect the clan leader named Song Jiulai. Since you want to treat the sect leader as the most important woman in your life. Who else besides mom? The players walked in cautiously and saw Song Jiulai standing in front of the door of the middle house with a smile. Song Jiulai's appearance is her original appearance. After all, she has come to a new world, and her original face is more comfortable to look at. Her natural face is the kind of delicate and beautiful that looks very comfortable. It just looks harmless. Wearing a light blue ancient-style long skirt, her smile exudes the charm of a woman in ancient costume. Such a face is not suitable for pretending to be aloof and cool like an otherworldly expert, so Song Jiulai did not choose to embarrass himself. After all, it was clearly stated at the beginning that this was a broken sect, so why was she pretending to be so arrogant? System, lift the corners of your mouth a little, to a perfect 45-degree angle. Song Jiulai. Because of the system warning and the magical powers that all had displayed, the players were not very excited when looking at the leader in front of them, but were whispering and discussing with each other. Fuck, she looks even younger than me. So cute, more like daughter than mother. How dare you? I call you mom and you call me daughter. Are you taking advantage of me? I can be your wife. Eat dog shit, you are not allowed to treat her as your wife, this is our leader. He looks young, but he might be 100 years old. Looking at the crowd who couldn't hide their excitement, Song Jiulai realized that if he didn't speak up, he would lose his composure. When most people arrived, she said directly, welcome everyone to the Changsheng sect of Yunzhou continent. I am the sect master, Song Jiulai. I will lead you all to carry forward the Changsheng sect. And you will all be my inner disciples. The first thing he said was a standard game NPC speech, and the players immediately fell silent, afraid that they would miss a word. And being an inner disciple sounds awesome. Song Jiulai went straight to the point. As a benefit for all of you new disciples, I will give each of you a spiritual root inner elixir to activate your spiritual roots and officially begin your journey of cultivation. After taking the inner elixir, everyone's reaction time will be different, and the spiritual roots and talents after opening will also be different. This is all personal destiny, so don't have any other thoughts. When embarking on the path of cultivation, you cultivate both your body and your mind. As the leader of the Changsheng sect, I only hope that every disciple can go as far as possible on the path of cultivation. Song Jiulai's words made it clear that everyone's reaction would be different after their spiritual roots were awakened. Some people are talented, some are just average. I see. This is just like a lottery. Some people are lucky and some are not. Hey, I'm used to it. I didn't even expect that I would have good spiritual roots. It seems that no matter how things change, the essence remains the same. Playing games really can't change the essence of having to draw prizes. It's not bad, isn't that the way it is for all immortals? Poor talent doesn't mean you can't go far. Counterattacks are all the rage now. The loser's comeback is a tactic from 800 years ago. It's outdated. Nowadays, getting something for nothing is the new thing. It doesn't matter if you're not talented enough. You might stumble upon a hidden quest and find a powerful magic weapon. Fortunately, the games nowadays have a lot of lottery probabilities.
Players have been successfully PUA'd and have accepted the fact that everyone has different talents. What's more, everyone has read a lot of novels about cultivating immortals. Generally speaking, those who are too talented in the early stage are easily regarded as villain cannon fodder. Everyone is very experienced. Song Jiulai smiled with satisfaction, then waved his hand, and 50 thumb-sized pills emitting a bright and lustrous light appeared in front of them. It is said to be medicine, but it looks like it is made of jade. Flying in the air, Song Jiulai just raised his hand lightly and the pills flew in front of everyone. This move really stunned the players. After all, there is still a gap between online games and real holographic games. The excitement of watching TV dramas is not as strong as the one now where everything is happening in front of your eyes. Thanks to Su Huanli. If it weren't for the mustard seed bag she gave him, Song Jiulai might not have been able to pack it so perfectly. What immortal aura! When the time comes, all he can do is hand out the medicines to the players one by one in a clumsy manner. It really is like handing out medicine. Take this pill, sit still and enter a meditative state, and your spiritual roots will begin to change. The process can take from a quarter of an hour to an hour, depending on your talent. Once all of you have successfully developed your spiritual roots, I will tell you what you need to do next. After saying that, Song Jiulai turned around and walked inside. The pills began to fall slowly, and the players curiously took the pills in front of them in their hands. It feels soft and smooth to the touch, like jade, and looks quite large. Should I swallow it directly? Because it was a game, everyone had no psychological barriers and swallowed it without hesitation after holding it in their hands. After entering the mouth, the jade-like pill turned into flowing water and directly entered the player's body. Before the players could taste the flavor, everything went dark all of a sudden. Opening up spiritual roots, the entire process lasts 1 hour and 45 minutes. The Yunzhou continent is gone, and only this line of words remains before my eyes. I see. It's like updating the game version. The words that popped up in front of Han Tian's eyes were 2 hours and 35 minutes. He was stunned. He remembered that the sect leader said the longer the better. He was not sure whether this talent was good or bad. The number jumping in front of Zhou Zhao's eyes was 2 hours and 20 minutes. Wu Dahu's was 1 hour and 30 minutes. What this means now is that players cannot play the game until they exit the game, and the feeling of being restrained by the VR glasses on their noses suddenly becomes heavy, and then they suddenly realize that they are really playing the game. Zhou Xiao was so happy that he almost went crazy and immediately opened the game group. As they expected, the gaming community went crazy. But it's not these players, but those who don't play the game. Ever since the reviewers were called back into the game, those who were online can be said to have never logged off. The time flow rate in the game is 2:1, plus the login time limit. They chopped wood for a while and had dinner over there, and 2 hours passed here. For 2 hours, they played games without replying to a single word. After all, when you are fully immersed in virtual games, who has time to reply to messages? La da Feishing La, damn, I've been playing for so long, I should have said something whether it's good or bad. Why don't you reply to my messages? Philanthropist, it's just a crappy VR game. I can't even reply to messages while playing. Could it be that the manufacturer is deliberately colluding with players to do some tricky advertising? The sun shines on your dark heart, not really. The boss Jing Baoshan went offline a while ago and yelled to everyone who hadn't logged in to log in quickly. Seeing him so excited was rare. What price would he have to pay to activate this game? Back then, I threatened to scare the crap out of you. Ha ha ha, brothers, I'll stop talking. From now on, you and I are not on the same starting line. At how long will it take you guys? I'll only take an hour and a half. This humble woman is incredibly strong and powerful. Ha 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 ha, I'm better than you. I took 2 hours and 20 minutes. It seems I'm definitely a natural. Back then, I threatened the tiger, damn, you beast. Running naked in the wind / tears streaming down my face. I also spent an hour and a half. How did I end up on the same level as Brother Wu Song? Jump high, P far, I took 1 hour and 45 minutes. Born to be an emperor, are you talking about this game? Are you so excited? Is this game really that fun? The blast,
2 hours and 35 minutes.
This little girl is as strong as a mountain and as powerful as the world at, the big guys are still strong.
Philanthropist at Jingbei Ocean, what are you talking about? Can you tell me about this game? Can you share screenshots, plot, etc.?
When they saw me in the group, they all started to show up, so they all came out to ask. Then I saw Jingbei Ocean reply with this sentence.
Jingbei Ocean, guys, honestly, the plot of this game isn't important anymore. It's definitely set a world record. You can't find a more fun game in the world.
I guarantee it with my lifelong gaming career. The group immediately started to scroll through the screen rapidly.
There was a chorus of "Oh my god. So exaggerated?" Could it be that the big boss Jingbei Ocean has finally shamelessly accepted the money and is now facing his end? The best game in the world. What a high level. How dare you brag about it?
Even the 3A masterpiece, Chronicle of the Gods, which is recognized as the most highly acclaimed in the gaming industry, didn't dare to say so when it was first released. Jingbei Ocean knew that no matter how much he explained, these people would not believe him.
Because I really can't take a screenshot right now.
The only downside to the Yunzhou continent is that it has not yet been fully connected to the internet. He cannot find the operation buttons for taking screenshots or recording screens in the game, and indeed cannot produce any evidence.
But the senses don't lie.
He truly saw the existence of another world. He doesn't need to care about other people's opinions now, but how to seize the initiative in the new world. He will definitely continue playing this game as long as the game itself does not go bankrupt. Jingbei Ocean asked Zhou Xiao to help pull the remaining 40 or so players who had entered the game into a unified group.
Inner disciples of Yunzhou continent.
Because all the recruitment information was from Zhou Xiaohua before, she knew almost everyone who filled out the information. But after looking for a long time, I still missed two. Han Tian, those two brothers or sisters must have seen the ad on their own.
Let them know when they enter the game that we have a group. Han Tian, I see everyone is confused. Let me start by explaining what I've observed. If you have any questions, please feel free to add more. Everyone, 1111, representing. Agreement.
Han Tian, first of all, the most important point of this game is that everything is based on ensuring the survival of the clan leader. Just treat her like your own mother.
Han Tian, so there are two paths for the sect's development.
1. The sect leader must ensure his or her own cultivation. How much we can do to help with this depends on the game's mission requirements. 2. We must at least ensure the sect can continue to develop freely. Earning money to revitalize the sect, improving one's own cultivation, and choosing a suitable career are our main tasks.
Han Tian, currently, we know that the game has two main areas, weapon refining and alchemy. There will likely also be swordsmen and other types of cultivators.
When you enter the game, you can see which path suits you best. Our sect cannot waste this talent of our players. We must choose a comprehensive development path.
This means we will pursue both weapon refining and alchemy. Han Tian, we've done some testing, and most of the material reactions in the game are consistent with reality.
I've repeatedly marveled at the game's incredible power.
So perhaps we can incorporate some modern technology into the game first.
I'll let it, Zhou NV, give an example.
Ms. Zhou, thank you so much, sir.
I was one of the lucky ones chosen by senior brother Ah today. I followed Ah to identify several basic spiritual herbs from the Yunzhou continent, which are the raw materials for refining the legendary blood replenishing pill and chi replenishing pill.
Ms. Zhou, we've observed that, aside from the use of spiritual energy for cultivation, it's practically identical to our farming methods.
Even the fertilization step is used, though it's using spiritual energy fertilizer native to the Yunzhou continent.
A prominent figure, at Chen Miao, suggested that modern grafting techniques might be used to improve spiritual herb varieties and increase yields. However, since we've only recently entered the game, we need to conduct experiments to prove this, and it's currently just a feasibility hypothesis.
Zhou Xiao's words instantly made everyone understand Han Tian's words.
If farming is also done normally on the Yunzhou continent, with only the variable of spiritual energy added, wouldn't they have more tricks to do?
Some players draw inferences from this example.
Sudaxian, so, if I can't practice, I can still make missiles with my hands, right? Wu Dahu, brother, you are very cruel, very cruel. Yang Nimi, that's nonsense. Even if it could be made, it's impossible to build it right now. Not to mention whether you know how to build a missile, you can't expect to have an industrial revolution in the world of immortal cultivation, right? Sudaxiang, it is just a metaphor.
Multiple ideas lead to multiple paths.
Han Tian, missiles won't work, but bombs should be possible. Sudaxiang, brother, you understand me. Jiang Ya. Ma Xianyao, okay, I knew I'd come to the right place to be teammates with you. Your future is so bright. Aren't you really afraid of the internet police raiding your group? Ma Xiaoben, aren't we here to cultivate immortality? Why would we do this if we can cultivate immortality?
Sudaxiang, because we weren't strong in the early stages, we had to resort to crooked means. Look, there's the Feek sect right above us. Our Changsheng sect is still a subordinate of theirs and has no say. In the early stages, we relied on our 50 qi refining stage cultivators. If the other side had even one foundation establishment stage cultivator, they could crush all of us. This is how the world of cultivation is without human rights. Ms. Zhou, actually, I think the technological trend in the world of cultivation is pretty cool. Let's do both and give the world of cultivation a shock. We're players, so let's stir things up. Chen Miao 1. Zhang 1. Sudaxian 1. Everyone. The players were discussing the matter heatedly, and Song Jiulai, the person involved, started his internal competition after they were forced to log off. Because this damn system told her that all its knowledge about the Yunzhou continent came from Song Jiulai. What this means is that if the player asks a question, the system must be able to answer it, and the basis for this answer is whether Song Jiulai knows it. The advanced ones can be fooled, but the low-level ones, such as some basic materials, cannot be recognized by the system. As a sect leader, you cannot answer them. Once the system's omnipotent image collapses, it will also be detrimental to the sect leader's image. So now Song Jiulai began to practice madly with hatred. He needed to practice the soul cultivation method given by the system, read the complete guide to mineral veins in Yunzhou continent that he borrowed from Su Huanli, and read the complete guide to herbs in Yunzhou continent that he bought with a low-grade spirit stone. He even asked Su Huanli to find unpopular information for him, such as some uncommon herbs and mineral types that were not available on the market. You don't have to practice those mental methods yourself, but you must know them. Fortunately, there is really no need to sleep in the cultivation continent. You can practice as soon as you open your eyes and close them. And she also received some bad news. Shortly after all the players logged off, Ah came running over, breathless, saying, "Sect Master, I just learned that the Wanxian sect is holding a grand ceremony to worship the immortals next month. Cultivators from all corners of the land will be attending. The Wanxian sect has announced that all sect taxes must be paid in advance this year. Since our sect has welcomed 50 junior sisters and brothers, we have to pay an additional 10 mid-grade spirit stones." Song Jiulai, what? Why the hell is he still paying taxes? This was like a bolt from the blue for Song Jiulai. After all, even when she was on Blue Star, her salary was not enough to pay taxes. This is what makes men silent and women cry. Moreover, the Wanxian sect is so rich, but they still charge money? Wu was a little puzzled but said as a matter of course, "Master, although you are new here, you should also know that the land we are standing on now belongs to the Wanxian sect. On the territory of the Wanxian sect, all kinds of independent cultivators and demon cultivators dare not approach easily. They must pay taxes." After Ada said this, Song Jiulai understood. Fkuk. This title sounds nice, isn't it just paying protection money? I told Song Jiulai that the tax collection rules here are calculated based on the number of people. Before, Ah was the only one with few followers in the sect, but now there are 50 more people. The Wanxian sect doesn't care who these 50 people are. They will recruit based on the highest level of cultivation in the sect. Those in the foundation building stage will receive 20 low-grade spirit stones each. If you have reached the golden core stage, each person will have to pay 50 low-grade spirit stones.
The higher you go, the higher it gets. Because high-level monks have a good ability to make money, what a joke. Don't you consider the fact that except for this foundation establishment stage, the others are all in the chi refining stage? Moreover, there are no foundation establishment stage cultivators anymore. How can she, the only sect master in the chi refining stage, still collect taxes based on the foundation establishment stage? Do you have any law or justice when you collect taxes like this? Song Jiulai looked at Awe sincerely. What do you think will happen to us if we don't pay taxes? Wu glanced at Song Jiulai worriedly. Sect Master, when the previous sect master founded the Changsheng sect, the sect tablet was already registered at the Wanxian sect. Even if you want to run away now, you won't be able to. You can leave, but if you don't pay the tax, they will at least send out Jindan stage cultivators to hunt you down. Song Jiulai. What's the difference between that and sending it directly by Dongfeng Express? Isn't it just not paying taxes? How can it be so cruel? Song Jiulai looked at the last 4 medium-grade spirit stones left in the mustard seed bag and felt like the sky was falling. She still needs to use these spirit stones as a fund reserve for the players. After all, it costs money for Ala to open dozens of acres of land to grow spirit herbs. Next month she not only has to earn living expenses, but also has to earn 10 medium-grade spirit stones to pay taxes. That being the case, then we can only rely on the players. Players will definitely find ways to make money. She provides them with accommodation and games, and she pays for everything in the early stages, including mental methods, inner elixirs, and spiritual herbs. Let's take 30% tax from the money we earn. The system tooted its tongue. You don't even know how to be a capitalist? You've already given them the most important thing, the opening of their spiritual roots. So what if you ask them to hand over all their money? From this we can see that the system is the authentic Jobei Opi. Even selling it to mine coal is not so unscrupulous. Then we'll discourage them. Who plays games just to work for others for free? They won't see any numerical rewards, and they have to work hard to cultivate. If I charge less, they'll work harder to earn money. The more they pay, the more they earn. Right now, we're just setting a temporary tax rate. It's too tight in the early stages, so we can't do that. Later on, we'll definitely have to implement a tax threshold. I'm planning to copy Blue Star. It would be a waste not to copy a mature system. The wisdom of a country is greater than that of one person. For players, there is no way to spend money, and if they don't work hard to make money, they will not survive until the day the game is actually launched. If all the money you earn has to be handed over or most of it is taken away, who would still work hard? No matter how fun the game is, it still has to follow basic rules. Even the most unscrupulous players will continue to play, but there is no need to do so. What she wants is for players to help her make the sect bigger and stronger. Besides, for a sect, the more spirit stones it has, the better. Those who practice in places with rich spiritual energy will be faster than others. There is a saying that goes, it doesn't matter if you don't have high talent, you are born with the power of talent. Song Jiulai immediately started writing on the blackboard, allowing the players to receive the tasks themselves. The Changsheng sect's main way of making money now is to grow some spiritual herbs and sell them. Each player is allocated 2 acres of land, which is regarded as a novice task. Song Jiulai also wanted to buy an alchemy furnace to practice, but an ordinary alchemy furnace required 5 medium-grade spirit stones. If the skills were not good enough, the furnace would definitely explode. It's poor, everywhere is poor. Poor Song Jiulai shed tears while practicing. Asterisk. 11 o'clock Blue Star time. The players chattered about it for a long time, and finally found out that Jiangya and Chen Miaomia had the strongest talents. They took the longest, up to 3 hours. The female boss named Chen Miaomia was the player who discussed with Zhou Sha whether spiritual herbs can be improved, cultivated, and upgraded. Judging from the way she talks, she is definitely a top student. There is no doubt that these two belong to the first tier. Unexpectedly, the only female player who had never done face shaping and was previously despised by all, whose ID was Mu Qiu, had the second talent and took 2 hours and 55 minutes. Apart from these three, Han Tian is the most talented. Only he and Ms. Zhou lasted more than 2 hours, while the others lasted less than 2 hours. Han Tian estimated that Jiang Ya, Chen Miao and Mu Chou were all more talented. Seeing that the time is divided into 5 minutes, it means that there should be a small difference in talent every 5 minutes. More than an hour is a level difference. Everyone has a competitive spirit. Han Tian didn't expect that he was several levels lower than others. He felt a little complicated. But then I thought about it, I am not a lucky person in the game, so it is not surprising that there is such a distinction. He is already better than the 40 or so people in the group. Those players who played for more than an hour were all very happy, and they all called Jiangya, Chen Miao and others Big Brother. Jiangya is not a talkative person, while Chen Miao has a mild temper and will respond to anyone who asks her questions. Mu Chou is also not very talkative. Because there are several girls in the group, the male players don't speak as freely as they usually do when playing other games. What everyone is most concerned about now is the game itself. Compared to the heated discussions in the group, they were actually being harassed privately tonight. Mainly those who didn't play the game thought their performance was too strange. They sent messages one after another asking what the game was like and whether it was fun or not. The responses I got were all, "This is the coolest game, man. You'll regret it forever if you don't play it." Especially the critics, I have to thank my brothers and sisters for the rest of my life. If they hadn't urged me, giving up this game for a lobster meal would be the decision I regret most in my life. And then? Where are the screenshots, screen recordings, and what's the plot like? You didn't say a word. The more this happened, the more curiosity aroused. They all wanted to know how much money the game manufacturer, which dared to call it a virtual game, had spent to buy so many water armies. It wasn't until Jing Baoshan was waiting to log into the game that he posted a message. Jing Baoshan v. Hello everyone, I'm Jing Baoshan. I believe that some of you who play games have heard of me. Today, I discovered a new game, a game that could change my life. I can even say that as long as Starting with a Broken Sect is around, I won't be reviewing any other games. After playing a game with 99% true holographic simulation, you'll find all the games you've played so far are completely dull. Because this game currently doesn't allow screenshots or screen recording, I can't post screenshots to prove my point, but that's okay. This game is currently only in the first batch of open beta tests, and more spots will be released sooner or later. Starting with a Broken Sect, the only thing I can tell you is that this is a game for cultivating immortality. Or rather, you can truly start your second life in this game. If it weren't for my own physical limitations and work schedule, I'm sure the players I play with would have wanted to stay online forever. I don't know when the next batch of open beta test spots will be released, but I wish you all good luck. I'll be taking the first step to start my life as an immortal cultivator. As soon as Jing Baoshan posted this, it caused a sensation in the gaming circle. If nothing else, he is indeed very famous and has millions of fans on Weibo, at least tens of thousands of whom are active fans, and there are quite a few people who follow him regularly. The reviews I've posted before are all very informative. But I have never posted anything so shocking. His Weibo post was flooded with comments. Are you crazy? My account must have been hacked. I can't even believe this is a post from a professional game reviewer. I'm so embarrassed that I'm about to move out of my 3-bedroom apartment. Holographic simulation? Do you know what that means? I'd believe you if you said it was screen projection, but how can a game claim to be holographic simulation? Jing Baoshan must have gone crazy from playing too much games. Can someone notify his family and rush him to the hospital? Ha ha. Mocking, onlookers, and disbelievers. All of this was within Jing Baoshan's expectations. He was very calm. After all, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the world's technology had become so advanced that such a game could be produced. While there was still time, he called some friends in the circle who had some connections and said, "Please help me investigate who was behind the Changxing sect, the game manufacturer?" Such powerful, even timeless technology is definitely not something that ordinary game manufacturers can achieve. But the country is now so strong that is it even willing to use this technology to develop a game first? Jing Baoshan was also in doubt. At the same time, Chen Miaomiao pinched the bridge of her nose. I started thinking about how to explain this matter to my mentor. Did she see a real second world? And her name was not fake. Her real name was Chen Miaomiao, and she was a well-known outstanding student in the agricultural college. She usually plays games for entertainment, mostly competitive mobile games. This time she got to play Pazongman purely by accident, as she was called there by her sister. Some time ago, her sister gave her a set of VR equipment. She played with it once and never touched it again. She still thought those VR devices were too fake. Tonight, my sister was simply too bored, so I had to drag her to see what this new game, which claims to be a holographic simulation game, is all about. She still remembered her sister saying before entering the game, "It's just a gimmick to trick us into coming in, but immortal cultivation is indeed rare in VR. Let's go in and take a look." Then after entering, the two sisters fell silent. Although Chen Miaomiao is an agricultural student, she knows very well that this is definitely not something that can be achieved with current technology. But the fact is, this game really appeared. The adjective Jing Baoshan is correct. A game that will revolutionize the world. Those substances that reacted exactly the same as in reality, every one of them shocked Chen Miaomiao and left her with an unforgettable impression. So how can she convince her mentor to give her some time off so that she can spend her time on this game? Because according to Han Tian, there are not many ways for the sect to make money in the early stage, and spiritual medicine is the only thing that the Changsheng sect can obtain. Chen Miaomiao proposed a change, so she is the one that everyone can rely on at the moment. This game needs her, and the sect master also needs her. The most important thing is that the 3-hour talent makes her not want to sleep tonight and stay up late to watch it. There is truth in the saying that playing with things can lead to loss of ambition. Excellent students like Chen Miaomiao are now obsessed with the game of breaking the sect. The gaming community is buzzing with buzz, but since no screenshots of the game have been released, everyone still thinks it's just bragging. Players like Wu Dahe don't have such pressure. An hour and a half has passed. He can go online now. This dog game lasted an hour and a half, but it was actually calculated based on Blue Star's situation. They actually waited for an hour and a half. He had never been so nervous about playing games before. Even though it was already 12 o'clock in the morning, who would want to go to sleep? Staying up late is a player's nature. Although Wu Dahu has to go to work tomorrow, he has to go up and test his spiritual root talent today. As soon as it came online, it was a feast for the eyes. You have successfully opened up your spiritual roots. Please go to the sect master to receive the introductory cultivation method. Wu Dahu was shocked. He actually felt a clear change. Compared to when he started playing the game more than an hour ago, he could clearly feel that his eyesight had improved. With each breath he took, he could faintly feel gas flowing in his body, and he seemed to be able to control it. The feeling was extremely natural, as if he was born with it. It was also dark in Yunzhou continent, but the Changsheng sect still had street lights hanging. Anyway, Song Jiulai was so poor that he didn't have any spirit stones to use as lamps. In fact, there is no need for lanterns. The moonlight is as white as light, and the stars in the sky are twinkling, casting a brilliance. It is night now, but you can still vaguely see clouds and fog. How strange this is. Wu Dahu didn't know how long it had been since he had seen such a beautiful scenery. When he looked carefully, he could vaguely see thumb-sized mosquitoes flying around in the moonlight. He could even barely make out the arc of their flapping wings. He remembered that when he was a child, he could still see stars at night. It's so beautiful. Wu Dahu murmured, if for no other reason, the scenery in this game was so beautiful that it made people feel a moment of peace. Not to mention the spiritual energy that was everywhere, Wu Dahu had never felt his brain so clear as it was at this moment. Even the pain of going to work tomorrow seemed to have faded a lot. Just as Wu Dahu was enjoying this peaceful moment. Fuck, my spiritual roots have opened up, I can become an immortal now, ha 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 ha. Wu Dahu. When will the quality of their players improve? Yo Dahu, you're so fast.
The player who came up was Ma Xianyao, and his ID in the group was standing high and peeing far.
The names of male players are so simple and unpretentious. Wu Dahu saw Ma Xianyao online and went over to ask him, "How is it? Do you feel anything different?" "Ma Xianyao, I feel it, my eyesight has improved." Such obvious changes can be noticed as soon as you go online. What's even more amazing is that Ma Xianyao's current eyesight is unattainable in reality. He's a bit short-sighted in real life. This game is amazing. No matter how long he'd been online, Wu Dahu still wanted to say this. He swallowed hard and then said, "Do you think we've encountered something magical and been chosen? This game doesn't look fake to me." Ma Xianyao laughed heartily. "If it weren't a game, what would it be? How could we possibly become the legendary chosen ones? Whose chosen ones are sold wholesale? We were just lucky to have been among the first to qualify for the open beta test." Wu Dahu thought so too. Just now the system reminded us that we need to find the sect master to receive the Heart Sutra. It's the middle of the night and I don't know if the sect master is resting. The cultivators definitely won't be sleeping, so there will definitely be a lot of people online soon. Many people in the group take an hour and a half. Everyone is definitely staying up late tonight. Ma Xianyao saw that Zhanya and Chen Miumiao both said they would not sleep and would go online as soon as possible. Of course Song Jiulai would not rest. Even tonight is a big moment. As a woman who nominally needs the support of disciples, but is ostensibly the only female leader of the sect, she needs to maintain her status. And this level of prestige is created by people themselves. For example, at this moment, under the moonlight, she was already on the roof at the back of the yard, and she just said softly, "I'm here." The voice seemed to have sound effects added to it, gentle and ethereal, and it reached the ears of Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyao. This is the scene that Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyao saw when they turned around. Under the moonlight, the clan leader in a white long dress stood on the roof, stretching out a hand towards the moon, with a bright light emanating from her fingertips. The breeze gently blew her skirt and hair, and her expression seemed to be filled with compassion for the world and a hint of loneliness. The bright moonlight poured down on the sect leader. At that moment, she looked like a real goddess on earth. Fairy spirit, divinity, atmosphere. All in place. It forms a certain contrast with the image she shows during the day, but it is more effective. Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyao were both stunned. At this moment, Song Jiulai's image at this moment was truly fixed in their hearts. "My mom is so beautiful." They took back the dirty talk they had said about playing games. This is the kind of heroine that a novel about cultivating immortals should have: lonely, cold, divine, a natural-born goddess. How can it be compared with the characters in those low-quality advertisements? If I hadn't filled out the recruitment information, I would never have been able to eat such fine food in my life. Unbeknownst to them, Song Jiulai was posing in this position and frantically asking the system, "How is it? Does this angle make me look good?" System, I don't quite understand why you have to strike such a contrived pose. Song Jiulai, what do you know about a system? You wild boar can't eat fine bran. System. Looking at the appearance of Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyao, you can tell that Song Jiulai's status has been established. Anyway, they were both stunned. When Song Jiulai saw Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyao, he didn't even turn his head, as if he knew why they came. But his eyes suddenly became gentle, as if he was looking at his own child, and a smile gently appeared at the corners of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, two scroll-like mental methods emitting a bright glow flew directly to the foreheads of Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyao. This is also the basic reward of the system, and it is not available in Yunzhou continent anyway. After all, she had seen all kinds of martial arts, but this was the first time she had seen soul cultivation. After practicing it herself, she discovered that this method was not about cultivating the body, but about cultivating the soul first. Although she didn't fully understand it based on her current knowledge, the products produced by the system must be good things. After all, the spiritual root that created Dansong wine has never been seen in the current information of Yunzhou continent. As long as the mental method enters the mind, beginners who have entered the world of cultivation will automatically begin to understand it. However, how thoroughly you understand it depends on your personal understanding. Wu Dahu and Ma Xianya were shocked, and then they heard Song Jiulai's words, just comprehend it right here. After comprehending it, you must practice diligently. As soon as she said this, system notifications followed. Ding, congratulations on officially comprehending the basic soul cultivation method of the chi refining stage. After you have completed your contemplation, please go to Awe to test your spiritual roots and talents, and claim your own spiritual field. Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyu immediately sat down to meditate on the spot. It's hard to describe this feeling. From the moment the method entered my mind, it was as if I was born with it. Although these are words I have never seen before, I can understand their meaning. But it was still somewhat difficult to understand. For example, they both found it obscure and difficult, and it immediately reminded them of the nightmare time when they first started learning in their youth. But this is cultivation. Who would find it difficult? Grit your teeth and persevere. As the two began to comprehend the secrets, other players also came online one after another. Everyone noticed the changes in themselves and expressed their feelings. The repetition rate of words such as awesome, wow, too cool, etc. is very high. Everyone who came online came to Song Jiu to get the secret method. She now changed her posture, standing on the roof with one hand behind her back, looking into the distance, with a hint of worry between her brows. In the moonlight, her profile seemed to be covered with a layer of light. At least the temperament and atmosphere are full. The moon is so cooperative tonight. When Song Jiulai heard the players coming in, he would be stunned for 2 seconds. And then it is. Fuck, that looks good. This is the immortal cultivation lady. My mom is so beautiful. I should have pinched her face to make it look prettier. Oh, I'm even more angry. After receiving the secret method and comprehending it on the spot, he went to find Awe to test his spiritual roots. Awe also didn't sleep. When he saw his junior brothers coming, he took them to test their spiritual roots. When Song Jiu came here, she was already the daughter of destiny, so Awe had some vague doubts about the current situation, but not much. As long as the sect leader asked her to do it, he would support it. Testing the spiritual roots is very simple. The spiritual stone is in the middle of that shabby round table. Awe raised his hand and the spirit Jian stone slowly rose up. You only need to reach out and touch it to know what your talent is. Ma Xianyu and Wu Dahu reached out and touched each other, and as expected, it was white. The two of them had just been told by Akko that white was the most common talent, so they were mentally prepared. There were no surprises or joys at all. It seemed that they could only hope to change their fate by spending money. At this moment, a well-dressed woman suddenly flew over, pulling a thin kite. When it landed, the kite automatically disappeared. Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyu were stunned by what they saw. Oh, why are there suddenly so many more people in your sect? The one who came was naturally Su Huanli, who could be considered the only sect friend that Song Jiulai knew besides Ao. Su Huanli has a delicate and elegant appearance, and she looks very heroic in her tight clothes. Ah Wu called out respectfully, "Senior Sister Su." Then he pointed at Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyu in front of him and said, "These are the new disciples in the sect." Su Huanli looked at Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyu with a slightly subtle expression. It's not that she looks down on her junior sister's sect or something, but there are few cultivators in this world, and the Feek sect lives together with mortals. Basically, if someone with spiritual roots appears, others will send them to the immortal sect, and the Feek sect will basically be the first choice. Over the years, Changsheng's sect has not found any disciples other than Ao. Where did it come from now? And she sensed more than just these two. Not far away, there were dozens of disciples exuding the aura of the early stage of chi refining. This is incredible in this small place. Moreover, she felt that the smell on these two people was somewhat familiar. Why was there such a strong smell of spiritual medicine powder? The same one she often used. She was the one who made the doll, so she was naturally familiar with it. However, no matter how smart Su Huanli was, she would never have thought that there were people in the Yunzhou continent who could do such an illegal and heaven-defying thing as opening consciousness and spiritual roots for a doll.
In addition, she also used common spiritual medicines, so she had some doubts, but not much. Ah Wu said to Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyao, "This is senior sister Su from Feek sect." Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyao knew at a glance that Su Huanli was definitely not a senior sister of ordinary realm, and immediately followed her and called out honestly, "Senior sister Su." Su Huanli just nodded her chin meaningfully. Then it flew straight towards Song Jiulai. As soon as Su Huanli left, Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyao immediately asked a bunch of questions. "She is a senior sister from Feek sect, senior brother, what realm is she in?" They could vaguely feel the pressure coming from Su Huanli. It's probably the legendary realm suppression, definitely higher than the two of them. Wu hushed, "You newcomers may not know much, but asking about other people's realms is not a good idea. Su Huanli is not ordinary, she is almost at the foundation building stage. The reason why she has such a good relationship with the Changsheng sect is that Su Huanli was helped by the previous leader of the Changsheng sect. The world of immortal cultivation emphasizes cause and effect, so Su Huanli is very friendly to the new leader. As long as Song Jiulai is not tactless, she is happy to help with some harmless tasks. In addition, she herself has a good personality. Otherwise, how could a cultivator like her who has quickly established her foundation play with someone in the early stage of qi refining? The class distinctions in the world of immortal cultivation are more realistic than the modern theory of aristocratic bloodline. Ah Ju. Su Huanli felt Song Jiulai's presence and called Song Jiulai directly. She flew to the top of the sect and saw the newly minted disciples below her feet. The more Su Huanli looked at it, the more surprised she was. Could it be that Song Jiulai is really the girl of destiny? She can actually recruit 50 beginners with spiritual roots in one breath. This is a rare thing. Even a large sect like Feek sect has only a few hundred cultivators. But their sect leader has already reached the Jindan stage. Moreover, she felt that the spiritual energy of these monks was very weak and was always covered by the smell of spiritual herbs. If she hadn't come so close, she probably wouldn't have noticed that there were 50 disciples in the early stage of qi refining here. They are all newcomers, so their realm is too shallow? Su Huanli, who hadn't even established a foundation, could only scratch his head. It is indeed beyond the blind spot of knowledge. The key point is that these disciples are very strange. When ordinary disciples see high-level cultivators, their eyes immediately droop, and most of them dare not look directly at them. These people were full of curiosity about her. She didn't know that when players see other cultivators, they will definitely say a few dirty words, otherwise who can hold it back? But just as someone pointed at Su Huanli and was about to speak, the system warning came first. Those who cultivate immortality have sharp ears and eyes, so be careful with your words. What this sentence means is that people can hear it, so you can't say anything you shouldn't say. If you get into trouble, you will be killed on the spot and the sect leader will not be able to save you in time. The players immediately shut up. It doesn't matter. We can't talk about it in the game. We can chat like crazy in the group after we log off. Su Huanli also saw Song Jiu coming. She was still standing on the roof, her posture graceful. Seeing Su Huanli coming, she didn't jump out like usual. Instead, she smiled at Su Huanli, and her tone was a little slower. "Senior sister Su, you're here." Su Huanli felt something was strange. She scratched her head, feeling a little confused. "You." She didn't know how to describe it, but she always felt that Song Jiu's movements of turning around today were deliberately slow, a bit artificial. Song Jiulai said softly, "Senior sister, please follow me." Then he flew down from the roof and entered his room. Su Huanli naturally flew down with him. As soon as he entered his room, Song Jiulai let out a hun and relaxed completely. "Hey, senior sister, do you have something to talk to me about?" Su Huanli was surprised. "Why did you do that just now?" Song Jiulai has always had a free and easy personality, which suits her taste. She still remembered that when she came to see Ao, she saw Song Jiulai squatting in front of the sect gate, chewing a steamed bun and scratching his butt twice. At that time, she didn't look like the girl of destiny as predicted. But Su Huanli immediately felt that this girl of destiny was to her liking. Song Jiulai, "Hey, there are a lot of new people coming in, so we must be more cautious in front of the new disciples. Otherwise,
Others would think that the Changsheng sect is doomed. Su Huanli understood immediately, that's right. Next time, I'll make you a lantern. It will glow when you fly. Song Jiulai, ha 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 ha, that's fine too.
In fact, Su Huanli felt that Song Jiulai's personality was not suitable for being the sect leader, but since it was a prophecy, there must be something extraordinary about her.
I came here to tell you something. I feel like my realm is starting to loosen up. I'm afraid I'm about to establish my foundation. My master asked me to go down the mountain to gain some experience somewhere else.
I can't go too far, but I won't be back for a month or so. If you need anything during this time, please find my junior sister Shu Weiping.
Senior sister is going to build her foundation?
Song Jiulai stared at Su Huanli with eyes wide open, revealing deep envy. Senior sister, you have established your foundation so quickly, but I still want to congratulate you in advance. When you come back, I will prepare a foundation building gift for you.
What kind of gift can you prepare for me to build my foundation? Building a foundation is quite common for ordinary cultivators, and it's not something worth celebrating.
But when someone said they were going to prepare a big gift for her, Su Huanli was still very happy. Then when I come back, I'll bring you some inner core or skin of a demon beast. Song Jiulai was not polite. Thank you, senior sister.
Su Huanli then spoke about the new disciples. Since you've recruited so many disciples, and the Wanxian sect's immortal sacrifice ceremony is imminent, are you aware that you need to pay taxes in advance? Are you aware that your 50 disciples will have to pay an additional 10 mid-grade spirit stones? Song Jiulai was also worried. I'm trying to think of a solution.
Anyway, there's still a month or so left.
Everything will work out when the time comes.
Seeing how open-minded she was, Su Huanli sighed and didn't argue with her, and continued to tell her a piece of news.
The Wanxian sect is holding a grand ceremony to worship the immortals. All the major sects in Yunzhou continent will send representatives to attend.
Every city will hold a gathering of cultivators, and the one closest to us is in Luxian City.
There are many things you don't usually see at the market, and some are specialties from other sects and cities. I'll rush back and take you with me. Song Jiulai's eyes lit up. This is a big event. Whether the Wanxian sect's charging of fees is legal or not is another matter.
However, this kind of large-scale event that allows all the cultivators to gather together is actually quite unusual.
Song Jiulai was really tempted. Can I go even if I'm in the qi refining stage? Su Huanli nodded.
Of course, anyone who's a cultivator can go. Even if you can't afford the things inside, it's good to go and broaden your horizons.
And didn't you recently ask me if I had any less popular cultivator books? If you go to these places, you might be able to find one or two. Song Jiulai was even more excited. Even if I don't have money, it's good to broaden my horizons.
Besides, there is still a month. Release the information about this kind of activity first, so you don't have to worry about planning anything yourself.
The question is about the major version of the game. Players will also find a way by then. Can we go sell things then? Su Huanli was a little surprised when she heard this. You guys want to make an exchange too?
Of course. But there were some things she didn't say.
What could the Changsheng sect have to trade?
But thinking that his junior sister had just become the sect leader, Su Huanli naturally would not say such hurtful words.
She just came to inform Song Jiu that she was coming.
When she left, she took out the kite she brought with her and said, "Goodbye.
I'll come find you when you come back." This is just Su Huanli's flying magic weapon. It doesn't have much use, it just flies fast. There are many kinds of cultivators in Yunzhou continent.
Some of them can take off by themselves, but they consume spiritual energy all the time, and it is difficult for them to maintain long-term flight in the qi refining stage. Relying on this kind of flying magic weapon with a spirit stone to start flying for a long time is the most common and saves the most spiritual energy. In fact, the monks are also very greedy. They not only know how to fly with swords as in the legend, but also have a variety of flying magic weapons.
Those of their weapon refining sect are even better at this. The higher the level, the more complicated it is.
It's not the appearance that's complicated, but the safety performance of the magic weapon. It's the same as modern car manufacturers who not only pursue speed but also safety.
Many players saw Su Huanli flying away. It only starts chirping when it sees people walking away. What kind of prop is that? A kite that can fly? A flying magic weapon. Don't worry about the props, as long as I can fly, it's fine. I have spiritual energy, so why can't I fly?
Fuck, I don't understand what this mental method in my head means.
What should I do? Am I a poor student in real life? Everyone has just awakened their spiritual roots and become a formal cultivator.
Now they have also started to practice the mental method, but they are still a little confused about how to use it.
Now that the sect leader cannot be harassed, they all go to harass Ao, the only eldest brother in the sect.
Ao could only tell them that if they wanted to practice, they still had to find the corresponding mantras to practice. A mantra is a move, and some that come with mental methods are even more powerful. But the mental method also requires money to buy, but the mental method for the initial stage of chi refining is very cheap, 10 low-grade spirit stones are enough.
But considering that his fellow apprentices had no money, Ao simply taught them a basic formula. Memorizing the formula is equivalent to mastering the switch of this move. The most basic thing now is to refine the elements of heaven and earth. For example, traditional martial arts are divided into gold, wood, water, fire and earth. In fact, as long as these 5 elements exist, they can be used by practitioners. For example, this soil.
Ao pointed to the ground and stretched out his hand. In an instant, he grabbed a lump of mud in front of him out of thin air. Then it dispersed, and then gathered together to form a mud ball. This is the foundation of Reiki.
First try to utilize the existing natural elements.
But if there is no soil, and you want to make it yourself, then it involves the art of cultivation. With these skills, you can cast corresponding spells. For example, controlling fire and water. As Ao spoke, he pinched a fist-sized fireball out of thin air, which made the 2 players' eyes shine brighter.
Ah Wu scratched his head. Brother, you can only do this much now.
Even if you master the mantras of these techniques, the power you can unleash will be different for each person. It depends on the individual's proficiency in practicing the mantras. So generally speaking, it's enough to practice a few techniques. It's impossible to master every technique. Wu Dahu and Ma Xianyao, 2 poor students, were stunned by what they heard, but soon one player realized, holy shit, isn't this just matter conversion?
This is first-year junior high school knowledge. Damn, so spiritual energy is the key to transforming matter, and now we have this key? At a low level, you can't transform. You need to rely on mantras, so you can only achieve basic form changes? Everyone present has received 9 years of compulsory education or above.
They may not understand it normally, but they have heard of some of the theories.
Now that we have discussed this, we find that this thing is not difficult to do. However, when they started practicing,
everyone realized that there was a reason why they were poor students.
The material form can be transformed, and aura is the key, but how is this key activated? The mantra is the key to getting started. In other words, if you don't master the basic formula, you won't be able to start this key.
Some smart people also realized that this formula is equivalent to a formula. Of course I can apply the formula if I know it, but then the question is, why are there still poor students in this world? These players tearfully discovered that they had barely grasped the concept of how to use spiritual energy before logging off. It would take some time for them to be as skilled as Ao in using it to dig the soil. This is not the same as what they imagined about cultivating immortals.
Isn't it true that once you practice the mental method and memorize the formula, you can start to call the wind and rain? How come your crappy game has the same stress as going to school?
Of course, going to school and practicing are not the same concept. Just like going to school, I may try my best but still fail.
But I must work hard on my cultivation.
Even if I can't become the strongest cultivator, I will still learn to control the wind and rain.
Unfortunately, happy times are always short-lived, and players cannot be online 24 hours a day.
What's more, many people still have to go to work tomorrow.
For example, Wu Dahe set the alarm clock.
He had already played late enough. If he didn't get enough rest and couldn't get up tomorrow, his salary would be deducted if he was late. But who would get tired of playing such a game? Wu Dahu didn't want to log off at all. He felt clearly that going to work was a painful thing. At this moment, he even had the dangerous idea of quitting his job and having fun for a few months. But considering that his bank card did not support him to do so, Wu Dahu still went offline obediently. At this time, Zhou Xiao's time had just come and he was about to start playing the game. Zhou Xiao sent a message to Wu Dahu, "I'm so pissed. Those philanthropists are just trying to be sour grapes. They're accusing us of taking money and then advertising for the business." Wu Dahu looked at it with 100 question marks. Huh? How much money would the game publisher have to pay to hire the explosive skyboss? Ms. Zhou, that's right. It's even trending right now. They're saying we're so obsessed with gaming that we're even saying things like holographic games. Wu Dahu, it's normal. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't played it myself. Hey, I still wanna play it. I just received my 2 acres of land. Unfortunately, I have to sleep and work now. But there's a weird thing. He is an office worker after all, but he will feel physically tired after playing games for a long time. Moreover, he has to stand all the time when playing VR games, so at least he will have back pain. After logging off, I didn't feel anything was wrong. I felt my mind was still clear and I was very energetic. Wu Dahu was probably too excited about playing with his brain, so he was afraid that something might go wrong, so he replied to Zhou Xiao, "I need to wash up and go to bed, otherwise I will be late for the train tomorrow morning." "Zhou Xiao, go ahead, I'm going to play games, I'll be playing all night." She is still a student and it is vacation time, so she doesn't have to go to work. Wu Dahu was so angry that tears came out. "You beast, you will get your comeuppance sooner or later." Zhou Xiao saw that his online time was up and happily logged into the game. She and Han Tian were originally of about the same time, and by the time she had sex, Han Tian would be about to have sex too. According to the speed of time flow on both sides, it was almost dawn in Yunzhou continent when she came online. The morning mist blew in his face, and a refreshing breeze gave Zhou Xiao a thrill. She suddenly felt as if her mind had never been as clear as it was. At this moment, Zhou Xiao also went to the sect leader to receive the secret method. After Song Jiu came, she couldn't pretend anymore in the middle of the night. She was too lazy to pretend, so she sat in her main room in front of the yard and meditated and read. Some of the cultivator's books can be read directly in the mind, while others are ordinary folk books. Song Jiu was reading the latter. The closer the Yunzhou continent is to the major cities, the fewer mortals there are. One in county where Song Jiulai is located is on the edge of the Wanxian sect and lives together with mortals. She noticed that many folk books also contain some strange and bizarre records. It is said that someone once found clues to the tomb of a powerful cultivator in the biographies of mortals. Players can still go offline and play other games to cultivate their sentiments. She can't go anywhere in Yunzhou continent, so reading folk stories is her entertainment. Zhou Xiaolai received the secret method and looked at Song Jiulai quietly. The sect leader didn't pay any attention to her. After giving her the secret method, he smiled and let her leave. Her mother seems to have a really good temper, a gentle little fairy. She must work with Boss Han and the others to make the sect bigger and stronger. After feeling the changes in herself, she went to find awe, and at this time Han Tian also came online. He was originally as talented as Zhou Xiao. This time Zhou Xiao came to test his talent, and there were many players watching. Because Zhou Xiao tried it, the spirit judging stone finally showed other colors. Purple. Ah Wu was a little surprised when he saw it. "Fourth junior sister, you are really amazing, you actually have purple spiritual roots." Purple spiritual roots are the best, but they are relatively rare. Zhou Xiao only then realized that their world divided spiritual root talents by color: white, blue, purple, orange, and gold. Zhou Xiao was already very satisfied with the third talent in the middle. The other players also showed expressions of envy and jealousy. "Fuck, it's purple as soon as it comes. We didn't even have a single blue color just now. The gap is too big." Ah, it turns out some people are lucky once the lottery is drawn.
Ah Wu looked at it and sighed, what a pity for fourth junior sister. Zhou Xiao was stunned for a moment, what a pity. Ah said directly, our sect is too poor and the location is too remote. Even if you have a good talent, we can't afford to support you. Those with good talents are usually captured by large sects when they are young, while those with poor talents will naturally spend their entire lives struggling in the marginal corners. The spiritual energy here is poor, there are few spirit stones and no resources, so advancement is very slow. It is already extremely remarkable for Feek's sect to have a golden elixir, and the famous disciples are all at the foundation building stage. For core sects like the Wanxian sect, most of the disciples of this age have already jumped to the Jindan stage. However, it doesn't mean that you will be picked up just because you have good talent. Even if you have good talent but low comprehension, it will be difficult to break through to a high level in this lifetime. Zhou Xiao waved his hand, it's okay, senior brother, I don't despise our sect. At this time, Ah said something unexpected, if there is a chance, fourth junior sister, you can try to wait for the arrival of the big sects in Lucian City, and then go to join other sections. Zhou Xiao's eyes widened. Why? Senior brother, isn't this defecting from the sect? Ah Wu said as if it was a matter of course, that's not defection. You have better talents, so naturally you should find a better place. It was only at this time that Zhou Xiao discovered that the thinking concepts of Yunzhou continent were not theirs. What does it mean that once you enter a sect, you become a member of the sect? Non-existent. This requirement is only required if one is from a large sect and has been accepted as a core disciple by an elder-level figure, inheriting the legacy of others. Small sects are poor and can't afford to support talented people, so why waste their time? Some small sects will even actively recommend talented disciples to large sects in exchange for some resources or even some benefits that the disciples can give back to the sect after they become successful in the future. This is human nature. Although it is a law of the jungle, it also emphasizes cause and effect. Zhou Xiao and the other players looked at each other. It was obviously impossible for them to leave the Changxing sect. This game is based on the existence of the Changxing sect. Do you dare to leave? If you could leave, guess why the main quest is to make the Changxing sect bigger and stronger. Zhou Xiao hadn't even thought of leaving. He even looked at Ah seriously and said, Big brother, this idea is wrong. We are members of the Changxing sect in life, and we will be the ghosts of the Changxing sect in death. We were discovered in the Changxing sect. If we leave the Changxing sect and go to a better place, what kind of person will I, Zhou Nu, become? Other players, that's not a human being, that's a beast. Zhou Xiao. Ah was a little confused, is this idea wrong? After all, he is only 12 years old and it is difficult for him to understand any big principles. I just know that everyone in the cultivation world is like this. Ah said, but I won't leave the Changxing sect. I want to stay here for the rest of my life. He is just a small cultivator with poor talent and no aspirations. It would be good enough for him to stay in the Changxing sect in this life. Compared to those mortals at the foot of the mountain, Ah, who didn't know who his parents were, felt that he was happier than many people. Ms. Zhou patted her chest and said, Big brother, don't worry. We will definitely develop the Changxing sect into a major sect. From now on, you will be our big brother. You will be our big brother for the rest of your life. The other players quickly echoed, that's right, big brother, don't worry, we'll use the cheats to help you, and we'll definitely help you ascend. Ah was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, junior sisters, junior brothers, woo, you are really so kind. But what is the cheat? Han Tian suddenly appeared and interrupted it in time. Big brother, can we go down the mountain? Han Tian and the others had just thought about going down the mountain. Now it was morning, which was the most suitable time. Ah was stunned for a moment, then said, sure, I'll take you down the mountain. Our spiritual fields just need to be replenished with spiritual grass seeds. You just follow me then. Han Tian nodded, then please wait a moment, senior brother, let's go and take care of the matter of the spiritual field first. Because they had promised Jiangye to wait for him to go together, Han Tian and Zhou Xiao had to wait for Jiangye to come online. The other players were curious and a little worried, boss, are you guys going down the mountain now? Han Tian nodded. Follow the eldest brother to take a look. If there are not many people, there should be nothing to worry about.
The other players were hesitant to speak, but everyone was now immersed in the joy of being able to practice and didn't think of anything else for the time being.
They really didn't want to go down the mountain.
The main thing is that if something goes wrong in this game, the account will be banned 100%. Now that we have just entered the game, most players dare not be so reckless. Since some big guys are willing to test the waters first, we just have to wait for them to bring back information. Anyway, everyone's mission is the same now.
If this game allowed infinite resurrection, they would have been running around everywhere by now.
Han Tian also tested his spiritual roots, and as expected, he also had purple spiritual roots. This really broadened Ao's horizons.
It's just a pity.
Generally speaking, the earlier a talent is discovered, the better.
In fact, those whose spiritual root talents are discovered halfway are already very old and their golden period is no longer there when they enter the stage of cultivation. Large sects are unlikely to accept them, unless they have orange spiritual roots with extremely good talents. The golden spiritual root is even more amazing, it is never too late to discover it. The so-called distinction in spiritual roots and talents is that the better the spiritual roots, the more spiritual energy the body can contain, and it will be easier for people to break through the realm than those with lower spiritual roots. This is talent. Insight is something that people are born with. Sometimes, even if you have good talent but low comprehension, it's useless. This is also the reason why many people can only choose to join small sects.
If one enters a small sect with poor resources and average qualifications, his realm progress will naturally be slow.
It's all a vicious cycle.
The better spiritual lands and better resources are monopolized by the big sects, and the small sects can't even get a share. Just like the disciples of the big sects are blessed with all kinds of rare treasures as soon as they come out, the disciples of the Qingqing sect can only be considered to be born and raised by nature, just making do with it.
Han Tian and Zhou Xiao picked two spiritual fields next to each other.
The land here is not picky about water or terrain, as long as it is opened, it can be planted. After all, the most important thing for growing herbs is a place with spiritual energy.
When Han Tian and Zhou Xiao went over, they asked her, "Did you feel any changes online?"
"Yes."
Zhou Xiao took a breath. "I can see more clearly now.
I'm nearsighted in real life, and I never dreamed that one day I would be able to see so clearly without glasses.
This game really gives people a new life."
Han Tian also sighed. "I also think that this game is really a bit weird.
Except there's no pain.
Of course, there is another thing, their bodies don't seem to need to go to the toilet after eating. Other than that, the functions are exactly the same as in reality."
Zhou Xiao laughed and said, "No matter how real it is, it's unreal if you can practice it." Han Tian asked, "Which do you think is more shocking, the ability to cultivate, or the emergence of this kind of game?" Zhou Xiao asked blankly, "What's the difference? Aren't they both shocking?"
Han Tian, from the moment this game appeared, it no longer mattered what genre it was. What mattered was why it was about cultivation. He looked up at the vast land. Clouds were rolling in the distance, and golden sunlight was beginning to shine through the clouds. Everything is like a dream, so incredible and magical, yet so real. The game manufacturer is the Qingqing sect, and our sect in the game is also the Qingqing sect.
There must be some tricks. Han Tian didn't want to think about it anymore. "I think we have to seize the opportunity. We must grasp the two big guys, Zhanya and Chen Miaomiao. We must stick together in the early stages. Later, the game will definitely be open to more players. It will be beneficial for us to seize the opportunity first." Zhou Xiao made an okay gesture and said, "Boss, I'll do whatever you say. I know Sister Miao Miao.
She has a younger sister who is one of the female players this time. I'm her friend in real life, so I'll bring her over when the time comes."
Han Tian nodded. Han Tian and Zhou Xiao had heard some things about spiritual energy from other players. Transformation of matter.
This is something we learned since junior high school and it is easy to understand. But at most you understand its concept, which is just like memorizing math.
Formulas. Does it mean you know it once you know it?
When they reached the edge of the spiritual field, Zhou Xiao and Han Tian began to sit cross-legged in practice, trying to understand and use spiritual energy. It was a very mysterious feeling, as if the existence of spiritual energy had been with them since they were born. It seems that your body has established a channel connecting with the world, and you just need to control it along this channel.
Everything has its own rules. The same is true for so-called cultivation. Han Tian had a good understanding.
After trying for a long time, he finally learned how to let the spiritual energy circulate automatically in his body. However, it was a bit troublesome to control the spiritual energy to come into contact with other substances. After one round, he was sweating profusely. But he already had a rough idea of it.
And after immersing myself in it, this feeling is much better than studying.
Han Tian graduated from a key university in reality, but he had already returned most of the knowledge to his teachers.
He just worked hard when he was studying.
He was not very talented in studying and just felt that it was a very tiring time. But now, he is still working hard on his studies, and he feels that no matter how hard the training is, it is worth it. He didn't know whether his progress was fast or not, but Zhou Xiao next to him was making good progress. Because she had just started learning, she quickly grasped the application of spiritual energy and could barely control a handful of soil. Even if it's only for a brief moment.
Call.
Zhou Xiao opened his eyes, sweat dripping down his forehead, but he felt really good. It feels great. The feeling of using spiritual energy comes from the inherent pursuit of the Chinese people.
It's simply amazing.
Han Tian was also a little surprised. You have a really good understanding.
He.
Zhou Xiao wiped the sweat off his face.
It's okay. I just feel like this thing is really dangerous. It's hard to describe.
And just by delaying for a while, half an hour had passed.
As people say, you can't feel the time when you are practicing. Zhang Ye and Chen Miaomiao are both online.
Han Tian knew the difficulty of this practice and that he would not be able to become a fat man in a short time. At present, the development of the sect was the most important thing, so he called Zhou Xiao to meet up with others.
But what was unexpected was Zhang Ye and Chen Miaomiao do not have orange talents.
Also purple. But compared to Han Tian and Zhou Xiao's purple, their purple is richer, with orange lines flowing in it like the glow of the sunset. It's almost on the verge of a breakthrough.
This also gives everyone an accurate estimate of talent.
If it appears for more than 3 hours, it is probably an orange talent.
The two of them didn't dwell on it.
After learning about Han Tian's plan, Chen Miaomiao shook her head and said, I'm very pressed for time.
I'll leave the task of going down the mountain to you.
After I master the spiritual energy, I'll first study the spiritual fields and herbal seeds here.
Han Tian nodded. Okay, we will tell you what we have discovered then. Chen Miaomiao agreed. Han Tian, Zhou Xiao, and Zhang Ye went down the mountain.
Wu Dahu originally said that he would go, but he didn't expect the light to turn off so quickly in the game, and he still had to go to work, so this event had to end regretfully. After all, he was not online, and the game time did not wait for anyone. The three of them followed Ao down the mountain. Ao was carrying a small backpack, had a little Taoist boy's hairstyle, and was wearing a long gown. He looked quite happy. In fact, the three of them found him very funny. He is obviously just a little kid, yet he happens to be the eldest senior brother of the Changsheng sect. As a disciple of the Changsheng sect, Ah has always been responsible for the daily chores in the sect.
Although there are not many chores. But being alone all the time can be boring.
After all, he was 12 years old, and he had been chattering all the way here, especially the fourth junior sister, who was the one he liked the most, because she was talkative. One of them hasn't spoken for a long time, and the other wants to get information, but they chatter about everything under the sun. Almost everything I knew was known to Zhou Xiao and his companions. The Yunzhou continent is very large, so large that Otta cannot imagine it. The territory they were in was just the Wanxian sect, one of the 9 major sects in Yunzhou continent. The Wanxian sect's territory was in the most prosperous and wealthy Wanxian city, which was the Holy Land most coveted by cultivators. Legend has it that in Zhongqing, even if one does not practice cultivation, but only breathes daily. A person with spiritual roots can reach the middle stage of chi refining in 10 days at most. It's impossible here because the spiritual energy is too thin, so thin that you can hardly see even a few monsters. All that can be seen are low-level beings with undeveloped spiritual intelligence. There are also monsters. Have you ever fought one, senior brother? Zhou Xiao was extremely curious. Ah Wu shook his head. Forget fighting monsters, even my brothers can't see them. The monster's territory isn't here. Usually, the brothers and sisters from Feek sect go there to train. Jianya, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly asked, "Is there any sect that tames beasts?" Ah said, "Of course there are. Some demon beasts can be tamed, but most are spirit beasts raised by sects that control beasts. Spirit beasts are obedient and docile, and have much better personalities than demon beasts tamed from outside, but their fighting power is not as strong as demon beasts." Ah Wu looked up and suddenly said, "But they say that outside of the Yunzhou continent, there is also a clan of holy beasts, the bloodline of the ancient beasts. Even a newborn holy beast can fight against a human cultivator in the nascent soul stage. I haven't seen it, but I heard it from the old sect leader. I don't know if it's true." The three of them quickly memorized this information in their minds. Judging from the information, the background of the Yunzhou continent is quite complete. There wasn't much information that all could reveal, but what he did reveal was shocking enough. Can such a huge world really be modeled entirely in a game? What kind of server can handle it? Can they really see such a world? There is a strange burning feeling in my heart, not only for this game, but also for the huge plot background of the game. Just the tip of the iceberg is enough to make people yearn for it. Although we didn't need to fly, our steps were quite fast, and the appearance of Wanyan County was right in front of us. Having seen the prosperity of modern cities, the scale of Wanyan County is nothing in the eyes of players, but it is rare. This real ancient town, even though it is from the world of immortal cultivation, has a very ancient style. They have really never seen it before. Walking onto the street, you can hear the hawking on the street and see all kinds of pedestrians, each one is unique. That kind of worldly atmosphere is something that these players, who are used to ordering takeout and never go out, rarely see. At this moment, a beautiful, peaceful and comfortable feeling arose. Very nice. Zhou Xiao let out a light breath. I've almost forgotten how long it's been since I last enjoyed this kind of everyday life. I still remember the beef potcakes sold downstairs from my house. They'd come every morning and the owner fried them all fresh. The cakes were crispy, and the beef filling was so salty and fragrant. Then I went to high school and was so absorbed in my studies that I never saw such a lively scene again. Han Tian listened and swallowed his saliva, stopped talking. I'm a little hungry, but if I order takeout now, I'm afraid I can only eat pre-made food. Even Jiang Ye glanced at them. Ah Wu looked at Zhou Xiao curiously. Junior sister, what are you talking about? High school, studying? Zhou Xiao discovered that they were speaking modern language, but the system didn't stop them? Ding, aside from blocking keywords like game and player, the system does not restrict players' words or actions. Please use your discretion. After hearing this, Zhou Xiao said carefully, "No, I just remembered my past." Are you craving beef patties? We don't have the kind of potcakes you mentioned, but we do have beef patties. Picked up the key point in her words and patted his chest loudly. Big brother, if you know where to get them, I'll take you there. He then took the lead and ran forward, soon arriving at a stall. Uncle, give me 52 beef patties. Each of his fellow disciples got one, and he and the sect leader also got one. As long as it is something that does not have anything to do with spiritual energy, the price is ridiculously cheap compared to what it would cost to buy it with spiritual stones. Good Lou. Zhou Xiao saw that actually went to buy beef patties, but she just sighed casually. Zhou Xiao suddenly felt his eyes warm. Fuck, this feeling of someone taking my words to heart. Boss, I'm done. I'm going to play this game forever. I want to create a better sect for the sect master. I want to give all of the childhood a child deserves. Pay the gold. Quickly activate the pay-to-win system. I want to show this game what a terrifying pay-to-win player is.
Han Tian, Jiangya.
But they were actually quite surprised.
Ah will take a casual remark seriously.
At the beginning, when they came in, they always thought that Ah was an NPC in the game. But now when we come to this town, we find that it is so real, and every person is so vivid and real.
They clearly exist in reality. Can games really do this?
I've only been in this game for a few hours, but I've already thought about it countless times.
And most importantly, will such a game attract the attention of the country?
After buying the beef patties, Ah came over and stuffed one for each of Zhou Xiao and the other two. The rest were placed in the small backpack. This beef patty is made with solid ingredients, and although the seasoning is not as elaborate as that of later generations, it has a unique flavor and tastes much better than the pre-made products sold in reality.
How can you actually taste such complex flavors in this game?
The three people who had previously thought that Mantu was just an exception were a little surprised. Zhou Xiao looked around and found that although the street was bustling, most of the people there were selling cakes and noodles, and some were selling hotcakes. Generally speaking, it was not as diverse as in modern society.
There must be enough variety in the real food.
After all, this is an ancient setting, and some things are not even available on the Yunzhou continent. The cultivators in Yunzhou continent have no pursuit of food, and mortals do not conduct in-depth research on this due to development factors.
Zhou Xiao suddenly said, it seems like they can all trade with spirit stones. They can study some modern delicacies and sell them in the county town. Han Tian said, it's hard to make money.
Big Brother bought so many meat patties for only 2 low-grade spirit stones.
This is considered a pretty good delicacy, simply because the raw materials are all ordinary ingredients and the price is so cheap.
Zhou Xiao said, I don't believe that cultivators who have completed their fasting period will stop pursuing delicious food.
It must simply be because it's not delicious enough.
Think about it, if you reach a higher level in the later stages, even though cream cakes and fried skewers are junk food, can you really completely eliminate your
appetite? Han Tian. That's certainly not possible. Mortals don't use materials that contain spiritual energy, so they're cheaper. We can work on this.
But they soon found out why the food was so cheap.
Even the blood-replenishing pills made from spiritual herbs were still very cheap. There is a universal blood-replenishing pill in the Yunzhou continent. This pill can be used by mortals as well. Just one pill can stop bleeding immediately.
The effect is immediate and better than any first aid. Each one is sold for only 1 low-grade spirit stone. But it doesn't have such a good effect on cultivators, because cultivators are usually injured by cultivators of the same level, or by monsters. At this time, ordinary blood-replenishing pills don't have much effect, but they can delay the injury for a while. In addition, there are slightly more expensive chi-replenishing pills.
Chi-replenishing pills are used to replenish a person's spiritual energy.
They allow a person to use slightly more spiritual energy within a certain period of time, but the effect is minimal, better than nothing, and the effects cannot be stacked. If mortals can use it, it can make their bodies stronger. 2 low-grade spirit stones in 1 pill. The price seems low, but the 50-odd meat patties just now were only worth 2 low-grade spirit stones. Mortals still traded with ordinary silver coins and could not buy so many spirit stones, so naturally they could not afford such pills. In addition, other rare elixirs are generally produced by the medicine sect. There is no medicine sect in Wanyan County because this is already the territory of the Feek sect.
There is only one medicine sect in the next town.
It is a spiritual medicine, which was purchased by Yunzhou Continent General. This time, Ah came to buy spiritual herb seedlings.
There is a pharmacy in Wanyan County that is responsible for selling these spiritual herb seedlings.
The price is not expensive, 10 seedlings only cost 1 low-grade spirit stone, but the results vary from person to person. Mortals cannot grow it because it requires cultivators to use spiritual energy to nourish it. In addition, there is also fertilizer, first-level spiritual herb water. 1 bottle costs 1 low-grade spiritual stone, and 1 bottle can consume 1 acre of land. The spiritual herbs blood pearl grass and yiling grass grown are the raw materials for blood-replenishing pills and chi-replenishing pills. Since the pills are cheap, the spiritual herbs are naturally cheap as well.
Ada said, it's usually good if a few plants can survive. If you're lucky enough to grow a second level or higher one, you'll be rich. A second level plant like this can be sold for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Except for cultivators, medicinal herbs and monsters on the Yunzhou continent are all classified by level. The higher the order, the rarer it is. The difference between spiritual herbs and ordinary flowers and plants is that they are covered with a layer of faint spiritual energy, which is invisible to the naked eye of mortals, but in the eyes of cultivators, it is like a flowing light special effect, which is easy to identify. Jiangya asked Wu, "Brother, is this difficult to come out?" "Of course it's difficult." Ah scratched his head. "I've been growing spiritual herbs for several years, and I've only managed to get a second-level blood bead grass once. I don't even know how I grew it." Han Tian also asked, "What is the highest level that spiritual medicine can grow to?" Wu was a little bewildered. "I'm not sure. Blood pearl grass and yiling grass are too common. I've only heard of the highest being level 3. Spiritual herbs can appear at any stage. There's even a legend that disciples of the medicine sect can cultivate spiritual herbs above the 4th level from spiritual herb seedlings." The owner of the drugstore heard what they said and walked out slowly. He is a local boss, an ordinary casual cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. He has been in the medicine business for a long time. The Fiqh sect in Wanyan County does not produce medicine, so the existence of this boss is quite important. The pharmacy owner said, "I have 2 relatively rare plants of resurrection grass and fortifying grass. Would you like to take them?" "What do I need this for?" Wrinkled his nose. Resurrection grass is the raw material for the 3rd-level resurrection pill, and solidifying grass is also the material for the 4th-level solidifying pill. I can't even grow blood pearl grass, so why would I grow this? The drugstore owner sighed, "This isn't a coincidence." The Fiqh sect also said they wouldn't accept them. "There are only 2 of them, and the price is cheap. I'll give them to you for 4 low-grade spirit stones. If you don't want them, I'll keep them and wait for the people from the Peach Blossom sect next door to come and buy them." Although the name of Taohua sect sounds vulgar, it is the medicine sect in the neighboring town. They gave it this name simply because their sect leader was nicknamed Peach Blossom Monk. For low-grade spirit stones are indeed cheap. Although it is a high-level spirit herb, it is also quite common. But that is for the monks who can support themselves. I can't even guarantee that this thing will survive 100% if I plant it in the Jindan stage, let alone the Qi refining stage. I'm going to kill you to watch. But Zhang Yi's eyes moved. Han Tian and Zhou Xiao also reacted. What are they missing now? What is lacking is the understanding of the Yunzhou continent, and there is also Chen Miaomiao in the sect who is studying this spiritual herb. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Zhou Xiao spoke first, "Brother, we haven't seen it before, and we are very curious. How about buying it and taking it back to have a look?" "What?" Was dumbfounded. "But 4 low-grade spirit stones are enough for us to have a meal." Counted on his fingers with a bitter face, "There is not much money in the sect. I haven't harvested the spirit herbs I just planted yet, and I don't know how much I can sell them for." The sect leader almost gave him all his belongings to buy spiritual herbs. Because this is the only way to make money, the principle cannot be withheld. This is so touching that it makes people cry. The drugstore owner hissed, "How dare you continue recruiting disciples when you're this broke? What's your sect leader thinking?" Han Tian frowned and said, "Don't worry, senior brother, we will find a way to make money. We can't let so many people starve to death. Then it won't be the sect leader who will be embarrassed. It's this group of players. I don't believe that modern knowledge is really useless in this land of cultivation." In the end, Odd bought the 2 extra spiritual herbs. He is the eldest brother, and the younger brothers and sisters have just come in. What else can he do if he doesn't pamper them? After buying all the spiritual herb seedlings needed for the sect, Odd took Zhou Xiao and the other 2 on a walk. Several people had good memories and wrote down some key terrain points. Wanyan County is not big. There is only 1 street running through it.
There are many mortal houses on both sides, and occasionally there are some places selling magic weapons for monks.
It's a pity that you only need to take a look at that place. Any item in it can make the current Changsheng sect bankrupt. It may not even be qualified to go bankrupt. Bankrupted.
The three of them probably had some expectations in their minds. When I returned to the sect, many players had already logged off, with only a dozen or so remaining online.
It's easy to understand those who are offline, they have to go to work. Han Tian noticed that there was still someone who had not come online. That is Mu Chou, the female player whose talent is second only to Chen Miaomio and Jianya. He asked. Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao was also a little puzzled. I don't know her.
She made the reservation through another game group at the time. She's usually very low-key and we haven't talked much.
Maybe something delayed her. Since they are willing to join their group, it definitely doesn't mean they don't want to play this game. Han Tian didn't ask any more questions. Now they are going to the fertile soil.
The newly reclaimed spiritual fields were not tilled like the traditional method, but fertilized soil.
Sprinkle fertilizer and water in first to allow the spiritual field to be completely transformed into the environment needed by the spiritual grass seedlings. Then you can start planting spiritual grass seedlings.
Only dozens of plants can be planted in 1 acre of land, which is incredibly small. But that is because the root system of spiritual herbs occupies a large area. The better the root system of a seedling grows, the greater the probability of producing high-level spiritual herbs. After planting, any problems with the spiritual grass seedlings can only be observed with spiritual energy, but in most cases there is no need to do anything about it. Sometimes if you find that the spiritual grass seedlings are a little weak, you can move them to a new place appropriately. Whether you can survive seems to depend on fate. Moreover, the cycle is very short, and a batch can be quickly trained in just 1 month. When the three of them went over, Chen Miaomio had already finished observing the spiritual field planted by Ao.
Zhou Xiao hurried over to ask her, "How is it, boss?" Chen Miaomio shook her head. It's hard to tell the problem just by looking at it this way. I've looked at the mature spiritual herbs and there's nothing wrong with them. I'm going to use 1 acre of land as a test field. Zhou Xiao said, "Okay, no problem. If you need experimental land, just tell me and I'll give you 1 acre of mine." Han Tian settled accounts with Jianya, as expected. Relying solely on growing spiritual herbs is not very profitable. Although 10 seedlings can only be sold for 1 low-grade spiritual stone, there is still a survival rate. The eldest brother said that if he grows them, it will be 50 to 50. I can make some money each time, but it's not much. One person's energy isn't enough to support more than one.
Chen Miaomio also added, according to him, seedlings are cultivated from mature spiritual herbs, and only a section of the root system needs to be cut off. However, sometimes if a section is cut off, not only will the spiritual herb die, but the root system will also not survive. There are also methods for cultivating it, so he always buys spiritual herb seedlings directly from others. I guess the people of the medicine sect should have a way to guarantee the survival rate of these seedlings.
I can guarantee it, but I won't tell you how. This is because a powerful sect has monopolized the method. Ding, novice mission begins.
Players can receive 2 acres of land as a sect mission, and complete the task of ranking the number of spiritual herbs in the fields every month. The points earned from the ranking can be exchanged with the system for game video admission rights. Besides the 2 acres of land, players can use their points to rent more land from the sect leader to start cultivating spiritual herbs. After the harvest, they only need to pay 30% to the sect, and the remaining 70% is theirs. Please note that if you choose to trade your own property with outsiders without incurring taxes, you will not receive any game points. If you choose to use 30% of the transaction amount as taxes, you will receive a certain amount of points. Points are used to open all permissions connected to reality, and to exchange for rare items from the sect master. When this news came out, it really scared the online players.
Fuck, can I record the video now? Wouldn't it be possible to live stream this game in the future? That's awesome. As long as I can live stream it, everyone will know how awesome I am at this game. Han Tian narrowed his eyes, ranking task. Zhou Xiao rolled his eyes. As expected, every game is ranked. But Boss Han, you definitely want the admission privilege, right? Han Tian nodded. I want to make a game review video. This admission permission must be opened. Now their players don't even have the right to take screenshots or record anything, so any review is just empty talk. As long as there is no evidence, others will not believe how great the game they are playing is. It's not that Song Jiulai is unwilling to give it. But even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Any channel connected to reality consumes enormous amounts of energy. It's hard to even record a video and send it out, let alone live streaming. The system also complained, at least there are people now. The energy calculation method required by the system is very complicated, and it is mainly contributed by the players. The stronger the player, the more supplies the sect has, and the more energy it can replenish. Only Song Jiu can unlock more system permissions by coming here. If she becomes stronger, it will also enhance the system energy, but one person is definitely not as good as the supplement of a group of people. Energy is something you can see but cannot touch. The points contributed by the players are actually energy carriers. Once they can take good care of the spiritual fields, they will basically have reached the threshold and will be not far from the middle stage of chi refining. The main reason is that there is too little spiritual energy in their place. They did it right away. Han Tian also thought of something and talked about it in the group after logging off. Jingbei Ocean, I've applied to the system website to set up a strategy forum. We can post strategies there if we want. There is definitely more than one way to play this game except planting spiritual herbs. There will always be some players who will figure out different strategies. 1111. Support the boss well. Wow, I really want to play. I'm at work now but I'm distracted. My mind has been full of cultivation the whole day. What a sin. Why do people have to go to work? Han Tian turned off the computer and applied to the system to create a strategy forum. But the system didn't pass. He frowned, not knowing why, but considering that the game company was too mysterious, he didn't bother with it and simply created a strategy website himself. Yunzhou Continent Strategy Station. Opening notes, a complete background story. I first briefly wrote a background division, and used AI graphics to draw a complete map from Wangan County to Changsheng Sect according to my memory. He even marked every person, NPC, on the map that he could remember, including what they sold. He also left a message for Zhou Xiao, Jiangya, Chen Miaomiao and others, saying that they could fill in any omissions. This later shocked the whole world. The world of Yunzhou begins. This is also a big project. Jingbei Ocean rubbed his eyes, temporarily set up this website, and posted the basic information on Weibo. Blast Sky V, welcome interested players to visit this game. I can say responsibly that this is indeed a holographic simulation game. I have already drawn out all the maps that I have visited temporarily in the game. To be honest, this game map is larger than I can imagine. It is basically the world of Second Life. The game is still in its early stages, and our Changsheng sect currently doesn't have any major development paths. Besides spiritual herbs, I hope you can offer some advice on other development directions. Jingbei Ocean launched the website and there were no other games. Even if they don't believe it, there will always be people who will take a look at it. The Changsheng sect currently lacks a main goal, and perhaps some big shot will come out and offer some advice. That's right, he just wants to get something for free. After sending it out, Jingbei Ocean felt a little tired, but he didn't feel as tired and painful as usual after staying up late. At least his mind felt clear. But his reason told him that he should have some breakfast and rest. No matter how fun the game is, you need to have a healthy body to keep playing it. He didn't care about it after the Weibo post was published. Many fans saw the message he sent and clicked on it, and found that the background and map of the Yunzhou continent were quite realistic. It's just an AI drawing, it looks fake at first glance. What the hell, you really take a crappy game seriously? I'm really hallucinating from playing games. Even if I wanted to advertise, I wouldn't do it this way. Yuri just saying idiot if there's no picture. Even in the land of immortal cultivation, your background is too fake. What mortal would mix with cultivators? How can a mortal be considered a human being?
Jingbei Ocean, who was out for dinner, saw this comment, swallowed the beef patty in his mouth, and replied, "Not really. I have observed that although mortals don't have much contact with cultivators, it is because we are in the marginal area with thin spiritual energy, which is the territory of mortals. The closer to the larger territory, the fewer mortals there are. Other sects don't understand, but the territory we're in is managed by the Feek sect, a weapon refining sect. They're supposed to be quite strict. After browsing the game, I haven't seen any conflicts between cultivators and mortals, and we still purchase supplies from mortals as normal. Although the chi refining stage has stepped into the door of immortality, it does not mean that you are no longer the same as ordinary people. That is something that only the chi refining stage disciples born in large clan territories would consider. In this remote area, some disciples who were born with spiritual roots would go home. If you can't break through the foundation building stage, the best you can do is live for decades or even hundreds of years in good health. What's the difference between you and an ordinary person? Only those with particularly good spiritual roots who are poached by large sects will acquiesce to the fact that they will never be able to return to the mortal world in this life. As for cultivating the mind and so on, don't think about it. Why think so much when you are only in the chi refining stage? The large sects monopolize resources and prevent cultivators from making progress. Jingbei Ocean and the others even asked Awe today why cultivators in the chi refining stage don't try to move to better sect territories. Awe said that there is a certain distance between the borders of each sect, where monsters and beasts may appear. What I fear most are independent cultivators who might hurt others. How can you guarantee that you, a cultivator in the chi refining stage, can successfully cross over to the territory of a large sect? This is already an invisible test. This method of monopoly seems so familiar. How is it different from class monopoly? If you have no talent and no ability, you will never be allowed to succeed in your life. So the bad will get worse, and the strong will get stronger. Han Tian felt that the Yunzhou continent was not as simple as it seemed. After making his comment, he continued eating his beef patties. Well, maybe it's not an illusion. Although this beef patty is freshly made, it is obviously not as solid as the one in the game. It's amazing. Asterisk. Wanxiu, are you going to the party today? A stylishly dressed female colleague came to Dongfang Wanxiu's desk. Dongfang Wanxiu adjusted his glasses, which were heavily myopic, and shook his head, no. The female colleague was a little curious, why don't you go? It seems that the leader will be coming today. Don't you want to perform well? What's so great about just a party? Dongfang Wanxiu's mind was completely elsewhere. She felt overwhelmed looking at the pile of documents on her hands. I have to finish this and go home early this afternoon. Office workers have a really hard life. The female colleague became even more curious, why are you going back? You're not married and don't have children, so you have a boyfriend? No, I'm in a hurry to get back to playing games. Female colleague, Dongfang Wanxiu was of course anxious. The time ratio in the game is 2-to-1. She hasn't been online since last night. She doesn't know how much time she has wasted, nor does she know what her talent is. The game that I accidentally discovered last night was simply amazing. Dongfang Wanxiu has never played such a fun game in his life. Holographic, real. It's just that she didn't get her looks right at the beginning, and the senior brother eliminated her based on her looks, which was too heartbreaking. She is single and usually plays games to pass the time besides her daily work activities. She was supposed to stay up late last night, but her boss got crazy in the middle of the night and insisted she finish a report. This is how hard life is for a worker. In order to finish the report, she had no time to play games and she also needed to rest. The department notified her today that there would be a party, but now she doesn't want to go at all. What does it matter whether she is a leader or not? It means nothing if she is not promoted or given a raise. The female colleague didn't quite believe Dongfang Wanxiu was really going back to play games, so she asked again, "You're really not going? Aren't you afraid that bald guy will trip you up?" Whatever. Dongfang Wanqiu sneered, if that damn bald guy thinks he can still hire a beast of burden like me at this price, he can just fire me. No matter how big the world is, she still wants to go back and play games.
The female colleague sighed, that's true. He wouldn't dare fire you. Fine, if you don't want to go, then forget it. I won't list you. It is good. After chatting with her female colleague, Dongfang Wanqiu looked at the gaming group she joined last night.
To her surprise, Ms. Zhou asked her privately why she was not online last night.
Dongfang Wanqiu was busy with work and had only just seen it now.
She could only leave a message, sister, I'm a working class person with a hard life. I can only go online after I get home from get off work this afternoon.
The other party quickly replied, sorry, you can go this afternoon.
The explosive Skyboss posted a website guide on Weibo.
If you're curious, you can check it out. It now records the places we visited, with maps and NPCs marked. Mucho, okay.
No one can spend 24 hours a day in the game, everyone has his or her own way of playing. It was still early after get off work, so Dongfang Wanqiu opened the Jingbei Ocean website and started to read the records and slack off. At the same time, Song Jiulai in Yunzhou continent also had to face his own troubles. Su Huanli has gone out to gain experience, and now the only one left in Feek sect that she can contact is senior sister Aquarius. In 2 days in the game, she finished reading part of the Yunzhou Mineral Encyclopedia, and was scolded by the system as soon as she started to slack off.
How can you read novels at your age? Song Jiulai, the donkeys in the production team also need a break, right? There is no need to sleep now.
I just need to keep the spiritual energy flowing slowly to keep my mind clear.
She hasn't rested since she came to Yunzhou continent and awakened her spiritual roots. If you are either reading books or practicing, you will be useless. System, you can take a break, but don't take too long. 3 minutes is enough, right? Song Jiulai. What a beastly system you are. Metropolitan.
Suddenly, Ah Wu's voice came from outside.
Song Jiulai put his legs on the table, stood up straight and walked out the door. What's the matter, Ah Wu?
Ah Wu said puzzledly, just now, when I was collecting spiritual herbs, I saw spirit-stealing rats heading towards the spiritual fields of my junior brothers and sisters. This time, they didn't bite the spiritual herbs, but instead took a few bites at my junior brothers.
Now that I've driven them away, the spirit-stealing rats are attacking people. Should I tell the people of Feek sect about this? Song Jio came with a chill. The soul-stealing rat is a first-level demon beast with no intelligence. It feeds on spiritual herbs.
But he is timid in nature, and can usually be found growing wild spiritual herbs in corners, which occasionally harass those planted by monks. Although it is annoying, it is very fast and ordinary chi refining disciples cannot catch it, so they just want to drive it away. But stealing the spirit rat and hurting people? This has never happened before. There are some first-level monsters on this mountain. Feek sect did not deal with them because everything has its own ecosystem. The existence of these monsters can ensure a certain degree of circulation of spiritual energy. Only monsters that hurt people will be eliminated. Stealing spirit rats to attack her disciples? Song Jiulai quickly thought of a point. These players are all made of puppets, and the raw material of the puppets is spiritual herb powder. In the eyes of the spiritual rats, they are large glowing food rice balls. It would be strange if they didn't take a bite. But the people of Feek sect don't know. If someone discovered that the player's body was made of a puppet, it would be difficult to explain this incredible thing. Song Jiulai immediately asked, are they seriously injured? Ah Wu pondered for a moment and said, it's not serious, actually. One of my junior brothers got licked and screamed miserably. It seemed like he was afraid of mice and found it disgusting. To be honest, the thieving rat actually looks pretty good. At least it looks like a squirrel, and it's quite cute. That's fine. Song Jiulai waved his hand, spirit-stealing rats are timid to begin with. Just ask your fellow apprentices to be more careful and drive them away. Oh. Ah Wu took 2 steps and suddenly turned back, can I raise it? Song Jiulai was stunned for a second, raise who? You mean steal the spirit rats?
Nono said Did my junior brothers and sisters say that? Certainly couldn't say such a thing.
Is a local traditional cultivator. In his concept, monsters are monsters, and no matter how cute the stealing spirit rat is, it is still a monster.
Moreover, they steal spiritual rats and eat spiritual herbs.
Except for the beast taming sect, which has special methods to raise them, ordinary cultivators who have nothing else to do would not keep such unintelligent monsters around them. He only eats and has no intelligence, but he runs faster than you when fighting.
It's useless to focus on one.
It must be a player who came up with such a bad idea. Ah Wu said embarrassedly, Master, I also feel that it is inappropriate, but my fellow apprentices have been teasing me. But the other players became interested when they saw how cute the soul-stealing rat looked.
When you come to the land of cultivation, you have to refine weapons, make elixirs and tame beasts, don't you have to do all that?
I can't afford the high-end stuff, so I'll go for the low-end route first.
After all, Aw is young. He is the eldest brother, but he doesn't act like one.
So a group of old foxes instigated a little kid to ask. Song Jiulai said with a stern face, tell them that they can raise them, but they steal spirit rats and eat a lot of them, and sometimes they will destroy the spirit grass fields.
If they can't handle this problem, don't raise them. They will be responsible for any losses.
Then I'll go back and tell them. After Ada left, Song Jiulai still asked the system to warn the players. Ding, players should consult the system first if they have any information.
The system will approve the information before proceeding.
The system binds everyone, but does not monitor them 24 hours a day because that also consumes energy. The system will only come out if their actions trigger the system alarm and they summon the system themselves.
After hearing this warning, the online players immediately understood.
Look, I told you to ask yourself.
That's right, it's just a pet, and you let a kid ask about it. He's the eldest brother after all, you can't bully him.
Came down from the clan leader's courtyard with great enthusiasm and quickly told them loudly. The clan leader said, we can raise it. At the same time, the system notification came down. Ding, about raising monsters. Players can raise captured monsters until they are completely tamed. During this period, all losses caused by the monsters to the clan will be borne by the players themselves, and the monsters' food expenses will also be borne by the players. After this notice came out, everyone felt relieved. The player who was licked by the soul-stealing rat jumped up immediately.
You actually still want to raise mice? Ma Xiaonia's good brother Ma Xiaoben curled his lips and replied, what do you mean by a mouse? I've seen some that look like squirrels, and they're so cute. The sect master even said we can keep them.
After studying the blood-bead grass bitten by the spirit-stealing rat, Chen Miaomia stood up and said, the sect leader also said that if you catch it, you can raise it.
You guys can't catch it at such a fast speed. And Ada said that the spirit-stealing rat eats at least one spirit herb a day. Who among you can afford to raise it now? It's not now that I want to raise one. After hearing what she said, the players gave up.
At this time, two players were discussing secretly in the corner.
I'm not good at farming, so I can only complete the sect's missions. I want to do something else. I did some research. Boss Han and his team went to the foot of the mountain and said that the living standard of the people at the foot of the mountain is about the same as the ancient technology level in our reality. They can't use the things of cultivators. How about starting some large-scale development at the foot of the mountain? For example, build some workshops or something? Another player was a little confused. You want to industrialize? Aren't we here to play a cultivation game? Silly.
The sect is now broke and has no spirit stones. Our cultivation is like absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, so we must get resources from other places.
Forget about anything else, you want to make a game console. Do you think those mortals would be interested? Maybe some cultivators would be interested too. Earn spirit stones first. Can you make a game console? I'm just using this metaphor. Everything is difficult at the beginning. It sounds like a big project. Will it be enough for just the two of us? And we don't have any money. I definitely need to recruit some people. There should be some who don't like farming like me. I'll find a few to join us and make a schedule. That's okay. Diary of a local cultivator from Yunzhou Continent 1. When I began my cultivation as a child, the Yunzhou continent was quite normal. Until I flew into mortal airspace and was grounded for a year. I was furious and wanted to complain, but then I discovered that the security chiefs at mortal airports were at least at the Jindan stage, so I gave in. I don't understand, really. The ideas are rich and the reality is skinny. Several players were planning to start large-scale ancient infrastructure construction with great enthusiasm, but they were dealt a heavy blow right at the beginning. First, a few questions about ancient foundations. For example, the mortals in Yunzhou continent do not have to worry about medical technology and the most serious problem of food shortage. An unscientific blood-replenishing pill can heal most of immortals' injuries, unless the person is poisoned by a monster or beast. Common plague diseases have also disappeared, and only viruses from monsters can cause disasters. But the monsters were driven into a fixed place. This was the territory of a large clan and was not a dangerous area. As long as you didn't go out, it would be difficult to encounter one in your lifetime. The problem of food. Because there is spiritual energy between heaven and earth, even if there is not much in Wangan County, that spiritual energy can allow the grains to grow exceptionally abundantly. Even the rare rice is grown by the local people. The fact that every household can eat white flour at least proves that their living conditions are not bad. These 2 points alone are enough to kill players' desire to develop medical treatment and grow food. But the players still don't give up. Life is too abundant, and there will always be people pursuing better quality. In this case, let's build on the foundation. Zhou Xiao had said earlier that if he wanted to make more delicious pastries, it might be a good idea to start with food. The players also bought a blood-replenishing pill to try, and concluded that it tasted unpalatable. They all felt that the disciples who practiced alchemy had a promising future. The taste of the blood bead grass was not very good, and the skills of the disciples of the medicine sect were uneven, so the blood-replenishing pills they made were not as delicious as the legendary elixir, and were rather astringent. If that's the case, why can't we make a strawberry-flavored blood-replenishing pill? Chen Miao studied it for 2 days, but she didn't know anything else yet. She discovered that the rhizome of the spiritual grass could be used for cooking. Anyway, it is not poisonous. Just add salt and stir-fry it to make a refreshing and delicious vegetable. The 2 players who were discussing the matter also started to log off and scratch their heads to look up information to see what kind of scientific and technological achievements this ancient continent had that they could acquire first. It was only the 2nd day in the game, but in reality it was already dark in the game at noon. Players go to work, while those who play games all night can hardly hold on. Even if there is no response in the game, you still need to go to the toilet and eat in reality. It is impossible to spend 24 hours in the game. When everyone was busy, Song Jiulai couldn't sit idle either. Looking at the information is one thing. She also had to find a way to make money. Players work for her to grow spiritual herbs and she also has to pay her a basic salary. The current price is 10 low-grade spirit stones per month. Not only will you have to pay taxes, but it will also be embarrassing not to be able to pay the money. So she went down the mountain. Of course, it was a coincidence that she rained today, and the originally dark night suddenly turned into a bright sky. A clear phoenix cry was heard in the clouds, resounding for thousands of miles, and the fiery red light illuminated the land of Wangan County like daylight. Song Jiulai felt a huge pressure before he took 2 steps. Suffocation, that is an absolute majesty, a crushing force from a high-level cultivator. The area within 100 miles was shrouded in this ball of red fire, and the aura was so strong that it seemed to be able to crush the world. Song Jiulai said inwardly, "Fuck. System, what's going on?" With such a big commotion, there must be a high-level cultivator showing his presence, or a fight has broken out. Otherwise, everyone usually passes by in a low-key manner, and high-level cultivators will not let ordinary people and low-level cultivators detect any of their presence at all. System, how would I know if you don't even know? Song Jiulai, what use do I have for you? System, you are so realistic. But soon, the noise disappeared after only a dozen seconds. The breath disappeared.
Song Jiulai thought that it was not something she could know at her level anyway, so she continued to move towards her destination. She was going to a place called Dongma Valley.
Wanyan County is located on the edge of the Wanxian sect, and even the edge of the area is unimaginably large.
But the Dongma Valley is the dividing line between the Wanxian sect and other large sections.
There are countless monsters here.
It is said that there is a 7th level monster comparable to the nascent soul stage in the valley.
Even this is where Su Huanli is going to train. Of course, Song Jiulai didn't have the ability to go to the center area. She just went to the edge of the Cave Demon Valley to bully some easy-to-bully monsters.
Cultivators also need to gain experience, and killing monsters is one of them. The most important thing is that the corpses of monsters can be sold for money. By the way, she will collect some things to see if she can find any wild spiritual minerals or something like that. No one else would be as miserable as her when it comes to being a sect leader.
If Song Jiulai had money, he wouldn't want to go out. Wouldn't it be better to wait safely for the players to make money? But no.
If she didn't gain experience, she might not be able to defeat that group of players. Everyone knows that Chinese people are competitive wherever they go. She won't tell the players about the existence of the Cave Demon Valley for now. As the sect leader, she will secretly take it away first. The Demon Valley is very big, very big. This dividing line alone is enough to rival a country in reality. Even if Song Jiulai went to the most marginal area, it would take a day and a night to walk. One can imagine how huge the Yunzhou continent is. This round trip took 2 or 3 days. Now that all the players have come in, it doesn't matter if she's away for 2 or 3 days, the system can communicate remotely anyway. Moreover, Song Jiulai was also feeling uneasy. He went here because his senior brothers and sisters from Feek sect and the neighboring Taohua sect were stationed there for training. In order to prevent some demon-possessed cultivators from taking action, they would protect low-level cultivators there. It is impossible for a cultivator to avoid fighting with others, and it is unrealistic not to gain experience.
If this wasn't the case, Song Jiulai would never go there during the chi refining stage.
It is said that further ahead, there are disciples from other large sects and even the Wanxian sect in the core area. Of course, they are going there to deal with high-level monsters, which is different from poor people like Song Jiulai who are out to gain experience but actually to make money. No one knew that Song Jiu had come here, and the players also began to mobilize. In addition to cutting down trees to build houses and using them to practice controlling spiritual energy, Chen Miaomiao and a player have already developed the sect's first money-making project.
Winemaking. Yes, it's wine.
In ancient times, although there was wine, the conditions were insufficient, especially the need for grain to make wine.
There is no such worry in the Yunzhou continent. The conditions are too good and there is no shortage of food. Moreover, the food of mortals is cheap. You can buy it to make wine and then sell it back, and at least make a lot of money. Chen Miaomiao can also try to study and see if spiritual herbs and the like can be incorporated into it.
But she is too poor at the moment. The only herbs she has for experiments are the bloodbead grass and beneficial spirit grass grown by all.
She needs to buy seedlings of other miscellaneous spiritual herbs for cultivation.
Ao was going to sell his 2 acres of land after harvesting it, and when she promised to return it, he left her 10 plants as a backup. Wine is something that is loved not only by mortals but also by some monks.
Otherwise, why would there be nicknames like Drunken Immortal?
The player who brews wine has an ID of Fan Guzhou.
The family makes wine.
He learned these from his family since he was a child and is very good at brewing. Not only ordinary spirits, but also fruit wines and the like are no problem. In real life, he can also mix Western wines, making him a true all-rounder in the wine business. When he saw that the mortals here had no shortage of food, he became interested. People living at the foot of the mountain can eat as much white flour as they want. Since there is no shortage of food, it must be easy to make something like wine. He didn't believe that their modern craftsmanship could not compare to that of the immortal world. It's really better.
Monks do not pursue food and drink, and mortals also want to pursue immortality.
Although things other than food and clothing have developed well, they are far less rich than the thoughts of modern people. He and Chen Miao tried the rhizome of blood-bead grass together, and after not being poisoned, he began to have other ideas.
Boss, if this thing can be used to make pills, will it have the same effect if put in wine?
Chen Miao thought it was feasible. I just don't know how the disciples of the medicine sect actually make pills.
If other methods are used, I don't know if it will work in winemaking. When Ah heard them discussing this, he said, you can buy them. Basic alchemy books are very cheap.
These are common books in Yunzhou continent, and any cultivator with money can buy them.
Only high-level alchemy or weapon-making techniques are kept secret.
After all, every sect has its own unique signature.
Chen Miao's eyes lit up at that moment. Very cheap?
10 low-grade spirit stones will be enough, but the alchemy furnace is too expensive.
One furnace costs at least 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and it's easy to explode. I can't afford it.
Chen Miao heard this and said, you can buy some alchemy books first.
I'm going to focus on refining medicine.
She knew very well that her development direction had to be focused, and it was impossible to have everything.
With so many players, some will pursue other things.
While they were discussing, Song Jiulai just came out, and then the strange phenomenon in the sky appeared. The fiery red aura spread to the Yunzhou continent, frightening all the online players so much that they dared not move. It was a kind of momentum that was hard to describe.
I really understood what absolute aura suppression meant.
It's like the fear that comes from the blood of an animal when facing the king of beasts. The sound of the phoenix's cry ignited the players' nerves.
Until the aura dissipated, all the online players exploded. Fuck, what is that? It's so cool? What big guy is out? Amazing. When will I ever be able to reach that level? This game has a boss coming out early?
The players were whispering to each other, and Ah was also frightened, but he had been here for more than 10 years after all, and had occasionally seen such scenes.
Chen Miao asked him, brother, what happened just now?
Ah shook his head, I don't know either, maybe a powerful monk passed by. Seeing that he didn't know either, Chen Miao stopped asking.
The world currently shown in this game is just the tip of the iceberg. I really don't know what the legendary Wanxian sect is like.
Fan Guzhou wanted to make wine, so this time he and all went down the mountain to observe the market situation. Chen Miao stayed in the game for a day and a night, but her body couldn't take it anymore, so she chose to log off. The moment she took off the VR glasses, Chen Miao found that her mental state was actually fine, except for some discomfort on her nose bridge due to the long-term restraint. Looking at the time again, she found that she had logged off for a few hours to rest after logging online in the early morning last night. She entered the game at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Miao was shocked by her own obsession.
Did she play for so long?
When she opened her phone, she found that many people had sent her messages.
Absurd.
Chen Miao murmured softly and quickly replied to these people. Because she likes to live alone, she rented a house near the school so that she can play games by herself without disturbing others. She was very hungry after playing the game, so she made a bowl of noodles to fill her stomach. In the afternoon, a friend asked her out for milk tea, and Chen Miao thought about it and agreed. When we met, she was also checking the messages in the game group. Even though she was not online, everyone was communicating about game information. All 50 people have joined, and no one has thought about quitting the game yet. Her friend was puzzled as she watched her chatting away. What are you busy with? I sent you a message this morning but you haven't replied yet. Chen Miao said softly, I'm playing games.
What? You're playing games?
Her friend looked at her in disbelief.
Can you be so addicted to games? Chen Miao never delays replying to messages because of playing games. Chen Miao, yeah, the game is so fun. I'm playing a holographic game, and it's so real. It's like I've gone to another world and started my second life. It's so fun, I can't help it. What the hell? Are you crazy? The friend looked at Chen Miao as if to say, are you crazy? Do you know what you're talking about? A holographic game? You know our country hasn't even made any breakthroughs in virtual technology yet, right? Chen Miao took a sip of milk tea. How should I tell you, I'm not crazy, I'm telling the truth. The game I'm playing is called Starting with a Broken Sect. Right now, it's only available by reservation. I don't know when the next qualification will be released. You can go and search for it.
Checking the time, Chen Miaomio said, I want to go back and continue playing.
I have academic work next week and won't have as much free time as I do now. I'll treat you to milk tea this time. Bye. Friend, huh? Damn, this is crazy. Their professional boss Chen Miaomio went crazy. I'm so obsessed with a game.
If the tutor knew about this, he would definitely scold her to death. She searched for the game Starting with a Broken Sect with a skeptical attitude and found that it was quite broken.
Nothing but a website. There's not even a reservation sign. The only announcement was that 50 places were given out for the open beta test. Now all 50 places have been given out and the game is currently in the open beta test. How could Chen Miaomio believe in such a fake game?
My friend thought with sympathy that maybe it was because he didn't play enough games that he believed in such an outrageous fake game. Then she discovered that this game was a small hot search. There is a big shot in the gaming circle named Jingbei Ocean who also highly praised this game. Now his fans on Weibo all think that he is either squandering his money or has gone crazy from playing games.
This is a negative example in the eyes of parents.
At the same time, another player is facing the same trouble.
Jiang Tianya, Dad finally came home for dinner today, why are you so absent-minded?
Jiang Tianya looked up at his father who was busy with research all year round and rarely came home, and spoke hesitantly. Dad, if I told you that there's a game in our country that can make you feel like you've traveled to another world, would you believe it?
Do not make jokes. This was the answer Jiang Tianya's father gave him. He was very busy.
After saying this, he frowned and replied, I'm very busy and don't have time to pay attention to your weird questions.
His father's words stopped Jiang Tianya from saying anything else. After his father left, his mother looked at Jiang Tianya with some disappointment. When will you learn something? Have you thought about what I told you last time? Jiang Tianya said calmly, I don't want to go abroad. The mother just said softly, it's up to you. Jiang Tianya felt very annoyed as messages kept popping up in the game group.
He hasn't played the game since he logged off in the early morning, and now he suddenly wants to relax in the game. After going online, I walked out of the safe yard where I had logged off, and saw a bustling scene outside. A simple stove was being built in the house next to all, but it didn't look like they were building a house.
His game ID is Jiangya. He walked over and asked, what are you doing? The one who was working on the construction is Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao looked up and saw him online, so he said, Boss, you're online? We're planning to expand the kitchen and build a winery.
There's a player in our group who knows how to make wine, and we plan to use this skill to trade for money with the mortals down the mountain. Miao Miao said we should try to combine the spiritual herbs with these to transfer the medicinal effects of the spiritual herbs and see if we can avoid making them into separate pills.
Jiangya was a little surprised, is that so?
Unfortunately, he is not interested in this at this stage. Zhou Xiao suddenly said, and the player who came down the mountain seemed to have discovered that the main plot of the game should appear.
Jiangya was stunned. What main plot? Isn't our main mission to help the sect become stronger? This is an open quest, but it has side quests, so how could there be no main storyline?
This morning in the game, the player with the ID Fan Guzhou and Oth discovered it when they went down the mountain to sell spiritual herbs. The pharmacy owner said that the Wanxian sect will hold a grand ceremony to worship the immortals next month, and all the major sects in Yunzhou continent will send people to attend.
This sounds like a huge event.
Ah has known about it for a long time, but he didn't tell us anything.
Jiangya, this immortal sacrifice ceremony sounds very grand.
A sect like ours shouldn't be qualified to participate, right?
Zhou Xiao nodded, that should be the case, but since it's a major event in the game, it's impossible not to let us players participate, right? It's just a matter of how to participate. Zhou Xiao didn't know either.
When they heard that there were activities involving high-level cultivators, it was not something that small-time cultivators like them could join in on. A powerful monk can kill a group of smaller monks with just a sneeze. But if you know there is such an event, then even if you don't participate, you should at least give it a try.
Otherwise, will the players be willing to do that?
They didn't know whether they were willing or not, but Song Jiulai was now on his way to the edge of the Cave Demon Valley.
She didn't bring any equipment with her.
Now, apart from the complete list of supplies on the Yunzhou continent, she also practiced 2 moves in her mind. The most basic fireball and water control techniques.
Cheap and easy to use. Can deal with first-level demons.
The most crucial point is that if Song Jiu really encounters extreme danger, the existence of the system can still save his life.
That's what it says. Of course, there is nothing you can do if you meet a high-level cultivator. On the way to our destination, past Wanyan County, we would occasionally meet a few monks.
Everyone is like Song Jiulai, their level is not high, but at least they have some mid to late stage behavior, and they are all rushing to gain experience.
He is in a hurry and won't cause trouble. There are still relatively few early-stage companies like Song Jiulai. Not far from Wanyan County, we saw traces of monsters on the road.
But most of them are harmless, like the soul-stealing rats on Feek Sect Mountain.
There is a reason to keep it. Song Jiulai was not bored either.
On the way, at least there was a system that could compete with her in her
mind.
Until she passed by a mountain forest, she suddenly felt a tightness on the back of her head.
Then I heard a woman scream, "Be careful!"
Song Jiulai waved his hand without thinking, and a fireball the size of his head appeared. He turned around and saw a snake-like monster that was as tall as a person and covered with fleshy bumps, which gave people goosebumps.
It was approaching him. First-level monster clam snake.
It is covered with tumors, which are not very lethal, but disgusting, and the venom in the tumors will contaminate the spiritual herbs and the farm.
They will also actively attack mortals and monks.
It belongs to the category of harmful monsters.
But when Song Jiulai threw out this fireball, the clam snake was knocked back, making a hissing sound.
The fireball burned 2 of the tumors, and venom flowed onto the ground, immediately causing a cloud of green smoke to rise from the surrounding area.
Oh my god! It was Song Jiulai's first time facing a monster.
He didn't feel much fear, but only disgust. She practiced the fireball technique to death on the first day her spiritual roots were awakened. I don't know about other things, but it's always best to practice a spell with high destructive power first. It took her 2 full days of study to finally get the hang of it, and now she can use the fireball technique with ease.
But it shouldn't be difficult to deal with a first-level monster, right? A woman in a pink dress also appeared over there. Like Song Jiulai, she was in the early stage of chi refining.
She was startled when she saw the big fireball that Song Jiulai was rubbing in his hand. She immediately said, "This clam snake is different.
Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Song Jiulai immediately rubbed out 2 big fireballs.
The clam snake was hit and retreated with a hissing sound. The woman was even more surprised. This cultivator seems to be just in the early stage of chi refining, just like her.
How can he use fireball continuously without stopping? Song Jiulai didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him.
After 3 fireballs were thrown at him, the clam snake was finally covered in smoke. Seeing that it was about to die, Song Jiulai immediately gave it another one.
Boom dash.
This ugly clam snake still died an untimely death. Looking at the snake's corpse, Song Jiulai suppressed his nausea and fished out the snake's body. It's over, the mustard seed bag that senior sister Su Huanli gave her is dirty. But this snake can also be sold for money, there is nothing we can do. In the future, if players want to raise monsters, the list must be reviewed by her. Anyone who dares to raise this kind of snake will be kicked out of the game. After firing 4 fireballs in a row, she just felt a little out of breath. The woman in the pink skirt came over and said cautiously, "I am Lin Xian from the Peach Blossom sect." "So your senior sister from the Peach Blossom sect?"
"I'm Song Jiulai from the Changsheng sect, a subsidiary of the Feek sect next door."
When she said this, she subconsciously stretched out her hand to shake hands with the other person, but when she saw the other person's confused look, she came to her senses and retracted her hand. Song Jiulai was a little puzzled. "I haven't even reached the edge of the Cave Demon Valley yet, and already clam snakes are appearing?" The topographical information she memorized said that clam snakes have always been expelled because of their high polluting properties. It hasn't been long since they left Wanyan County, so this shouldn't be the case. Lin Xian immediately said, I was just about to tell you that this clam snake was strange. I was originally out collecting herbs, but who knew I would run into this clam snake? I threw a fireball at it, but it only damaged its fur. I ran away when I saw that the situation was not right. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with amazement. Your fireball technique is really good. Are you in the early stages of qi refining? I've seen that those middle-stage brothers and sisters in the sect may not be as good as you. Song Jiulai. What? Isn't this normal operation? After all, Song Jiulai had just arrived in this world and had only Ah as a control group member by his side. Ah was concentrating on growing herbs, and Song Jiulai was just following his feelings to find out what was going on in the qi refining stage. Lin Xian's words made Song Jiulai taste something different. I usually study fireball when I have nothing to do. This is the only spell I'm good at. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian assumed that she was ignorant due to her years of isolation within the sect. Furthermore, she herself wasn't skilled in combat magic, so she didn't think much about it and simply said, no wonder. Are you planning to go to the border of the Cave Demon Valley for training? Songjiu said, if you can't go that far, then go to the first mountain. The first mountain is just the name of the beginning of the edge of the Cave Demon Valley. It is blocked by continuous mountains and there are groups of first and second level monsters. It is the best place for disciples in the qi refining stage to practice. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. That's perfect, junior sister. I'm going to go over there to pick herbs. Do you want to go with me? Song Jiulai was worried that he had no way to understand the actual environment here, so he agreed to have someone accompany him. She was just a little curious. Senior sister Lin Xian, are all the disciples of your Peach Blossom sect going out to gain experience? Lin Xian shook her head. That's not the case. It's just that I don't know what's going on in the sect lately. Orders for pills have skyrocketed, and many are requesting qi replenishing pills of level 2 or above. I heard there are fields of level 2 Yiling grass appearing over on the first mountain. The ones I grow myself can't keep up with the consumption of alchemy, so I thought I'd try my luck here. In places where monsters gather in large numbers, wild spiritual herbs are often better than cultivated ones, mainly because they have a higher chance of producing high-level ones. But because there are too many monsters, the benefits are accompanied by risks. As for why no one harvested these spiritual herbs, it was because these spiritual herbs were of little use to high-level cultivators and were only left for low-level cultivators to practice. Otherwise, all of them would be safe zones, and the monks would have no room for training, which would be the end of them. This seems to have become an unwritten rule. Lin Xian glanced at Song Jiulai cautiously and said, Junior sister Song, I'll go with you. If you want to practice slaying monsters, I'll gather spiritual herbs beside you and give you half of what I gather. Is that okay? Although Song Jiulai called her senior sister, Lin Xian did not think that her fighting ability was stronger than Song Jiulai's. Everyone is in the early stage of qi refining, and she is about to advance to the middle stage, but there is not much difference at this stage. As a disciple of the medicine sect, she is not good at fighting. Just now, Song Jiulai rubbed a few big fireballs with her hands, which was enough to show that she is obviously good at fighting. It's hard to say about Lin Xian. So far, she can only make a fireball the size of a fist. What she gave to the clam snake just now was just a tickle. Song Jiulai's eyes lit up. Sure. There are some rules for collecting spiritual herbs. Some wild spiritual herbs are not cultivated and are delicate and precious. If you don't know how to pick them directly, they will die in front of you. The disciples of the medicine sect are the best at this and have special methods to collect the spiritual herbs in a well-preserved state. She still needs half of the experience, so Song Jiulai certainly won't object. She didn't think Lin Xian would play any tricks, not to mention that they were only in the qi refining stage, so why would there be any need for them to play tricks? Senior Sister Su from the Peach Blossom sect next door did say a few words, and the disciples of the medicine sect all pay great attention to their reputation. Lin Xian was very happy to see that Song Jiulai was easy to talk to.
Junior sister, have you just joined the Chinsheng sect? Otherwise, I wouldn't call her senior sister every time I see her.
Yes, yes. Song Jiulai said, I discovered by chance that I have spiritual roots, and that's why I was lucky enough to be introduced to the sect.
Otherwise, I would have to figure it out for a long time.
Although children born in Yunzhou continent are taken to have their spiritual roots tested as soon as they are born, some are still missed.
For example, children who are abandoned by their parents at birth. This was the excuse Song Jiulai came up with for himself early in the morning.
Besides, there are many independent cultivators on this continent, and there are many reasons why they don't join a sect.
So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded.
Without the guidance of a sect, it would be very difficult to cultivate on your own. I joined the Peach Blossom sect very early, but I don't have much talent and I'm the slowest at refining medicine. But recently I felt something was touching, so I thought of trying to gather the second level Yiling grass. But I didn't expect to run into a clam snake halfway. Lin Xian is the most common sect disciple. He has never been out to gain experience, so his realm is improving slowly. He gets nervous when he encounters monsters when he goes out. Then congratulations, senior sister. If you are touched, it means you are not far from a breakthrough, just like Su Huanli. Of course, when disciples of the medicine sect like this go out, combat effectiveness is one thing, but they must also have a lot of life-saving pills.
Otherwise, people wouldn't dare to come out alone. But Song Jiulai was tactful enough not to ask any more questions.
Next, she and Lin Xian headed towards the first mountain, and they both really noticed something wrong. In addition to the clam snake they encountered at the beginning, they also encountered the molten bird and the green poisonous centipede, which should not have appeared before the first mountain. These harmful monsters all have one thing in common, they all look quite sorry for society. Molter's body is as big as an eagle, but its beak is sharp and hawk-like. When its mouth is open, it reveals a row of fine teeth. If you look closely, you may see some suspicious rotten meat on it. It also likes to eat corpses. The green poisonous centipede is a green centipede. Its combat power is not high, but it is about the size of a human. Just looking at it will reduce your SAN value. It is extremely poisonous and harms both spiritual herbs and humans. Like the clam snake, it is hated by everyone. Both of them are first-level monsters, but Molter's is the most troublesome. It can spit fire from its mouth, fly in the sky, and is fire-resistant. The fireball brought by Song Jiulai didn't work, so he used the water control technique to instantly create a water ball, but it was not as big as the fireball. He aimed at the direction of Molter's attack and poured water all over its face. This Molter's was quite decisive. If its attack failed, it would just fly away. Song Jiulai couldn't do anything about it either. The green poisonous centipede was killed in the same way. Because of what Lin Xian said at the beginning, Song Jiulai was still cautious. He did not throw the fireball as hard as he did at the beginning. Instead, he used the terrain to restrict the green poisonous centipede, predicted its direction, and caused the ground to collapse and trap it. Fortunately, this green poisonous centipede was not very competitive and was slower than the clam snake. Song Jiulai delayed it for a while and finally killed it with a big fireball. After fighting like this, I have a rough understanding of the strength of the first-level monsters. It is indeed used for novice monks to practice cooking. Strangely enough, even though it was his first time in combat, Song Jiulai felt that his perception of danger was quite accurate. She could accurately predict the attack direction of Molter's, the green poison centipede, and even the clam snake just now. This seems to be related to the soul cultivation method given by the system. This thing is different from the mental method of Yunzhou continent. Anyway, at the moment of reward, the system directly said, don't ask, just practice. Things produced by the system are definitely better than those from Yunzhou continent. Just because it can give such a heaven-defying thing as opening spiritual roots. After seeing Song Jiulai finish off the poisonous green centipede, Lin Xian wiped the sweat from her forehead. We're still half a day away from reaching the first mountain, but these monsters shouldn't be appearing now. Could it be that the records in the monster encyclopedia are wrong? Song Jiu also came to see this thing, maybe. After all, I don't know how many years the record has been there, but maybe 2 or 3 of them have popped up.
Lin Xian thought about it and said, that's true. After all, they met alone.
As soon as he finished speaking, Song Jiulai suddenly heard a strange and shrill bird cry. Looking up, they saw 2 flaming birds fluttering towards them in the sky. It was obviously the bird that went back to shake the bird.
Song Jiulai. Grass. Song Jiulai grabbed Lin Xian and ran away.
She could barely deal with one of them, but this thing was an air combat type and was cunning enough to ask for help. It was too difficult for her, who was in the early stage of Qi training and was just starting out to gain experience.
Of course, while running, Song Jiulai also rolled a water ball towards the 2 birds, slightly blocking their way. The molters was not slow.
Lin Xian and Song Jiulai used their spiritual energy to run away, and their speed increased rapidly as if they were riding the wind. A firebird let out a sharp cry, spread its wings, and spit out a flame towards Song Jiulai's back. Song Jiulai felt something was wrong and immediately let go of Lin Xian's hand. The 2 men dodged to the sides, and the flame passed between them. The ground was instantly burned into a pitch-black mass. The temperature is quite fierce. Lin Xian reacted quickly, "Junior sister, go into the forest." The road they were walking on was a continuous mountain forest, with only a few places being open roads, which was where they were now.
Song Jiulai ran back. What if they set the forest on fire? Lin Xian, it won't burn. There are other monsters in the forest, and there are also experienced monks.
Just as he finished speaking, there was a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy in the distance, and several ice sword pillars suddenly shot over, heading straight for the 2 firebirds. The ice sword was so fast that Molters had almost no time to react before it pierced through her body. The 2 Molters let out shrill cries and died without even struggling. The corpse fell to the ground, and the ice sword that pierced through it turned into a trace of water. Song Jiulai and Lin Xian were both a little surprised. There were only 2 words in Song Jiulai's mind.
Want to learn. I really want to learn. System, don't you have a function that allows you to copy other people's moves with just one look? System, why do you always like to ask questions so ridiculous that they make the system laugh?
Song Jiulai, because I want to know how ridiculous you look when you laugh.
System.
After a few breaths, a female monk slowly flew over with a strange expression on her face. Lin Xian took one look and immediately called out in surprise, "Senior Sister Qiao."
The female cultivator called Senior Sister Qiao was wearing a purple dress. Her aura was strong and oppressive. She was at least in the foundation establishment stage. She glanced at Lin Xian in surprise. "Do you recognize me?"
Lin Xian nodded and said, "I am Lin Xian, a disciple of the Outer Sect Charity Hall. I met you at the sect competition 2 years ago."
Oh. Senior Sister Qiao nodded and didn't care.
Perhaps the Charity Hall is just an inconspicuous small branch in the Taohua sect. And this Senior Sister Qiao is in the foundation establishment stage, and at least has a certain status in the Taohua sect. Her gaze slowly shifted to Song Jiulai, who immediately replied, "Song Jiulai from the Changsheng sect."
Perhaps because the Changsheng sect was too unknown, the female cultivator simply frowned and then didn't pay much attention. She only said, "Are you going to the first mountain?" Lin Xian and Song Jiulai both nodded. Although the female cultivator's tone was cold, it didn't mean to be unfriendly. First Mountain has been in turmoil recently. Many first and second level monsters that shouldn't be there have been driven in. Are you going to First Mountain to collect spiritual herbs?
These words were said to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian nodded quickly. The spiritual herbs in the sect are in short supply.
I don't have enough spiritual herbs to practice with.
I want to go to the First Mountain to try.
Senior Sister Qiao said, "It's still half a day's walk. I'll take you there, but remember, training is all about your own ability.
If you run into danger, we might not be able to help you in time. Think carefully."
Lin Xian must have thought about this before she went out, and nodded without hesitation.
Song Jiulai was overjoyed when she heard that there was a big boss willing to send her and Lin Xian there. It's true that more people means easier work.
If I hadn't met Lin Xian, I don't know how long it would have taken to go there alone. But now the big guys in the foundation building stage also have a cold and aloof demeanor, and they are not from the same sect, so Song Jiulai has many questions but can only keep them to himself. After senior sister Qiao sent them to the first mountain, there were obviously more monks. At least you will see a few monks flying high in the sky. You can also see some monks who come in groups to hunt monsters. The first mountain is very large, and you won't meet anyone wherever you go. Sister Qiao dropped them off and then left. Lin Xian hadn't dared to speak on the way just now, but now that senior sister Qiao had left, she breathed a sigh of relief. That's senior sister Qiao, our inner sect disciple, and also our sect leader's beloved disciple. She has a high status, but she's a very kind person. Song Jiulai, I can see it, it's really good. When Lin Xian came, she also brought a map of the first mountain. She roughly knew where the second-level Yiling grass she wanted to pick was. However, there were many monsters surrounding the place, including second-level monsters. Generally, no young and inexperienced person would go there directly. Most of them would fight together in a group, and they would be able to fight back even if they encountered a second-level enemy. Lin Xian suggested, should we seek cooperation with other cultivators? Or should we stay here for a few days and slowly look for opportunities? Song Jiulai was thinking. It's such a hassle to come out and walk such a long distance, it's not realistic to just stay for 2 days and then go back. Hunting monsters only benefits her, so she said, let's stay here for now. I'll practice on a first-level monster. There is a shortage of resources in the marginal areas, but there are ways to get there. That is to kill monsters crazily. After 10 days or half a month, there is a great hope of breaking through to the middle stage of qi refining. But the higher you go, the slower you will rise. However, the spiritual energy of ordinary disciples would be exhausted after killing a few monsters. It was also dangerous to stay in the first mountain to restore the spiritual energy, and they had to rely on taking drugs to replenish it. If you don't have a strong family background, you won't be able to stay in the first mountain for a long time. Moreover, many monsters are poisonous, and once you are attacked, the consequences will outweigh the benefits. You can tell by looking at Lin Xian, an outer disciple, who is also going out for the first time. Not everyone has the courage to stay in the first mountain forever. Most of those who can come out are those who look for opportunities like Song Jiulai, and some who specialize in hunting monsters to make money. Song Jiulai at least has a system that can save his life. You can't always stay in your safe shell and never come out. Besides, in the world of cultivation, it would be so shameful if there were no fighting. I came here just to see how I could kill while practicing the soul cultivation technique, and estimate where my own strength lies. She previously thought that the system had forced her to develop the most basic spiritual roots, but now after hearing what Lin Xian said, she vaguely felt that this was not the case. Moreover, actual combat is always different from empty training within the sect. The player now uses the spiritual energy to control the felling of trees, and she goes directly to the battlefield. It is easy to imagine who progresses faster. She wants to kill the player before the player can kill her. Meanwhile, the player who was trapped had already changed. After Chen Miaomia came online, he continued to observe the spiritual herbs and roughly mastered the rules of the operation of spiritual energy. With the help of the exercises, he soon became the first player to officially stabilize the early stage of qi refining. Ding, there is currently one player in the sect who is at the early stage of qi refining. Fuck, so fast. When the other players heard that someone had officially entered the early stage of qi refining, they all jumped up. This speed is already very fast. From the time the spiritual roots were open to now, only 2 days of game time have passed. The player has completely mastered the spiritual energy and entered the door of cultivation. The speed can be said to be very fast. Song Jiulai was faster and mastered it on the first day. But at least she has the system plug-in. Chen Miaomia was also very excited when she entered the initial stage of qi refining. It was a wonderful feeling. She seemed to have mastered the key to the world. Now she only needed those mental formulas to master the corresponding power. The most commonly used spells in Yunzhou continent now are fire control and water control, while spells like ice and thunder are all advanced techniques. The Changxing sect has several copies of this technique. As soon as Chen Miaomia stabilized the system, she was assigned a task to get it from Aou. Control fire and water. These skills are all compiled on special spiritual tablets. If the cultivator immerses himself in them, he can comprehend them on his own. The extent of each person's understanding depends on their luck. Chen Miaomia was extremely excited after getting the martial arts skills. Although she is determined to make medicine, everyone has his or her own yearning for cultivating immortals. As soon as I got the technique, I entered the stage of meditation and comprehension. Although the other players were anxious, they also became enthusiastic when they saw Chen Miaomiao succeed. In real life, office workers rush to play games as soon as they get off work. Some people were building houses, some were setting up wineries, and some were wandering around the nearby mountains, tasting all kinds of wild grasses and fruits, vowing to become the modern Shinome to see what the difference was between the things in the game and the reality. The hillside, which originally had an air of fairyland, has been transformed into a mortal world full of the atmosphere of fireworks in just a few days. After selling the spiritual herbs, Ao bought a bunch of food and brought it back for the players to experiment with. These days, Zhou Xiao and a male player who was a chef in real life have been in charge of everyone's meals. What Zhou Xiao cooked was delicious, and Ao praised it highly after eating it. Apart from these daily routines, the rest of the time is spent on mad practice. After Chen Miaomio stabilized, within 2 days, players including Jiang Ye and Han Taiyan Mukio gradually stabilized in the early stage of qi refining. So for the past 2 days, the Changxing sect used all kinds of fireballs to fly around and almost caused a forest fire. They only behaved themselves after being scolded by Ao. Perhaps it was because he was too happy these days, or perhaps Ao's practice was affected by the changes in the sect. In short, Ao suddenly had an epiphany in the middle of the night and made a breakthrough. He entered the middle stage of qi refining. Song Jiulai, who was still in the early stages of qi refining, said, "Now, Ao became the only well-deserved eldest brother in the sect." Ao was so happy that he wanted to share the happy news with the sect leader, but he found that the sect leader seemed to be away. Song Jiulai cannot directly control Ao, so Ao's information cannot be fed back to the system in time to contact Song Jiulai. Fortunately, Ao just thought that Song Jiulai had gone out and didn't think much about it. Instead, he told the players the good news. The players naturally congratulated Ao, and at the same time expressed envy and hatred for Ao's entry into the middle stage of qi refining. After all, the system forcibly opened up the spiritual roots. After 5 days of game time, the players finally stabilized the early stage of qi refining after trial and error. The system task that puzzled Song Jiulai finally showed some changes. Ding, congratulations to Sect Master Song Jiulai for achieving the conditions for unlocking the main quest. 50 disciples have stabilized at the early stages of qi refining. 1. In 1 month, the sect must have 10 more disciples in the middle stage of qi refining. 2. Achieve the conditions to get a mysterious reward. 3. Considering that Sect Master Song Jiu initiated the sect mission in a special way, the system has granted him an additional energy pool to open the publicity channel. The sect master will explore the specific conditions on his own. God damn it, 10 mid-stage qi refining cultivators in 1 month? Didn't it even consider how many years it took Ao to reach the mid-stage qi refining? Song Jiulai couldn't believe that there were such harsh conditions. Are you crazy with this system task? The system coughed and said, this is based on its own data. Since it issued the task in this way, it means it is possible to complete it. Song Jiulai, what if it can't be completed? System, then we can only meet again if fate allows. Song Jiulai. The system still gave Song Jiu some good news. By the way, the extra energy pool will grant you live and recorded broadcast permissions. You can now record players' videos and post them on the website for promotion. There are also 3 free live broadcast spots. Who are you going to give them to? Once the live broadcast started, the game completely exploded. Who should get the live broadcast spot? This is a confusing question. Song Jiulai, who should we give it back to? We'll give it to whoever has made the greatest contribution to the sect. What's more, there are no test spots now, and broadcasting it live will be of no use except to make outside players jealous. What Song Jiulai lacks now is not the popularity of the game, but how the players who enter the game can maximize their value. Just when I was thinking this, the system suddenly brought bad news.
System, huh? Su Daxiang is poisoned. Song Jiulai was confused. Who? Poisoned? Aren't they puppets? Can they be poisoned?
He is indeed poisoned.
The data shows that he is in an abnormal state and his soul connection is broken. Song Jiulai. What the hell has this player done again? How could he get poisoned while staying in the sect?
Su Daxiang, who was kicked offline, wailed in the group.
Su Daxiang, holy shit, I'm poisoned, damn, I'm actually poisoned.
Su Daxiang, I ate a piece of black grass, and then a snake suddenly appeared out of nowhere and bit me.
Before I could react, everything went black.
The system prompted me that my status was abnormal and I was kicked off.
Su Daxiang, am I going to die? No, no, no. I don't want to be banned. Su Daxiang, how can there be a game that is so illogical? I'm a cultivator, how could I be poisoned?
Players have been addicted to the game these days, and when they were suddenly kicked offline, Su Daxiang was panicked to death.
There are working players in the group who are gloating over the misfortune. Wu Dahu, ha. Su Daxiang, you beast, you can laugh. Yang Nimi, why don't you connect now and see what's going on? Su Daxiang, if I can't connect, they'll say I'm in an abnormal state. What should I do? Drag my body back, or else I'll be completely eaten by the monster. Players usually log off at their spawn point.
Because it is offline somewhere else but the doll's body is still there, it is easy to be killed in an unsafe place. Su Daxiang is now extremely anxious and hopes that someone can save him from the dire situation. At this time, Han Tian, who had just been urged to log off, comforted Su Daxiang.
Don't panic, Miao Miao and Jiangya are going to look for your body. Han Tian was called offline by a piece of news.
Now, as long as you select the alarm reminder, the system will also prompt you that there is a message.
Han Tian frowned when he saw the news.
Because that was a call from his friend whom he asked to investigate the Changsheng sect, the game manufacturer. The other party's tone was strange.
There's something really wrong with this game company. The people I asked couldn't find any records. Even the game download address you told me, we couldn't find the server information sending point.
The game will not be sent for review before it is released for public testing.
But game developers should have a record. It is a bit unbelievable that I can't find the game company information. Han Tian was surprised. Are you sure?
My friend was certain, of course it's confirmed. The game company's filing documents are completely incomplete, and there's something wrong with that website. We can't find the server IP address, and it doesn't even indicate if it's overseas.
We even had a computer expert check it out, but they still couldn't find the IP.
Generally speaking, when it comes to these things, the IP address will at least be linked to a foreign country, and this game will not directly display the source of the address.
My friend's tone was strange. Are you guys playing some illegal games? Han Tian.
He paused for a moment before finally saying, I don't know if it's illegal or not, but based on what you said, there's definitely something wrong with this game.
The technology doesn't seem to be of this era. My friend was stunned for a moment. What do you mean?
Han Tian, I told you before that this game is a holographic simulation.
You didn't believe me then, but I have to tell you that it is indeed true.
Putting on VR glasses is like traveling to another world.
Sometimes I don't even realize I'm playing a game when I'm in it.
What the hell? My friend exclaimed in shock.
That's impossible. We don't even have the technology to do that right now.
Virtual reality technology is only just getting started.
Of course he didn't believe it.
But Han Tian would not tell such a lie. My friend thought for a moment and said, could it be that you have accidentally come into contact with a passage to another world?
Of course, he just said this casually. This game is so awesome, why don't I check it out too?
Han Tian, no, there are no spots left. This game not only requires ID card verification but also facial recognition.
If you die once in the game, your account will be immediately banned. There is no resurrection mechanism, and no one else can play your account.
The game hasn't opened screenshot and video permissions yet. We have to wait until we get points to redeem them at the end of the month, so I can't prove it to you at the beginning.
Thinking over there. After a while, my friend's tone became more erratic. If you say that, this game will be targeted soon. My friend just has some connections within the system but is not an insider. Now that they can't find the game company's registration information, they are probably investigating. He had a wild thought. Could it be that the United States is doing something strange to harm Blue Planet again? Han Tian, come on, if they have this technology, do you believe they will use it to make games? That's right. How do you make this game? But who knows now? Han Tian's discussion with his friend ended in vain, and he had some vague ideas in his mind.
Su Daqiang was still wailing in the group, but luckily Zhou Xiao logged off and told him that his body had been found. Ms. Zhou, the good news is that you are still alive, as confirmed by the system. The bad news is that your skin has turned blue, and now you look like a smurf, though a little ugly.
Su Daqiang, you know shit. Doesn't that make me the first person of color in this game to have a skin?
Mr. Zhou, ha 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 ha.
Han Tian was curious about Su Daqiang's situation, so he went online to check it out. Su Daqiang's body has been carried back.
The players gathered together and watched Su Daqiang discuss. Even Ao exclaimed, I've been in Feek Mountain for so many years, and I've never seen a junior brother like this. Su Daqiang lying on the ground, his originally normal skin had turned blue, royal blue skin. When Han Tian saw it, the first thing that came to his mind was, there is a group of Smurfs on the other side of the sea and the mountain.
Su Daqiang is unconscious and cannot log in. He is only prompted that he is in an abnormal state.
The players also asked the system, and the system scanned for a long time and found that although it was in a poison state, the poison seemed to have only changed its skin color, and the soul connection was not affected. You can still play, but you probably have to wait until the toxins subside. Then he replied to the player, it's just an abnormal state, no death yet. Regarding his poisoning, this game has no replay system, so Su Daqiang can only remember it himself. He ate a piece of black grass and was bitten by a snake that suddenly jumped out. Chen Miao brought the black grass back for research, but the snake that bit Su Daqiang disappeared without a trace. Su Daqiang also wanted to be the first person to taste hundreds of herbs in the game Shinon, but he died before he could accomplish his goal. When the players saw that even those who cultivated immortality could still be poisoned, they immediately said that they should not eat anything outside. They all expressed their gratitude to Su Daqiang who was poisoned and helped them clear a minefield.
Su Daqiang in reality. Also studied the black grass that Su Daqiang ate.
This grass looked very much like the leek leaves in real life, but it was a black version.
No matter what, it doesn't look like it's edible. I don't know how Su Daqiang was so stupid as to eat it.
Has been in Feek Mountain for so many years and has never seen where this black grass comes from. It's not a spiritual herb, but it can poison a cultivator like Su Daqiang to the point of changing color. He could only scratch his head and say, maybe it has something to do with the snake that bit me.
Now we can. Only wait for me to wake up.
In this case, the players said that there was nothing to worry about comrade Su Daqiang's affairs and began to get busy with the things at hand. After 3 days of gaming, Su Daqiang, who had been diligently logging in, found that he was finally able to do so. As soon as I came online, I found that my body was not affected at all and I could even practice normally.
I was immediately very grateful. As long as you're not dead. Then I found that my blue skin could not be changed back.
No matter where he goes, he always wears the most eye-catching blue leather. The players burst into laughter, and the air was filled with joy. Without mentioning this beforehand, under the current targeted implementation, the Changsheng sect has begun an earth-shaking change.
First of all, the reclaimed spiritual fields occupied most of the mountainside.
Players began to build their own houses next to Awe, and their control over spiritual energy became more and more adept. In addition, some basic carpentry techniques can be learned by looking up information in reality, so a decent sect of immortality has at least begun to be established. There is a female player who particularly likes to play construction games and is also a designer in real life. She designed the general layout of the house. The player was still below the stairs, and several large pillars were built on the only cobblestone building. At least it looks like a sect square, but it's a little small.
It can be expanded in the future.
And fences were added to the cliff edges. If a player accidentally falls down, there is a high probability that he will die if he has not yet learned how to fly for a long time.
Fan Guizhou first quickly brewed a batch of fruit wine.
Although the taste was not strong, it was fragrant. Led by Ah, they sold the products at the foot of the mountain and instantly opened up the market. The sales volume is small in the early stage, but it gradually accumulates and becomes a considerable fortune when it becomes bigger in the later stage. Seeing that winemaking had a bright future, several other players joined in and worked with Fan Guizhou. After all, Fan Guizhou is only one person, and it is more suitable to expand with more people. Together with Zhou Shaoan, a male player who was responsible for researching the food in the game, they simply joined forces to open a winery and a food restaurant.
First, infiltrate the group of ordinary people and fleece them as much as possible.
At this point in time, Chen Miaomio made a major discovery. She discovered that mature spiritual herbs died easily when their rhizomes were cut because they also needed spiritual energy to nourish them during the picking process.
Just like in real life, some flowers and plants have to be put into water immediately even if they are moved. You can't just take it off crudely.
And here, spiritual energy is needed for continuous nourishment.
But the nourishing process is also very troublesome.
The spiritual energy provided must be at a speed similar to their normal growth and absorption.
It will not work if it is too slow or too fast. Ordinary qi refining disciples do not have such flexible control capabilities.
The spiritual herb seedlings that Ah bought were all specially soaked by the disciples of the medicine sect,
so it can stay alive for a long time.
This kind of soaked spiritual potion is the signature of the medicine sect. Chen Miaomio has not yet figured it out, but at least she knows how to increase the survival rate of spiritual herbs using ordinary methods.
Ah left 10 spiritual herb seedlings in the ground for her.
At the beginning, Chen Miaomio didn't know the method, and when she picked the herbs, as soon as the roots were broken, the herbs and their roots died.
Now there are only 2 left. She has successfully separated 13 spiritual herb seedlings from the previous 5 spiritual herbs. She doesn't need to buy any more, just some fertilizer and water. Chen Miaomio also plans to study this.
At least on this point, as long as the Changqing sect has Chen Miaomio, it is guaranteed that it will not have to spend extra money to buy seedlings in the future.
Ah was shocked when he found out.
He had been raising spiritual herbs for so many years and didn't know this method.
He had tried it, but it didn't work at all.
He asked Chen Miaomio how she did it, and Chen Miaomio explained to him in a gentle voice, it takes a process for the spiritual energy to nourish and circulate through the roots. The root length of each spiritual herb is different, so the duration of this process will vary.
What we need to do is to measure the most appropriate time to ensure that the spiritual energy can circulate normally. Her observations, which combined modern knowledge with cultivation, left Ah stunned.
I listened for a long time, but didn't understand a word.
Ah himself was so embarrassed that he gave up.
He touched his head and said, "Junior sister, you should take charge of this."
Chen Miaomio, okay.
In fact, this kind of thing is easier to understand as your cultivation level increases, but here we are all in the qi refining stage, so we can only rely on rote memorization.
She wrote a template for this theory and sent it to the group.
It is naturally the best for those who can understand it. Those who cannot understand it, such as Wu Dahu, feel confused when they first try to become an immortal.
Moreover, not everyone has the talent of Chen Miaomio.
Even if you understand how to operate it, it is another matter.
Anyway, everything is moving in a positive direction. Song Jiulai was still brewing in the first mountain.
She had been there for 7 days and had not yet entered the second level range with Lin Xian, but she had killed quite a few first level monsters.
She broke away from Lin Xian and did an experiment.
She found that she could use up all her spiritual energy to make 6 or 7 big fireballs at a time, which would not be a problem for dealing with 2 or 3 first level monsters with little lethality.
No more will do.
She always had to stop and rest for a while, and she recovered pretty quickly. Comparing it with Lin Xian's usual fighting style, she would pause after casting several fireballs in a row. And it is much smaller than Songzhou. Without taking drugs, it takes half a day of rest to reach full condition. Song Jiulai realized the gap between himself and Lin Xian, and would consciously hold back when attacking in front of Lin Xian,
and would also rest for a long time like Lin Xian. When you are out, it doesn't matter if you are a little lazy.
It takes a certain amount of time to restore spiritual energy, and hunting monsters can indeed increase the fullness of spiritual energy in the body, and her combat ability is also improving.
At first, I would scream and squeak when I saw ugly monsters, and I would get goosebumps and lose Saiyan points when I saw them.
Now, I can kill a few monsters and pick up their corpses without changing my expression. However, the mustard seed bag that Su Huanli gave her was not very big, and it was soon filled with dozens of monsters. The intact corpses of these monsters can be sold at a higher price, but most people just kill them and dig out the key parts they need.
Materials from monster corpses can all be used to achieve useful effects. Some can refine weapons, some can refine medicine. Although the first-level monsters are not very useful, they have the advantage of being numerous. Song Jiulai is too poor to dig. It's still okay to follow Lin Xian, at least she got a second-level chi replenishing pill. This thing is indeed better than the first level. Song Jiulai can recover half of the spiritual energy by absorbing it and kill a few monsters. Just too expensive.
She said that Lin Xian must have made preparations before she dared to go out.
In addition, food that can replenish qi and blood was prepared.
Which means that Lin Xian has made long-term preparations. I wonder how big her mustard bag is. Even an outer disciple of Yaozong is so rich, Song Jiulai was envious and drooled. She originally planned to go back, but she found a cheating method that exploited a bug. She can actually use these monster corpses to directly reward players.
Here's the thing.
When Fan Guizhou was selling wine outside, he paid back the money for buying rice and fruits from Awe first, and then he chose to hand over 30% of the remaining money from selling wine to the system in exchange for points. Although not much was sold in the early stage, the accumulated amount eventually led to the sex account having 5 more low-grade spirit stones.
This is a very good start. Song Jiulai thought it was necessary to give rewards to improve enthusiasm, so she asked the system, "What do you think is the best reward for me?" Money is definitely not an option now.
The live broadcast rights will be settled at the end of the month. The system said, you can give the materials from the corpses of the monsters you killed as rewards.
Song Jiulai was stunned. Send it directly? System, yes, I can directly distribute all the sex property to you. Damn you for not telling me earlier.
Along the way, she was afraid of wasting space in the mustard bag, so she didn't dare to pick up some useless broken ores.
System, you didn't ask before. Song Jiulai, evil beast, who made a system that looks like you? System, as long as you work as hard as a donkey, you can scold me for anything.
Song Jiulai picked and chose along the way, and found a place to dig out the shells of 2 first-level monster green spiders.
The green spider shell is as big as its head and is the only thing that can be considered beautiful. When digging, Song Jiulai kept vomiting.
Like Jasper, it can be used to refine weapons. I don't know what Fan Guizhou can do with it, but it's her intention as the sect leader, which is enough. Song Jiulai really wanted to provide him with some delicious monster ingredients, but it was too difficult for the monster. This thing looks so weird, like a mutated zombie. Who would be so stupid as to eat it? At the same time, in the Qingxing sect. Ding, congratulations to player Fan Guizhou for redeeming sect points for the first time. As a commendation, the sect leader rewards Fan Guizhou with 2 first-level demon beast material, Jade Spider Shell. Green Spider Shell, a monster mineral, can be used to refine weapons, and is best used for defensive weapons. Because there is no space to claim it, please go to the birth point to claim it. The first announcement was sent to a group of people. After causing excitement among the players, Song Jiulai, who was far away in the first mountain, was very satisfied. Kids, hurry up and work hard to make money. The sect leader is picking up trash outside to support you. When Fan Guizhou exchanged points, he didn't expect to get this kind of first-time reward. Almost flattered. Because this game is too hardcore and does not follow any conventional game routines, they really respect Song Jiulai as the leader. Most players now have no moral integrity and will call him mom in private. Being the first player to be rewarded by the clan leader, Fan Guizhou's face lit up when he heard the system announcement. Facing the envious gazes of other players, Fan Guizhou coughed, straightened his gray cloth shirt, and went to the birth point to collect his reward. During this period, they also read a lot of information about the Yunzhou continent. Baijuka and the others knew about the materials of the first-level monsters. Although the value is not high, players now have no way to hunt monsters on their own. It is useless to buy such useless materials. The sect leader's reward is mainly a token of his thoughts and feelings. The birth point is just a transit station set up by the system, and there are no fancy decorations. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the system asked him, "Do you want to receive the reward issued by the sect leader?" Fan Guzhou, yes. With a swish, 2 green spider shells as big as human faces appeared in the yard. I've read some information, but this is the first time I've seen a living thing. The whole shell is indeed oval in shape, like jade. Fan Guzhou picked up the green spider shell directly in his hand. The edge of the green spider shell was still warm, and there was even some sticky meat. He didn't know what it was at first, but after a while he suddenly realized what it was. The system added in a mean way, "In order to commend your contribution to the sect master specially slaughtered you." Fan Guzhou's face turned green. The green spider shell fell to the ground as if it was hot. It's not that he doesn't want to accept the sect master's kindness, but as a modern player, he still has a conditioned reflex to vomit at this kind of thing. The main thing is that this game is so damn real. Everything is the same as in reality, including the touch. He had also read the information about the green spider and knew that apart from its shell, the green spider looked as zombie-like as it could be. He suddenly thought of Song Jiulai's appearance. Such a gentle and lovely sect leader, actually. As expected of the sect leader. After a while, Fan Guzhou thought that this was a game, and tears streamed down his face. "No, I can't let the sect master down." He gritted his teeth and took out a piece of cloth from his body to wipe the broken flesh clean. At least the green spider shell was clean and presentable. I convinced myself that it was a game, and gradually I no longer had any psychological barriers. But he was also a little worried. These 2 pieces of green spider shells were materials for refining weapons. They didn't know how to refine weapons yet, and they had no place to put them. Should they just keep them like this? Fan Guzhou could only take the green spider shell away first. Unexpectedly, Chen Myomia came over first. Seeing the green spider shell in Fan Guzhou's hand, she asked, "Do you need these 2 materials now?" Fan Guzhou was stunned for a moment. "No, boss, do you want it?" Chen Myomia shook her head. "That's not the case, but I want to study it for 2 days. Then I'll return it to you and give you one of my spiritual herbs for free. How about that? Don't be polite, just take it if you want to study it." Anyway, Fan Guzhou didn't know what the refining materials were for at this stage, so he might as well contribute to Chen Miao. "I'm counting on you to research the elixir wine soon so that you can help me make a fortune. Now, relying solely on selling alcohol is still too ordinary. Food without spiritual energy, no matter what it is, cannot be sold at a high enough price, even if it tastes novel and delicious. You are selling it too high. Mortals can't afford it, and monks don't even look down on it. All I have earned so far are a few dozen low-grade spirit stones." During this period, he and several other players worked day and night, and they did learn basic water control skills quite well, but there was no future if they continued like this. Therefore, Fan Guzhou hoped that Chen Miao could quickly figure out whether the spiritual herbs could be added to the wine for brewing. Chen Miao didn't hesitate to answer him, "Okay, I have an idea now. I'll try my best to help you first." Fan Guzhou gave 2 pieces of green spider shell to Chen Miao. Song Jiulai discovered that the system could directly transfer the rewards. The clever mind suddenly turned and it occurred to him whether the reverse operation could be performed. For example, there is a contribution system for players. In addition to spirit stones that can be directly deducted by the system, she can even use them directly here. What about items? So she tried to issue a task, asking the player to collect a low-grade spirit stone, buy her a blood-replenishing pill, and then donate it directly to the sect. Players can get 1 point as a reward for running errands. Don't blame her for being picky, isn't this an experiment? This task was refreshed on the small stone slab at the birthplace.
Song Jio came to study it when they first came in.
Zhou Xiao picked up the glowing words as he passed by. It just so happened that she had to go down the mountain every day to replenish food, and at the same time, get along well with the people of Wanyan County to find out more information about the Yunzhou continent.
It never hurts to ask NPCs for information.
I even got to know an outer disciple of the Feek sect, who was also in purchasing.
A lot of information was obtained in this way.
For example, the Feek sect also has outer disciples and inner disciples, but the inner disciples have higher cultivation levels, while the outer disciples are responsible for more miscellaneous tasks.
Zhou Xiao bought a blood replenishing pill and handed it over.
The system scanned and showed that Zhou Xiao had completed the task and earned 1 point.
She was quite happy, since it was just a convenient mission to complete. Song Jiulai was ecstatic. Doesn't that prove that she can let players use it as a transit station for supplies, and she can stay here forever without having to go back?
You know, even Lin Xian couldn't bear it anymore.
No matter what, this is the first mountain, and there are many first-level monsters.
Monsters often appear suddenly when you sit down to rest. It is common to take medicine when spiritual energy is insufficient, and the effects of taking too many chi replenishing pills will not be cumulative. The first time Lin Xian went out, she originally went for the second-level beneficial spiritual herbs, but she found that they had not yet broken through, and the medicines they brought could not keep up with the consumption. Recently, she collected a lot of miscellaneous wild spiritual herbs, which grew in a relatively scattered manner and were guarded by monsters. If Song Jiu hadn't come, it would have been difficult for her. Lin Xian was very grateful to Song Jiulai, so she asked Song Jiulai if he wanted to go back.
Song Jiulai would definitely choose not to go back.
She had nothing else to do in the sect except guarding the players.
Now she could control them remotely through the system and didn't need to go back. Of course, I will continue to roll here until I feel dizzy. At first, Song Jiulai wanted to be a lazy person, but she found that she had gone too far.
The feeling of hunting monsters was too great, and the speed at which her spiritual energy filled up increased. She also wanted to gain more power.
Junior sister Song is really not going back?
Lin Xian was a little surprised to see Song Jiulai was so brave, but she did not force him.
Instead, she left a second-level chi replenishing pill for Song Jiulai before leaving.
Thanks to junior sister Song, I have collected a lot of spiritual herbs during this period.
This pill is my thanks. Song Jiulai was shocked at the time. Song Jiulai was not sure whether the cultivators in Yunzhou continent were so kind.
Anyway, all the senior sisters she met so far were beautiful and kind-hearted.
Song Jiulai asked subconsciously, "What will you do when you give it to me?"
Lin Xian smiled and said, "I've been following you for 7 or 8 days, so I'm still capable of protecting myself. Don't worry, I have a special way to contact my fellow disciples, so I can go back with them."
Song Jiulai wanted to be polite, "This is too expensive."
Lin Xian said, "It's okay actually.
You've helped me enough during this period. If we meet next time, can I still follow you?" Song Jiulai didn't mind, "Sure." Lin Xian gave the second-level chi replenishing pill to Song Jiulai and left. Song Jiulai sighed, "Tong, there are still many good people in this world."
The system smiled and said,
"Nothing."
Then the slap in the face came so fast like a tornado. This slap in the face is not because Lin Xian has a problem, but
as soon as she left, Song Jiulai started to have bad luck. After Lin Xian left, Song Jiulai found that the probability of her encountering monsters suddenly decreased.
She could clearly show her skills, but the number of monsters could not keep up. She wandered around in a certain area for the entire afternoon and only encountered 3 first-level monsters. It's not even enough to fill her teeth. However, after Lin Xian left, he could pick up some wild spiritual herbs and some wild materials that could be sold for some money without any worries. As long as they are ripe, picking them is not difficult. For example, there is a kind of wild spiritual wood that can also be used to refine weapons. There are also many materials that can be used to refine medicine. She began to give tasks to the players in the sect, such as asking the players to help her sell spiritual herbs and monster materials. Considering that the monsters were too disgusting and affected the appearance, she still dissected them herself and only kept the key parts. When selling a material, no matter the quantity, only 1 point is given. Only send tasks with different materials. The players gradually discovered that this mother was still a bit stingy. But despite all the complaints, players believe that every little bit counts when it comes to errand running tasks, and are very happy to run errands for free. Then they discovered that the sect leader had temporarily opened a currency exchange system, but it was not the kind that allowed for Krypton gold, but rather points that could be used to exchange for spirit stones. However, 10 points are needed to exchange for a low-grade spirit stone, and vice versa, spirit stones can be directly exchanged for points.
Players? Mom, are you being a little too stingy? No matter how poor our family is, we can't be so desperately poor.
But even if players complain, if Song Jiulai is not set a higher price, players will have more points in the later stages, and her spirit stones may not be worth exchanging. Spirit stones are money that needs to be earned outside, but points can be obtained as long as players complete tasks over a long period of time.
It's not cost-effective.
Some players kept on brushing bugs, so Song Jiulai picked and hunted wildly in the first mountain.
All first-level monsters became her dead souls.
No grass grew wherever she passed by, and even locusts had to worship Song Jiulai as their master.
The basic soul cultivation skills given by the system have been circulating automatically in Song Jiulai's body.
Song Jiulai found that after she fought, her spiritual energy replenished faster and faster. She had a premonition that she was getting closer and closer to that mysterious breakthrough.
On the third day after Lin Qian left, Song Jiulai finally confirmed it. Lin Qian Wang Shi. I really haven't encountered any monsters.
After searching for the entire morning and using up all my spiritual energy on running, I only encountered 2 first-level monsters. There was only a large map in the first mountain, but no small map. She could only rely on her memory to remember the places she had been to, and it felt like she had explored almost all the places around here. Just as she was scratching her head, wondering whether to go deeper, she suddenly felt something was wrong. There was a deep forest in front of her. She was standing beside a stream in the forest. She had just picked a wild first-level water Ganoderma lucidum, which was one of the materials needed by the Beastmaster sect. It only grows near streams in deep forests. As soon as she put the water Ganoderma lucidum into the mustard bag, the hairs on her back stood up. A wounded man suddenly jumped out from the forest on the other side of the stream. The left half of his face had been corroded by some pus, and he looked extremely terrifying. The other person was wearing a dark blue robe without any sect logo, and it was unknown where this cultivator came from.
Song Jiulai became a little alert for a moment.
Even though the other person was injured, the person in front of her still exuded a sense of oppression that was at a higher level than her, but not as strong as senior sister Qiao, who was in the foundation establishment stage, whom she met that day. Song Jiulai deduced that the other party was either in the middle or late stage of qi refining. And as soon as the man saw her, his eyes were filled with dangerous scrutiny. Suddenly, the man stretched out his hand and threw a second-level earth bell Ganoderma, emitting a bright light in front of her. Ground bell Ganoderma can make strange noises at night, which is attractive to certain monsters. It is also one of the wild medicinal herbs needed by the beast taming sect. It is still relatively rare, and one plant can be sold for 50 low-grade spirit stones on the market.
Song Jiulai? The next second, Song Jiulai realized how vicious the other party was. After throwing the Dilingji, the man accelerated his spiritual energy and ran away.
Then, a strong fishy smell suddenly appeared in the direction he had just been in, and a black demon horn snake about 10 feet tall, a second-level monster, appeared.
Song Jiulai knew why Dilingzi was relatively rare. Because that's what the information says.
The devil horn snake, with a slightly bald forehead and pus-filled pustule, is a highly venomous monster. Its massive body and pus from its mouth can give rise to venomous young snakes, often making it difficult to defend against. Upon death, the pus-filled pustule on its head splatters, corroding all nearby creatures and requiring purification.
It often appears near the second-tier spiritual medicine Dilingzi.
Due to its speed and splitting properties, it is considered a peak-tier second-tier monster.
Song Jiulai's pupils shrank.
Almost at the same time as the system, he cursed, "Beast." The man actually asked Song Jiu to block it for him. However, the beast had already run far away, and Song Jiulai was now in the early stage of chi training, so there was a high probability that he could not outrun the devil horn snake. The devil horn snake's cold and equally black vertical pupils instantly locked onto Song Jiulai. Song Jiulai. The next second, the devil horn snake launched an attack. It was incredibly fast, and its huge body was no less than a mountain in Song Jiulai's eyes. Song Jiulai let out a miserable howl. Fuck you, identify me, did you pick it up because I was the one who picked it? However, how could a monster without intelligence understand these things? While cursing, Song Jiu came at a fast pace. Knowing that he was in an extremely dangerous moment, he instantly sent out the largest fireball he could send out at the devil horn snake. Boom! The devil horn snake launched a direct attack without even turning its body. Perhaps it had not expected that the monk with a weak breath in front of it could actually create such a large fireball. After being hit, it shook its head in place for a moment, making a violent hissing sound. A large bag of pus overflowed from its mouth and fell to the ground. It was dark green, like paste, and emitted black smoke with an inexplicable smell. The small snake body rolled inside and soon grew into small snakes the size of a thumb. Song Jiulai knew why the man's face looked so corroded. This gave her a moment to catch her breath, and she turned and ran into the forest. The system wasn't in a hurry. My current energy can be transferred to you once. Do you want to transfer? No. Song Jiulai gritted his teeth. I'll try. If it doesn't work, I'll run away. She had never suffered such a loss in her life, so the first thing she thought of was not to run away immediately, but to find that man. Even if you can't beat him, you have to make him shed a layer of skin. Even if she spent all the money she earned today on drugs, she would not stop until she found that guy. And she was thinking about the ground Ganoderma. Ordinary monks can't do it, but she can rely on players to remotely smash the medicine. Why not give it a try? What if there's a chance? Ding, the leader has issued a mission. Please go to your spawn point immediately to check. The clan leader has issued a task to sell materials. Please go to the spawn point immediately to check. The clan leader has issued a medicine purchase mission. Please go to your spawn point immediately to check. The sect master has distributed. A series of prompt sounds startled the busy players. Tasks are issued randomly and the system will not prompt you. Generally, players go to the stone slab at their birth point to see if there are any tasks refreshed. This sudden prompt from the system made the players feel something unusual. Why are there so many tasks suddenly? Didn't the system give any prompts before? Precisely because there is no prompt, players will run to the birth point from time to time to see if there are any tasks refreshed. Anyway, you should not miss the free points. Now, upon hearing the announcement, the players rushed to the stone slab at the birth point and saw a series of densely packed tasks refreshed, which shocked the players. Fuck, so many monster materials? How much can this be sold for? Did the sect master go out hunting? Fuck. A player quickly accepted a task to sell the corpses of monsters, but this time Song Jiulai didn't have time to dissect them one by one, so he just teleported the whole corpse over. In an instant, the entire sect began to howl and retch. I had been staying in the mountains before, and all the monsters I saw were harmless to humans and animals. Even though I had read the complete information about monsters, the words and images were not as exciting as what I actually saw now. Different monsters have different disgusting feelings. Some of them can't stand it and immediately retches to indicate that they have given up the mission. There are also brave ones, because the game has always had a high tolerance level, and since it is a cultivation game, sooner or later they will have to face these things, so they try to find ways to dissect the materials and sell them. Zhou Xiao was a gourmet and had slaughtered quite a few chickens, ducks, and geese, but this still challenged her physical limits. She endured the discomfort and disgust with Han Tian online. This mission was sent so urgently. Is there something wrong with the sect master? Han Tian nodded, I guess so. He looked at the corpses of the monsters in front of him, and endured the discomfort in his stomach. It's just right for me to record the information of these monsters and put it on the website. There were so many monster materials, enough for him to record for a while. This time the sect leader's mission was urgent, so Zhou Xiao immediately mobilized others to sell some spiritual herbs and spiritual wood materials. These miscellaneous things are all first-level materials. Zhou Xiao took a breath and said, "These monster corpses are too big for us to carry down. I'll pick out the materials and let other players take them and sell them." Han Tian gave Zhou Xiao a thumbs up. "Warrior. A true warrior dares to face disgusting monsters. Anyway, Han Tian can't do it." Later, another person joined in to help Zhou Xiao. This person is Mu Qiu, the second most talented player. Mu Qiu seemed quite calm and said to Zhou Xiao directly, "I'll help you." Seeing her calmness, Zhou Xiao asked, "What do you do in real life? Why are you so awesome?" Mu Qiu shook his head. "I'm just an ordinary office worker. I'm not afraid of these things because I've loved watching zombie movies and ghost movies since I was a child. Those are just okay. Besides, isn't this a game?" Zhou Xiao also gave her a thumbs up. A woman among women. After the players in the sect began to accept the tasks and got busy, Song Jiulai was still facing the pursuit of the devil horn snake. God damn it. This thing is too disgusting. The devil horn snake is quite fast, and even if it takes a while, it will be able to catch up with Song Jiu quickly. Song Jiulai could only walk into the mountains and forests, use his spiritual energy to control the cutting of large trees and make them fall down, and occasionally attack with a large fireball to slow down the pursuit speed of the magic horn snake. The consumption of spiritual energy to control an object is based on its volume. The larger the object, the more spiritual energy is consumed to control it. Moreover, this object cannot move. For example, a living thing would consume more spiritual energy, unless absolute hierarchical suppression is formed. Therefore, it is impossible to directly control the monster. Even so, with her current spiritual energy consumption, she won't be able to hold on for long. The pus spit out by the devil horn snake will also corrode the ground, and the surrounding area will instantly become bumpy. The small snakes that grow out of the pus keep crawling into the nearby mountains and forests, which is really disgusting. The only thing that Song Jiulai could do to comfort himself now was that he had just quickly picked up Dilingji and put it into the mustard bag. Now that things have come to this, I can't treat myself badly. This was the first time he fought against a level 2 monster, and the one he encountered was a peak level 2 monster. It turns out that it is not comparable to a first level monster. After being hit by several fireballs from Songjiu, it was like a snake that was not affected, just making a hissing sound. It even broke through the tone and let out a sharp roar, which showed that it was obviously angry. Boom! As the big trees kept falling down due to the impact of the devil horn snake, Song Jiulai's spiritual energy was also constantly dissipating. The system also advised, "Why bother? Dilingji picked it up anyway. Song Jiulai, I absolutely cannot suffer this loss." Even if he is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, she will make sure that jerk is ingrained in her mind. Song Jiulai, if he was in the foundation establishment stage, I would have tolerated it for now, but he's only in the chi refining stage and he actually dared to trick me. Today, I'm going to show you a cross-level kill. System, okay, you have ambition. Now what are you going to do with this devil horn snake? Song Jiulai was too busy to answer. Shoo! The devil horn snake suddenly sped up, and the huge snake head was close at hand. It opened its mouth wide, almost biting Song Jiulai's head. The fishy, disgusting smell almost swept across Song Jiulai's scalp. The song whine made my scalp numb. He threw out 2 huge fireballs with his backhand. At the same time, most of the spiritual energy in her body was drained away in an instant. Her body shook and she suddenly felt dizzy. A very bad premonition. Hiss! The devil horn snake was hit by the fireball, and this time its skin and flesh finally showed burnt injuries. It means that its defense has begun to break. But it also made it more angry. Hiss 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 hiss. The attack launched by the devil horn snake this time was actually sonic, and the harsh noise was very uncomfortable in Song Jiulai's ears. She suppressed her discomfort and swallowed the second-grade chi replenishing pill that Lin Xian had given her before it was even warmed up. The moment her spiritual energy recovered, she breathed a sigh of relief. The spiritual energy will gradually transform the cultivator's body, making the mortal body suitable for the circulation of spiritual energy, and gradually becoming invulnerable, and also constantly absorbing spiritual energy. Therefore, once a cultivator has reached a limit in his spiritual energy is temporarily depleted, his body, which has exceeded the range of ordinary people, cannot receive timely spiritual energy replenishment, and the reaction will be extremely uncomfortable. Fainting and pain may occur, and in severe cases, people may even faint. This is extremely disadvantageous in combat. The existence of chi replenishing pills is extremely important. The first level chi replenishing pill is of little use. The tasks she issued were all to purchase second level chi replenishing pills or above. The second level requires 10 low-grade spirit stones. The price is expensive, but there is no other way. It starts from the third level and sells directly for 50 yuan. Because chi replenishing pills are common medicines, the price is acceptable below level 3. But now the player is still taking action, and she only has a second level chi replenishing pill on her. I don't know how long it will take. Didn't they say that there are senior brothers and sisters guarding here? Where is the person? Someone come and rescue him. Because of the fierce battle, Song Jiulai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing a low mountain in front of me, I ran straight towards the mountainside. At the same time, another big fireball was fired, followed by a water ball. The fusion of water and fire causes evaporation, and no matter how tough and thick-skinned the devil horn snake is, it cannot withstand it. After all, it is only a second-level monster. Smoking wounds soon appeared on the flesh. The fact that it didn't suffer fatal damage also had a certain impact, and its speed slowed down noticeably for a moment. This gave Song Jiulai the opportunity to run to the mountain. The erect black pupils became smaller and smaller, and the huge snake head kept shaking with a hissing sound. Song Jiulai quickly climbed up the mountain and ran to the back of the mountain. She took a few of the first-level chi replenishing pills and first-level blood replenishing pills she brought with her. The effect is not great, and it mainly serves as a placebo. At least she felt better. My heart is still pounding. But there is no sign of being on the verge of life and death. Because she knew in her heart that she still had the system to support her, she did not feel the despair and suffocation of being on the verge of death. She looked outside. This was one of the first mountains. Looking out, there were dense forests all around. There were only a few open spaces in the green, but she could not find a way out. Once a mortal enters it, it is almost impossible to get out. The memory of a monk is different from that of a mortal. She still remembers the way she came. Suddenly, a breath of air came from somewhere. The breath also carried a corrosive stench, like the smell of a devil-horned snake. But Song Jiulai was not sure if it was his illusion, but that direction was very likely the direction the man escaped. She calmed herself down and made a decision immediately. Hiss. The sound was getting closer, and Song Jiulai's calf twitched reflexively. Grass. That's really fast. Before she could see the shadow, she fired another fireball. Roar. The devil-horned snake was hit by the fireball again. Wow. The exasperated devil-horned snake spit out another mouthful of pus, and dozens of small snakes quickly crawled along the mountain to the place where Songjo had just come. However, the second-level chi replenishing pill I just took only restored half of my spiritual energy, and I still couldn't withstand it after 2 more doses. Song Jiulai ran while asking the system to monitor the sex account. Finally, after a few minutes, a second-level chi replenishing pill appeared. There is another message. Fan Guzhou exchanged 500 points and paid 50 low-grade spirit stones. Fan Guzhou completed the level 3 chi replenishing pill mission you assigned. Jin Shu was by a stream, looking at his own face. Accidentally corroded by the pus of the devil-horned snake, he took 2 second-level blood replenishing pills to slow down the corrosion of the pus. The chi replenishing pills have been used up, and most of my spiritual energy has been depleted. Now there is no place to replenish the pills. This trip is still a bit of a loss. If I hadn't come across that ground Lingji by chance. It was not because of the price of D Lingji,
but because the recipe for the elixir he wanted to refine happened to require Di-Ling-Ji. However, during the picking process, the devil-horned snake was inevitably alarmed. The peak-level second-level monster suddenly attacked, and he was caught off guard and was sprayed with pus in the face, causing his spiritual energy to be continuously corroded. Otherwise, he would not be in such a miserable state. In addition, the devil-horned snake was chasing them relentlessly. If I hadn't run into a monk. Jin Shu's face was gloomy. A cultivator in the early stage of chi refining could not withstand the demonic horned snake at the peak of the second stage. When the female cultivator was almost dead and the demonic horned snake was gone, he could go back and take a look. There are still risks in doing this kind of thing in the first mountain. This place is weird from the inside out. Is there anyone protecting low-level monks during their training?
Jin Shu, who had come here from Tianyang sect with great difficulty, had never understood why Wanxian sect had such rules. In the place where he used to be, mortals were ants, and in the eyes of monks, they were just on the same level as those beasts. And here, mortals can actually coexist with monks. Just ridiculous. Mortals are lowly and unworthy of looking into the eyes of a monk. Suddenly, Jin Shu still felt a strange movement. There was a faint smell coming from another direction. He narrowed his eyes warily, but the breath was weak enough, so he finally decided to go over and take a look. It was a few hundred meters away, and when he walked over, he could not hide the shock on his face at all. In front of it was the fallen body of the demon-horned snake, still gasping weakly, but the pustules on its forehead had burst, a clear sign that its end was near. Not far away from it was Song Jiulai, whose arm was mostly corroded. If she doesn't take the medicine in time, she will be corroded and die sooner or later. She knelt on the ground, supporting her rotting hands. Her lips were pale, cold sweat kept pouring down, and her whole body was shaking. Seeing this, Jin Shu was shocked but couldn't help but snort in disbelief. You killed the devil-horned snake? Impossible. Totally impossible. She is just a cultivator in the early stage of chi refining. How could she do it? How can it not be done? Since she came here, Song Jiulai has taken at least 5 second-level chi replenishing pills, all of which were bought for her by players immediately after they sold their materials. At the same time, he also took several second-level blood replenishing pills. The blood replenishing pill can prevent her body from being affected too much by the loss of spiritual energy, and can give her a certain amount of time to react. As long as you have money in the alchemy workshop, there is no shortage of second-level elixirs. Although the second-level pills have no stacking effect and the effect becomes worse the more you take them, the demon-horned snake cannot withstand people spending so much money on it. In addition, Song Jiulai's own method of practicing the system is not right. 1 fireball is equivalent to 3 of others. The demon-horned snake has created its own highlight. It didn't die from its superior martial arts skills, it was killed by someone hitting it with money. When the pus burst out, Song Jiulai was also infected. But did she pay so much just for a snake? Seeing Song Jiulai's miserable appearance, the wound on her arm was still corroding. Although Jin Shu didn't know how she did it, he knew that her time was up. With just a slight pinch, he could easily crush Song Jiulai to death. He showed no sympathy and scoffed, hand over the mustard seed bag on you, remove the mark, and I can spare your life. Today's cultivators are not able to hide things in their sea of consciousness, so the mustard seed bag is very conspicuous on Song Jiulai. Song Jiulai's lips were trembling, and he vomited blood while speaking. Jin Shu narrowed his eyes, and pity for Song Jiulai appeared in his eyes. He walked over slowly. You can't blame me. If you wanna blame someone, blame your bad luck. The moment he approached, Song Jiulai suddenly moved his fingers. Jin Shu realized that something was wrong, but the next moment, the ground under his feet was controlled by the water control technique and turned into mud on the spot, and Jin Shu fell into it. Jin Shu was about to use his skills to escape, but the mud was surprisingly difficult to deal with. He didn't break free the first time, and saw Song Jiulai stuffing a pill into his mouth. 3rd level chi replenishing pill. The next second, 2 fireballs as big as basketballs flew straight towards Jin Shu. Jin Shu's pupils shrank violently. Jin Shu could never have imagined that one day he would fall into the hands of a cultivator in the early stage of chi refining. 2 fireballs came towards him. Although he had tried his best to get rid of the mud, his speed was too slow and his body was hit by the fireballs instead. Puff! The burning sensation of the flames was excruciating. As he is in the middle stage of chi refining, one level higher than Song Jiulai, he has a natural advantage in suppression. However, this advantage disappeared after being hit by 2 fireballs. You! Jin Shu's face was grim. How dare you cheat me? He saw that Song Jiulai had been poisoned by the devil horn snake, and was careless for a moment and entered Song Jiulai's attack range. But what was even more unexpected was that a person in the early stage of chi refining dared to attack a person in the middle stage of chi refining. What's wrong with you? Song Jiulai said, and immediately fired the 3rd fireball without any further ado. Such constant consumption is a considerable burden on her spiritual energy. But if you want to seize the initiative, the other party is in the middle stage of chi refining after all, and a second late may lead to eternal destruction. He quickly took 2 second-level blood-replenishing pills to stop the decay of his wounds. The horrific pain was quickly stopped by the effect of the blood-replenishing pill. She guessed that this person would come over, and the smell of the venom became stronger and stronger, so she was sure that the person was here and led the devil horn snake all the way here. If you make yourself like this, people like this are more likely to take the bait. After all, he threw away a plant of Ganoderma lucidum. Could he be willing to give it up? Jin Shu was even more shocked and angry. He gathered his energy to avoid the 3rd fireball, but his spiritual energy was in turmoil. He had never seen such a person in the early stage of chi refining. His proficiency in fire control was no less than that of him who was in the middle stage of chi refining. And she was in such a mess after just dealing with the devil horn snake. She actually still has a 3rd-level chi replenishing pill that she's not using? Which sect sent this important disciple, with so many backup resources? Jin Shu couldn't stop cursing, and realized that Song Jiulai was not joking. He had no chi replenishing pills left on him, so he subconsciously wanted to run away. The green hills left behind are not afraid of being without firewood. However, the fireball just now seemed to accelerate the burning speed of his spiritual energy, and the venom of the devil horn snake that had been stopped began to corrode again. After being poisoned, the rate of spiritual energy consumption increases exponentially. This caused him to slow down a bit in his pace of breathing and walking. Song Jiulai used his water control technique again, turning the ground beneath his feet into mud. Fighting can always stimulate a person's potential. Song Jiulai found that he became more and more proficient in these 2 basic moves. Jin Shu was stuck in the mud again. Realizing that Song Jiulai was going to kill him, he turned around and said fiercely, "If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the penalty." With a wave of his hand, an ice blade appeared in his hand and was released towards Song Jiulai. He also used the water control technique to control Song Jiulai. This water control technique is more effective than Song Jiulai's mud. It directly entangled Song Jiulai with water, and she had no way to hide. An ice blade attacked. Boom! The ice blade pierced Song Jiulai's body, causing her spiritual energy to fluctuate, and she really vomited blood. The system was really anxious now. Should I pass it on? Or should I really pass it on? Song Jiulai coughed. Wait. The closer it got to this point, the more unwilling she became. Song Jiulai ate several pills bought by the players in the sect in one breath. Apart from the 3rd-level pill that Fan Guizhou bought for her, it would take time to sell the other materials and convert them into spirit stones. The sect's wealth is not enough to buy an extra 3rd-level pill. Now it only has 2nd-level and 1st-level pills. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. After taking a few pills, the weak spiritual energy stopped the sudden onset of Song Jiulai's injuries. He vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood, but at least he was not dead. She also saw that Jin Shu opposite was at the end of his strength, because the wound on his face began to corrode again, and it turned white like a ghost. Jin Shu's mentality is really about to collapse. Especially Song Jiulai's drug-taking look. And Song Jiulai could still hold on and throw one last extreme fireball at him. Jin Shu's spiritual energy was turbulent at this time, and he could only watch helplessly as the fireball hit him. What? The flames burned his cheeks, and the burned golden book let out a shrill howl like a ghost. He cried out wow and spat out a mouthful of blood. The venom of the devil-horned snake was still spreading rapidly. At this moment, the spiritual energy was turbulent. He couldn't even recover from his injuries, nor could he stop the pus from spreading. The blood he vomited was already a dark black color. There were bubbles coming out of it, which looked extremely scary. With an unwilling look, Jin Shu raised his hand. Song Jiulai realized that something was wrong and immediately rolled away. The next second, several ice blades grew out from the spot and narrowly brushed past Song Jiulai's body. Of course, she was also infected with pus, and she would suffer if she was beaten like this. The sharp pain in her head was a sign that her spiritual energy had been used to its limit. Her only advantage is that she took a lot of drugs and now she can take a break. Jin Shu's hopes were completely dashed. He didn't know who Song Jiulai was, and he didn't expect that he would be killed here. He looked at Song Jiulai with unwillingness in his eyes. Eventually, pus spread rapidly throughout the body. Even if the devil-horned snake bites, its venom will still corrode the monk's body if the poison is not treated or blocked in time. Song Jiulai looked at Jin Shu's slowly closing eyes, and saw his breath gradually dissipate, and his heart beat heavily for a moment. My fingers trembled unconsciously for a few seconds. Then, she took a long breath and completely relaxed her body and mind. She lay on the ground with her head tilted back, looking up at the sky, closing her eyes, and madly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to offset the spread of pus in her body. Player Zhou Xiao completes the task of purchasing a second tier. Elixir. Swish, Song Jiulai opened his eyes, quickly took out the pill and swallowed it. Good, I can take a breath again. The price is that the sex assets are now back to zero. She was in so much pain all over her body that she had no strength left. Fortunately, I could still joke with the system in my head at this time. System, without you, I would be dead today. If she couldn't farm medicine remotely, she would have to run away from the demon-horned snake, let alone the golden book. The system was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, "You killed so decisively, I thought you wouldn't be used to this world." Song Jiulai said softly, "There's nothing to be unaccustomed to. I knew what kind of world this was when I came here. In the world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak, and this day will come sooner or later. Players' accounts can be banned after they die, but they can live well in another world." If she died, she was truly dead. When encountering danger, of course we must completely eliminate the consequences. She did not feel panic or fear about killing someone like Jin Shu, because the other party led the devil-horned snake to her just to let her die. But I won't feel excited either. She gasped heavily. I don't like the feeling of killing people, but if I'm in danger, I can do it. After a long rest, when the spiritual energy resumed its normal circulation, the pus was suppressed. Suddenly, Song Jiulai had a strong feeling. She immediately sat up and practiced her mental skills. The surrounding spiritual energy rushed into her body frantically at this moment. She clearly felt that the speed was much faster than before. Song Jiulai closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, 2 hours had passed. Fortunately, no one came over. Her body emitted a faint glow at this moment. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy flowing into the body again, the pus-corroded wound on the arm has completely disappeared, and unprecedented relief has returned to the body. Song Jiulai blinked his eyes. Is this the middle stage of qi refining? She actually broke through. This speed was really too fast, much faster than she expected. She felt that she should go back to the sect to recuperate before coming back. Unexpectedly, this time it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. After being exhausted, she broke through the threshold and entered the middle stage of qi refining in one go. This is also because it is relatively easy to break through the qi refining stage now, and building the foundation is just a small hurdle. Every time you move up a level, there are different tests. She only stayed in the first mountain for about 10 days. System, not everyone in the early stages of qi refining has the courage to kill someone above their level. Song Jiulai, I'm lucky. She was indeed lucky. Jin Shu was seriously injured by the devil-horned snake first. Otherwise, such a veteran had been around for many more years than her and would not have been killed by her directly. She thought of finding someone because she saw Jin Shu was injured. She guessed that this person had no medicine left since he could stay in the first mountain and still be chased by the devil-horn snake like that. She looked across and saw Jin Shu's body lying cold on the ground. It wasn't the first time I had seen a human corpse, but it felt completely different from the corpse of a demon-horn snake beast. She still felt a little uncomfortable. But this slight discomfort did not hinder her thoughts. Jin Shu's entire body was rotten, his body was unsightly and emitted a strong stench. Because he died, the pus gradually dissipated. His body was covered in a pile of black filth, and his original appearance was completely invisible. The only thing left was his mustard bag. The mustard seed bag has a unique spiritual mark for each person. Unless it is of a higher level, it cannot be opened without the person's willingness. Song Jiulai didn't know what was in Jin Shu's mustard seed bag, but she remembered that Jin Shu had used Ice Blade moves just now. At least he has a book of advanced skills. This is her gain from this battle after all. Even if she can't open it now, it will open sooner or later. There is also the corpse of the devil-horn snake. The gallbladder of the devil-horn snake is also a very useful material, and is also needed by the medicine sect. Its value is no less than that of Dilingji. The skin of the devil's horn snake can also be used as material, but its value is not as high as that of the snake gall. Because the integrity of the snake skin was destroyed after the abscess on the forehead burst, and it was also very troublesome to deal with, very few monks were willing to accept it. Song Jiulai thought about it and realized that it was obvious that Fan Guizhou had helped her a lot just now. There are not many people in the sect who can take out 50 spirit stones now. The players are smart and immediately realized that she might have encountered trouble. Fan Guizhou also exchanged most of the spirit stones he earned. Even though Fan Guizhou may have come for points, this action is a timely help. Because it is useless for him to redeem points now. Without this third-level chi replenishing pill, Song Jiulai would not have had the confidence to fight Jin Shu in the end. After thinking about it, Song Jiulai prepared to peel off the snakeskin and give it to Fan Guizhou. As the sect leader, she has to express her gratitude for the timely assistance. It was worth the reward I gave him when he redeemed the points. But skinning the snake is a big process. She didn't react when she saw Jin Shu's body, but started vomiting again as soon as she peeled off the snakeskin. The pus of this devil-horn snake is everywhere. It's really a shame to society. Now that she has broken through to the middle stage of chi refining and doesn't need to go back, it will depend on players to remotely farm medicine for her in the future. You have received a personal gift from the sect master, a piece of devil-horn snakeskin. Please claim it at your spawn point. The sudden prompt from the system made Fan Guizhou stunned. Now he is still busy making wine at the foot of the mountain. He planned to discuss renting a shop at the foot of the mountain to open a winery. The mountain is used to test whether the spiritual medicinal wine is feasible. Sect Master, are you okay? He saw the series of tasks issued by the sect leader in the morning, and everyone guessed that the sect leader had encountered something. And all he bought were elixirs. There is also a task for third-level elixirs hanging on it. But the sect's wealth is still not enough, so this mission cannot be taken. It's not that useful for everyone to sell monster materials so quickly. 50 yuan for a low-grade third-level pill is still too expensive. Fan Guizhou hesitated for only a few seconds before exchanging most of the money he had on him. After exchanging it for spirit stones, it became the assets of the sect. He then accepted the task of buying medicine for the sect leader, and he succeeded. Obviously, he made the right move. If this game has a favorability mechanism, he should have gained the favorability of the clan leader? Fan Guizhou was extremely excited, and for a moment he felt that he had put more strength into carrying the food. He looked through the points redemption list for the available permissions and saw something that could be redeemed. After thinking about it, I suddenly had an idea. Fan Guizhou found Han Tian, who was also busy. He was so busy today just switching back and forth to log in the monster material information that he was almost busy. Boss Han, I want to discuss something with you. Han Tian looked at Fan Guizhou and nodded. What do you want?
Fan Guizhou said, I looked at the points redemption list and there's something I can redeem, 500 points for 1 hour of game.
Video recording rights. I know you want to do live streaming and materials in this area, so I'd like to sell these points to you.
Do you want them? Han Tian's eyes lit up, are you sure?
They don't have enough points now, so they can't see more redemption items offered by the system.
Fan Guizhou nodded, I'm sure. Fan Guizhou was still asking the system in his mind. System, can points be transferred to players?
The system quickly replied, no, but you can choose to give it to other players after exchanging the items.
Fan Guizhou told Han Tian the system's answer.
Han Tian clapped his hands and said, okay, I won't lie to you. Brother, if you trust me, just name a price and I'll transfer it to you via WeChat.
Fan Guizhou hesitated for a moment and said, how about we sell it to you at $1 per point for $500?
He brewed wine in the game just to make a small contribution to the sect, but at this stage he felt that he could use it to make some money for himself.
Han Tian narrowed his eyes and said, brother, that's too low. Let's say it's a 10-to-10 ratio. I'll give you 5,000.
After all, once this game video is recorded and causes a sensation, he can earn more than this amount, but he is not sure about the price of Krypton gold now. If points can be used to purchase items for transfer, their points in the later stage will definitely not be less, so of course they have to speculate on gold at a higher price.
Fan Guizhou was surprised at Han Tian's generosity, but he agreed readily.
He purchased the admission rights and gave them to Han Tian.
Han Tian was finally able to record the game video and send it out.
He wants to let those people on Weibo who are always scolding him for being crazy take a good look at this.
What is the world of cultivating immortals like?
In real time, 5 or 6 days have passed. At first, some people criticized Jingbei Ocean's Weibo, but later they saw that he updated his website with new information every day. Both in terms of worldview and detailed game information, it seemed a bit too real. The main thing is that Jingbei Ocean has so much free time, how could he make up a game world to deceive everyone? What I am most curious about is that at the beginning, there were players in the same group but no one made an appointment to break into the sect. Everyone asked this question almost every day, but after being too busy in the Explosion Sky game, everyone lost interest in exploring. They didn't believe that Jingbei Ocean and the others were playing a game, but they thought that the game might just be a little hardcore, which caused Jingbei Ocean to be amazed. After all, without any screenshots or videos released, who would really believe it? Some people have also analyzed the authenticity of the game world of Yunzhou continent based on the information released by Jingbei Ocean. Damn, there's detailed intel on every NPC, plus this map and monster materials. If this game is this detailed, it's going to require a pretty big hard drive, right? I'm a diehard V fan. I heard from a senior member that this game has only opened a novice village map. If it's so detailed, how big will the future maps be? Philanthropist, I still think it's hype. What kind of game is so secretive about testing without deleting the data and not even giving screenshot permission? Born to be an emperor, yeah, Naked Stroller and the others haven't been talking in the group lately. I don't know if this game is really that fun. Jingbei Ocean, I know you're anxious, brothers. God will reward those who work hard. We've finally earned the permission to record videos in the game. There's so much I want to show you, but we only have an hour, so I've picked and chosen to record a rough outline. You can watch it for yourselves. Jingbei Ocean's sudden remarks quickly caused a sensation among players. He didn't say anything more and directly sent a video to the group. Starting with a broken sect game review plus review, is this a game that transcends time, a masterpiece that transcends technology, or something else entirely? What was shocking was the link to his Weibo. After all, he would directly post the video of any review on Weibo. First of all, the title of the video is shocking. A game that transcends time? A masterpiece that transcends the technological era? Damn, you dare to use all kinds of adjectives to describe this game, do you know what you are saying? When these games came out and became popular all over the world, they didn't dare to brag like this. Players who knew Jingbei Ocean were all dumbfounded. Even players from other gaming circles heard about this and clicked on Jingbei Ocean's Weibo. After opening Weibo, the first thing you see is a real game screenshot.
This is the actual game screen. But why are there several real people? The audience watching the video were all puzzled.
The video begins with Chen Miao and Ah discussing spiritual medicine.
The background of the picture is a house built on the edge of a cliff.
After nearly half a month of changes in the game, and with the guidance of designers and players, the Changqing sect has begun to take shape. Dozens of houses in the style of farmhouses are built in a stepped manner next to the top of the cliff. The overall style of the houses is similar, but they all have their own unique little touches in the details. Behind the house are misty mountains. There was a sparse amount of smoke rising from the houses, occasionally mixed with the sight of people walking around. The camera gradually zooms out, revealing a mountain backdrop, and it can be seen that the buildings are located halfway up the mountain. The mountains here are densely forested, the peaks are steep and the fog is shrouded. If you only look at the environment, it is an extremely peaceful mountain scene, and it seems like a great place for retirement. The farthest the camera can be pulled can only capture the entire picture of the Changqing sect. Jingbei Ocean has tried it and found that it provides a camera perspective, but it won't work if it's too far away. Until a girl in the picture raised her hand and discussed something with a boy of about 12 years old. She stretched out her hand, and a magical herb was quietly floating in the palm of her hand. This style of painting is not right. When the audience was still confused, Jingbei Ocean's voice suddenly interrupted. Hello everyone, I am Jingbei Ocean, and my current game ID is Han Tian. I may use the game ID to make videos directly in the future, so you can just call me Han Tian from now on. I'm a semi-professional game reviewer, but perhaps from now on, I'll become a professional commentator for Starting with a Broken Sect. I should be the first person to comment on this game. After all, I paid real money for this privilege. First of all, I want to tell you one thing. The entire game screen you see is real. It is indeed the screen of this game. Yes, this game is truly a 100% holographic simulation of the real game. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the comments below the video exploded. Fuck, do you know what you are saying? How is that possible? You're telling me this real-life footage is a game? You found a few actors to act this out, right? How could this be real? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is hilarious. These days, you have to hire actors to act out a trick just to deceive people, right? Han Tian seemed to have anticipated the comments in the comments section, and the video suddenly shifted to another location. Because the game is based on my first-person perspective, you can't see me for now. Next, I'll film a long shot to prove the authenticity of what I say. I'll show you a corner of this world. If you don't believe me, I'll pay you 1 million to find an identical place in real life and slap me in the face. After he said this, the barrage of comments exploded again. And the video has started to move. Han Tian saw Ao and Chen Miao finish their conversation and leave. He walked over and asked Chen Miao in the camera, Miao boss, how was your discussion? Nothing special. Chen Miao looked at Jingbei Ocean with a strange look, because from her perspective, she could see Han Tian's eyes flashing with strange data. What's wrong with your eyes? Han Tian pointed at himself and said, I am now in the first-person perspective. By recording the game video in this way, the system has given me the permission. Chen Miao suddenly realized, have you earned enough points? Fan Guizhou can redeem an hour's gaming privileges if he earns 500 points. I asked him to buy it. Chen Miao was full of praise, he is really amazing. He is willing to exchange all the spirit stones for points. After all, his winemaking is starting to get on track, so he can keep making money. I won't tell you for now. I only have an hour. I need to record a video and go to Wanyan County. Chen Miao also smiled and said, go ahead. Anyway, this is the face of the game, so it doesn't matter even if it is exposed. Han Tian then began to record all the way to Wanyan County with the confused and unbelieving audience. Most of the viewers who watched Han Tian's video were still cursing Jingbei Ocean for being crazy, but a small number of them had begun to doubt. It's simple. If it's a filmed video, there will always be an edit. But Han Tian's video was shot in its entirety in a straight line, with smooth footage and no editing at all. Even the arc of the video fluctuations is consistent with the shooting angle. The most important thing is that a soul-stealing rat appeared. The thieving rat was vivid and lifelike, without any of the CG feeling created by current special effects. It looked a bit like a squirrel, but it was not one of the current types of squirrels. Han Tian also said, "That is a first-level monster, the soul-stealing rat. We have planted a lot of spiritual herbs recently, and the soul-stealing rat will sneak in to see it." Han Tian wanted to zoom in to take a picture of the stealing rat, but unfortunately the rat ran too fast. Gone in the blink of an eye. There was also a hint of regret in Han Tian's voice. "We are only in the early stages of qi refining now. The speed of stealing spirit rats is too fast and we can't catch them. Otherwise, we would like to raise a few." It takes Han Tian half an hour to get down the mountain, and this half an hour of journey is not exaggerated at all, without a single second of editing. If Han Tian hadn't added some content from time to time, no one would have been able to watch such a boring video. But the scenery in the video is not exaggerated, it is truly beautiful. It is completely original, without any shooting filters, it is the most real look. Every animal and plant that appears in the picture has a unique angle. As we get closer to the foot of the mountain, the large town of Wangan County comes into view. Until everyone saw Wangan County. After entering the county town gate, a bustling street comes into view. Han Tian lowered his voice deliberately. "This is the mortal town, Wangan County. I have put all the information about Wangan County on the website. You can go and check it out yourself. I won't introduce it in detail. There are many cultivators here, so I have to be careful with my words." Monk? Are there really people who cultivate immortality? There are usually many monks coming to Wangan County, and the clothes worn by people walking on the streets here are also of different colors. If it were a filming, such a scene would undoubtedly be a grand undertaking. But many people have already searched for it. For the sake of the 100 million, they are trying their best to find the place Han Tian mentioned, and they are even using satellite maps. It looks like China's territory. It's so big, it should be a film and television city, right? But which film and television city meets the requirements? An hour is neither long nor short. It is totally not enough to show what Han Tian wants. In addition, fighting is not allowed in Wangan County, so the only surprise during the filming was probably meeting a senior sister from the Feek sect who flew over on a huge pink tasseled fan. To be able to make such a large flying magic weapon, the senior sister must be at least in the foundation building stage. Han Tian didn't dare to provoke such a person now, so he just watched silently without saying anything. After the senior sister landed, she waved her hand and the huge fan vehicle disappeared. The whole picture is smooth and natural, with no traces of special effects. It gives people a sense of truth that they have never felt before. The senior sister was also very delicate and beautiful, with an indescribable charm. She was wearing an ancient-style skirt, but she walked with the wind, and there was an unconcealable heroic spirit between her eyebrows. Even female celebrities are not inferior. A lot of barrages were typed out. The dagger is revealed. She must be a professional actress. She is so beautiful that she looks stunning on camera. She seemed quite stable sitting on the fan, with no signs of wirework. If it really is a special effect, how much would it cost? At the end of the video, Han Tian deliberately placed a bomb. He went to a place that specialized in purchasing monster materials and photographed the corpse of a first-level monster, a clam snake. He manually gave out the high-energy clips and told people with low tolerance not to watch them. There was no censorship at all, and even if you looked closely, the blood was so strong that some people could have vomited on the spot. This is a clam snake, a species that absolutely does not exist in reality. If you still think this game is fake after watching this video, then I have nothing to say. I still say the same thing: find this place, find those people who appeared in my video just now. As long as you can find them in real life, I will give you 100 million. So far, I find it hard to believe it's a game. But where it came from, I can't be sure. The video is over. Many viewers looked confused. Is this really a game world? But is it possible? Can it be done with current technology? There are still some people who still firmly believe that Han Tian made a video for hype and deceived everyone. Even games are starting to use gimmicks these days. If it's fake, it's fake. Which country in the world has this kind of technology? Tell me. This is absolutely hype. What a rubbish game. Fuck, there are only 50 spots for the open beta test? And now they're not even releasing anymore. What kind of crappy game is this? No way, is there really someone searching for this game? Many players in the gaming group were shocked. I was born an emperor, is this true? Holy crap. That video is so realistic. How is it different from reality? Philanthropist at Han Tian, I'm not kidding. If you find it, you'll give me 100 million? Han Tian, forget about a million. If you can find a place that matches this in real life, I'll give you my entire fortune. Philanthropist, to be honest, I just don't believe it. There's no way Blue Star has such technology. I used to think you were a big shot, but you dare to say such things. This game company must have spent a lot of money to hype you up, right? Han Tian, no, you can ask Zhou Xiao and the others, okay? I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I need to go up and help other players watch over their spiritual fields to prevent them from being eaten by spirit-stealing rats. Now players have a division of labor, some help them build houses, and some are responsible for looking after the spiritual fields. I have to say, this video was really explosive. Because the title was so explosive, and Han Tian made a promise of 100 million, and he is also a big shot in the gaming circle, many people were really tempted. The reason they were so excited was that they thought this place must be fake, and if they could find it they would get 100 million, so why not do it? Some people regarded this as an unprecedented marketing event, and soon, Han Tian's video directly became the #1 hot search. On the feasibility of holographic virtual games? A broken sect at the beginning. Is it a shocking scam or game hype? A marketing campaign worth 100 million. Who is Song Jiulai? At least the sensation caused by Han Tian's video has far exceeded the 5,000 yuan he paid. While in the game, Song Jiulai suddenly received a message. Unexpected energy fluctuations were detected. After evaluation, the energy can be converted into game energy. You have gained access to the Blue Star internet connection. You can continue to recruit 20 sect disciples. At that moment, Song Jiulai's mind exploded. The system was also shocked. Damn, there is such a good thing? Song Jiulai was excited on the spot. Great! I can finally finish watching the TV series I'm watching. Song Jiulai was so excited. Since the day she came here, apart from practicing hard every day, she spent her time reading books about the Yunzhou continent. But how can the entertainment life in Yunzhou continent be as enjoyable as the modern one? Before she traveled through time, she had not finished watching several episodes of the TV series she was following. Song Jiulai was very excited. Hurry up, I want to see what the internet situation is like over there. Anyway, she can now do two things at the same time, searching for monsters and gathering materials, and chatting with the system in her mind, so why can't she watch TV series? The system opened a channel for Song Jiulai. Although he could only see the internet on this side, Song Jiulai had already seen the familiar interface. She first looked at the trending searches on Weibo. Wow! Lively! Tone, did you see that? I'm on the trending search. System, I don't need to look. Songjo took a look and found that it was Han Tian who created the hot search. Awesome! 100 million views and #1 trending search. Worth it! Is this how I get my power? Songjo took a look at the hot searches on Weibo and saw that there were several topics about this game. Plus the system prompt of extra energy detected. Could it be attention? Song Jiulai pondered, could it be that the increased attention on Weibo's trending searches will be beneficial to the game? System, probably. Song Jiulai, aren't you a system? How come you don't know this? System, all my task prompts are factory installed. I'm like an AI customer service representative to you. I certainly can't explain anything that hasn't been explained internally.
Song Jiolai, you don't look like an AI. System, what does that look like? Song Jiolai, like artificial intelligence. System.
Since they are bound to this host for life anyway, the system decided to pretend it didn't hear anything. Song Jiu read Weibo for a long time and thought, it seems that I have to think of some way to generate publicity in the future.
Only with publicity can I have more energy to draw a quota.
Of course, the more people there are in the Changsheng sect, the better, since the system can control every player anyway. As long as there is a problem, it will be banned immediately on the spot, which is not a big problem. Unfortunately, the number of places is just like the spiritual routes, and cannot be selected from a specific location. Otherwise, she could quickly select a group of players with full talents to take her flying first. She saw her name again and suddenly remembered her past.
Ah, come to think of it, I actually do have 2 friends in modern times.
Although we are not very close, I can still find someone to go out for dinner with occasionally.
Song Jiolai is an orphan and has actually been quite lonely her entire life.
Whether or not she has friends is not
secondary.
She has already tried her best to live a good life. Perhaps her thoughts were captured by the system, and the system suddenly said, "It's okay, you will never be alone with me in the future."
Song Jiolai, really? You're so nice. System, I will love you like mom and dad. Are you taking advantage of me? If you think so, then so be it.
Song Jiolai cursed the system for a bit, then said, "It's better to do it now than to wait for a better day. Take advantage of this popularity and release the 20 spots. System, I don't recommend you let anyone in, but now you've already cleared most of the land on the mountainside of the Changsheng sect.
What if you continue to let people in and the land is not enough? The Feek sect will find out sooner or later." Song Jiolai frowned, that's true. Actually, I have an idea. Do you think they would agree if I merged with Feek sect in the future? System, does the Feek sect know about your malicious ambitions? Someone gave you the territory, but you secretly want to take it over. Are you a human being? System, the main reason is that you are not strong enough right now. Let's not reveal our purpose too quickly. Song Jiolai put his hands on his hips and said, then what's the best solution? The first 50 people all have land. If I don't give land to the people who come in later, what if they say I'm being unfair and discriminating? And there will be more people coming in later. One mountain alone is not enough for players to cause trouble. System, actually, there is another way. If you can accept it, Yunzhou continent won't care. Song Jiolai, what method? System, there are more and more players. It's not enough for us to just occupy the mountaintop. You know how players can cause trouble. Why not just let them live with mortals? Have you heard of surrounding the city with the countryside? Start by enclosing the land around Wangan County, and then gradually expand. Then Wangan County will naturally be yours. Song Jiolai couldn't help but feel excited, but isn't Wangan County now under the jurisdiction of the Feek sect? The system said, it's not that the sect controls mortals, but mortals need the sect's control. If you start cultivating now, just looking at the area of First Mountain, ordinary cultivators may not be able to leave in their lifetime, but what about mortals? They can't leave even half a step outside of Wangan County. As long as they are born here, they must be protected by cultivators, because there are monsters everywhere outside. The Feek sect only cares about major monster invasions, but they never interfere with the lives of mortals. They believe that excessive interference by cultivators in the mortal world is against cause and effect. But what do you think belongs to the mortal world? What is the essential difference between cultivators and mortals? I am just a system. To me, you mortals and cultivators are just the same kind of life forms. Song Jiolai seemed to suddenly understand something. In fact, whether a person is a monk or a mortal is not very important to the system. It has something that can forcibly open up spiritual routes, which means that the Yunzhou continent model will not work in the system. It said so now, although Song Jiolai could not understand the true meaning for the time being. But practicing still has its benefits. It makes her brain smarter, and she thinks what the system says makes sense. What this means is that even if I send players to station around here, the fake sect won't do anything even if they see me? The system spoke without beating around the bush. Yes, they believe that living with mortals and being exposed to the mortal world's aura is not good for cultivation. However, don't worry about such empty thoughts before you reach the stage of ascension. As long as you are in Yunzhou continent, it is impossible for a cultivator to avoid being exposed to the mortal world. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every river on this Yunzhou continent is mortal. Song Jiulai suddenly realized and scratched his head. I take back what I said about you being artificially retarded. You really are like an AI. It doesn't seem like a good word. Song Jiulai muttered, you seem like an intelligent life form created by a higher civilization. They can also understand and think independently. Although this is an affirmative answer, after all, the existence of the system is very awesome, but Song Jiulai still cannot imagine how awesome the civilization is. The system also remains silent. This involves core secrets and it is impossible to answer. Song Jiulai was confident. Then let's open a quota. I'll let Han Tian take them to explore the surrounding areas of Wangan County. He helped me a lot this time. I'll see how to reward him. Starting with a broken sect V. Hi everyone, I feel your enthusiasm and specially registered on Weibo to announce the good news. Pazong Men will release another 20 unlimited test spots after 12 o'clock tonight. First come, first served at 12 o'clock. The sooner you get it, the better. Yunzhou Continent, start your second life. This game cannot be resurrected, please cherish your life. Taking advantage of this popularity, after registering a Weibo account, curious netizens soon searched for it. Seeing that the quotas were available, everyone expressed their gratitude. You opened 20 passwords? And you're saying that the quicker you act, the quicker you get. Is that something you, as an official, can really say? This is hilarious. Do you really think your game is a hit? I can see through the screen that you're trying to hype it up. Can't I just go through the back door? I can buy it with money. Why not have a resurrection mechanic? Who would play a game without resurrection? I have to say this wave of hype marketing is truly amazing. With 100 million fans generating this kind of buzz, the game's PR team will be big names wherever they move to. Those who want to buy an account, forget it. This game requires information about your entire ancestry to fill out recruitment qualifications, and also requires face and ID verification. It also locks your IP. Even scalpers can't get it, and it's impossible to sell the account. What? You won't give me a spot? This is hilarious. I don't really want one. Really not giving it to me? This is hilarious. Broken sect, you're really pretentious. Tianya, you're here? In a villa, a beautiful woman looked at the handsome boy in front of her with a troubled look on her face. Your cousin is painting in the room. I have something urgent to talk to him about. Jiang Tianya's face showed an anxious look. Aunt, it's really important, I need to go tell him. My aunt's face was filled with sadness. Tianya, he doesn't like to be disturbed when he's painting. Please don't go, okay? Consider this as a plea from your aunt. You know your cousin can't stand any stimulation since the accident. He was only rescued in the hospital last time. Please don't go. Aunt, I know, but this time I might be able to save him. Don't you also want him to live well? My aunt was stunned when she heard this. You, Tianya, don't joke around. Jiang Tianya said seriously, Aunt, just trust me this time. I won't joke about my cousin's affairs. I'll go talk to him myself. My aunt was silent. Tears were already welling up in her eyes, but after a long time, they finally let go. Jiang Tianya immediately entered the house. In the sunny studio, a pile of scribbled paintings were scattered around. Some of those paintings are very exquisite, while others are messy. The colors are mostly black and blood red, which shows that the mental state of the owners of the paintings is extremely unstable. When Jiang Tianya entered, the boys sitting in the studio paused. Then a grumpy voice came, Get out! It's me. Jiang Tianya said this, and when he came in,
he saw the paintings all over the room and observed them for a while, then said, "Shueyao, I have something to tell you."
Liang Shuya was also annoyed when he heard Jiang Tianya's voice. "Is there something wrong, brother? If I say there is a way to allow you to move like a normal person, would you be willing to try it?" Liang Shuya turned his head suddenly. "What are you talking about?" When he turned his head, his legs were in a strange shape. He was sitting cross-legged, but one of his legs was only an empty trouser leg below the knee. He is a disabled person. Jiang Tianya exhaled, squatted down and touched Liang Shuyao's head to relax him. "I know you are under a lot of psychological pressure, and your current life is very different from your previous life, but I promise that you will enjoy the fun of your new life again. It will exceed your imagination and even subvert your worldview of the past 20 years, provided that you are lucky enough." Liang Shuya showed an incredulous look. "Cousin, what are you talking about?" Jiang Tianya said, "Listen to me, if you look at the trending searches on Weibo right now, there's a game that's new on the market, and that game is something you've definitely never seen before." He told the whole story of how the sect was destroyed at the beginning, and concluded, "You know my cousin never lies to you, and I'm not crazy. That world is really real. It's not like a game world. You can be a normal person in it and enjoy your second life." Liang Shuyo sneered mockingly, "Brother, I think you are really crazy, don't joke around." "I'm not kidding." Jiang Tianya said seriously, "Do you know why I'm telling you this? It's not just because of your leg, but also because the person you saved is from the military. You saved his life, and if you tell him about this, you can connect with the country. I suspect that game is truly abnormal, not just a game. Now the game spots can only be snatched up. I want the country to intervene and find out the secrets of the game. Our clan leader's name is Song Jiulai. This game didn't appear in any other country but in China first. There must be a reason for it. We must seize the initiative. Do you understand? You know my family. I can't get around my father and contact the government. He'll suspect I'm crazy and stop me from playing this game, so I can't tell anyone. People who haven't experienced it themselves won't believe it. I've already entered the game, and I need you to come in. Once you're in, you can join me." Liang Shuyo was stunned. Because this matter was beyond his imagination, he forgot to vent his violent temper for a moment. "The game spot grabbing starts at 12 o'clock tonight. I'll tell you all the recruitment information I filled out. Just copy and paste it in with your personal information. Grab it as quickly as possible. I've tried everything, and no matter what, I can't hack into the game website. There's no way to cheat. This alone isn't something a regular game company can do. I'm afraid other players will tell their families. There are only 20 spots left, and I don't know how many people will grab them, so you have to be quick. Once this game is confirmed to be a hit, there will be hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of players vying for the remaining spots. You can't imagine how terrifying that will be. Now is the best opportunity. Although 20 spots are few, there won't be many people competing for them." Jiang Tianya was still worried when he said this. "I will stay here with you tonight." Liang Shuya. He suspected that his brother was crazy, even crazier than himself, but he didn't dare to say it. So much so that his temper, which had been caused by his leg injury, was forcibly suppressed. Oh. Jiang Tianya was right. As soon as the 20 places were announced, the other 49 players all thought about telling their families. If you have the opportunity to play the game of Second Life and don't play it, you will be so angry that you will come back to life in the middle of the night after you go to your grave. The situations encountered by players are similar. First of all, there are not many people in my family who can play games. Unless they are of the same generation. And it's a VR game, which most elders have never heard of. When they hear what the players say, they think they are fooling around or going crazy and they don't make any sense at all. Only a few people who have siblings at home or who have seen players playing the game regularly were persuaded. Cases like Liang Shuyao's family are relatively rare. Although Energy has been given 20 places, the channel will still be closed and only 1 hour of login time will be given. And it was at this hellish time of 12 o'clock.
First of all, most office workers are past, unless they have special working hours or like to play games. No matter how well a game is hyped, not many people are willing to wait until 12 o'clock and play the game on time. Despite this, with the addition of some curious people, the group of players vying for 20 places is still quite large. There is also a large part of it that cannot be scolded. Whose game starts at the hellish time of 12 midnight? What about you at 12 noon? Sanji Yulai said that if it doesn't open at 12 o'clock, how can it sneakily occupy the land? She had already assigned points-earning tasks to the other 50 players, asking them to temporarily pick a piece of land around Wangan County and quickly build a wooden shed for the newcomers to live in. Fortunately, players can now use their spiritual energy more flexibly. They can control the wood and use the mortise and tenon structure to build a wooden house in one day. The conditions are so poor, there's nothing we can do. For the sake of the new player, she asked the system to teleport her back to the sect. After all, when a new player comes out, the clan leader has to meet him. He then went to find the connection that Su Huanli had left behind for him before she left Senior Sister Aquarius from the Feek sect, and ordered 20 dolls. This time she shamelessly bought it on credit. It was because I had smashed all the spirit stones by smashing the medicine, and I hadn't sold the devil horn snake gall and earthlingji in my backpack yet. Fortunately, Senior Sister Aquarius is also a straightforward person, and she agreed to Song Jiulai's request for credit. And even though her name is Aquarius, she is not necessarily an Aquarius. After staying in the first mountain for about 10 days, returning to the Changsheng sect felt like being reborn. The main reason is that I have killed too many monsters and have been looking at their corpses every day. I have smelled all kinds of odors and my nose is almost damaged. Song Jiulai changed into ordinary plainclothes and sat in a restaurant in Wangan County to eat a lot. The so-called fasting is all a lie. She is now in the middle stage of chi training and she still feels very greedy for food. And the happiest thing is that I can eat as much as I want without gaining weight. The spiritual energy was digested too quickly. And she also discovered the products of the players. For example, the waiter came over and enthusiastically advertised, "Miss, our shop is currently producing peach blossom wine, and other fruit and flower wines. We also have special flour cakes and various new gourmet pastries. Would you like to try them?" Song Jiulai squinted his eyes and nodded, "Give me a bottle of wine." "Do you have dompa pork?" The waiter's eyes lit up. "Oh, miss, you really know what's good. Dompa pork is a new delicacy we requested from the immortals of the Changsheng sect. We're just about to launch it today, and the sign hasn't even been put up yet, and you already know about it?" "I know, but the first dish that appears when traveling back to ancient times is often dompa pork. Players will definitely not be able to break out of this vicious circle of thinking. Although the meat from Yunzhou continent has not been castrated, the meat we eat on a daily basis may be different from that from Blue Star. The fishy smell is not as strong, so it is still suitable for making meat products. And it's really delicious." Song Jiulai nodded, "Then give me one to try." "Waiter, okay." Song Jiulai was sitting at the window on the second floor of the restaurant. Apart from the occasional monks walking around, other places in Wangan County were actually pretty much the same as in ancient times. But she had already discovered the differences between the mortals in Yunzhou continent. The mortals here also live their own lives. If they cannot embark on the path of cultivating immortals, they will spend their lives in mediocrity here. Because there is no concept of country and court here, only the division of power, so mortals have no upward channels or positive ideas. Their whole lives, they have no pursuit and are trapped in one place. Just because of the existence of monsters, it is great to be able to live a peaceful life. Can't we go out for a walk? For a lifetime, you are trapped in one place, even a county town. What a sad thing that is. But that's because she herself has seen the vast world and even knows how big it is. For the common people of Wangan County, even the Wanxian sect seemed like those distant gods existing in storybooks, and they had no concept of them. How can we yearn for the vastness of this world? In fact, some people tried to leave, and no one stopped them. But they either died at the hands of monsters or at the hands of those malicious cultivators. For the people here, the most difficult thing is to leave. Only a small number of lucky people, who may have geniuses in their families, will be taken away by the monks if they want to leave here.
But it's just being trapped from one place to another.
Only caravans can travel in this world because of their cooperation with the sect.
But caravans are also dangerous.
Why?
Song Jiulai sighed softly. System, why are you sighing?
Song Jiulai, no, I just think I have a ridiculous idea.
System, tell me about it.
Generally speaking, it will not actively capture Song Jiulai's thoughts, although it can do so.
Song Jiulai said, I was just thinking, if the Changsheng sect becomes prosperous in the future, can I connect Wanyan County with other places?
I can open a tourist route so that even mortals can travel around.
I always feel that everyone should see the wider world in their lifetime. System, isn't this what you value?
If we don't open a tourist route, Fan Guzhou's fine wine won't sell, and Zhou Zhao's food can only develop here.
They will mainly focus on cultivation in the future. It's impossible for them to sell goods everywhere. The Changsheng sect won't make a lot of money.
To do business, you need trade routes.
Wanyan County is too small. It's too small.
It's not that the system doesn't support Song Jiulai's idea, we have too few people now, let's take it step by step.
How do you plan to manage those 20 newcomers? Song Jiulai was in high spirits, I have already chosen the candidate.
Ah has to take charge of the area on the mountain, so I won't bother him with this matter.
And? Song Jiulai nodded with his fingertips, it's too slow for me to fight monsters alone.
Players also need experience, but not everyone has the courage to go.
I should be able to issue experience quests. The system disagrees, you want to open it now? Song Jiulai, no, wait until this month's settlement, and then the training mission will be issued next month.
I have you as my backing, so I have nothing to worry about.
They can't do it. Few people will be willing to go in the early stage. Now let's look at the new players. In reality, it's 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Liang Shuya was actually not very nervous.
But his cousin looked particularly nervous.
He has VR gaming
equipment all over his house, and it's all gathering dust. When the accident first happened, he was in a very depressed mood and felt extremely distressed. His family tried every possible means to help him. They found various ways to keep him occupied. In the end, painting can help him calm down to a certain extent.
Zhang Tianya is reading the messages in the group.
Several players were getting ready to go to bed as they had to go to work the next day, so they didn't play the game and were just waiting to see the results at 12 o'clock.
Sudaxiang, damn, I told my girlfriend this game could open a second life and asked her to grab it. She gave me 2 big dicks and said I was crazy. Ma Xianyao, when she comes in and sees you, a smurf, won't she dump you right away?
Shidazwa, I'm really looking forward to the 20 new players coming in tonight.
It seems like Ms. Zhou and the others have been assigned to lead the new players? Yang Nini, yes, Fan Guzhou and the others went.
Ma Xianyao, the hype that Han Dilao released on Weibo this time is really high.
Even the crappy planner was willing to give away 20 spots. Gu Yunxi, if we haven't played this game before, everyone would criticize it. Yang Nini, that philanthropist in the gaming group, is a psychopath.
He doesn't believe it himself. When he's asked to grab it tonight, he says it's just a marketing ploy and refuses to be fooled.
He insists that Boss Han is hyping it up and insists on finding this place. Suda Xiang, there are almost 20 spots left, can he just grab them if he wants?
Don't be fooled by the fierce criticism on Weibo, with such high popularity, there will definitely be a lot of people vying for it tonight. He and his cousin have made all the preparations. Whether you can grab a spot at 12 o'clock depends on fate. Seeing Zhang Tianya so nervous, and his cousin who usually didn't like to talk to others was willing to accompany him here until 12 o'clock, Liang Shuya could only cheer up. Maybe his internet speed is at its maximum, or maybe his computer performance is also super superior. Zhang Tianya was standing next to him, using the national time display to check his watch. In short, at 12 o'clock, the website refreshed the recruitment list on time.
Because the game requires facial recognition and the IP must be locked here, Liang Shuya can only do it himself, and he clicked in immediately.
All the information is filled in, just copy and paste.
The internet speed is very smooth without any lag. Liang Shuao suddenly became a little nervous. After quickly filling out the form, he immediately clicked OK. The whole process took just over 10 seconds.
Congratulations, you have obtained the qualification for the open beta test of Starting with a Broken Sect. Please enter the game as soon as possible within 1 hour, otherwise the login channel will be closed and your place will be invalid.
Call.
At that moment, Liang Shuao himself did not breathe a sigh of relief, but he saw his cousin breathe a sigh of relief.
Great, great. Jiang Tianya, who was always calm, rarely became happy and hugged Liang Shuao directly. You can go to the game now. Go to the game first. I will go home and find you in the game later. My game ID is Jiangya. Don't use your real name. Simplify it or change it. Remember not to reveal it.
If you don't understand the game information, you can check out the website guide posted by Han Tian.
Anyway, go in first. I'll add you to our game group. If you don't understand anything, you can ask. Now, go play the game. Liang Shuao, oh. Jiangya pulled Liang Shuao into the group.
The group was already in an uproar and no one noticed that Jiangya had invited a new member in. Su Daxiang, holy shit, within 30 seconds my cousin said the spot was gone.
What kind of bastard is trying to snatch it? Yang Mimi, is 30 seconds too much? It took me 10 minutes to fill it out before. I'm so lucky. Ma Xianyao, damn, the
Taoist priest got it, so awesome. This time he will definitely piss the philanthropist off to death.
Another gaming group.
The old Taoist priest ascended, ha 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 ha, I grabbed it with my hand speed after being single for 100 years, screenshot.
Philanthropist, are you going to be a shill too?
The sun shines on your dark heart, philanthropist, you can't say that. I see a lot of people on Weibo are trying to grab it, there are always people playing it. Come out and post a review. The old Taoist priest ascended, OJBK, I'm going to download the game first. The higher you jump, the farther you pee at philanthropist idiot, don't be the only one awake while everyone else is drunk.
I'm telling you, you'll regret it later.
I'm a woman of unparalleled strength and courage at philanthropist, stop yelling. No matter how much you yell, the game company won't be motivated to give you a spot.
Philanthropist, come on, I've played every game I can think of. I don't really want this spot.
I am a woman with the strength to pull up mountains and the courage to conquer the world/smile, then keep up the good work, and be stubborn forever.
Liang Shuao finished downloading the game. This game is very strange.
Even if the internet speed is very fast, it is too outrageous that it can be downloaded locally in 1 minute.
The game interface is even more rudimentary.
With Jiang Tianya staring at him, Liang Shuao tied his waist to prevent himself from falling to the ground while playing games due to loss of control of his legs. When he put on the VR goggles and entered the game, his vision suddenly went black. Immediately afterwards, the same scene appeared as when the first batch of players entered the game.
Are you willing to enter the game, experience the Yunzhou continent, and follow the arrangements of Sect Master Song Jiulai? I've heard this from my cousin a long time ago. Liang Shuao, agree. Agreement means signing. Welcome to Yunzhou continent. You will begin a brand new life. After saying this, the next second, you need to get your ID. Liang Shuao thought about it and gave himself an ID called Shuao. Anyway, it's unlikely that you'll recognize him in person. Then comes the face-pinching interface. This really shocked Liang Shuao. Real face-pinching?
He is not a person who is very keen on face shaping. In real life, he is actually quite handsome. He has known this since he was a child, so it doesn't matter to him when playing a game.
Liang Shuao entered the game with a default face.
This led to him waking up in tears in the middle of the night for a long time, just like Mu Qiu. I hate myself for not making it look better.
Until Liang Shuao opened his eyes, in an instant, the world spun around, and everything, including his outlook on life of the past 20 years, collapsed. I'm so fast, brother, don't you even have the nerve to pinch it? You're definitely going to regret it.
When he opened his eyes, he saw a night scene with a bright moon and sparse stars. In front of her was an enlarged human face, and behind her, a stream was flowing. The moonlight shone on the water, sparkling with the brilliance of broken gold.
Zhou Xiao grinned.
Isn't it beautiful? We specially picked a beautiful place to find a suitable place for you new players.
But Liang Shuya lowered his head the next second.
At that moment, his whole body was shaking. He saw a pair of legs, a pair of intact legs.
He took his first step in shock, slowly and in disbelief.
Like a child learning to walk, when you can clearly feel the sensation coming from your legs.
In an instant, he burst into tears. Zhou Xiao. Damn, brother, I know you're excited, but you're exaggerating.
The corners of Liang Shui's lips trembled, and he subconsciously wiped away his tears. No, I'm just too excited. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had felt his feet firmly on the ground. He was once a high-spirited and favored child of destiny, with his own lofty ideals and noble goals.
But after an accident, everything collapsed.
He never regretted that he was trying to save people. But after losing his legs, everything he pursued became empty talk. The change in life status before and after is not something that ordinary people can bear. He once thought that he would never be able to stand up again in his life.
Is this a game? He pursed his lips, still unable to believe what he saw.
Just because he put on a VR device.
It's a game. Zhou Xiao blinked. The puppet was indistinguishable from a real person.
The Zhou Xiao in front of her was a vivid girl.
My name is Zhou Nuren. What's your ID?
Liang Shuiao replied slowly, Shuiao. He looked at everything around him, stunned and dazed, and wondered if he was hallucinating because of too much pressure. He pinched his thigh.
Very good, no sympathy. It feels fake. But the touch is real.
He could still smell the fragrance of grass, trees, and flowers around him.
Oh, don't worry. I'm still in the game.
I just don't feel any pain, but I still have all the other senses.
I can even eat.
By the way, I'll be your senior sister from now on.
Zhou Xiao felt very happy.
I don't have many brothers and sisters in real life, but I never thought that one day I would be someone's senior sister.
I'm the first player to come in.
I've accepted the mission from the clan leader and am responsible for leading you newcomers to carry out the pioneering mission at the foot of the mountain.
Zhou Xiao patted Liang Shuiao on the shoulder. Call me senior sister, I'm the fourth in the sect.
Although Aha said so, few players bought it.
A bunch of traitors.
Liang Shuiao had just arrived after all, and was a newbie in the game, so he called out honestly, senior sister.
Oh my god. Zhou Xiao was overjoyed. Okay, I'll definitely take you flying well from now on.
By the way, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment first. Although this is also a branch of the sect, our sect headquarters is on the mountain. We mainly arranged for you to come down the mountain because we didn't have enough space. Once all 20 of you newbies have arrived, the sect master will come over to open your spiritual roots and teach you the secret techniques. I will first help you familiarize yourself with the environment and daily tasks.
Liang Shuiao nodded blankly.
He was still immersed in shock and followed Zhou Xiao around. The address chosen this time at the foot of the mountain is next to a forest, and the house is against the mountain wall. If you are unlucky, there will be wild first-level monsters roaming on the mountain, and they are the kind of harmful monsters that Song Jiulai kills. This is for players to practice. When a first-level monster appears, even if the 20 or so players are all in the chi refining stage, one fireball from each of them is enough to kill it several times.
An environment that is too comfortable can sometimes make them lose their vigilance.
At least we need to let them know that this is indeed a continent of cultivation, and there are dangers everywhere. This mountain is not as high as Feek Mountain.
It is just an ordinary small peak. A few acres of spiritual fields can be opened up on the peak. It's mainly at the foot of the mountain. The 20 wooden houses are neatly lined up in a row.
Because they are all temporarily built with wood, they look very old.
That's it for now.
If you want a nice style for this house, you can slowly modify it yourself. Anyway, it has spiritual energy, so it will only take a few minutes to demolish it. Our daily mission is to cultivate spiritual fields. If you think this has no future, there are currently two options. One is to follow me or Fan Gujo to start some small business, and the other is to go out and gain experience by yourself, hunting monsters or gathering.
It's what's commonly known as hunting in the wild. There are a lot of materials in the wild.
Although they are all first-level spiritual herbs or wood, at least there are a lot of them. If you pick them diligently, you can earn a medium-grade spiritual stone in a month.
This was Zhou Xiao and the others' own estimate.
Of course, if you're brave enough, you can go out and kill monsters for training, but think carefully.
This game doesn't have a resurrection mechanism.
If you die, your account will be banned, which is equivalent to invalidating your account.
You'll have to wait until later to get a new account.
Once you've made some money, you can start considering whether to refine pills, refine weapons, or even go the beast taming route.
These are the main development paths for cultivators.
Alchemy, or refining medicine, is very profitable, but also very expensive and difficult. Refining weapons is about the same difficulty as refining pills, and it encompasses all the tools that cultivators on the Yunzhou continent use in their daily lives. For example, monks' weapons and magic tools, as well as mustard seed bags for storing things, and all sorts of other uses.
Beast taming is even simpler.
You just need to catch monster beasts or raise spirit beasts yourself. Spirit beasts are harder to buy, and there are basically no spirit beasts for sale. Most people catch monster beasts and tame them themselves.
It's even easier if you don't want to leave at all. Just give up and practice.
Or just be a casual player.
It's all a game anyway. It's your choice. Zhou Xiao explained it very clearly, and Liang Shuiyao basically understood it. This game is so magical.
Every blade of grass and every tree here has its own principle, and is definitely not the repetitive props in the game.
No wonder his cousin was so excited.
No wonder my cousin said that this game would change him. He was standing here, and there was no difference between him and being on the real ground.
He seemed to be alive again. Liang Shuiyao took a deep breath. I understand, thank you, senior sister.
As for how to do it, he planned to wait for his cousin to come up. He was quite curious and excited about the person who had awakened his spiritual roots. When will the sect master come? The leader of this game is the only character that has been promoted on the official page, but we still don't know what he looks like. She'll come over when everyone's gathered.
If you have any questions, you don't need to look for the sect master. Just ask the system. She usually doesn't come out.
Just like in the past half month, players basically haven't seen Song Jiulai except for the first day. They also didn't know that the sect leader had been fighting outside for half a month, and even killed a cultivator, who was now a noble cultivator in the middle stage of qi refining. She is no longer the sect leader who was in the early stage of qi refining. However, there is another thing weighing on Song Jiulai's mind at the moment, and that is the tax collection by the Wanxian sect. According to the time of the Wanxian sect ceremony to worship the immortals, there is only one in-game month left at the latest, and the tax must be paid. In addition, there are still 10 players who need to reach the middle stage of qi refining, and the future is bleak.
Song Jiulai, who was originally planning to delay time, decided to force the player after he remembered it. If you keep the carrot hanging, I don't believe they won't work hard. After Liang Shuiyao got familiar with the environment, new players came in one after another. Although every player who entered the game did not react as strangely as Liang Shuiyao, it was obvious that they all followed the same path as the old players. Fuck. Oh my god, this is actually a game. Didn't I really travel through time? Why is there another foreigner here? I can't believe this is a game. Damn, I really thought it was a joke. Mom, I'm playing the real Sims.
It's worth it that I've been single for 30 years and my hand.
Speed has earned me a spot. Awesome, absolutely awesome.
The players were amazed, and each showed their cultural level and quality. Zhou Xiao and others could understand it very well. Because when they came in, they were like idiots, amazed at everything they did, and it took them a day or two to calm down from the shock. Zhou Xiao is responsible for leading a group of novices, and Fan Gujo is responsible for leading another group. The main reason is that they are closer to the prototype of daily life players, and they have to run around Wangan County, which makes them very suitable for guiding new players who are unfamiliar with the environment.
This time, another player joined Zhou Zhao's group. It was the Taoist master Fei Xing. After entering the game, he was stunned the whole time and seemed to have turned into an idiot. In the end, I just slapped my thigh and had nothing to say except that it was awesome.
20 new disciples have arrived, and sect leader Song Jiulai will be arriving soon. New players have arrived, and it's time to start performing on their own. 20 new players gathered in the new territory, and Song Jiulai appeared with a smile on his face. Ever since he entered the middle stage of qi refining, he has gained an aura of authority that is intimidating without being angry when facing a group of players who don't even have spiritual roots. She is like the bright moonlight in the sky, full of mystery. In simple terms, it's a very good pretending. Welcome everyone to our Qingxing sect and become a member of the Qingxing sect. I hope everyone can have a pleasant time in Yunzhou continent. I won't say any more nonsense. After your spiritual roots are developed, the brothers and sisters will lead you to complete the sect's missions. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and 20 spiritual root inner cores reappeared. This is redistributed after a player enters the system. Players who obtained the spiritual root inner elixir also sat on the ground and waited until the talent time was over before going online. Among the 20 players who came in this time, there were still only 2 female players. These 2 girls are actually fans in real life, otherwise they wouldn't be able to snatch the recruitment qualification with their hand speed even though they have been single for decades. I saw this game trending, so I jumped in to play it out of boredom. Who knew I'd get such a big surprise? Shu dash. After the spiritual roots were opened, Liang Shuiao went offline. Returning to reality, feeling the restraint on his nose, Liang Shuiao's eyes flashed with confusion again. Why do I not feel like I'm playing a VR game when I play it? He felt like he had entered a completely free world, but when he opened his eyes, he found that the safety belt around his waist was fastened properly. He didn't feel it at all when he was playing the game. But no matter what, Liang Shuiao looked at the empty part of his trouser leg on his right leg this time. Since the accident, he has actually been reluctant to look at his leg, but he has been unable to completely block out the perception. This time was the same, he could still feel that the lower half of his right leg had no sensation at all. But this time was different. It was no longer the dull and depressing feeling as before. Liang Shuiao called his cousin, "Brother, have you logged into the game? I'm in the process of opening my spiritual roots and can't log in anymore." Zhang Tianya had just arrived home at this time, and upon hearing this, he asked, "How long do you have?" Liang Shuiao thought for a moment and said, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Nice talent, not bad. Zhang Tianya was not that surprised. I can take 3 hours. Liang Shuiao heard the faint smile and complacency in Zhang Tianya's words, and rolled his eyes. "Brother, you are not right. Are you comparing yourself with me in such a place?" Zhang Tianya laughed. After that, both parties were silent for a moment. After a while, Zhang Tianya said, "It seems like we haven't had such a relaxing chat in a long time." "Brother." Liang Shuiao's voice was a little hoarse. "How did you find this game? Do you believe me when I say I'm bored?" He also saw the news in the gaming group, which he had joined a long time ago. He never speaks in the group and many people don't recognize him anymore. When Zhou Xiao sent the link that day, he really just happened to click on it and took a few glances out of boredom. Then he felt that this game was not like the ordinary games on the market, and with the gimmick of holographic simulation, he was indeed a little curious. Then, I luckily entered the game. We are very lucky. Zhang Tianya said, "Now, you are also one of the lucky ones." Liang Shuiao agreed with Zhang Tianya's statement. He felt it was a bit strange. Do you think this is the technology we have in our country? The entire world is impossible. Holographic simulation theory is scientifically impossible. The human brain is trying to simulate a 100% realistic environment. Forget about anything else, how can those tactile sensations be 100% real? Can you control yourself when you're dreaming? Liang Shuiao was shocked. Then where did this game come from? So I said this was weird, and
I found something interesting. Jiang Tianya said, looking at the public information he had sent people to find in his phone. Do you still remember that our sect leader is called Song Jiulai? Liang Shuao, I know, I told you when I entered the game.
Jiang Tianya, out of curiosity, I looked up the name Song Jiulai, and then I found a girl named Song Jiulai in the real world's Lin City.
She's an orphan.
Moreover, she looks very similar to the sect master, except that the sect master now looks more like her, flawless and perfect.
Liang Shuao, she is the planner of this game? So her name appears in the game?
Jiang Tianya, a month ago, she died while saving a cat.
Liang Shuao. Ah. Damn it. How come I'm a monk in another world and still sneeze? Song Jiulai straightened his clothes and said, cold? But I don't feel cold. System, have you finished watching the TV series? Song Jiulai slapped his thigh in anger. I've finished watching it. If I had known the ending was going to be such a sham, I wouldn't have watched it. Whose good guy replaces the male lead in the last episode? Are the director and screenwriter trying to take revenge on society?
After watching TV, Song Jio also looked around to see if there was any news about himself. After searching for a long time, I found that there was no news. After all, he died in a car accident while saving a cat, but it didn't even make the social news. Song Jiulai suddenly sighed, in my life, I am indeed just one of the vast sea of people in the world, unable to even splash a wave.
System, you posted online that you travel through time. Not only can you create waves, you can also trigger a tsunami. Song Jiulai. Song Jiulai wanted to get rich. But what's the point of posting it now?
The players have all come here, and they are no different from time travelers. Sooner or later, someone will post something online and try to get something for nothing. With the addition of 20 players this time and 50 veteran players, the size of their sect has increased again in the blink of an eye. The number of people is not much less than that of Feek sect, but the quality is a little lower. But what era does the Feek sect belong to, and what era does the Changsheng sect belong to? There's no comparison.
Song Jiulai is ready to make a big plan.
Since you are planning to occupy the mountain and become the king, you have to connect and open up the surrounding areas.
Wangyang County is still too small.
It takes 2 days to reach the first mountain.
It's better to build roads.
It would be great if there was a subway. A chi refining stage player could reach the first mountain
in just a few hours. Building a subway in the world of cultivation.
Just thinking about that scene makes Song Jiulai feel it is beautiful.
Of course she was just dreaming now. Yunzhou is good. There is no official supervision, and the Feek sect alone does not interfere in the affairs of mortals.
It is very convenient for her to grow bigger and stronger. Although the cultivator wanted to cultivate and ascend, the system task clearly required her to strengthen the sect. It is not enough to just practice silently.
A sect is like a company. If it does not expand externally, where will the spirit stones come from?
To get rich, build roads first.
This is an eternal truth that is convenient for both mortals and monks. Song Jiulai's goal was actually to head towards Lucian City in the opposite direction of the first mountain.
But the target over there is too obvious. There is also a large sect in Lucian City headed by a Yuanying stage cultivator.
We definitely can't afford to offend them at this stage. It is better to develop towards the first mountain first.
Players can also fight monsters to gain experience.
The system suddenly sighed, you are indeed from China. Song Jiulai, why does Atong have such emotion?
System, a cultivator in the middle stage of chi refining wouldn't be as bold as you, daring to attack a large sect led by a cultivator in the nascent soul stage.
What are you talking about? What kind of talk is this?
This is called free development. The number of players will only increase.
If I don't expand my territory, how will I let people in? I'm not planning on attacking the big sections.
Anyway, when my sect becomes bigger and stronger, it will sooner or later have to confront the big sections.
Who knows what the result will be? Anyway, I was lucky to have this life.
Song Jiulai shook his head, if it doesn't work, I'll just stay alive a little longer. As long as she doesn't cross the line, no one will care about her no matter how successful she is in one county. The new players have arrived, and she asked the system to issue the tasks she had set. Ding, all new players are in place, and the welcome event will now begin. 1. Hunting monsters for training can help you increase your cultivation more rapidly. After hunting monsters in the first mountain, donate the monster materials you obtain to the sect to earn double activity points for a limited time. This activity can be played alone or in a team and ends in half a month. 2. The top 10 players who reach the middle stage of chi refining will receive additional points as a reward. Friendly reminder, player survival rates are not guaranteed in various hunting activities. First Mountain has disciples from other sects to provide protection, but if there are any accidental casualties, the account will still be banned. Please make your own choices. As soon as this event came out, many players who were originally slacking off suddenly became agitated. Damn, hunting monsters, just the ones the sect master asked us to sell not long ago? Sure enough, the sect master had been out hunting before. Now that the sect is too poor, they've started asking us to go out hunting as well. Ah, the event doesn't guarantee resurrection? That's normal. After all, this game doesn't have a resurrection mechanism. It wouldn't be in vain if Chao Na died. I kind of don't want to go. Why are you so cowardly? Do you really want to be a life player in this immortal cultivation game? The player group began to quickly form a group. The main thing is that this activity does not restrict whether you can do it alone or in a team, so it is definitely safer to do it in a team. Compared to some players who don't want to go, there are actually quite a lot of players who want to hunt monsters. Because during this period of time they have already found out a lot about the basic situation of Yunzhou continent. There are disciples from other sects on the first mountain to provide support. If you get into an extremely dangerous situation, you will most likely be rescued if you shout for help. As long as I can stay safe for a while and gather more people, I can fight against the second-level monster. Zhou Xiao used his connections to find out about the Feek sect's disciples. They basically go out once a year, but they just fight guerrilla warfare. None of them has the strength like Song Jiulai, who can deliver poison from a distance and stay in the first mountain without coming back. The probability of death is extremely low. Since they can all go, there is no reason why it would be more dangerous for players to form a group. Unless the bastard planner deliberately spawns a group of monsters. But after playing for so long, I have a certain understanding of the freedom of this game. This game does not seem to be really intervened by a planner. Instead, it is more like a freely extended world with its own rules. Games are so technologically advanced that maybe there's some kind of AI computer that can do the calculations on its own. Even someone like Chen Miaomiao, who is devoted to studying spiritual herbs, has to go. And the three of them formed a group. Han Tian, Chen Miaomiao, and Zhou Xiao formed a team first. Han Tian planned to add Zhangya, but Zhangya said that his cousin had come in and he wanted to be in the same group with his cousin. Considering some safety issues, Han Tian asked Zhangya to call his cousin as well, so that they could form a group of 5. Zhou Xiao only then realized that the random player who started crying as soon as he came in was actually Zhangya's cousin, and he was also quite talented. It's a rare opportunity to get double points, so I must cherish it. Han Tian analyzed the reasoning behind planning the event. If we miss this time, we won't have the chance next time. First level monsters are still easy to kill. We must stay at the first mountain for the next half month. Once we like the feeling of improving our cultivation, we will take the initiative to train even if there are no activities. I have to say that Han Tian understood Song Jiulai's thoughts very well. If there wasn't a mid-stage chi refining mission hanging here this time, she wouldn't even want to give out double points. There's still a key question: when we log off, our bodies will remain here, motionless. Wouldn't it be dangerous to stay there? Han Tian, so we can only take turns to log off. We can't log off together. At most 2 people can log off at the same time. We have to arrange our time well. Zhou Xiao got a headache when he heard this. I rarely stay up late playing games, but I didn't expect to have to do that for this game. But it's not a big deal. I've been playing for a long time recently and my body feels relaxed after logging off. This game doesn't seem to make people feel very tired.
even very energetic.
If Zhou Xiao wasn't afraid of any sequelae, she would have been willing to spend 24 hours a day playing games.
Chen Miao frowned. Should I skip this event? I've been very busy lately, and I'm always squeezed in when I'm online. I'm afraid I'll be called off at any time.
No. Zhou Xiao and Han Tian both refused.
We're here to protect you. Don't worry about that. We'll be here to guard you once you're offline.
As the first obvious big boss among the current players, the effect of Chen Miao's research on spiritual herbs is remarkable. Her spiritual field is now almost full of spiritual herbs, and the survival rate is guaranteed. Recently, we are also developing spiritual herb wine that is combined with Fanguzhou wine. If it succeeds, as long as spiritual herbs can be added to the wine or food, then we will have found the secret to getting rich.
Awol was so happy that he looked at Chen Miao as if he was looking at a gold ingot.
Now he has become the number one person in the heart of senior brother O. Even if the sect leader comes, it is not certain that
Chen Miao will win his heart.
So during this training they must protect Chen Miao. As long as her cultivation level improves, she will definitely be able to make greater contributions.
Seeing that they insisted, Chen Miao did not refuse.
After all, this is a good opportunity to improve my strength. Even if I want to do research, it must be based on improving my strength. Besides, she also wanted to see how big the world outside Yunzhou continent was. Han Tian said at this time, if we go to the first mountain and all the maps along the way are loaded, then this game will be even more terrifying than we imagined.
A game like this cannot be made with Blue Star's current technology.
Who cares?
Zhou Xiao shrugged. Just have fun. Don't worry about anything happening. We're just ordinary people. We're lucky enough to have this kind of technology. Why should we be afraid of what it might do to us? I don't think I'm that valuable. Everyone can feel that there is something wrong with this game.
This was the conclusion they had reached after talking with the locals of Yunzhou continent for half a month during the game. That is not an NPC at all.
At least Zhou Xiao cannot treat the living locals of Yunzhou continent as NPCs. Han Tian nodded, that's true.
They are not that valuable, and it seems like they are just lucky. Once these big guys get together, there is nothing much to say to the rest of the people. At least they are a group of 3 people. Wu Dahu, Ma Xiaoniao, Ma Xiaoben and the Taoist priest formed a group. The other players had found their own teams. Seeing that the big guys had brought new players, a few groups that had a tacit understanding chose to bring some new players who dared to go. Although I just came in, talent is a matter of chance. If I meet someone with good combat talent, the future will not be bad if we get along well.
Only one person is the bravest. Mu Chou.
She doesn't plan to team up with others, she wants to go alone. A ruthless person who watches zombie and horror movies while eating is actually this ruthless in this game. Zhou Xiao felt that if Mu Chou could thrive in the first mountain in the future, he would definitely be a leader among the players. But there are still about 20 players who are unwilling to go out.
Among them was Fanguzhou.
The punishment of banning an account is too severe, and they feel that they don't have such a strong desire for points. It would be nice to stay and help players look after the spiritual fields and earn some spiritual stones from other players. The reason why Fanguzhou didn't go out was because his business had grown bigger and he had his own way of earning points, so he didn't want to go that risky way. It doesn't matter if his cultivation level increases slowly. Recently, he has been using spiritual energy to test the fermentation of the wine. His delicate operation feels just like Chen Miao handling spiritual herbs. His cultivation level has improved. The fireballs I made are bigger than before. He knew that it was too difficult to become a big player with his talent, so it would be better for him to focus on his career and become a rich man among the monks. When a player becomes powerful in the future, he can just hire a few players to protect him when he goes out. Players, please form your team and the event starts now, so just set off. You also need to prepare pills before setting off. This is of utmost importance. According to the information given by the disciples of Fake Sect, Zhou Xiao generously shared the information in the group.
Everyone just needs to prepare a few bottles of chi replenishing and blood replenishing medicine. In addition, Song Jiulai also set up an exchange channel for their convenience. As long as you donate the monster materials, Song Jiulai will immediately assign tasks to the players who are still in the sect to sell them. Then change it into spirit stones. Players who fight monsters and collect can donate a portion of their money, and keep the rest to buy medicine for themselves. This ensures maximum efficiency and allows you to always stay on top of the mountain. Although the system didn't give any big cheats, Song Jiulai felt that this alone was enough to cheat. She had already thought about the reward for Han Tian. Just give him a live broadcast spot. Since popularity is useful for system energy, players like Han Tian who are good at making videos and have a certain sense of public opinion are most suitable. Song Jiulai couldn't go and talk to Han Tian in person, so she asked the system to talk to Han Tian directly. Hello, player Han Tian. The system's voice when chatting with players is rigid and boring, sounding like a ruthless AI. Han Tian was stunned for a moment. Hello, system. Given the positive feedback you've received on starting with a broken sect through your real-world Weibo posts and website guides, we're collaborating with you to reward your positive impact on our game. Are you willing to take on the promotional role for Breaking Sect? We'll grant you access to live stream the game, and all real-world profits earned during the livestream will be yours alone. Han Tian was stunned. Really? System, yes. It was useless for Song Jiulai to ask for money. Yes, of course I do. Han Tian was ecstatic. He didn't know whether the live broadcast rights could be redeemed or not. He hadn't even seen how many points were required for the redemption. Even if the settlement reward is given at the end of the month, it may not be enough for redemption. Now that the game is willing to give one on its own initiative, Han Tian certainly wants it. And the game company doesn't even want the revenue generated? Oh my god, what kind of philanthropist is this? No one doesn't like free money. Han Tian knew very well how much revenue this game would bring once it became popular during the live broadcast, and he was flattered. And he decided that if he earned any money, he would give part of it to charity. System, that's fine if you're willing. Live streaming permissions have been granted to you. You can choose a website to broadcast live. Han Tian, I have a question. The game world here is twice as fast as reality. How do we balance this live broadcast? System, we will compress the live broadcast, and the picture will appear slightly accelerated. It will not affect the viewing experience except that it is a little faster. Han Tian understood. Anyway, it was an advanced method that he could not understand. It is good. He was so excited that he even logged off directly. He needs to prepare first. First find a suitable website. Han Tian directly posted the news on Weibo. Han Tian, starting with a broken sect, will begin its new member training event tomorrow. It will be live streamed for a long time. Please pay attention and tune in to experience the real new world. Han Tian is really quick. Thanks to the ability to connect to the internet, Song Jiulai can also keep an eye on Han Tian's movements here. Seeing that he had posted a preview of the live broadcast, Song Jiulai simply followed him. Watch the live broadcast effect when you are bored. The welcome activities have been arranged, and the newcomers have already met Song Jiulai. They are all about to start their struggle, so Song Jiulai naturally cannot be left behind. But this time she planned to fight a second-level monster. It would be a bit embarrassing if you met one of your own people within the range of a first-level monster. Before making preparations for departure, Song Jiulai met senior sister Aquarius from the Feek sect outside a pharmacy in Wanyan County. I had seen Aquarius' sister when I bought the doll before. Compared to Su Huanli, Aquarius' sister is more lively and outgoing. When he saw Song Jiulai, he took the initiative to say hello. Hey, Sect Master Song. Senior sister Aquarius is a girl with a sunny and lively appearance. Just like her personality. It even looks more immature than Song Wine. It's just because in this remote place, senior sister Aquarius is considered a young genius. At the age of 15, she is already in the late stage of chi training and is about to build a foundation. But the world of cultivation is a place that pays special attention to one's realm. Even though the other party is younger and a disciple of a big sect, Song Jiulai has to call her senior sister. Of course, if her realm surpasses Aquarius in the future, she can remove the title of senior sister. When Song Jiulai heard this, he immediately waved his hand. Sister Shuiping, why are you here too? Senior sister Aquarius has an aesthetic that is different from that of the Yunzhou continent, because her hairstyle is not as complicated as others. She only has a very thick braid at the back of her head. Senior sister Aquarius smiled and said, I'm here at the pharmacy to see if there are any new herbs. What are you doing here? I came here to sell some monster materials and replenish some elixirs. I'm going to go to the first mountain to continue my training. Aquarius was a little surprised. Are you going again? I remember you just came back not long ago? Song Jiulai sighed heavily. There's nothing I can do, senior sister. I'm poor, how can I not work hard? Aquarius's expression was a bit complicated. I remember that your sect has had quite a few new disciples recently, right? Aquarius is still a bit strange. The Chongqing sect is located halfway up the mountain. Usually, people from the Feek sect don't pay much attention to it. But when she delivered the doll to Song Jiulai that day, she found that there were many more people from the Chongqing sect. She remembered that the Chongqing sect used to be just a small sect with a sect leader in the foundation establishment stage. These days, it is not easy to find dozens of disciples with spiritual roots, so Aquarius is still a little curious and surprised. Song Jiulai blinked. Well, there are more new disciples recently, I am also wondering. It's unrealistic to conceal this matter, but there's no need to find any special excuses. Even if other people were puzzled, they would not be able to figure out where these disciples came from no matter how hard they tried. Moreover, they are just a group of people in the early stage of chi refining, so there is no need to worry too much. Oh. Aquarius didn't care much about it, mainly because these disciples were running around in crowds all day long and were now doing mortal business. This is contrary to the path pursued by the cultivators of Yunzhou continent. At least now they won't think too much about it. They will also think that if a cultivator starts doing mortal business and is contaminated with more worldly air, wouldn't that be more detrimental to his path of cultivation? But this is someone else's sect's business. Song Jiulai found a topic to divert Shuiping's attention. Sister Shuiping, have you heard anything about Sister Su recently? Did she succeed in building her foundation? Shuiping frowned. I'm not sure about that. The foundation building training can take as little as half a month or as long as a month and a half. Perhaps senior sister Su is still stuck at a certain point and hasn't had an epiphany yet. The breakthrough of foundation building is not difficult. As long as they take some medicine to assist, most chi refining disciples can basically pass it. But it stops there, just like the previous leader of the Chongqing sect. He spent his entire life building the foundation and could not escape. Immortality is not only the dream of mortals, but also the dream of many monks. Is that so? Song Jiulai sighed sincerely. I hope senior sister Su can successfully build her foundation and return soon. She was still waiting for Su Huanli to take her to the immortal worship ceremony in Lucian City, where the monks would gather to watch the excitement. If you're going to the first mountain. Aquarius's expression suddenly became more serious. You'd better be careful recently. Song Jiulai was shocked. What's wrong? Shuiping said, just 2 days ago, fellow disciples from the first mountain sent back news that a cultivator's body was found inside, and it looked like he was killed by a cultivator. The deceased cultivator's identity has not been found, so he might be a wandering cultivator. You must be very careful. Song Jiulai's heart skipped a beat at this moment. Could it be about the incident where he killed Jin Shu? She hasn't had any aftereffects since she killed Jin Shu. After all, it was Jin Shu who attacked her first and wanted to kill her. How could she not take revenge? But I had already dealt with Jin Shu's body when I left, so how come it was still discovered? Damn, high-level monks are so scary. Song Jiulai's expression showed a bit of fear. Really, senior sister Aquarius, we are just going there for training. How could something like this happen? It was at this time that Song Jiulai realized that he also had some talent in acting. At least Aquarius doesn't see any problem. Seeing Song Jiulai's expression, Xu Weiping's expression became serious. Of course, you have to be careful when you go there to train. Although we have fellow disciples training there, the first mountain is so big that not all situations can be discovered in time. Some people have bad intentions and are prone to accidents. If you encounter them and you can't beat them, you must run away, or at least run to where there are people. Song Jiulai also discovered it. The first mountain is too big. She and Lin Xian had been training for so long, but she hadn't actually met anyone. Only occasionally could one sense the aura of a few passing monks. There are only first-level monsters over there, so it doesn't look too dangerous. Most of the disciples are still in more dangerous places. In the end, when she was being chased by the devil horn snake, she didn't meet anyone. The only Jin Shu I met was a wicked person. And I heard that something big happened in the Tianyang sect on the other side of the Cave Demon Valley. Tianyang sect? That is the neighboring sect of Wanxian sect. It is basically something that Song Jiulai cannot imagine now, a behemoth like the Wanxian sect. She asked curiously, what happened? Xu Weiping shook his head. It's too far away. Even if there were any news, it wouldn't be accessible to us chi refining cultivators. The fact that I could know something already proves something significant has happened. Most likely, it's something that happened between those powerful cultivators. Aquarius was still a little worried. The immortal sacrifice ceremony is coming soon. It's best if nothing goes wrong, otherwise who knows what impact it will have on us. I'm afraid there will be another monster riot. Song Jiulai? That's not what the system said when she came over. System, I said this place is safe, but I didn't say it will always be safe. Song Jiulai, you are really not a human being. System, you don't need to repeat the facts. You seem so long-winded. Brute. Song Jiulai was now genuinely panicking. A monster riot, is that what I thought? Xu Weiping nodded. Every few decades, riots break out in the Cave Demon Valley, potentially invading the cultivator realm. While powerful cultivators will intervene promptly, if a riot breaks out, we're at the border of the Cave Demon Valley. If the Wanxian sect doesn't arrive in time, Wangyuan County could easily be attacked by demonic beasts. The monsters leading the attack will be of level 5 or above, not to mention that there is a level 7 monster guarding the first mountain itself. That is not something the people of Wangyuan County can resist. It's been 30 years since the last monster riot. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean it will happen again. Xu Weiping saw Song Jiulai's expression and said comfortingly, I've never experienced this in my life. Song Jiulai. You are only 15 years old. You weren't even born 30 years ago when the last riot happened. It would have been fine if she hadn't said this, but as soon as Song Jiulai came along, it felt like some kind of copy had been activated in the Yunzhou continent, and it wasn't a good thing for her to know about it. Xu Weiping was quite quick to react. If it really comes, it's just a calamity destined for us cultivators. Everything is predetermined. Besides, the Wanxian sect has set up a protective formation here. They will be able to detect any unusual movements quickly. You don't need to worry about it. Then why did you tell me? Song Jiulai pinched the bridge of his nose, not wanting to hear this news. But Aquarius also just means well. Realizing that he might have said something that made Song Jiulai worry, Xu Weiping could only stick out his tongue. Anyway, junior sister, when you go to the first mountain for training, pay attention to your own safety and don't think too much. After saying that, Aquarius left. Grand ceremony to worship the immortals. Monster riot. It sounds like a flag anyway. Of course, it is not realistic for Song Jiulai to pray that it does not happen. At least postpone it for a while. If she's lucky in a few years, she'll at least be at the golden core stage or above, and if something happens, she'll be able to run away faster. The system then said something sensible, don't worry too much. I checked the data when I came here, and the probability of a major disaster happening here recently is not high. Song Jiulai, can you still check the data? System, just calculating some probabilities through my means. We can't really throw Song Jiulai into a very dangerous place. Although it is dangerous here because it is next to the Cave Demon Valley,
it is actually not as prone to problems as places with many monks. With Song Jio's character in summoning players, if he were in those large sects with abundant spiritual energy, he would offend a group of monks with just one sentence. Song Jiolai said, "How long has this been recently?" System, 1 day to 100 years. Song Jiolai. She knew that the system would be particularly evil sometimes. After all, he has embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, so he should be more relaxed. Song Jiolai decided to set out for the first mountain as originally planned. The players are also ready to set off and have arranged their offline time. This activity requires reversing day and night, so there will definitely be players who work during the day and stay up late at night. The news that Han Tian had obtained live broadcast rights shocked Zhou Xiao and the others. You're saying that the information you posted on Weibo brought attention to the official situation, so this is a reward from the official? Han Tian nodded. He had already agreed with the website about the live broadcast. He just needed to start the live broadcast at a fixed time. It just so happens that they are about to set off for the first mountain, and the scenery along the way will definitely become irrefutable evidence. At this time, Jiang Tianya also joined the team with his cousin Xueyao. Hearing this, he was moved. "Boss Han, the official said that you are the cause of the trending search. If you continue to trend in the future, can you still give me the live broadcast spot?" Han Tian, "I'm not sure about this. Do you want to broadcast live too?" Jiang Tianya shook his head, "I'm not going to broadcast live." Rather, he wanted to understand the game more deeply. Is the official planner behind him the person he imagined? He wanted to ask the sect leader, but he was still a little afraid. He and Shui Yao had already checked Song Jiolai's information. She was an orphan and her information was incredibly clean. Even friends are just colleagues. People born in such an environment are likely to be somewhat lonely. But according to some information he learned through phone calls, Song Jiolai is actually a girl with a relatively active personality. Moreover, the major I studied in the industry I worked in before had nothing to do with games. Jiang Tianya also didn't know what kind of relationship the leader of this game, Song Jiolai, had with the real Song Jiolai. What kind of existence is she? Han Tian paused, then said, "I asked for you, and the system said that live broadcast spots can only be redeemed with points in the future. I must have taken advantage this time and became the #1 trending search. After all, the 100 million reward is still up. The temptation is not small." Jiang Tianya nodded. "Let's get ready to go. It's 8 p.m. now, and I'm going to start the live stream. Your faces in the game aren't real, so it's okay for everyone to appear on screen however they want, right?" Several people nodded. Han Xiao went offline and after making sure that his website and game were connected, he directly opened the live broadcast room. At this time, the audience who had been waiting for a long time could no longer hold back. From the moment Han Tian released the live broadcast news, many people said that they must come to fight against fakes. The holographic virtual game, coupled with the 100 million reward offered by Han Tian, has attracted a lot of attention as no one has found any similar locations so far. Even some passers-by who were not interested in the game were mobilized. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room was packed with 100,000 people. Anyone familiar with the live streaming industry knows that the number of people who squeezed in at the first moment was terrifying, not to mention that there would be a steady stream of viewers joining in later. After the live broadcast website screen went black, a girl's face appeared in the camera with a swish. "How is it? Han Tian, have you started your live broadcast?" The person who spoke was Zhou Xiao. Her face is so beautiful that she looks like a real beauty. I recently received some money and had a few sets of clothes tailored in Wanyan County. The flowing white clothes give me a more immortal look. When the audience entered the live broadcast room, they were first struck by the beautiful face and immediately excited. "Oh my God, there are beautiful women. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Isn't Han Tian live streaming his cultivation? Are you afraid we'll scold you, so you're sending out beautiful women to draw attention? This crew is quite professional." After the live broadcast started, Jiang Tianya whispered to Liang Shueyao, "Have you sent a message to that person?"
Liang Shuao nodded. I'm not sure if he will believe it. I asked him to find someone to watch the live broadcast first.
With their reaction speed, they can quickly see if there is really a problem with the game.
Jiang Tianyan nodded. Han Tian also has his own camera angle and can adjust the lens with his mind.
He found that he could see the players' comments with his naked eyes, so densely packed that it seemed as if half a screen was open in front of him.
It doesn't stop him from playing games.
He immediately moved the camera to his own face, revealing a face that was not very well made but still more handsome than in real life, and said with a smile.
Hello everyone, I am Han Tian, welcome to Yunzhou continent. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you Han Tian? How could Han Tian be so handsome, yet so unprofessional, and even find someone to impersonate him?
Brother, you haven't forgotten that you showed your face in your previous review videos, right?
Don't you have any idea of what you look like?
Sure enough, because of this face that was completely different from reality, Han Tian was questioned by netizens. Han Tian smiled and pinched his face. I'm not wrong, because I'm in the game now, using the face in the game.
So it looks completely different from my real self. Do you use your own face when playing games?
The barrage got stuck instantly.
Face pinching in the game?
It's a lie.
This is definitely a scam. How could this really be in the game?
Where did you set up the crew?
Is this video made by AI? Is there anyone who can research it?
I haven't seen any traces of AI in this AI major yet.
This is really weird. Is it overseas?
I've been searching on Weibo for the past few days but can't find the place where Han Tian posted the video that day. And Han Tian in the picture has already started to come out with Zhou Xiao and others. As he walked, he introduced, this should be the first welcome event for our game. Now, you can get double points for killing monsters, so we are going to form a team and set off to where there are monsters.
Everyone will be lucky these few days.
As long as I am online, I will broadcast it live, and everyone can see how we kill monsters. Let me briefly introduce the current situation of Yunzhou continent. Han Tian began to chatter. When netizens watched the live broadcast, at first everyone just wanted to watch the fun.
But soon someone felt something was wrong.
The live broadcast with such a big gimmick quickly attracted hundreds of thousands of netizens, and there would definitely be people who wanted to attack Han Tian's live broadcast address. Not to mention anything else, as long as we can find out that there is something wrong with his live broadcast, then the 100 million will be in our hands. In addition, there are other game merchants who are not convinced by the popularity of the game, starting with a broken sect, and letting hackers attack the game servers is an old tradition. Even though this game hasn't started public beta yet, its huge popularity means it's trying to capture the market.
Can that make you proud? The first thing to do is to start from the website.
However, after attacking for a long time, everyone found that they couldn't even find the address of the game server.
The game relies on a server, but there is no server? Oh no, they seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding.
This game is claimed to be a holographic simulation game, but whether such a game actually exists is still a question.
While other game developers were still wondering, the audience watching the live broadcast felt something was wrong.
Han Tian has been broadcasting live continuously, and the shots of them in the screen are too real. It really seems like they have gone to another world.
Until along the way, they encountered a first-level monster. Han Tian and Jiang Tianya were responsible for dealing with this first-level monster.
Their palms were on fire at the time, and coupled with the monster's terrifying appearance that was real and had no sense of special effects, when two fireballs appeared on the live broadcast screen, everyone was shocked by the scene. First of all, the texture of the fireball is too real. When the camera zooms in on the monster, you can see the delicate fur on the monster's body. It just looks a bit disgusting. If this is a scam, special effects like this would cost a lot of money.
After defeating the monster, Han Tian introduced, this is a first-level monster. We haven't reached the first mountain yet. We are still close to Wangan County. There will be lone monsters coming here.
As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of bells suddenly came from above his head. When he looked up, he saw that there were other monks passing by on a flying magic weapon. The flying magic weapon looked like a woven flying carpet, with a monk sitting cross-legged on it. There were bells hanging around the flying carpet, and the bells jingled when it flew.
I rely on dash. Han Tian quickly moved the camera to the monk.
Fortunately, this live broadcast cannot be felt by the local cultivators of Yunzhou continent. The flying carpet was moving quite fast and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Flying magic weapons are only sold by weapon refining sections.
Han Tian's tone was filled with envy.
To be able to control a flying magic weapon to travel quickly, one must be at least in the late stage of chi refining.
We are just a few scum in the early stage of chi refining.
Moreover, flying magic weapons are extremely expensive, starting at 5 mid-grade spirit stones.
Ordinary cultivators can't afford them.
If I work hard, I can refine it myself.
I plan to go the route of refining weapons in the future.
I still want to fly a sword. After all, flying with a sword, or using the sword flying technique, is the inherent pursuit of most Chinese people. Although technology is now advanced enough to use special effects to make the fake look real, Han Tian's live broadcast has lasted for more than an hour, and the background behind him has never been repeated. Now various special effects scenes that can only be built with money continue to appear, which is really incredible.
If it's fake, why would they spend so much money just to hype up a game?
Some people don't care about the truth or falsehood at all, and they are fascinated by the images presented in Han Tian's live broadcast. Such pictures are so real, more exciting than watching foreign blockbusters. It is also the most popular background for cultivating immortals among Chinese people.
Even every frame of Han Tian's live broadcast was being constantly analyzed. In reality, a special department in China. Xiaoqing, do you see anything?
A middle-aged man with a righteous look on his face rubbed his brows and walked over. There was fatigue hidden between his brows. Xiaoqing looked at him in disbelief and swallowed. Minister, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's definitely a problem with this game.
I checked with my colleagues internally, and we can't find the server responsible.
I also watched this player's livestream and even looked at the website where he streamed, but I found that his live signal wasn't coming from the website server.
The man was stunned. What exactly does it mean? Xiaoqing said, let me use a simple analogy. When we go online, we need signals to transmit information, and we use electromagnetic waves for transmission.
But during his live broadcast, there was no signal, and I couldn't trace the source. It was as if the source of the signal disappeared out of thin air, or even that there was no such source. Something unknown to us appeared out of nowhere.
If it's not unknown, then it must be something more advanced than our technology.
But he did cooperate with a website to broadcast the live broadcast. He used the website server, but the live broadcast signal was not sent by the website.
Wei Jun's face suddenly became serious. He had an accident while on a business trip that year, but was rescued by Liang Shuiao, who was traveling with him at the time.
He suffered a blow to the forehead and developed frequent headaches. For his health, his superiors transferred him to the Safe Rearline organization. But Liang Shuiao broke his leg, and his dream was shattered. After this, Wei Jun has always felt guilty towards Liang Shuiao. No one wanted that accident to happen. Liang Shuiao never came to him about this matter. Until last night, he suddenly sent a message, asking him to check a game that suddenly appeared on the internet, and said that this game was very strange, and there would be players broadcasting it live today, and Wei Jun could watch the live broadcast. Wei Jun doesn't play games, so he felt both amused and confused when he received this news.
Liang Shuiao didn't say anything else.
After thinking for a long time, he asked Xiaoqing, who was more active in the same department, to watch it on his behalf. The department where Wei Jun works is already considered a relatively powerful institution. And this game is claimed to be a holographic simulation.
Xiaoqing looked at the news on the internet and still couldn't believe it.
Minister, with current global information technology, it's simply impossible to create a simulated real world through the human brain, allowing people to fully experience the real sense of touch, smell, and taste using only their brain consciousness. And to even broadcast the footage live. If the player who is broadcasting live is lying, it also proves that this player must have mastered hidden information technology that is more advanced than their country's current technology. If there is no lie, that is an even scarier sign. In either case, it means that something beyond our control has occurred. Even if Wei Jun didn't understand the meaning of this game, he could still understand the meaning behind it. He made a quick decision: go investigate the player who's live streaming this, and keep an eye on the game's developments. I'll report this to the higher-ups. While he was arranging this news, he thought of Liang Shuao, who sent him the message. It seems necessary to meet with Comrade Liang Shuao again. This game is quite free. At least for now, apart from the main storyline, the clan leader basically doesn't restrict us from doing anything. We don't need to accept any quests or brush up on NPC favorability. Han Tian explained this during the live broadcast. Aside from the training, it's basically a pretty free game. As they walked further and further, Han Tian and several others discovered that the map of this game was incredibly large. He also lamented, "I really have never played such a realistic game. If I didn't need to log off, sometimes I wouldn't even realize I was in the game. Come on, I found a crew to act in a play and I actually acted in it. Honestly, it's a bit scary. I've been watching it for so long, and the scenery hasn't been repeated, and I can't find a corresponding map in real life. Whether it's the graphics or the special effects, the amount of work involved is beyond normal, right? If this is really a game, our country's technological advancement is incredibly rapid. A holographic simulation game, I still can't believe it." Han Tian himself doesn't even dare to show his face. Do you really believe it's him? Not to mention it's quite exciting to watch while eating. Although the plot is a bit boring, the visuals are really awesome. From the special effects to the monsters, they are more realistic than foreign blockbusters. It's a thrill to watch, and it's so delicious. Han Tian did not broadcast live all the time, but recorded the surrounding data as he walked. However, the area from Wangan County to the first mountain is basically covered with large forests, and the scenery is monotonous and boring. Because he also had to guard against monsters that might appear out of nowhere, Han Tian rarely gave explanations. Time in the game flows a little faster than in reality, so 2 hours after real time, they had already set off for 4 hours in the game and were still halfway there. It was getting dark, and Chen Miaomio said she had something urgent to do and had to log off. A few people could only sit and meditate and rest on the spot. After Chen Miaomio went offline, her body sat cross-legged like a puppet, without a sound. "I'm going to do a live broadcast. I'm going to check out the area." After Han Tian said this, everyone else nodded without objection. Zhou Xiao said, "Be careful, don't get attacked by monsters." Han Tian, "Don't worry, I won't." Han Tian controlled the camera and walked to other places. He just wanted to see if there were any wild spiritual herbs that he could pick. However, this place is not a place with abundant spiritual energy. There are not many monsters and wild materials. He walked and chattered to the audience in the live broadcast room, and from time to time he lowered his head to grab a handful of wild soil on the ground. "Let the audience see. If you think it's not a game, then look at these lands." As he spoke, he used the water control technique, and soon the dirt on his hands turned into mud. Because the camera is close, the changes in the picture are very impactful. Suddenly, Han Tian frowned. Why did he smell blood? Now that I have become a monk, my nose is extremely sensitive in the game and I can smell odors from far away. The blood of monsters usually has a foul smell. This bloody smell feels human. Han Tianxia said subconsciously, "I smell blood." Of course, the netizens on the screen couldn't smell it. Wow, the plot has started? According to the usual TV drama routine, at this time there must be a wounded beauty lying in the wild for the blogger to pick up. Beautiful ladies, male or female, please let me see how beautiful you are." Han Tian followed the smell of blood. He didn't feel any spiritual energy, but he was still cautious and would run away if the situation was not right. Then he saw an unexpected scene. Not far ahead, blood was flowing, and the injured person was lying on the ground in the forest, groaning. A pure black wild boar, and it looks like a piglet. It is not very big and can only be made into a roast suckling pig at most. The barrage was full of? What? Where's my beauty? Where's my beauty? What the hell is this plot? Whose good guy encounters a wild boar in the wild?
It's pretty normal to encounter wild boars in the wild. The black wild boar had an injured leg, and because it was so dark, only traces of blood could be seen. After seeing Han Tian appear, he immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. It's a pity that its leg was injured and it couldn't run far, so it could only look at Han Tian and cry. Han Tian was stunned. System, what is this? This sentence was blocked, so the audience in the live broadcast room did not hear it. System, as you can see, it's a pure wild boar. Although I have never seen such a black wild boar in records. There are two sharp fangs on the pig's mouth, but they are not very obvious yet. It's not even a monster, it's just an ordinary animal. Of course there are animals on the Yunzhou continent. However, due to the existence of monsters, the living environment of animals is also very harsh, and they can usually only live close to where humans live. Even if it's a wild boar, this is too dark. There is no impurity on the black body of this wild boar. Han Tian had never seen such a wild boar in real life. He walked over and saw the wild boar struggling to get up, but its leg twisted and blood gushed out immediately. The pig's screams became a little shrill. Okay, stop yelling. You're lucky I'm a vegetarian in the game. Seeing that the wild boar was injured, Han Tian thought about it and very profligately took out a blood-replenishing pill and threw it over. The universal blood-replenishing pill is a life-saving pill for ordinary people in Yunzhou continent, and it also works when fed to wild boars. The wild boar seemed to realize that this was a good thing that could save its life, and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, the bleeding pig leg began to heal visibly. After eating the blood-replenishing pill, the wild boar felt the vigorous vitality in its body and felt that Han Tian was a good person. It immediately ran over and rubbed Han Tian's leg. Han Tian picked up the wild boar and it didn't resist. It's so dark that it makes people feel strange. The pig's eyeballs are black, and when it closes its eyes, no one can see it in the dark. Han Tian took it away. Keep it for now, it's still too young. Fatten them up and slaughter them for the new year. Zhou Xiao was stunned when he saw Han Tian coming out holding a black pig. What am I holding you for? Han Tian first reminded her, you should be more polite during the live broadcast. This should be a black wild boar. I just went in and found it. It was injured. Zhou Xiao's eyes widened when he saw the black wild boar. Wild boar? It's so black I almost didn't recognize it. Oh my God. There was a hint of surprise in her tone. How did you know I was craving pork? She swallowed her saliva and said, I haven't had roast suckling pig in a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, the black wild boar in Han Tian's arms seemed to understand and began to tremble uncontrollably. Hey, this little guy understands? Han Tian originally brought it back with the intention of fattening it up and slaughtering it. He smiled and said, alright, I just threw a mouthful of blood-replenishing pills to it. Its wounds are healed, and I can't waste my pills. Take it home and raise it first. I've never seen such a black wild boar. I've also read the monster encyclopedia these days, but I haven't seen a wild boar like this. I want to try something new. Zhou Xiao's eyes widened. What? You actually fed it a blood-replenishing pill? Where's a low-grade spirit stone? You prodigal son. Han Tian, it's okay, I'll just collect some more wild spiritual herbs and monsters to sell. If that doesn't work, I'll ask Fan Guzhou to buy points. Zhou Xiao sighed, amazing. The pay-to-win system hasn't even been activated yet, and you're already playing like a pay-to-win player. As long as you are a big shot who spends money, you will be awesome no matter where you are. The barrage now no longer concerns whether the game is real or fake. The special effects are so realistic that you can watch it as a TV series. Ha ha. What's that thing I just fed the wild boar? After taking one pill, the wound healed visibly. Isn't that unrealistic? Is it sick for the world of immortal cultivation to emphasize science? I knew it. The first thing I thought of when I saw this wild boar was roast suckling pig. I want to see what kind of gourd medicine the blogger is selling in this live broadcast. The special effects are wonderful, but the process is too boring.
Han Tian and his friends were on their way the whole time, and even if they were just trying to find something new, they got bored of it. After the initial sensation passed, the number of people in Han Tian's live broadcast room began to drop sharply, but he still managed to retain about 100,000 online viewers. The number of viewers for this live broadcast is quite terrifying. In any case, Han Tian became a big live streaming internet celebrity after this hot search. As long as the live broadcast maintains this quality, many viewers will follow it even if they treat it as a feature film. Of course, there is also a part that vowed to find the flaw in Han Tian's live broadcast. Only those who were actually checking the live stream were already sweating. Han Tian didn't really care when he saw this. As long as he could retain viewers, his live broadcast mission would be accomplished. Compared to Han Tian's side, he has to live broadcast, but it's boring to rush on the journey. Players like Wu Dahu, however, had a different view. They brought the newly arrived Taoist priest and set off earlier than Han Tian and his friends. Compared to Han Tian's leisurely live broadcast, in order to obtain double points, they used their spiritual energy to speed up the journey. When they had almost used up all their spiritual energy, they rested on the road and soon arrived at the large area of the first mountain. First-level monsters have started to appear frequently here, just like what Song Jiu encountered when he first came here. Wu Dahu and others also encountered the corpse of a first-level monster, the clam snake, which should not appear in this range. Several people stopped suddenly. Because next to the clam snake's corpse, there was a handsome disciple from another sect who was meditating to recover his spiritual energy. The other person was wearing a plain white shirt, but with peach blossoms embroidered on the collar. They had never seen Wu Dahu but had heard of him. He should be a disciple of the Peach Blossom sect from another town. Judging from the aura the other party exudes, he is definitely one level higher than them. The other party noticed the presence of several people and immediately opened his eyes. The other party looked very young. Most of the disciples at this stage in Yunzhou continent were about the same age as Ao, at most 14 or 15 years old. At this moment, he looked at the four strange monks who suddenly appeared in front of him and frowned slightly. Although it is easy to tell whether someone is a cultivator at a glance, anyone who practices Taoism in Yunzhou continent will more or less have some ethereal aura. Only these four people in front of me. Staring at him, looking him up and down, his appearance revealed a hint of vulgarity. In short, he looked very uncomfortable. What do these four people want to do? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw an ordinary-looking man walk out and strangely made a fist-clasping gesture towards him. "Senior brother, we are disciples of the Feek Mountain Changsheng sect. May I ask if you were the one who killed this clam snake?" Lu Rongyu was speechless. There is still a gap in the levels of cultivators in the Yunzhou continent. Generally, low-level cultivators will take a detour when they see high-level cultivators, and it is rare for them to come up directly like this. Unless you know each other. And it was still a bit offensive for these four people to look at him like that. Forget it, he has a good temper and won't bother with these disciples. But the Changsheng sect was such a small sect that he had never heard of it at all. Thinking of this, Lu Rongyu's answer was somewhat cold. "Is there anyone else here?" The one who stood up and spoke was the Taoist priest. From the amazement he felt when he first entered the game to the monks he met now, he couldn't help but sigh. NPCs all have such unique personalities. The intelligence of this game is amazing. Of course, even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. I have read a lot of novels about cultivating immortals, so I know about this kind of class gap. However, since they saw that Lu Rongyu didn't seem to have a particularly bad temper, the Taoist priest shamelessly continued, "Excuse me, is this senior brother planning to go to the first mountain?" Lu Rongyu was even more speechless. "Yes." The Taoist priest scratched his head as if a little embarrassed. "Senior brother, we are also here to gain experience, but we are not very familiar with this road. May I ask if we can go to the first mountain with you? As long as we reach the place where the monsters are similar, we will separate from you." Lu Rongyu was completely stunned. What kind of disciple is this? Not only is he thick-skinned, but he also doesn't do his homework before going out. Don't you think you can't even remember the basic routes before going out for training? How dare you go out for training so recklessly?
Doesn't your sect have a master to guide you? The Taoist priest gave a bitter laugh and said, Brother, to be honest, our sect has only one master and one senior brother. We don't have any masters. Even when we come out to train, we ask for advice along the way. Wu Dahu, Ma Xianyao and others looked at each other secretly. Awesome, brother. This is quite a lie. Lu Rongyu was indeed a little shocked. He had seen poor sects before, but none as poor as this. He really had never heard of the Changsheng sect. They are so close and belong to the Feek sect, so it is probably a small and unknown sect. Lu Rongyu hesitated in his heart. He could feel that these disciples were indeed in the early stage of weapon refining. The journey to the first mountain was long, and the disciples in the sect had instructions from their senior brothers and sisters before they went out. Thinking of this, Lu Rongyu nodded and said, Okay, then you can follow me, but when you reach the first mountain, you must leave on your own. Okay, thank you very much, senior brother. Wu Dahu and the other three who had been standing still the entire time also quickly said, Thank you, senior brother. At the same time, I was also a little surprised. Is this senior brother too gullible? Even though they looked a little young, the sects in Yunzhou continent did look a little different from what they had imagined. Are you so helpful? Considering that Lu Rongyu would hear their conversation, the four of them didn't dare to say anything. This game is still too stupid. In this situation, why not turn on the team voice chat so that they can discuss other people's moral character in private? Lu Rongyu had just killed a clam snake and had not rested for long when he was met by the Taoist priest and his four companions. They set off soon after. The Taoist priest and the other four followed behind him. Late at night, the four of them sat in the dense forest and lit a fire. Mainly, they need to eat. Now is the early stage and it is not yet time to practice complete fasting. Traveling for a long time will also cause physical exhaustion, so you need to supplement some food at this time. However, the cultivators in the current cultivation continent have a very low desire for food, and ordinary people usually just want to fill their stomachs and do not have a deep understanding of food. And there are indeed many ingredients and seasonings that are not available in Wanyan County today. However, players from modern society have extremely high requirements for food, especially after eating pure natural food in the game that tastes better than in reality. Their requirements for the taste of food become even higher. Zhou Xiao has researched a lot of good things during this period. For example, today the four of them brought honey-glazed chicken wings and charcoal-grilled pig's trotters. The four of them pooled their money to buy an ordinary version of a mustard bag. It wasn't as good as the one with song wine, but it was enough to hold some ingredients and pills. There are only pills and food inside. But the preservation effect is not very good. When you take out the chicken wings, they are already cold and need to be baked again. Take out the chicken wings and pig's trotters from the mustard bag, grill them again to heat them up, and then add the seasonings they bring. Of course, before they started eating, Wu Dahu politely asked Lu Rongyu, Brother, we're having dinner now. Would you like some? We have chicken wings and pig's trotters. Lu Rongyu glanced at the food they brought out, his eyes slightly wrinkled, and he said, I'm already halfway through my fasting, so I don't have much desire to eat. Besides, chicken wings are fine, but what about roasted pig's trotters? Generally, monks only eat a little pork, and rarely eat pig offal and other parts. They think it's still a bit dirty. It is best to eat some rice porridge and drink some natural rainwater. This will meet the physical function needs of a monk. And he has the special charm that a monk should have. He was only 14 or 15 years old, and the way he looked was actually quite amusing. But Wu Dahu and the others didn't dare to show any funny expressions. Since he doesn't eat it, they must eat it. They are ordinary people and have no resistance to this late-night barbecue. What's more, it was developed by the chef Zhou Xiao. They don't need to use a fire. They just need to skewer the chicken wings on sharpened wooden sticks and use fire control techniques to accurately control the temperature of the fire. With a slight turn, the chicken wings will emit an oily and fragrant aroma again. The chicken wings were already seasoned, and when they were poured with the honey sauce prepared by Zhou Xiao, the whole chicken wings became crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, emitting a strong and compelling aroma. The Taoist priest watched them roasting the food with their palms, his eyes widened. I'm sure you have some skills. Wu Daho said proudly, that's right. What do you think we did in the past 10 days?
We can't do anything else, but grilling skewers is a piece of cake.
There must be some tricks to this fire roasting. If it's too big, it will burn. If it's too small, the meat will be heated unevenly and won't be flavorful. Unscrupulous players have additional talents using fire-bending skewers.
Wu Dahu even gave him the ones he had baked earlier. Okay, I'll give this to you first, and you can practice on your own.
When Lu Rongyu next to him smelled the aroma of chicken wings, something seemed amiss in his eyes. Good craftsmanship is the root of all evil.
The greatness of seasonings is not something that people in Yunzhou, who pursue a light and healthy lifestyle, can understand. Monks eat light food, and in order to follow the monk's footsteps, mortals also have a light taste. But in fact they can accept heavy-tasting food.
This is also why Zhou Xiaonan cooperated with restaurants in Wanyan County to develop recipes.
However, the wind of reform has not yet reached Taohua sect in the neighboring county.
Fragrant. It smells so good.
Lu Rongyu had never smelled food with such a fragrance. Of course he knew about grilling, but the mortal barbecue he had seen was not as tempting as the chicken wings in front of him. Whether it was the grease dripping from the chicken wings or the sudden sweet fragrance, coupled with the monk's extremely sensitive sense of smell, all made Lu Rongyu swallow his saliva unconsciously.
How can mortal food smell so good? What about being pure-hearted and having few desires? That's all a lie. If one can control his basic desires during the qi refining stage, what will happen in the future? Lu Rongyu obviously can't do it. He is only 14 years old, what does he know?
I didn't like it before because I had never eaten it before.
His eyes turned to the chicken wings without leaving any trace.
But he had just refused.
If he said now that he wanted to try it, these 4 people would laugh at him, right? Is it more important to save face or to try this new and exotic food that you have never tasted before?
Ma Xiaoniao and Ma Xiaoben ate a chicken wing without any care, and slapped their thighs in delight. Damn, these chicken wings are much more delicious than ours. Food that has been nourished by spiritual energy always has a special flavor. With good craftsmanship, in reality, a Michelin chicken wing can be priced at tens of thousands of yuan.
Lore.
Ma Xiaoniao was filled with emotion. How can this game, beep, be so awesome?
But the Taoist priest noticed that Lu Rongyu was looking over here.
He is too young and not good at acting, so his purpose cannot be hidden at all. The Taoist priest chuckled and said, Brother Lu, this is the unique skill of our sect's chef.
How about you try it?
Lu Rongyu tried to be reserved. No, I don't have a strong desire for food.
Taoist priest, Brother Lu, we brought a lot of chicken wings. You must eat something. Why don't you try some?
They are really delicious.
Lu Rongyu, okay.
He spoke in a very reluctant tone, as if he was trying it reluctantly. The Taoist priest handed him the chicken wing that he had not eaten yet. A few minutes later, Lu Rongyu, who had finished all the chicken wings they brought, was staring at their mustard seed bags with oil dripping from his mouth.
Anything else? 4 people. Lu Rongyu is still too young. Being too young means you have not seen the world and are easily distracted by chicken wings.
Seeing several people staring at him, Lu Rongyu remembered what he had just said and suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
He coughed and said, I
have never eaten such delicious chicken wings.
Your chicken wings are really delicious. I won't eat yours for nothing.
Lu Rongyu took out a low-grade spirit stone from his mustard seed bag and said, I think 1 spirit stone is enough for these mortal foods. It is a consensus that earthly food is worthless, so there is nothing wrong with what Lu Rongyu
gave.
Wu Dahu's eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled and reached out to take it. Oh, brother, you are too polite. Before he could finish his words, the Taoist priest hit him on the back of his hand.
Wu Dahu immediately retracted his hand and glared at the Taoist priest. What are you doing? The Taoist priest's face, though ordinary, was filled with an indescribable smile.
Brother, you're too polite.
It's just a meal of chicken wings. If you want it, we can prepare it for you anytime. We are very grateful that you are willing to lead us to the first mountain.
You are so kind, helpful, upright and have an extraordinary character.
You will surely become a great and powerful person in the future. Meeting you at this time is an opportunity for us and a great honor. If we take your money, it would seem that we have no sense of propriety. Besides, we originally gave you the food. It's not right for us to treat you and then ask you to pay. Ma xiaonyao, ma xiaoben, wu dahu. I always feel that this Taoist priest is hiding a lot of bad intentions. But I have to say that these words were quite useful to Lu Rongyu. After all, I am young and inexperienced. I felt a little flattered and embarrassed after hearing what the Taoist priest said. Well, you can't eat for free. I see you don't have anything to eat. Wu Dahe came to his senses and said, No, we still have pig's trotters. Charcoal grilled pig's trotters are also very fragrant. Brother, do you want to try it? We have all eaten such delicious chicken wings, although pig's trotters sound a bit unrefined. But Lu Rongyu felt that it was not impossible to try it. It's just that they don't have it anymore. You also need to eat enough in the early stages of qi training. The Taoist priest just in time added, We're going to be fighting for a long time in First Mountain, so we brought a lot of food and seasonings. Hey, we disciples of the sect don't have anything else but this one bite, so we prepared a little more. Don't say there are no more. We can rely on the sect to feed them remotely. When the time comes, we can ask the system to issue a task to purchase chicken wings and directly ask the players in the sect to donate them. The Taoist priest bowed to Lu Rongyu and said, If you don't mind, you can come with us. You don't need to worry about our training in hunting monsters. Just go and do your own thing. Just come back when it's time to eat. This is a good thing to say. Lu Rongyu wants to gain experience, but he also wants to come for dinner, so he definitely won't stay far away. In this way, whenever the Taoist priest and his men encountered any trouble, Lu Rongyu would be able to discover it quickly. Lu Rongyu was not that stupid, and he clearly heard the speculative meaning in the Taoist's words. But he was hesitant. The chicken wings tasted really good. At this time, the Taoist priest added, And it's not just chicken wings. Our sect specializes in many delicious dishes. I wonder if senior brother Lu has heard of dompa pork. This meat is rich and red in sauce, fatty but not greasy, and shaped like agate. After eating one piece, it's like a god. We also have lamb skewers, rujiamo, osmanthus cake, boiled cabbage, Buddha jumps over the wall, and many other sect delicacies. I'm sure senior brother has never tried them. Wu Dahu. Forget about the first two, but for the last two, you put a knife on the player's neck. Can I get them out for you now? Not to mention anything else, Wangan County is not near the sea, and the river fish are just ordinary fish and shrimps. Where can you get seafood? However, Lu Rongyu was indeed a little greedy after hearing this. There are many delicious foods in the world, but he always felt that they were too bland and tasted just so. After eating chicken wings now, I feel it is indeed a lot fresher. He was not a greedy person, but the Taoist priest's food aroused his desire for delicious food. Then let me try. But Lu Rongyu still coughed after saying this. Are you here to train at the First Mountain? Well, I originally came here for the second-level spiritual herbs, so I will be responsible for collecting some spiritual herbs. If I kill some monsters along the way, I will give you the monster materials, which will be considered as my meal money. Don't refuse, otherwise I won't eat. The four people's eyes lit up in an instant. Oh my God, how could such a beautiful thing happen? The Taoist priest is awesome. Wu Dahu wanted to pick up the Taoist priest and throw him into the sky. The Taoist priest bowed exaggeratedly to Lu Rongyu. How could there be such a kind-hearted person in this world as senior brother Lu? As expected, our sect master is right. The Peach Blossom sect is truly great, saving the dying and healing the wounded, and serving as the pillar of support for countless cultivators. I believe that all the sects on the Yunzhou continent should learn from the Peach Blossom sect. Song Jiulai? She didn't say that. Monks usually don't exchange such courtesies with each other. Lu Rongyu had never heard of it either. Not all monks sell medicine with a fixed price. Why is there still this greatness rhetoric going on? Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean you won't benefit from it. Lu Ronyu finally felt a little embarrassed. How could it be? This is what we should do. The Taoist priest said, look, you are so humble. Senior brother Lu, you have such a kind of heart. Why worry about not reaching the nascent soul stage in the future and glimpsing the great way to heaven? The other three. Damn, that's awesome. The Taoist priest's words are a bit exaggerated. In real life, others might think he is being sarcastic. But when it comes to this, Lu Rongyu feels that, well, it's really good at speaking. His face was flushed. Even though he is only in the late stage of chi refining now, he has not yet felt the impact of foundation establishment. However, as long as one embarks on the path of cultivating immortals, who would not yearn for the legendary ascension? Normally, other monks rarely flatter each other. Because everyone is pragmatic. People at high levels don't need your praise, and it's boring to praise people at low levels. So why bother with those empty words? But the Taoist priest spoke so seriously and without hesitation. As if he actually believed that. In the end, Lu Rongyu was fooled by the Taoist priest. Lu Rongyu couldn't help but grab the Taoist's hand and said, Junior brother, you are exaggerating. How can I reach that level? The Taoist priest said solemnly, if senior brother Lu can't handle this kind of mentality, then I think we can't either. Praise others and put yourself down. Lu Rongyu's face flushed red, and he didn't know what to say. After a long while, he managed to utter, you came out to train and brought so much food. I'm sure you're short on medicine. Are you still short of medicine? 4 people. Great, I'm on the right track. Finished watching the whole system. Brilliant. The players who stayed in the sect found that there were some strange tasks. That is to collect a variety of foods, preferably those that are ready-made and pickled, and only need to be grilled for a while before eating. It's too troublesome for the 4 Taoist priests to deal with. Moreover, in order for the system to release this task, not only will some transfer points be deducted for each task, but even the points paid to the players for running errands are the responsibility of the Taoist priests. The Taoist priest wanted to take advantage of a loophole and send out dozens of ingredients in one task, but was rejected by the system. This dog's system. The players are bored and there are people who will take on all kinds of tasks anyway. I also sent over a few pieces of smoked sausage that Zhou Xiao had developed 2 days ago. Fan Guzhou also sent a few bottles of wine. Players who went out to gain experience all discovered the power of this system. They only need to donate the monsters to the sect, and the remaining players will be responsible for taking on the task of selling the monster materials, and they can immediately send the spirit stones to the players, or directly buy medicine and send it over. Of course, this intermediate system only needs to take a very small amount of rebate points. Players choose to hand in part and spend part. As long as they maintain a fast jungling speed, they can survive in the first mountain like Song Jiulai forever. The prerequisite is that the abnormality will not be discovered by the monks of other sects. Because it is impossible for other sects to stay in the first mountain forever. The chi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage have at best touched the threshold of becoming a cultivator, and teleportation such as space tearing is definitely not possible. There is a teleportation formation in the deepest part of the first mountain, but it is for the people of the 10,000 Immortals sect. I heard that it costs the energy of high-grade spirit stones to use it, which is a huge amount of money that exists only in legends. Current players don't even have the channels to know about it. Han Tian's live broadcast was in full swing. They originally thought that as a team of high-level players, their speed in hunting monsters must be among the best. But they didn't expect it at all. Some people can even cheat by relying on the big bosses of other sects. As a person in the late stage of chi refining, Lu Rongyu did not need the materials of first-level monsters at all. While collecting herbs, he hunted some and collected them to bring back to the Taoist priests and others, and also dissected them. He is from the medicine sect and is particularly good at doing this kind of thing. Not to mention that Lu Rongyu's identity is not simple. After 2 days of observation, the Taoist priest finally determined that this person might not be an ordinary disciple of the Taohua sect. First of all, Lu Rongyu's mustard bag could hold dozens of monsters and bring them back together, and he also gave the Taoist priest 4 second-level elixirs.
The main reason was that the Taoist priest flattered him so much that he was very happy, and he had eaten well these days, so Lu Rongyu gave it to him casually and didn't take it to heart at all. This means that second-level elixirs are just ordinary things to him. And for the Taoist priest and his companions, this second-level elixir is worth 10 low-grade spirit stones, which is simply a sure win. The materials from the monsters they hunted in 3 or 4 days might not be enough to sell for 40 low-grade spirit stones, so they would have to add some wild spirit materials. Of course, during this period they also sent Wu Dahua to pretend to stay in a safe place for a few days, and then returned with an extra mustard seed bag, pretending to have gone back for supplies, otherwise Lu Rongyu would be suspicious. While the players were getting back on track, Song Jiulai was also killing people in the second-level monster territory of the first mountain. At first, she thought she had practiced fireball technique well, and after comparing Lin Xian with disciples from other sects, she felt she was very talented. Then the system told her that Mu Qiu's performance was no worse than hers after he came to the first mountain. Mu Qiu is best at controlling water and can drag monsters into the mud and suffocate them to death. It is also obvious that other players are practicing faster than the local disciples of Yunzhou continent. Obviously, the system treats everyone equally in terms of spiritual roots and inner elixir development. Song Jiulai was silent at that time. She had a strong sense of crisis and had been rushing towards the second-level monsters these days. Fortunately, I reached the middle stage of qi refining first. Having killed a second-level magic horn snake, Song Jiulai gained experience and set his sights on a group of wildland cranes that day. The wildland crane is a very strange monster. It is essentially the body of a crane, but it is completely parasitized by a kind of highly poisonous ants, causing the entire crane to look pitch black. It looks okay from a distance. If you look closely, the wriggling ants form the shape of a crane, which will give anyone who sees it a nightmare. Moreover, the wildland crane is a social monster. Its abilities are relatively simple, and it is particularly afraid of fire. They are fast and can quickly decompose into ants. If they crawl onto a monk, if there are a large number of them, they can drain the monk's spiritual energy in a blink of an eye and parasitize him. Song Jiulai must kill the wildland cranes because there are a group of second-level spiritual herbs where these wildland cranes live. This is all wild. The bullish trend is better than raising them within the sect. Things that come for free are always the best. Several wildland cranes were walking leisurely there. If you ignore their bodies that kept spinning and wriggling like mosquito coils, the scene would seem quite peaceful. Song Jiulai confirmed from a distance that there were only 5 wildland cranes. She had defeated the strongest demon horn snake and had reached the middle stage of qi refining, so it was not difficult for her to deal with 5 wildland cranes. And she doesn't play in a traditional way. Targeting the position of the wildland crane, Song Jiulai immediately used the water control technique to moisten the ground under the wildland crane's feet. The 3 wildland cranes immediately sank into the mud. Sensing the danger, the wildland crane immediately decomposed into ants, but the wild ants were still a little slow because they were stuck in the mud. The other 2 quickly decomposed into wild ants and attacked in the direction of Song Jiu. After the wild ants decomposed, only a strange, fluorescent crane skeleton was left in its place. This kind of skeleton is also a material that can be sold for money, but it is ordinary. Seeing the wildland crane attacking, Song Jiulai immediately cast a huge fireball. 5 fireballs were fired in quick succession without any hesitation, causing the ants to emit some dense and sharp sounds, like the screams of children. Song Jiu fired fireballs as if they were free, shooting them in 360-degree directions to ensure that no wild ant would touch him. One shot after another, the wild ant was burned dizzy. When its spiritual energy was about to be exhausted, it had no moral integrity and just took a second-level qi replenishing pill. Once his spiritual energy is full, he will throw fireballs. From this we can see that Song Jiulai's fighting style has no rules for the time being. It's just a waste of money. Can't other monks fight like this? Of course not. But it was already troublesome for them to go back and forth for supplies, so how could they afford such a luxurious attack as Song Jiulai? Moreover, ordinary cultivators do not have the power to be so reckless. The 5 wildland cranes were all burned to ashes. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents, he took a second-level chi-replenishing pill to keep his spiritual energy at a similar level. These dozen or so second-level spiritual herbs all belong to me. Song Jiulai was beaming. Although she took 2 second-level chi-replenishing pills, she still had to make some money by replenishing herself. Just not much profit. But as long as she stayed in the first mountain, the speed at which she earned spirit stones was beyond the reach of other cultivators. Ding, player Jinwei De fell into the abyss, his body shattered, and he was declared dead. His account has been banned. Song Jiulai? What? How did he die? Song Jiulai was about to scream. She had thought about the players encountering accidents due to various situations, but she had never thought that someone would actually fall to their death. The immortal cultivator fell to death. It's really hilarious, isn't it? System, I went to the mountain to draw a resource map, but I didn't step firmly and fell down. In the early stage of Chi training, the player couldn't fly very well, and the feeling of weightlessness when he fell was very real. In addition, the cliff was really high, so he really fell to death. Song Jiulai thought blankly for 3 seconds. Then he nodded between his eyebrows and on both sides, "My condolences." As the sect leader, she could only observe a moment of silence online. Of course, it didn't matter whether she observed a moment of silence or not. What mattered was that Jinwei had fallen to his death, and the entire sect had been informed. Ding! Player Jinwei De has fallen into the abyss and died. Please take this as a warning. Su Daqian, ah? Zhou Xiao was instantly shocked. Damn, can someone fall to death? Han Tian was also surprised. Is this really considered death? Is it so tricky? As soon as he spoke, the live broadcast barrage became lively. What's wrong? Who fell to death? Could anyone else have died here? Brother, please be careful when writing the script. Don't you think it's ridiculous that a cultivator falls to his death? That's outrageous. Even a cultivator could fall to their death. Yeah, who would believe this if I told them? The players didn't believe it. Some people immediately logged off. The player named Jinvida has already posted hundreds of messages in the group. Jinwei, holy shit, I'm falling to my death. Jinwei De, my account has really been banned. I can't log in. I'm dying. Jinwei, I'm going to buy cigarettes now, not taking the elevator or the stairs. Jinwei De, damn, this is such a rubbish game that even appealing is useless. I just went up the mountain to measure coal mine data, why are you judging me as having fallen to my death? He howled in the group. After all, the punishment of death and account ban was too severe. None of the players hit him in the gut, but let him vent. At the same time, I became more alert. Damn, death really does ban the account, and it's so deceptive. Who would have thought that falling to death would count? Su Daqian once again recalled that when he was poisoned, it was just a matter of skin discoloration. Fortunately. He patted his chest with relief countless times. It's great that he didn't die. He will never be so mean again. After Jinwei had almost finished howling, Su Daqian jumped out and asked a question. Su Daqian, coal mine? What kind of coal mine are you testing? Are there any coal mines in Wangan County? Jinwei, yes, it's all natural terrain, how could there be nothing there? If I wasn't looking for these things, I wouldn't even be heading up the mountain. Ah, I'm so pissed. My grand plan is already gone before it even gets started. Yang Nimi, you're looking for coal mines. Do you really want to industrialize? Jinwei, what else? Do you think I'm kidding? Industrialization aside, some things can be profitable. Just imagine making a simple steam locomotive. Even if the technology isn't up to par, you can still use the refining techniques of immortal cultivators to power it. You could build a road from First Mountain to Wangan County, and then connect it to other sections. The profit from this would be enormous. Jinwei De, I heard their teleportation array is very expensive, and those below the Jindan stage can hardly afford it. Our highway may be slower, but it's cheaper. Yang Nimi, that's not very realistic.
The reason the big sect split up seems to be to restrict the upward development of the lower classes. Even if we can build it, are we sure it won't be destroyed?
Jinwei, that depends on what the sect master thinks.
The key point right now isn't this, it's my death. Yang Nini. My condolences. Su Daxiang, condolences. Wu Dahu, R.I.P.
Jinwei, my condolences, Nima.
I'm so lonely in reality, please come and keep me company.
Unfortunately, no matter how Jinwei roared, his death was a foregone conclusion. But Jinwei was very unwilling. He didn't know when the next quota would be released, so he could only watch Han Tian's live broadcast. At this time, the barrage of comments were already complaining that the plot of the immortal cultivator falling to death was too unscientific.
Jin Weiwei. Yeah, who would have thought that? Who would have thought that he was actually killed by the fall?
Fortunately, he has accomplices in the game. No, he still has partners.
Now that I'm done, it's a fatal blow to the team.
We can still contact each other in real life, but I don't know if they are active or not. Anyway, the death of a player will definitely make the other players more careful.
But no matter what, the mission must be carried out. Song Jilai didn't know Jinbaida's plan yet, otherwise she might be soft-hearted and try to give Jinbaida a backdoor when the quota is released next time. Just a pity. The battle was in full swing on the first mountain. With the supplies from the sect, the way she and the players beat the monsters was not normal. And Song Jilai also received good news in a meaningful sense.
A few days before the end of the event, the first disciple in the middle stage of Qi refining appeared.
That's Mu Cho. This female cultivator is truly a ruthless person.
She chose to fight alone from the very beginning, and even encountered a battle situation where 3 monsters fought together.
I managed to deal with it all.
Of course, he also chose to take drugs like Song Jilai, but his fighting awareness was still good. It's not surprising that he was the first to advance to the middle stage of Qi refining.
Song Jilai always has a reward for the first place.
In addition, cultivation is more important, so after thinking about it, Song Jilai rewarded Mucho with 100 points. Ding, congratulations to player Mucho for becoming the first disciple in the sect to reach the middle stage of Qi refining.
You will receive a reward of 100 points. I rely on. The Taoist priest and the others who were still following the fight against the monster almost jumped up. So awesome? Mucho.
Wu Dahu and the others who were the first to arrive quickly knew who the other party was. He's the second most talented boss, we can't afford to offend him.
It's normal that he's the first to arrive.
Ma Shanya was a little surprised. I thought it would be Han Tian and the others.
Aren't they the top talent?
It's a pity that we can't watch the live broadcast in the game, otherwise we could see their speed. Wu Daha hissed, when they fight in a group, they have less room to maneuver.
Mucho fights alone, a heroine. Anyway, I wouldn't dare to do that. In a game where your account will be banned if you die, you dare to choose to fight alone.
Just based on this courage, you are not an ordinary player.
Taoist priest, we can't be inferior to others. Ma Xiaoben chuckled, after all, we've already gotten close to the boss. It's normal that we haven't made as much progress as others. Although they are not as awesome as the big guys, they have cheats. They killed a lot of monsters.
Wu Dahu was still muttering, 100 points, I didn't expect the sect leader to be so stingy and plundered them.
System, humiliating the sect master, deduct 1 point. Wu Dahu. Oh, no. Jinwei is really depressed.
Anyone who gets their account banned after dying in a holographic, cross-era game would be very depressed.
The feeling of regret is indescribable.
Regret, he regretted it very much. I was so angry that I couldn't even eat the deluxe version of instant noodles, even though I was in a very good mood. He had originally planned a series of things. As long as the sect master agreed, he could help the sect master
develop into the first industrialized sect in Yunzhou continent.
Unfortunately, he died before he could accomplish his mission. All the information I spent staying up late a few days ago to look up about various mineral encyclopedias and the archives on how industrialization began was in vain.
Ding dong dash.
Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Jin Wei was stunned for a moment. He usually lives alone and doesn't have many friends, so it's rare for someone to knock on his door and look for him.
His delivery?
No, the express delivery is always done downstairs.
Jin Wei didn't think too much at this time. He just asked when he was about to open the door, "Who is it?" A deep voice sounded, "Hello, we have detected an abnormality in your household electricity consumption. We are here to check the wiring." Jin Wei. Isn't this reason a bit excessive?
So much so that his alarm bells rang immediately. And when he was standing at the door, he didn't know why, but his keen intuition was much stronger than before. Even through the door, he could feel the solemn and murderous aura coming from outside. It was this breath that made his heart beat faster and faster, and suddenly he was a little hesitant to open the door.
"Who are you?" There was no more talk outside the door.
Cold sweat broke out on Jin Wei's forehead.
He didn't do anything illegal, did he? Why does it feel like the rhythm isn't right?
If I had known this earlier, I would have installed a video doorbell at the door instead of being lazy.
At least I know what the situation is like for people outside. Jin Chang, why don't you open the door quickly? Are you raising birds in the house?
When the familiar voice of the community property manager sounded, Jin Vita subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief.
It turned out to be a property. Wrong. But
Jin Vita actually probably already knew who the person outside the door might be.
But it doesn't make sense.
He has been law-abiding all his life and has never crossed the solid line when riding a bicycle.
How could he be targeted?
Thinking of this, Jin Chang slowly opened the door. There was no violent attempt to break the door outside, but the three men of the same height and with crew cuts standing straight at the door still made him subconsciously close his eyes.
In front of the three people was a woman wearing glasses and a black uniform. She had a very gentle smile and said, "Hello, Jin Chang, can I come in and talk?"
When the property manager saw Jin Chang open the door, she smiled at him guiltily and then ran away.
Jin Chang welcomed the person in. The other party produced an ID that Jin Chang couldn't understand. He didn't specifically introduce himself.
He just looked around Jin Chang's room, then looked at Jin Chang, his tone still gentle. "Don't be nervous, we came to see you, just to ask you something."
Jin Chang hesitated. "Did I accidentally pass by a crime scene?" The woman smiled and said, "Of course not. That's not our business. I think you're familiar with the game, starting with a broken sect. It's really because of the game."
Jin Chang was a little surprised, but then he didn't seem so surprised.
If the country really has such technology, why would it use it to make a game?
It's just that this game is so outrageous that it has attracted attention.
"Jin Chang, did you know I was one of the players so quickly?" The woman's expression was a little serious. "I'm sorry, but this matter is extraordinary. In extraordinary times, we have to use extraordinary means to obtain information about players.
The reason we came to you is mainly because we just learned that your character has died in the game and your account has been banned. Compared to other players, you must be more free to discuss it with us in detail now." Jin Chang's scar was poked, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down.
He murmured, "I don't want to die either." The woman nodded. "I understand. After discovering the wonders of this game, anyone wouldn't want their character to die. Let's sit down and talk. My last name is Liu, you can call me Xiao Liu." How could Jin Chang dare to do that? Not only does this woman look more mature than him, but if she were just being polite, would Jin Chang dare to call her that? "Miss Liu." "You're welcome, Mr. Jin. Please take a seat. We just want to find out about the game. We won't do anything to you, and no one will know about what happened today. You can rest assured. The country guarantees you this."
With these words, Jin Chang felt relieved. He immediately sat down and nodded. "Ask whatever you want to know."
Han Tian can even do a live broadcast, so what's the big deal about him explaining the situation?
The 3 people behind Lu Wenyu took out a laptop and handed it to her, and at the same time began to check the area around the house. After confirming that there were no leaked devices, Lu Wenyu nodded and began to ask him questions. The first question surprised Jin Chang. Mr. Jin, when you entered this game, can you be sure that you truly felt another world, and everything was similar to reality, including your 5 senses?
Jin Chang, sure, I don't know how to put it, it's like I've really traveled through time.
We didn't go to the bathroom, and we didn't activate our pain sensitivity, but when we pinched our flesh, we could clearly feel the touch.
We also have a sense of smell and taste, which is amazing. Lu Wenyu nodded. Second question, what device do you use to connect to the game?
There. Jin Chang's house is not big, and he usually plays games in the living room. That VR device is from V, I bought it last year.
I download the games locally and then import them into the game library. I can play them by wearing VR glasses.
But after I entered the game, I didn't feel like I was wearing a VR headset. Jin Chang gave a bitter smile. It's just that I can't log into the game now. Whenever I try to connect, it will show that my account is banned. His loss was so obvious that he couldn't even act it out.
Lu Wenyu comforted him and asked, how much do you know about the clan leader Song Jiulai in the game?
Sect Master. Jin Chang thought for a moment. I don't know much about her. I only met her once, during the novice reception. At that time, the sect master was responsible for assigning us novice tasks and opening spiritual routes for elixirs. She was beautiful, like a true goddess.
Lu Wenyu, so apart from this side of her, you actually know nothing about her?
Yes, the game has just begun, so any main plot won't reach the sect master for the time being. Jin Chang scratched his head. Anyway, our mission is to ensure that the sect becomes stronger and stronger, and we absolutely cannot let the sect master die.
The game ends when the leader dies. This is something they have already known for a long time. The game ends when the leader dies.
Thinking about the information about the real girl they had investigated, Lu Wenyu became thoughtful.
She continued to ask Jin Chang, is the current information about Yunzhou continent the same as what player Han Tian showed?
Jin Chang nodded.
Boss Han is in charge of compiling the data. He's based it on the places he's been to so far. This game map is huge, very huge. We're just wandering around a small county town right now.
Lu Wenyu tapped away on his computer, then pondered, if it's your personal feeling, do you think the locals in that game are truly just a bunch of data, or, more like people?
Just like us.
Jin Chang was stunned for a moment.
I really didn't think about this.
He thought about it and realized that he had traveled a lot recently and met many mortals.
Each one is different.
Jin Chang hesitated and said, like us, each of them has their own thoughts and ideas.
They are not formulaic NPCs.
During this period, the players were actually already guessing what was going
on. But everyone pretends not to know. Why do you need to be so smart sometimes? It's just a game, just focus on playing it.
It is incredible that there are adventures in life.
Lu Wenyu was stunned.
She smiled slowly.
Are you currently only in a small place called Wangan County? Are you affiliated with the Wanxian sect, a large sect?
Jin Chang nodded. I think the sect master wants to make it bigger and stronger, but I'm gone now, so I may not be able to receive subsequent tasks, but we have a game group, and if there is anything, everyone will talk about it in the group.
Lu Wenyu, do you know when the next recruitment will be?
Jin Chang burst into tears. If I had known, I wouldn't be so worried now.
I don't know if I can get it next time. Lu Wenyu, okay, I understand. Thank you for your cooperation today.
Jin Chang asked carefully, is everything all right then? Lu Wenyu stood up, shook his head, and said with a smile, Mr. Jin, just pretend we have never been here. Jin Chang just watched them disappear.
Then he exhaled.
Even if there are any problems, it is the state's business. He is now only worried about his own place. Lu Wenyu was also shocked after leaving Jin Chang's house. She was just pretending to be calm in front of Jin Chang. No one would be shocked to know such information.
Shocking. I can't believe it at all. A potentially epoch-making change suddenly emerged. What exactly does this game want to bring? Song Jiulai sneezed violently. She flew into a rage. This guy actually left a message cursing me.
I'll write down his ID and don't let him be drawn next time. Now people are not questioning the authenticity of the game, but are leaving messages on Weibo saying that she is not qualified and is a dog planner of hunger marketing.
System, it's okay. After he comes in, he will be your son. He will pay the price for his unfilial behavior.
Song Jiulai has nothing to do now, so he reads the news online.
Read some gossip from time to time.
She actually really wanted to know whether there would be anyone to bury her after her death. It's a pity that she can only move around on the internet and can't contact her old friends. Of course she couldn't contact him either.
What if something bad happens from this fright? She thought for a moment, still worried about the present. Why is there no movement after Muchio? There are only 5 days left until the mission deadline, and the Wanxian sect's immortal sacrifice ceremony is about to begin.
I also have to rush back to Lucian City.
System, anyway, if we fail to complete the mission, we'll both die together. It won't be a big deal. Is this what you are saying?
Of course, the system never speaks human language.
Song Jiulai couldn't help but be curious. Where are you from?
It can give out miraculous elixirs and allow Songjio to connect the two worlds. What it lacks is only temporary energy, not that it does not have the means.
It is higher than the level of immortal cultivation civilization. System, don't ask such nonsense. You know I won't tell you.
Song Jiulai, then why did you choose me?
Just because I saved the kitten and you discovered my kind nature?
System, I randomly picked you from among the people who died at the same time in your world.
You're lucky.
Song Jiulai.
What a chilling answer. But it's okay, it means I'm lucky. Luck is also part of success.
Song Jiulai took the opportunity to take a look at the donation points rankings among players. Because it is just a simple welcome event, apart from double points, Song Jiulai did not have any ranking comparison rewards.
Having a leaderboard means there will be an extra reward. How could Song Jiulai be willing to do that when he is so stingy now?
But she can visually see the highest number of donations currently. Logically speaking, if Han Tian and Jianya, these unscrupulous guys, work together, they should be the fastest to defeat the monsters.
But the
points they donated were not as fast as the other group. The 4-member team consists of Ma Xiaoben, Ma Xianyao, Wu Dahu, and a new Taoist priest. Although it is double points, the donated points of a first-level monster are converted into points according to the price of spirit stones. According to the price of 10 points per spirit stone, this group of people now has more than 200 points higher than the boss team? Are they so powerful? Song Jiulai was still a little surprised. The system laughed coldly. He's got the support of the Peach Blossom sect.
Song Jiulai was surprised. Can I still hug someone?
The system said, it's a bit like an inner disciple of the Peach Blossom sect. He has a lot of resources, but he was fooled by the Taoist priest with just a few words.
That's amazing. Song Jiulai didn't expect the player to be so capable.
I didn't expect they could come up with this method.
Forget it, getting double points is considered capable.
After all, he was able to fool the disciples of Taohua sect and was suspected to be an inner sect disciple. In general, the treatment of outer disciples and inner disciples in a sect is quite different. The players coming in now are all inner disciples, so the inner disciples of Changsheng sect are not worth much. However, new players who come in later will not be able to enjoy this treatment. Song Jiulai planned to release 30 places next time when he had enough energy, so as to make up 100 inner disciples. All players who come in from now on will be outer disciples, and they must pass the test to meet the requirements for inner disciples.
Those who play advanced games will always enjoy some benefits.
In this game, apart from helping them develop their spiritual roots, players basically have to strive for everything on their own.
You can't not put a carrot hanging in front.
Song Jiulai stretched and said, when we have 100 people, the major update of version 0.1 of this game will begin.
As for the public beta? Let's talk about it when we can make it to that time. Han Tian received the advertisement.
Ever since he started live streaming, leaving aside the games, his videos are of absolutely high quality. The scene where players fight against monsters is very detailed, from special effects to costumes. There are quite a lot of people following to watch it. With such a huge amount of traffic, there must be a lot of people looking for Han Tian to advertise.
Han Tian can make a fortune just by relying on advertising. He used to be a game reviewer.
Because of his good reputation, he could get high prices for business orders, but he never said anything nonsense.
He won't make any crappy games even if you pay him.
But the traffic now is far from what he could have achieved before, and the advertising prices are also rising.
Han Tian picked out a few advertisements from big brands and gave red envelopes to everyone in the team. Express gratitude to them for appearing on the show.
Since it wasn't a real face, no one felt uncomfortable. Especially Zhou Xiao and Chen Miaomiao, because they have beautiful faces, they now have a group of fans who like to watch them.
Of course, there are always unexpected situations during the fun. For example, Han Tian was killed.
The so-called cheating is that someone posted a video questioning him on the website where he was live streaming.
How did Jing Baoshan hype up a shocking scam?
The person who posted the video is a blogger from the same website, named Steamed Pork Intestines. In the early days, he, like Han Tian, was a game reviewer. But unlike Han Tian, who was very careful about his reputation, as long as you pay him, he will praise even the worst game to you. Because of this, many people watched his videos in the early days, but now many people know that his reputation is bad, so they don't read his game reviews much anymore.
Netizens said that the reviews he made were as terrible as his ID. No one is watching, and revenue flow is declining.
When he was worrying about whether to change his career, Zheng Feichang saw what happened to Han Tian. His eyes lit up and he immediately knew that the opportunity to increase traffic had come. He also watched the live broadcast.
Is there such a game in the world?
With the current national technology, or in other words, the world does not have such technology to develop.
Steamed Pork Intestines sneered and immediately posted this rhythmic video. Hello everyone, I'm the host Steamed Intestines. Today, we're not reviewing games, but a person. Han Tian, the host formerly known as Jing Baoshan, used to be a reviewer just like me. He was my idol.
But I never expected that he would suddenly come up with such a gimmick. Marketing, liar, hype, these words, I can hardly imagine that I will ever use them on him. The whole video nominally says that Han Tian is his idol, but in fact it just drags down and humiliates Han Tian. He was accused of using the gimmick of 100 million to hype a game that did not exist, and then using the name of the game to increase his own traffic.
Han Tian did this just for money. Steamed Pig Intestines argued comprehensively, and the most crucial point was, does this game exist? He felt it didn't exist.
Even though many people are still watching Han Tian's live broadcast, they feel that this game does not exist. However, some people in the special effects industry have come forward to analyze that if the cost of producing special effects is based on this, most of the technology displayed in Han Tian's live broadcast would have cost hundreds of thousands to achieve such a fine effect. Moreover, Han Tian presented it in the form of a live broadcast, and there were no traces of editing at all.
Han Tian was also interacting in real time, and the picture was too smooth and natural.
This technology alone does not seem to be something that the current special effects team can produce.
So they are also confused.
This technology is too difficult.
If there is a major breakthrough, is it just for hype? Han Tian must be doing one of the following, falsifying technology or having money but not knowing where to spend it, right? I'm hyping it up, liar?
Han Tian also saw the barrage of comments on the screen saying that Zheng Feichang posted a video to diss him and that he was hyping it up for marketing.
Han Tian's lips curled up into a scornful smile. That clown? I don't need to bother with him at all. I still say the same thing.
As long as you can find a real-life counterpart to my background, my 1 million will remain valid. Besides, this game already has 70 players, and other players can prove what I say.
Are you trying to say that the game manufacturer hired 70 water armies? Believe me, it's impossible. The planner is incredibly stingy. She wouldn't even spend a penny on online scams. If we hadn't been bored and filled out the recruitment form, we wouldn't have believed in such a gimmicky advertising game.
Unexpectedly, it actually gave us a big surprise. I'm so grateful for that impulse that made me enter this game.
After this orientation, I estimate the next round of recruitment will be open soon. If you have patience, you can wait. As long as you play this game, you will never regret it.
Han Tian doesn't need to explain too much, his comments are full of chaos every day. This is what happens when there are a lot of people, and sooner or later the qualifications for this game will be issued. It's just a bit troublesome because someone reported his live broadcast room because of the rhythm of the video of steamed pork intestines. But the news was not that his live broadcast room was blocked, but that someone from the live broadcast website came to find him. Because the live broadcast pace is too fast, the people on the website are afraid that something might happen, so they plan to temporarily remove Han Tian's live broadcast room.
Then something shocking happened. The people on the website found that they couldn't turn off Han Tian's live broadcast.
Han Tian, who was live streaming in the game, was not affected at all and was still happily playing his game. In reality, the backstage staff who tried to control the closure of the live broadcast room again and again were sweating profusely. Finally, they confirmed that if Han Tian had not taken the initiative to log off and pause the live broadcast, they would not be able to turn off the live broadcast at all. The website staff quickly reported the abnormal message to their superiors and asked several programmers to check what was going on, but no answer was found. A small leader knew Han Tian and they were in the same city, so he had to go to him in person offline immediately. The news that someone was looking for him in real life made Han Xia go offline, and of course his live broadcast stopped after he went offline. Han Tian opened the door and saw the website executives outside, sweating profusely. Han Tian was a little surprised. "Manager Chang, why are you here?" When he signed some cooperation contracts with the website, it was Manager Chung who contacted him. Manager Chang walked in, breathless. "Han Tian, let me tell you, there's something wrong with the thing you're broadcasting live. We need to check your live equipment. Do you mind?" Han Tian frowned. "Why?" Manager Chang immediately said, "You've been reported a lot, but we found that we can't shut down your live broadcast." They even planned to restart the entire website server to force shut down Han Tian's live broadcast, but the loss would be too great and too sudden, so they had to leave some buffer time. Manager Chang was sent to see if there was any problem with Han Tian. Did he use some illegal means? Han Tian was a little surprised. It's not new that he was reported. The traffic was so huge that the 100 million hype became the #1 trending search on Weibo. Not to mention the jealousy of colleagues, even those who are not in the same industry are jealous. Now, thanks to his live broadcasts, he has a stable audience of 100,000. In the blink of an eye, he has gone from being a well-known game reviewer to an internet celebrity anchor. Who wouldn't be jealous? In addition, the content of his live broadcast was too exaggerated, so even if there was no steamed pork intestines incident, it was normal for him to be reported. But Han Tian never thought that the live broadcast could not be turned off. Although he knew that the system's technology might be much more advanced than that of the website, such powerful technology still shocked Han Tian. Now in reality, he couldn't directly ask if it was the system's fault. Thinking of this, he remained calm. "I don't know the reason, but I have no objection." "How do you want to confirm it?" Manager Chang sighed. "We're friends, and I don't mean any harm. Just log into the game and let me see how you connected to the livestream. I'll check your computer. Is there anything on it that shouldn't be there?" Han Tian rolled his eyes. "Go away, if it really happened, would I let you see it?" The atmosphere relaxed a bit. Manager Chang chuckled and urged him to play the game. He was also very curious. Is that game real? Holographic games, not many people dare to believe it these days, but I think the content of your live broadcast is really too mysterious. Han Tian said seriously, "Forget about others. We've known each other for such a long time. I'll tell you, Tiezhen. You'll know when I play the game live later. Next time there's a recruitment opportunity, listen to me. You must use the best equipment to get the qualification for this game. It's worth it. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't play." Manager Chang was surprised. "So exaggerated?" Han Tian nodded. "I'm going to play the game. You can check if there is any problem with the live broadcast. The equipment for playing the game is too simple. In order to prevent
Any accidents while playing games, he has now bought a massage chair. Even if you lie down for a long time, your limbs will not become stiff. Playing a game for such a long time without moving is definitely bad for the body, but he played the game offline several times, and maintained an online record of more than 10 hours at most, without any physical problems. Of course, to confirm, he also made an appointment for a physical examination this month to see if his physical fitness has declined. After all, even if you feel good when playing games intensively, you might still be worried that something might happen to your body. Han Tian lay back in the massage chair and put on his VR glasses, controlling the computer to play the game. He even joked, "Don't rummage through my house while I'm playing games." Go with. Manager Chang watched Han Tianshan play games. His computer is right next to it. Manager Chang looked at the computer screen and didn't see anything unusual. Even the live broadcast website didn't pop up. But when he took out his mobile phone to watch Han Tian's live broadcast, he found that the live broadcast started after Han Tian entered the game. The face in the game is completely different from Han Tian's, which is why Manager Chang didn't feel involved when he first watched the live broadcast. But now Han Tian's game face still waved at the camera. "Manager Chang, can you see it?" Real-time interaction, just like someone is greeting you on the other side of the video. This is definitely not something that an ordinary special effects team can react to in time. Manager Chang was a little shocked. He looked at Han Tian, who was lying motionless in the massage chair. He called out tentatively, "Han Tian?" He only wore some VR glasses and no headphones. He could hear himself talking, right? At this time, there was a freeze and the live broadcast stopped again. Han Tian took off his VR glasses and asked, "You called me?" Manager Chang breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, you can hear it. Amazing. Did you really just enter the game?" Han Tian paused. "Actually, there is a problem." He didn't hear Manager Chang calling him just now. It is a system prompt. When he was playing the game, he was immersed in another world and could not hear any sounds of reality. But the system will give the fastest feedback in time. But this is also the limit of the system. After all, there is not enough energy now, and their souls are actually being pulled into another world. The system currently cannot allow them to immerse themselves in two worlds at the same time. But Han Tian didn't say it, and Manager Chang didn't know the real reason. Looking at this game now, he was really a little shocked. Holy crap, I'm actually going to see a holographic game in my lifetime. Manager Chang patted his head. He really couldn't believe that such advanced technology existed on Blue Star today, and holographic games were actually created. Han Tian immediately asked, "Is there a problem with my live broadcast?" "In principle, no." Manager Chang frowned. "You automatically start the live broadcast as soon as you log in, and end it as soon as you log out. Could it be that the main server you're connected to isn't here?" Han Tian was speechless. "But isn't the live broadcast platform yours?" "Yes, that's the key. They can't close the live broadcast room on their platform." Manager Chang thought for a moment and said, "You can control the live broadcast yourself, right?" Han Tian nodded, "Yes." Manager Chang, "Then can you suspend your live broadcast for the next 2 days?" "Of course, we will still let you live broadcast after the follow-up investigation is clear. As compensation, we will recommend you on the homepage of the website." After all, there are so many rewards for live broadcasts now, and the profits created for the website are also huge. There is no way that Han Tian will be stopped from continuing the live broadcast. Han Tian would still agree to this exchange of interests. Seeing that he agreed readily, Manager Chang left with peace of mind. After Manager Chang left, Han Tian closed the door and fell into deep thought. He was so engrossed in the game before, and he lived alone, that he never considered the fact that he couldn't receive messages while playing the game. He didn't wear headphones, so he should be able to hear any noise in real life. Thinking of this, Han Tian did not intend to ask the system. Sometimes, being confused is a good thing. I logged back into the game, and Shou Xiao rolled his eyes at me. "Are you done yet?" Han Tian went offline several times, which affected the rhythm of fighting monsters. Zhou Xiao said, that bitch spread rumors about you? Han Tian, it's a good thing I didn't do a live broadcast, otherwise your fans would be so disillusioned if they saw you talking like this. Zhou Xiao curled his lips. I'm not afraid of live broadcast. This face is not my face. It's not her real face, it's not reality, so she's not afraid of anything. Han Tian, it's almost done. I'll suspend the live broadcast for 2 days. After saying this, Jiang Tianya and the others in the team all looked at him. Is it really that serious? Han Tian shook his head. It's not serious, it's mainly due to other problems. The website will shut me down for 2 days, and then I will be recommended on the homepage. I won't lose anything. Hearing him say this, everyone felt relieved. Zhou Xiao mentioned another matter. I just asked the system and found out that we are not the top scorer in this donation activity. Moreover, the system said that there is still a big gap between us and the other party. Han Tian was also shocked by what Zhou Xiao said. Is there anyone that's so much faster than us? The players who came in later were not stronger than Jiang Tianya and Chen Miaomio. There is a Shui Yao in their team now. They have essentially monopolized the big guys. It can't be Mu Chou, right? Mu Chou is still alone. If there are more people than them, Han Tian will be defeated. No. Zhou Xia shook her head. The system said it was a team. Han Tian couldn't understand why. We're not bad at hard power. Even if our combat talents are different, there can't be a player with worse talents than us who can still rely on combat talents to widen the gap with us, right? We haven't had much rest during this period. Basically, you move to another place after you have recovered, because monsters can also move. Zhou Xiao sighed. Who knew? I didn't expect there was a king of roles behind us. There's always someone stronger than the strongest. Although everyone comes in to play the game together, there will definitely be invisible competition among the players. It's like this kind of teamwork. Those who were on good terms with each other before didn't get together, so I guess they will just stick together for separate activities in the future. Of course, we can still cooperate. Just like Fan Guizhou was unwilling to come out, but he worked very closely with Zhou Xiao. Han Tian and a few others are still discussing it. Suddenly I smelled a fishy odor. Several people's expressions changed at the same time. This kind of fishy smell is only found on monsters. When everyone looked back, they saw a giant wolf that was 2 meters tall. Its head and entire mouth were open, with a row of fine, sharp teeth protruding from it, and green, pus-filled saliva oozing out. The evil wolf is a second-level monster with strong combat power, strong defense, and fast speed. The only monster whose complete fur can be used to make practical clothing. Because its skin can generate heat, it has strong resistance to some abnormally low temperatures. Sometimes the Yunzhou continent encounters extreme weather, such as in winter, and mortals need the fur of this kind of monster to keep warm. This was the first time they encountered a second-level monster. Because the first-level monsters fought too quickly, they were indeed intentionally approaching the range of the second-level monsters. If you want to be the king of the test, how can you do it without difficulty? The moment the evil wolf's eyes met theirs, it didn't show any courtesy at all. It roared and rushed towards them. It is extremely fast, so fast that it looks like lightning to the players. The one who reacted the fastest was Jiang Tianya, who used his spiritual energy to forcibly control the evil wolf and slow down its attack speed. Han Tian and Zhou Xiao immediately followed up with the fireball technique. Controlling a living creature indeed consumes terrifying amounts of spiritual energy, and this is a second-level monster. The evil wolf only slowed down a little and Jiang Tianya's spiritual energy was madly drained. He could feel the evil wolf's fierce resistance. It's like if an ordinary person wants to lift a car by force, he must use his maximum strength. Chen Miaomio and Liang Shuiyao predicted the direction the wolf would take and used water control techniques to turn the land into a quagmire that trapped the wolf. Jiang Tianya immediately withdrew his hand, took a mouthful of a first-level qi replenishing pill, and breathed a sigh of relief. It was their first time working together. Although they were in the early stages of qi refining, they had practiced fighting during this period of time and had a tacit understanding of cooperation. The second-level monster was scary but not so invincible.
It was beaten dizzy by their cooperation right from the start.
This allows players to have a rough understanding of the strength of the second-level monsters.
The strength of the second stage lies in that it is impossible for someone in the early stage of chi refining to deal with it. They would never have thought that a sect leader with no moral principles could kill a second-level monster with money. Han Tian's team worked together very well, but the other teams also had their own problems. Wu Dahu's team had a smooth journey in the first mountain thanks to the support of a powerful figure. The only accident they encountered was when they encountered a second-level monster. Ma Xiaoben was beaten and ran away with his head in his hands, shouting for help. Only then did Lu Rongyu, who was collecting spiritual herbs, come back to help them kill the monster.
The four of them are definitely not as talented in combat as Han Tian's team. They don't really intend to fight against the second-level monsters, but they will also train to fight the first-level monsters independently. For example, they go up one by one, and whoever can't hold on will take over. The main strategy is to rely on shameless round-robin battles. The players selected were all courageous, and they all worked together as a team. Although they were a little flustered at first when they encountered a first-level monster, no fatal problems occurred. Generally speaking, the first mountain is indeed a place for new disciples to practice. With double points available, everyone was like a shot of chicken blood, and continued to stay in the first mountain without leaving. By rolling it in this way, it was just as expected when the task was assigned. By the last day of the event, 10 players finally appeared and entered the middle stage of chi refining on time. This made Song Jiulai feel relieved. Ding, congratulations to player Hongwang for breaking through to the middle stage of chi refining. Ding, congratulations to the sect master for completing the mission requirement of having 10 disciples in the middle stage of chi refining. The reward is being calculated. Please wait. Song Jiu looked at the list and pointed, look, what's the point of being number 1 in points? It's not glorious to get in by relying on someone powerful.
Wu Dahu's team doesn't even have one person who has reached the middle stage of chi refining.
System, being lucky is also a way of playing. Song Jiulai. That's true, damn.
The last one to enter was Hongwang, and his previous teammate in Xiu formed a team of 2.
Hongwang is the second batch of newcomers. Although his spiritual root talent is not the highest, his combat talent is exceptionally strong. This is what the system says. This person probably practiced this in real life. Not only does he rely on spiritual energy, he can also fight monsters in close combat. He is extremely brave. Not to mention that Song Jiu is the sect leader. For the long-term consideration of the sect, she will definitely be biased, but she will not say it openly. For example, the 10 disciples who have first entered the middle stage of chi refining are her key focus list. Song Jiu looked at the time and said, no, I have to go back. I don't know if senior sister Su has successfully established her foundation. The ceremony of offering sacrifices to the immortals is about to begin. The most important issue is taxation. During this period, players have handed in a lot of materials, most of which have been exchanged for points and will not be exchanged for spirit stones for the time being. In addition, Song Jiulai was desperately searching the first mountain, selling any wild spiritual materials she found, and she also wanted the first-level spiritual herbs. The total assets of the entire sect amounted to a staggering 15 mid-grade spirit stones and 58 low-grade spirit stones. It just filled the hole left by the 20 more people added at the back. It's so touching that there is still money left after paying taxes. This is because she bought a lot of medicine, otherwise she could have bought a medium-quality one for 20 yuan. With so many people in the sect and her hard work, she can earn spirit stones at a pretty fast rate. The double bonus event is about to end, but she estimates that players will continue to play. She took a breath and began issuing tasks. The 1.001 major update is coming soon. The Wanxian sect will hold a grand ceremony to worship the immortals. Cultivators from all over the world will gather at the Wanxian sect. The prelude to the Yunzhou continent is about to begin. The system said in silence, U-001, are you planning to keep updating hundreds of times? Song Jiulai, what else can I do? If I don't update it hundreds of times, how can I afford the public beta test?
By then, it won't just be a few hundred people, it could be hundreds of millions.
Are they going to destroy the Yunzhou continent? Even if it is possible in the future, Song Jiulai doesn't dare to think about it. A large population is always a problem.
If she wants to control so many people, so many players, and ensure that nothing goes wrong, she will have to wait until she is at least at the nascent soul stage. It has reached the legendary level where a single divine consciousness can overwhelm the lower orders, thus ensuring the order of the sect.
Of course, she can't do it alone.
She plans to see which of these talented people are more reliable so that they can help her manage the sect. Song Jiulai's biggest support now is the system's absolute control over the players, which can directly kick out players if problems arise. This will ensure that there will be no major chaos. The main concern is that we might encounter crazy players who might provoke high-level monks. Once this happens, the system will nip it in the bud. Ding! After this version update, the player's exploration range has been expanded to the first mountain. Players can choose whether to continue the spiritual field quest or go to the first mountain for training. The sect has added a new mandatory novice mission. Players need to contribute 20 low-grade spirit stones to the sect to unlock the points exchange. The spirit stones rewarded by the sect from the novice spirit field mission are not included. There is no threshold for this, and it is not good to make the exchange too easy.
Each player pays 20 low-grade
spirit stones, and this money is not counted on the players. All the monthly earnings of Song Jiulai and the players are contributed to this tax.
But luckily it only happens once a year. But some players really do it.
Since I came here, I have done nothing but grow spiritual herbs. At this stage, Song Jiulai was originally going to recruit new disciples to make the sect bigger and stronger. Since there was no screening in the early recruitment, it was difficult to make any requirements, but he must start setting conditions.
There are many new players coming up. Players have different reactions after hearing about the new version and update. Version 1.001? Why do I have this bad feeling? Whose version update starts from 001? How long do you plan to keep the open beta test? We're all playing the open beta, so what about those who join later?
Who cares? By then I'll definitely be at the golden core stage, and I'll be able to beat up a bunch of newbies.
Do you feel a sense of accomplishment when bullying newbies?
Yes. I wasn't particularly shocked when I heard this system prompt. As early as when they were playing the open beta test, coupled with the sect condition, they had already anticipated that the public beta would probably take a long time. In addition, this game will not be deleted, so whether there will be a public beta is another matter. If it really goes into public beta, all the players from the real world will crowd in, and the clan leader may not be able to afford to support them.
Chen Miaomio was actually interested in the immortal sacrifice ceremony. Is it the one that senior brother mentioned earlier?
Ah also vaguely revealed some things about the ceremony of worshipping immortals.
In addition, players often go to Wangan County, so they know some information. The Wanxian sect ceremony to worship the immortals should be grand, but there is no movement in their Wangan County.
Because they already knew that many cultivators would go to Lucian City, the city closest to them, but they could not go there.
It's too far away and unsafe.
Those were the territories of high-level cultivators.
No one would pay any attention to these chi refining stage noobs who went there.
If they were not from a big sect and had no money, they would only be looked down upon if they went there.
Besides, even if I wanted to go, I don't have the conditions. That should be the case.
Zhou Xiao was also quite interested in this grand ceremony of offering sacrifices to the immortals. Unfortunately, there was not much information available at the moment.
His tone revealed a hint of envy. It's a large sect. I wonder how big it is.
It must be filled with cultivators.
No. Chen Miaomia suddenly said, I read in my travelogue about the Yunzhou continent that such large sects have strict rules and that cultivators are not allowed to fly in the sect city.
Zhou Xiao was surprised. When did you see it? Chen Miaomia, when I go down the mountain, I occasionally see this kind of travel notes. Some are made up, and some are written by mortals who have stayed in Zhongqing. Zhou Xiao and others suddenly realized. While the players were discussing the immortal sacrifice ceremony, Song Jio came here and achieved the sex requirement of 10 mid-stage chi refining, and the rewards were distributed.
This generosity made Song Jiolai's eyes widen.
Congratulations to the Changsheng sect for now having 10 disciples in the middle stage of chi refining.
Your sect is thriving. We are now issuing the following rewards.
The sect leader's personal technique, Palm Thunder Intermediate Level 1 Volume, Palm Thunder Elementary Level 100 volumes. This technique can only be practiced starting from the middle stage of chi refining. 100 volumes of secret methods for making mustard seed bags, 100 volumes of secret methods for cultivating spiritual herbs and spiritual liquids, and 100 volumes of secret methods for cultivating monsters.
The basic
quantity is only 100 volumes, and the subsequent sect leader can choose to recycle or copy the skills himself.
New mission, generous rewards mean a more difficult task.
Players are requested to lead the sect to reach the foundation establishment stage with 10 members within 6 months.
The energy pool is sufficient, and the recruitment quota has increased by 30. Song Jiolai.
She took a deep breath of refined energy and pinched her philtrum.
I can't believe this stingy system is so generous this time.
I rely on Palm Thunder, which is a high-level technique that can be used even in the Golden Core stage.
Palm Thunder is one of the highest-level mental techniques available to low-level cultivators in the Yunzhou continent.
You can start practicing in the chi refining stage, the middle stage is for the foundation establishment stage, and the advanced stage is the Golden Core stage.
Moreover, the understanding of thunder magic in Yunzhou continent is the same as that in Blue Star.
Thunder can target many evil ways. For example, it has a natural suppressive power against many monsters. Some monsters are resistant to fire, water and ice, but they are basically not resistant to thunder. He also gave her a separate mid-term mental method.
At least she can start watching during the chi refining stage. Moreover, the scroll is different from ordinary mental methods. The mental methods of the Yunzhou continent are basically made of ordinary jade. They are all disposable. Once you practice them, they will be gone once they are absorbed.
The scroll means that the jade slip used is of a higher level. It is not disposable and can be given to others after you have completed your practice. In ordinary sects, this is one of the treasures of inheritance that is kept at the bottom of the box. Not to mention that this time they gave 100 volumes at once. Of course, the system also said that once it is distributed this time, it will be gone next time, so it must be reserved for the new disciples who will come in later. But since Song Jiolai has reached a higher level, he can copy the skills and doesn't have to worry about the problem of shortage. Moreover, a beginner's copy of Palm Thunder can be sold on the market for up to 10 mid-grade spirit stones, and a more advanced copy can be sold for more than 30.
What a concept! This is a lot of money given to her. Song Jiolai couldn't help swallowing. At this stage, not all players could practice cultivation. She first pocketed some of the money and sold it. Ding!
All rewarded skills are prohibited from being sold and cannot be given to non-sectarians.
The sect leader will be struck by lightning if they violate this rule, and players who violate this rule will be banned immediately. Song Jiolai. She coughed and said, "Why are you so excited? I don't have such thoughts. You are slandering me." Anyway, since she didn't say it, she didn't admit it.
The system tooted its tongue and said, "Be a human being." This was originally a reward for the players.
You, the clan leader, want to sell it off. How can you be such a mother? Song Jiolai. Although there are now 10 foundation building tasks pending. But now Song Jiolai is no longer worried. There is always a way to get to the mountain. Players cannot play the game if they do not meet the standards. It's a pity that I can't tell anyone about this mandatory task of the system. Otherwise, I would just post a task information in the sect, and the game would be closed if no one builds the foundation within half a year. She sees whether the players work hard or not. And you dare to give her a bad name. It's a reward issued by the system, but the mental method cannot be distributed directly like last time. Without rewards there is no motivation. Song Jiolai put up all 100 rolls of Palm Thunder and set the price to 500 points per roll. Each person can only redeem one scroll, and it can be recycled after practice. The points. requirement is not too harsh.
First of all, this Palm Thunder is a high-level skill rarely seen on the market. Even if players have money, they may not have the channels to buy it. Now it is available as long as you enter the Changsheng sect. You still have to reach the middle stage of Qi refining to practice it. It is useless to exchange it in the early stage.
By doing some trivial errands in the sect, players now generally have dozens of points.
Not to mention that one low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 points, so 500 points are actually very easy to get. She needs to develop now, the players are too slow.
With these carrots hanging around, people will be more motivated.
As for those who are still unwilling to work hard and insist on being just a life player, they are lucky to have grabbed this game.
Song Jiulai couldn't force them to go.
Fortunately, most players are willing to work hard now.
Song Jiulai hung up all these secret methods and only kept one for herself.
After all, she had learned them first and could continue hanging them up later. There are still 30 spots left.
Song Jiulai thought about it and decided that since the system had given him a place, he would not move anyone in the short term.
It's a good opportunity to release it together with this major version update event.
A half-year foundation building period is not a small goal.
The system was incredibly generous this time, and she was even more looking forward to what rewards would be given out after she reached the foundation establishment stage. Song Jiulai first looked at the several secret books as rewards. It seemed that a basic secret book of each type was given.
For example, the mustard seed bag for refining weapons, the spiritual liquid cultivated by the medicine sect's spiritual herbs, and the secret method of cultivating beasts.
The first two are the most important, and are almost scarce among players at present, and she does not have the money to purchase them in large quantities.
The mustard bag is used to hold things.
The ones she is carrying now were given to her by Su Huanli, and the internal area is quite large. Whether it is refining weapons or refining pills, basic equipment is required. That is the fire pool for refining weapons and the furnace for refining pills. Looking at it this way, we have no choice but to make large purchases. I hope players can be more self-conscious and donate all the spirit stones they have. The Palm Thunder and those secret techniques are so tempting. Song Jiulai set out to return to the sect with great enthusiasm. After entering the middle stage of Qi refining, she defeated many second-level monsters in the first mountain. Now she felt as light as a swallow, and she could travel faster than before by using spiritual energy. It only took one day to return to the Changsheng sect. The first person Song Jiulai met when he returned to Changsheng sect was Ao. During this time, Ao has been in Changsheng sect with some of his fellow disciples who have not gone out to grow spiritual herbs. Now that Chen Miaomiao has made basic reforms, a lot of spiritual herbs have been planted, and there is no wasted place in the entire Feek mountain. Because of this, the first thing Ao said when he saw Song Jiulai was a small complaint: "Master, there are more spirit rats stealing spirit herbs now." When the brothers and sisters who went to the first mountain come back, they will find a way to solve it. You've reached the middle stage of Qi refining, it would be strange if you didn't raise a spirit beast.
This soul-stealing rat is left for them.
Song Jiulai waved towards Ao and said, "Come here, the sect master will give you something good."
Wu came over and looked at Song Jiulai with his big eyes. "Master, what is it?"
Song Jiulai flipped her hand, and 2 jade slips, containing the Palm Thunder technique and the secret method of cultivating spiritual liquid with spiritual herbs, appeared in her
palm, emitting a warm glow. These are the beginner's Palm Thunder technique and the secret method of cultivating spiritual liquid with spiritual herbs. The sect master managed to obtain these too. You should practice them well. Ao's eyes widened instantly.
He shouted excitedly in disbelief, "Master!
Palm Thunder!"
Ao had only heard of one of the most desirable techniques in the Qi refining stage, but it was too expensive. Even among the senior brothers and sisters of Feek sect, not everyone can practice it.
Wu was excited but also a little panicked. You disappeared for so long, what were you doing? How could the sect leader possibly obtain such an expensive technique? You suspect I'm out robbing?
Song Jiulai said with a smile, "Do you think with the strength of the sect master, I'd still go out and rob others?" Ao touched his head and thought, "That's right, we in the Qi refining stage can only be robbed by others."
Song Jiolai.
Song Jiolai said earnestly, anyway, the origin of this technique is very legitimate, you should practice it well. Has been in the Changqing sect for so many years, and has been diligently helping the old sect leader manage this small piece of land. He works hard and never complains. This child is the sect's only legacy. How could Song Jiolai not be nicer to him? Anyway, the system said that it cannot be given to people outside the sect. Wu took the jade slip with great excitement. Master, don't worry, I will practice hard. There is also this secret method. It is used to cultivate spiritual liquid from spiritual herbs. It belongs to the medicine sect. You can just read it secretly. Don't expose it to others. After all, the Changqing sect was a small sect in the past, and it produced too many good things, which were quite eye-catching. Wu nodded vigorously. Yes, master, I will definitely do it. Is very obedient now. For example, he doesn't think about how Song Jiolai got it. Song Jiolai is the daughter of destiny, and it is her due that she brings out any good things. The system here also posted on Weibo about the 30 places in version update mentioned by Songjo. Starting with a broken sect. Hello everyone, this game is about to start its first non-delete update 1.001. This update will continue to open 30 places. It is still the same old rule, first come first served. The game reiterates, there is no resurrection mechanism, players are advised to cherish their lives. As soon as this Weibo post was published, those who followed it started cursing again. 30 of them, it's like squeezing out toothpaste every time. Can't you just be more generous and just open the beta? Do you want your sect to become bigger and stronger? If you do, then let us all in. When some people saw this message, they immediately became extremely nervous. Qualifications have been reopened, so everyone should be prepared. Issue it as an urgent task. Whoever can grab the qualification will enter the game. Submit a report when the time comes, and we'll know what's going on. At this time, Jin Chang, who was in the rental house, also saw the Weibo post. Suddenly I was shocked and tears welled up in my eyes. This time, I must take back everything I lost. Damn it, Palm Thunder. 500 points, my stingy mom plucked out all the credit. System, humiliating the sect master, deduct 2 points. Ma Xianyo immediately covered her mouth. Players who are still rolling also saw new items appearing in the points redemption list. Unlike some things that require enough points to see, Palm Thunder can be seen by any player. 500 points per volume. In addition, there are also secret methods for taming beasts, cultivating spiritual herbs, and making mustard seed bags. Wu Dahu was so shocked when he saw it. Oh my god, who did the sect master rob? They have recently learned a lot about the value of Palm Thunder after learning about the game information. It is simply a sky-high price. How can it be given to them for free? The players obviously thought that these 500 points were given away for free, and never considered that the Palm Thunder was given away for free in the first place. The Taoist priest was also very excited when he saw the price. Wow, there are so many books, it's obvious that they are prepared for us. How many points do you have now? I asked the players in the sect to sell the materials from the monsters we killed these days, and donated half and kept the other half. Even with double points, the Taoist priest took a look and said, I only have over 300 points. Damn, it seems I can't return to the sect. Brothers, what do you say? Keep rolling? I really want to try what it feels like to release lightning from my palm. You can only exchange those secret techniques for extra ones when you have money. Wu Dahu and his friends had originally come out together and had earned about the same amount of points, but they had been here for more than half a month earlier and had extra points. I'm almost at 400. It's just a little bit away from exchanging for Palm Thunder. Ma Xianyo said quietly, isn't that enough if we add our spirit stones? Ma Xiaoben bared his teeth and said, we've donated all our belongings. We won't have a penny left after we donate them. After all, half of it was donated, but the remaining half was not for free. We had to keep buying medicine. Even with Lu Rongyu's field assistance, he only came to help occasionally, so we still couldn't save on buying medicine. Wu Dahu was decisive at this time. What's the point of asking for money?
If we learn Palm Thunder, won't it be even more powerful? Then we can fight against the second-level monster. This made sense and no one could refute it.
So everyone exchanged most of the spirit stones in their hands for points, and collected a total of 500. As a result, when Wu Dahu exchanged it, he got a sentence. This technique can only be exchanged and practiced in the middle stage of qi refining.
Wu Dahu, what the hell? Mid-stage qi refining? Such a cruel request?
When they heard that it was the middle stage of qi refining, the other three people's faces looked like they were constipated.
That's good now. I really don't have to go back to the sect. Just roll up your roll honestly. Han Tian also saw the Palm Thunder.
For those of them who had already met the requirements, they immediately exchanged all the spirit stones on them for Palm Thunder without hesitation. Chen Miao hesitated for a long time. Now her points are only enough to redeem one book. But she wanted to exchange it for the spiritual liquid for cultivating the spiritual herbs more, which was obviously what she needed at this stage.
She has never figured out how the medicine sect cultivates its spiritual liquid.
With this secret method, she will be able to make further progress in her spiritual herb business.
Zhou Sha was the first to notice Chen Miao's hesitation and immediately asked, Miao boss, what's wrong? Are you short of points? I still have some spirit stones I can lend you.
Han Tian and his companions, who had exchanged their skills, also heard the news and immediately looked up at Chen Miao.
I also have spirit stones, how much do you need? Chen Miao shook her head. It's okay. I'm not bad, but I can only choose one at this stage. I want to choose the spiritual fluid for cultivation.
Besides, I have to return to the sect now, so I can't stay here with you for long. I'm very busy in real life now and have to log off from time to time.
I can't waste your time.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood. Logically speaking, it would definitely be better to choose an attack spell like Palm Thunder, which would increase your self-protection ability. However, Chen Miao's research on spiritual herbs is unique, and the sect's main source of wealth is still spiritual herbs. If Chen Miao's research can make more progress, the secret method of cultivating spiritual liquid is the best choice.
Han Tian said, it's okay, don't worry, even if you continue to follow us, we can guarantee that nothing will happen to you.
Now everyone has entered the middle stage of qi refining, and they have also defeated the second-level monsters, and their combat effectiveness has increased sharply. I am no longer as panicked and confused about this world as I was at the beginning, and I feel more confident. Chen Miao still shook her head, her expression quickly becoming firm.
Forget it. I'll choose to cultivate the spiritual liquid first.
If I can make more discoveries from it, the spiritual herb grafting technique I mentioned earlier might be able to be successfully implemented.
I still plan to return to the sect and give it a try.
Since Chen Miao wanted to go back, no one forced her.
Han Tian said, should we take you back?
Chen Miao smiled and said, I am at least in the middle stage of qi refining.
I can't look down on others like that. I'm just going back.
You guys should keep working hard. The sect master has released so many good things this time.
If you don't work hard to make money, you probably won't be able to get them all.
I used to think that the points setting was a bit redundant, but now it seems that the sect leader is fully capable of draining all the spirit stones in their hands. Just these few items released are rare and delicious things that are rarely seen in Wanyan County.
These secret methods are very rare.
Palm Thunder is available, but it is very expensive. Chen Miao was also a little confused.
The sect looked so poor. Where did the sect leader get so many high-level things?
If we could sell just one copy of the stuff here, it would be enough to cover the sect's GDP for a month.
Little did he know that Song Jiulai was also crying silently. She wants to sell it, she really wants to sell it. On the way back, Chen Miao used spiritual energy to speed up all the way.
It was very boring to keep rushing, but she was also thinking about many things. When her realm was higher, she could also make a flying magic weapon. At that time, in addition to refining medicine, she might be able to study refining as a supplement.
Are you from the Chongqing sect?
Suddenly a voice sounded above Chen Miao's head. She was startled and looked up to find a woman in purple clothes sitting in a beautiful moon-shaped paper boat that could accommodate about 2 people. He looked at her with indifferent eyes. Through the other party's aura, Chen Miaomio immediately felt that the other party was not an ordinary cultivator, at least 2 levels higher than her. At least it is a foundation building stage.
This is an absolute big shot at the moment.
Chen Miaomio immediately said in a gentle voice, "Hello, senior.
I am a disciple of the Changsheng sect." No wonder.
The purple-robed woman murmured these words, and suddenly said, "Are you going back to the Changsheng sect?"
Chen Miaomio nodded quickly.
"Come on up," the woman said, manipulating the moon boat to fly down.
"I'm going back to Feek sect, and I'll give you a ride on the way."
Chen Miaomio didn't expect that there would be such a good thing, and it was riding on someone else's flying magic weapon. Immediately expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, senior." The woman said, "Your sect leader and I are old acquaintances." Chen Miaomio was a little surprised. It turns out that the senior knows our sect leader. She carefully got on the moon paper boat and felt that the paper boat was truly magical. It still feels like cardboard, but it's very tough. At least it shouldn't be a problem to resist the attacks of some monks.
Ah.
Although the purple-clothed woman said that she was a friend of the sect leader, she obviously had no intention of chatting further, so Chen Miaomio tactfully did not ask any more questions. Su Huanli glanced back at Chen Miaomio and felt a little strange. She always felt that this junior sister had a very familiar medicinal fragrance on her body. It smells like the powder she uses to make dolls. Moreover, her realm was also very vague. It could be felt that this junior sister was in the qi refining stage, and seemed to have vaguely reached the middle stage of qi refining, but Su Huanli was actually a little uncertain. Perhaps we are on the verge of a breakthrough? Chen Miaomio sat obediently in the back seat of the paper boat. When the paper boat flew up, the wind blew quickly across Chen Miaomio's cheeks. It felt a little stinging at first, but soon returned to calm. The moon ship was moving very fast, at least according to Chen Miaomio's estimation, it was at least 200 yards. In the Yunzhou continent, this speed is only the basic speed for cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. This is the unscientific aspect of the world of cultivation. Because she got a ride, Chen Miaomio returned to the sect in less than half a day. The moon boat landed directly at the foot of the sect's mountain. Su Huanli took a look at the changes in the Changsheng sect and was a little surprised. It has been more than a month since I last saw it, and the appearance of the Changsheng sect buildings has changed a lot.
Only there is no door.
Su Huanli sighed, and after putting Chen Miaomio down, she said, "Tell your sect leader to make a sect plaque. Also, tell her I'll be coming to see her later, and just say it's her senior sister Su." Chen Miaomio immediately said, "Okay, senior."
Senior sister Su?
Chen Miaomio said to the system, "System, can you notify the sect master that a senior sister Su is looking for her?" During this period, they found that as long as they called the system would basically answer.
System, I've already told her.
Chen Miaomio, okay, then I won't go. Her mind is now full of her spiritual herb business, and she is not very keen on meeting the sect leader.
Because the sect leader is not the type of person who likes to meet people. I've been in the game world for more than a month and haven't seen him many times. She wants to find
this partner in the spiritual herb business. Song Jiulai had received the news a long time ago. When he heard that Su Huanli was back, he immediately stopped watching the TV series
and jumped up from the bed. Okay, I'm going to make her a foundation building gift.
The system was really curious at this moment. What great gift can you give her? Song Jiulai said, "Cook, otherwise how do you think we can celebrate?
Can I still give you a gift of spirit stones? That's absolutely not allowed."
System. Song Jiulai can cook. She used to live alone and her cooking skills are pretty good. It's impossible to cook for yourself when you come here and eat what players cook every day. There is a separate small kitchen in the yard where she lives. Song Jiulai rushed into the kitchen. "Senior sister Su has helped me a lot since I came here. I don't have anything else, so I'll make her a cake to celebrate."
There is definitely no cake in Yunjo continent. This picture is a token of my heart. It's right to maintain good interpersonal relationships. Song Jiolai doesn't intend to be an arrogant cultivator. It's impossible to hide it from so many people in the sect, and Su Huanli can help cover for her. After all, she wants to acquire the Feek sect in the future. People go to high places and water flows to low places. Her Changsheng sect is going to take over Wangan County. It's quick to make a cake, as there are many tools and ready-made ingredients in the kitchen downstairs. While the kitchen staff were away, Song Jiolai sneaked in and stole some eggs and fruits. Of course, he also issued a task asking players at the foot of the mountain to buy fruit wine for him. System, you are a sect leader, so you shouldn't do that. Song Jiolai said confidently, no. Don't you know that as a sect leader I have to maintain my image? I'm a goddess. Which goddess would make a birthday cake? If they see me making one, won't they suspect I'm from the modern era? System, your information is quite obvious. Maybe the people on Blue Star will soon find out that you have a similar identity on Blue Star? Song Jiolai sighed, go ahead and check it out. I don't even know if my ashes were scattered. How can they bring me back to life? Although she has indeed been resurrected in the world of cultivation. Anyway, she is the boss here and she has the final say. Song Jiolai entered the kitchen and quickly prepared a simple cream fruitcake for Su Huanli, placing it on the small stone table in the backyard where she lived alone. This backyard is next to the cliff and can only be entered through the back door. It is full of fairy air. Sitting there and looking at the mountains and water is quite poetic. The cakes displayed there have a unique style. Then I took the time to stir-fry 2 dishes. Sure enough, Su Huanli arrived very soon. Entering the backyard, she smelled a special aroma of rice. Seeing the food on the small table, Su Huanli was a little surprised. Did you cook this? Yes. Song Jiolai had just retrieved a pot of wine, and she didn't beat around the bush with Su Huanli. In my hometown, we usually celebrate any happy event with a meal. This cake is used for celebrations. Senior sister, congratulations on your foundation building. Su Huanli couldn't help laughing. Thank you. The foundation was established successfully. When I returned to the sect just now, my fellow brothers and sisters simply congratulated me. She hadn't expected that Song Jiolai would specially congratulate her. For a moment, I felt a subtle feeling in my heart. The taste also feels a bit warm. She looked at the table curiously. What is this cake? It is white and dotted with fruits, which looks amazing. Su Huanli had never seen it before. It's a kind of pastry, a dessert. I eat it on my birthday. It's delicious. These are all made with ingredients from Yunjo continent, which are even better than the pure natural and pollution-free ones from Blue Star. The 2 dishes she cooked were also ordinary home-cooked dishes, shredded pork with green peppers and shredded potatoes with vinegar. However, the taste of people in Yunjo continent is light, and such heavy flavors are seldom found. Su Huanli picked up a piece of food with chopsticks, and her eyes suddenly lit up. It's strange. I haven't eaten ordinary food for a long time, but I find this ordinary food even more delicious. Su Huanli took another sip of wine. His eyes suddenly brightened. This wine is good. Is it also brewed by you? No, this was brewed by one of my disciples. Oh, your disciples. Speaking of disciples, Su Huanli always felt that the arrival of the disciples of the Changsheng sect was too strange. Of course, she did not ask much, but talked about the ceremony of worshipping the immortals. Perhaps it was the fact that Song Jiao came to congratulate her that made Su Huanli feel that the distance between them was shortened. She became more serious and talked about an important event. The Wanxian sect's grand ceremony of offering sacrifices to the immortals this year may be related to the incident in the Tianyang sect. Originally, it was the Tianyang sect that was supposed to hold the immortal sacrifice ceremony, but a great Mahayana ancestor of the Tianyang sect passed away, causing chaos within the Tianyang sect. It's said that this ancestor's time was already approaching, and before his death, he forcibly sought to peer into the secrets of the heavens, leading to his premature demise. It's unknown what he saw,
but there's news from the Tianyang sect that's almost spread throughout the Yunzhou continent. I only found out about it after I went to the Cave Demon Valley.
Do you know what it is? Su Huanli's expression reminded Song Jiulai of the time
when he and his colleagues gossiped about other people. She opened her eyes wide, very politely. What is it, senior sister?
Su Huanli said mysteriously, it is said that there are aliens coming to Yunzhou continent, and they will bring disaster to Yunzhou. Song Jiulai. Isn't this too much? It's so hurtful. Song Jiulai still felt a little uneasy. This alien must be referring to me?
After all, at this critical juncture, she came from Blue Star. I didn't expect that the cultivators in this world really have such great abilities that such things as peeking into the secrets of heaven can happen. Even though his heart skipped a beat, Song Jiulai still had an expression of shock at the gossip he'd heard.
Oh my god, there's actually such a thing? What kind of alien is this? Is it a demonic beast? First of all, it cannot be led in the direction of people. I don't know. Since it's an alien, it must be a very powerful being. Su Huanli thought seriously, maybe it's hiding among human cultivators. There was a thump in the song line. Fortunately, Su Huanli's usual thinking is that this kind of alien must be very powerful. Now there are two possibilities. First, it really refers to Song Jiulai.
Unfortunately, she is very weak now and does not fit the concept of aliens imagined by the Yunzhou continent.
Second, this alien visitor does not actually refer to Song Jiulai.
If it's the latter, there's no need to worry at this stage. If it is the former, you only need Song Wine to reach the extreme. Although the players' performances will be very strange, there are too many players and they are very weak. Even if this rumor comes out, it is not so easy to guess that it is the player. The Yunzhou continent is isolated from the outside world, so Wanyan County did not receive the news so quickly.
However, since Su Huanli has returned, the rumor will soon reach Wanyan County.
It is still necessary to make players more low-key, at least not too modern when there are people around.
Song Jiulai is a natural actress.
For example, when she and her colleagues were secretly teasing their leader, they saw him return from the reflection in the glass. She and her colleagues immediately said worriedly, "It's been so hard for the leader to lead us to do business well for so many years."
The leader smiled happily in an instant. So now she also looked worried. Senior sister, this rumor won't have any impact on us, right? Of course not. Su Huanli shook her head.
Think about it, how can we, the foundation establishment stage, worry about the secrets left by the Mahayana ancestors?
That's something the larger sects should be concerned about.
Oh, that's right. Su Huanli looked at Song Jiulai hesitantly. The last time I saw you, you were still in the early stage of qi refining.
Now you are in the middle stage of qi refining? She was closer now and could clearly feel that Song Jiu's spiritual energy was more abundant than when she left. Song Jiulai did not hide it. I went to the first mountain for some time and killed many monsters. Su Huanli nodded upon hearing this. Hunting monsters is very beneficial to us cultivators.
It's rare that you have such courage after just arriving in the Changxing sect. She sneered, many cultivators don't have your courage. I have hundreds of disciples in the Feek sect, and most of them don't want to go through training. Players are afraid of death, but at least they can still survive in reality. But the cultivators who went to Yunzhou continent to kill monsters would be truly dead if they died. Therefore, there are still many timid monks. It is already in a marginal environment and is next to monsters. In such an environment, there will definitely be many cultivators who take it as their mission to save their lives. Unless the sect has a mandatory task, he will go out to gain experience. It is indeed rare to see people actively hunting monsters. Just like when Song Jiulai was halfway through the first mountain, he only met Lin Xian from the Peach Blossom sect, and that person was also there for the second-level spiritual herbs.
Song Jiulai didn't express any opinion. Everyone is afraid of death, including cultivators. It's normal not to want to go. Just like the players didn't want to go, she didn't issue any mandatory tasks.
Because not everyone likes this kind of combat gameplay, some people can find other ways out, just like Fan Guzhou can brew wine. Now he has started close cooperation with the restaurant in Wanyan County. Now he also brings life players to help other combat players guard the spiritual fields. These are all other ways. Everyone has different choices. It is not okay to force players to complete tasks and then die. Her early quota cannot be wasted. Except that Jinwei's death was indeed a bit frustrating. Speaking of Jinwei, I don't know if this young man can grab another spot. Late at night, Jinvita was waiting in front of the computer, his heart pounding with excitement. In order to have the fastest internet speed and computer equipment that does not lag behind, Jinvita has used part of his savings to replace a better computer and upgrade to the fastest network. It's just for these 30 places. He believes the investment is worth it. As long as he can enter the game and earn spirit stones in exchange for points, he can also sell them to other combat players. Fan Guizhou has proved that this path is feasible. You can't spend real money in the game, but you can sell points for money. He's not a combat type anyway. The competition for the spot last time was extremely fierce. This time, Jinvita, an atheist, sincerely asked for a red rope and worshipped Buddha for the first time. I paid homage to the god of wealth, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and all the other gods and Buddhas. Focus on one thing. Trying to use metaphysics to bless him to get a spot. The time for opening the spots this time is still midnight. Although there are a lot of people cursing on Weibo, it does not prevent a lot of people from joining in the fun out of curiosity. The competition for spots this time is more intense than last time. Jinvita also learned how to copy and paste, but during the filling process, he found that there was a sudden short delay in the network. Because when he clicked submit, the facial verification did not pop up for a long time. Oh my god, the network isn't going to be slow right now, is it? There can't be any problems. I'm going to kill the carrier. No one heard Jin Daoi's screams. But there was one place that was completely silent. In order to grab places in the base, the official departments naturally used some privileged means, such as briefly delaying the daily network for a few seconds. This would not affect the daily lives of the residents, but would allow the official people to grab places more quickly. Although this method is a bit despicable, this privilege must be used in order to investigate the origins of this game. And for security reasons, they did not use the computers in the base to log into the website. A civilian network cable was used, and the computers were ordinary devices used in daily life. But strangely, they failed. Furthermore, all the officials who participated in the competition at the base and competed for the quota had a few large words pop up on the official website. Luck is also a part of strength. Cheating is not advisable. The base was completely destroyed. After this prompt popped up, the entire base fell into silence. Even after half a day, Wei Jun, who saw the result with his own eyes, couldn't believe it. We've been intercepted? Xiaoqing swallowed and said, it looks like that. Wei Jun stared at the line of words and frowned even deeper. So our efforts are in vain? Xiaoqing, not really. They might be asking us to rob them normally. But since being able to intercept our signal is not normal, the current technology of the people behind this website is truly immeasurable. Minister, should we continue to deepen our contact? Of course, it's because of its mysterious origins, even if it harbors hidden dangers. As public officials, we have the responsibility and obligation to investigate and confirm it. It doesn't matter if we can't snatch it this time. We can try to get it from other players who can enter the game, using a more gentle approach. At this time, a department staff member came over and said, Minister, Tan Jia, who was on vacation at home, called and said he got it. Wei Jun's expression instantly brightened, and he turned around and asked, Tan Jie? The department staff nodded and said, because you asked everyone in the base to participate, even though Tan Jie was on vacation at home, we still notified him. He was using his home computer at home, and now he says he got it. Wei Jun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately. I didn't expect there would be such a surprise. Let Tan Jie know, let Tan Jie play at home. Does he have a VR headset? If not, quickly get one and send it over. I'll reimburse him, and have him log into the game within an hour.
After logging into the game, if everything is true, log off and report immediately. He knew that the game required logging in within an hour, so he had to connect as quickly as possible. Yes. I'll go inform Tanjia. Asterisk. Damn. Heaven has eyes, Hu-Han-san, am back. Although the facial verification was delayed for a few seconds at the beginning, which almost made Jin Chang so angry that he had a heart attack, he was fortunately able to pass the verification quickly after the face popped up. Moreover, the moment the facial verification appeared, the screen seemed to go black and he passed it directly. Then, a sentence that particularly surprised him popped up: "Congratulations on qualifying for the open beta test. Please log into the game within 1 hour, otherwise the login channel will be closed and your account will be invalid." Jin Chang sat back on the stool without hesitation, put on his VR device and logged into the game again. Ah, it's that familiar interface again, the air is fresh, and everything is beautiful. He originally thought that he would be greeted by the same heavenly system inquiry. The result was indeed Tian Lai, and the line was changed: "Yo, you're back?" It's the tone of the system. Jin Chang was so moved that he almost cried. "System, is it you?" "System, it's me." Jin Chang laughed wildly. "See? I, Hu-Han-san, am back again." The system was perfunctory. "Well, you have the previous modeling data, do you want to substitute it directly?" Jin Chang paused. If I substitute that, will all my previous points still be there? System, no, I'm just inserting modeling data. You're a new player. Jin Chang. What a piss-off game. Jin Chang shook his head. "No, I'll make a new face this time." The last time, it was because the face he sculpted was too ordinary. Although Ah was friendly to every disciple in the sect and greeted them with a smile every day, he still treated the good-looking junior brothers and sisters with special favor. Even when he was taking care of the spiritual fields, he would spend more time with these junior brothers and sisters. He thought he was disguising himself well. The people in the countryside have become more realistic. Zhou Xiao and his team had established a good relationship with a disciple in Feek sect who was in charge of purchasing. At the beginning, some of their people went to find him, but he ignored them. I became more motivated when I saw Zhou Xiao because Zhou Xiao's face was beautiful. Jin Chang has had enough of this world where appearance is everything. Unfortunately, Jin Chang still overestimated himself. Not everyone has the talent to pinch their face, it is equivalent to pinching your own real face. Even though many celebrity faces appeared in his mind, he found that he knew nothing and had no idea how to create good-looking micro-angles. In the end, the more you pinch it, the uglier it becomes. Why can't this game use other people's face models? Jin Chang finally realized in despair that the new face he had sculpted was not as good as the previous one he had just lightly tweaked. He could only say with tears in his eyes, "Forget it, let's just use the previous model." System, a wise choice. Jin Chang. Do you think I can't hear your sarcastic tone? System, you can also use the previous name for your ID. Jin Chang said without hesitation, "Let it be used. It's easier to get things done with an acquaintance's ID." After entering with the ID Jin Vita found himself in the novice village. It is now a genuine novice village, located in the suburbs of Wangan County. Players have built dozens of new houses. Players who choose not to go out can be busy for a long time just building houses. Such quaint buildings are built along the river. Each cottage is in the style of a garden cabin. Although the houses are small, living in such a place really fits the Chinese people's deep-seated imagination of the paradise style. Even the small hill behind the house had been cut down by some players and planted with peach trees. Time flows quickly in the game, and with the use of spiritual energy by players, they will soon be able to see vast tracts of peach blossom forests. Beautiful. There was still a little smoke rising from some of the houses, obviously the players were busy. What? A player passing by saw Jin Vita and instantly looked surprised. Holy crap, Jin Vita, you're back again? You're so awesome. You even managed to snatch the spot. Did you make some shady deal with the system? How did you do it? Jinwei took a look and found that it was Gu Yunxi, a lifestyle player. This is an old player.
Jinwei said proudly with his hands on his hips, go ahead, of course it's because I'm single bullshit, I got it with my smart mind.
You didn't expect it, Hu Han-san is back. Where are Yi Shizhou and the others now?
Yi Shizhou is one of his partners.
I just kept playing games and didn't reply to his messages. Gu Yunxi said, he's running in the area south of Wanyan County.
That was the place where Jinwei fell off the cliff before. Mentioning Jinwei caused him to have a psychological trauma, so he had no plans to go there for the time being. Jinwei said, okay, I'll go find them after I meet the sect master.
As they were talking, someone came over and asked, excuse me, are you all players?
Gu Yunxi and Jinwei turned around and saw that it was obviously a new player.
There is no fluctuation of spiritual energy in his body yet.
After a simple pinch of his face, he still looked a little handsome, the kind of handsome that looked very resolute. Jinvida is now equally jealous of every player who can pinch their face. Brother, your face is so handsome. The other party paused, and then said, thank you for the compliment.
Gu Yunxi was very friendly.
I'm an old player, and he's neither. You just wait here for a while. When all the new players have arrived, the sect leader will come and give you elixirs to open up your spiritual roots.
Don't run around. There are still first-level monsters lurking around here, and you're powerless right now. The other person nodded and said, thank you for letting me know.
He hesitated for a second and then extended his hand. Hello, my name is Shui Tan. Gu Yunxi waved her hand and said, there's no need to be so formal when playing a game.
My name is Gu Yunxi, and his name is Jinvida. The pond nodded. He asked tentatively, excuse me, is Song Jiulai, the leader of this game, the game planner?
Gu Yunxi and Jinvida exchanged a glance, and then Gu Yunxi said, actually, we privately guessed so, but we didn't want to believe it.
Shui Tan was surprised and asked, why?
Jinwei said, it's mainly because I planned such a rubbish thing.
It doesn't fit my mother's style.
Pool. This game has only one leader. But the sect leader acted very mysterious. The system is usually there, but players have no idea what the legendary planning of this game is like.
I don't want to believe that my mother who looks so fairy-like is a bad planner.
Even though they almost felt it. After all, the sect leader has always maintained a stingy principle when it comes to tasks within the sect, and this time the double points activity is the only one that is better.
And there is also the Palm Thunder secret book this time. It's a typical example of a stingy person plucking feathers. The system is hesitating at this moment.
The dog planner seemed to have seriously injured Song Jiulai, but it could not be clearly stated that Song Jiulai was the dog planner, so the system decided to pretend not to hear it and tolerate the player's audacity at this moment.
Shuitan said hesitantly, and your mother, are not.
Jinweidao promptly resolved Shuitan's awkward situation. My mother is your mother, and the sect leader is our mother.
Didn't you know the rules of the game when you came in? You must treat the sect leader as the most important woman in your life. If not your mother, what is the most important woman?
Shuitan pursed his lips. I was surprised by what Jinvida said, but when I thought about it carefully, it actually made some sense. At this time, other new players came in. This time, there were 2 new players, 2 girls.
One of them is normal, but the other one. Jinvida and Gu Yunxi were shocked when they saw Chi-Chi.
In addition to face shaping, the body shape can also be slightly adjusted in this game.
How to make the adjustments reasonably is also a test of the player's skills. Most of them are natural human figures.
But this girl pinched a cute lowly face, and then pinched herself a very muscular body. Even without clenching his arms, his biceps are very developed.
It makes people feel safe at first sight.
The key point is that after she saw this game, she looked at another new female player, and then they both screamed. The other one had a frail figure and a pitiful face. Finally, the 2 of them spoke. The muscular lowly girl said delicately, oh my god, this game is actually real. A girl as frail and graceful as Lin Dayu, she spoke in a deep, smoky voice, fuck, this is amazing. The 2 people shouted excitedly, holding hands and stomping their feet.
Gu Yunxi and Jinwei's eyelids twitched as they watched.
Although I know that there are always some new players who play abstract games, it is still rare to see a girl who likes to play abstract games like this. These two definitely know each other in real life and have agreed on how to do it. If both of them were able to grab the spots together, their internet speed and computer equipment must be the best in the country, right? After the two female players finished shouting, they saw three players here. Immediately, hand in hand, the girl with the smoky voice came over and said, "Hello, are you all old players? My ID is Lin Yuyu, and I'm a new player." Junwei looked her up and down. "Did you intend to name yourself Lin Dayu?" Lin Yuyu immediately nodded as if she had met a kindred spirit, and said regretfully, "I really like Sister Lin. But I originally wanted to call myself Gusu Lin Dayu, but they told me it was too long and I couldn't do it. They also said I was taking up a celebrity name, so I compromised and chose Sister Lin, but that didn't work either, so I ended up with this name. Jin Weiwei. If your name is Lin Dayu, then you would really be Lin Dayu uprooting a weeping willow." The muscular lowly girl also spoke in a sweet voice, "Hello, my ID is Lin Baobao." Junwei pinched his chin and said, "If I had known earlier, I would have chosen a more normal name." Gu Yunshi tooted his words and sneered, "No need. Your current name sounds quite domineering. Junwei de, who can take advantage of a name better than you?" Lin Yuyu clasped her fists and saluted. "It turns out to be Brother Wei de." Jin Weiwei. Others said they didn't feel it, but it was indeed a bit embarrassing when Lin Yuyu shouted like that. While they were interacting, the player Shu Weitan was quietly observing his surroundings. No matter which direction you look, the clear scenery is shocking. Is this really a picture that was generated directly in my mind? After all, what he had researched online seemed to be an explanation for the holographic game. But is there really such powerful technology that can do all this? He touched his waist with his fingers, a light touch. Then he pinched it hard. It was indeed like the strategy Han Tian had described, with a sense of touch but no pain. This may be the only way to distinguish between a game and reality. But no matter what, Shu Weitan knew that his mission was accomplished. He must log off immediately and tell his leader everything. But the sect leader hasn't come yet, and we have to wait for a while to avoid any trouble. After looking around, he politely asked, "Hello, brothers. Excuse me, are there any new players in these houses?" "Yes, the sect master asked us to build it," Gu Yunshi replied, pointing to the dozens of newly built cabins downstream along the river. "No one's here yet, so go over there and choose. You guys can come in first and choose any cabin you want. The one you choose is yours. The prerequisites are that the sect provides spiritual roots, inner elixirs, housing, and food for free, but you must choose to cultivate spiritual fields to repay the sect. After that, you are free to do whatever you want. This game has no main storyline, so you are not forced to do anything. Just don't go out and cause trouble. We are mainly afraid that you will offend someone we can't tolerate. There is also a weapon refining sect here, the Feek sect, which is more powerful than ours. If you had read the strategy guide on Boss Han's website when you came here, right?" Baby Lin nodded vigorously. Yeah, we've seen it, we know it's the Feek sect, right? Since you know how to qualify for the game, you must have read some of the game's guides and understand the basics. Lin Yuyu said, "We have been following Han Tian's live broadcast for the past few days. Why didn't he broadcast it anymore?" Gu Yunshi, "There are too many people reporting it, so I'm suspending it for 2 days. It's nothing serious, so I'll be back on air soon." As they communicated, more and more new players came in. Every player has his or her own feelings. Some show off their poor cultural literacy, while others run around like monkeys, exclaiming that they have seen a wonder of the world. Gu Yunshi and the other first-time players had already seen these operations for the third time. Gu Yunshi had something to do, so she left first, leaving Jinvida to blend into the new player team. Because his previous death was so frustrating and shameful, he was too embarrassed to say that he was a veteran player. At this time, the system prompts, "All players have arrived, the clan leader is about to arrive, please be prepared." Upon hearing this, the new players were energized and consciously came to the open space where they had just been born, standing in a disorderly line. The threat of not being able to resurrect after death in this game is too great, and after reading Han Tian's strategy guide, players know that the sect leader must not be offended, so no one wants to commit suicide right from the start.
Song Wine is here.
She looked at these new players, each of them was a hungry little leek waiting to be fed, cough. Her face was filled with tenderness and kindness. This is already the third time, and even with poor acting skills, he can still imitate some of the essence of immortality.
Convention is a meaningless opening line.
Welcome all new disciples to our Changsheng sect.
After finishing a long-winded speech, Song Jiulai gave spiritual roots to these newcomers to open up their inner elixir without any further ado. I even installed it specially this time. She flew away.
After all, when entering the middle stage of chi refining, basic chi controlling flying is still possible, and flying for a distance is not a problem. So the new players watched Song Jiulai fly away with an air of ethereal beauty.
Lin Yuyu was obviously one of the deceived ones.
After Song Jiulai's figure disappeared, she added, "She is so beautiful."
Baby Lin also held his chin and sighed, yes.
The next second, Lin Yuyu immediately said, "Hurry up and start developing my spiritual roots.
Let's see what kind of talent I have." Song Jiulai explained it very clearly just now. The process is the same for new players. After the spiritual roots are developed, you will be forced to log off.
Boom! Tan Jia at home opened his eyes.
He let out a long breath.
He did not take off the VR glasses on his face immediately, but touched them gently instead. I didn't take off the VR device until I was sure the touch was real. When playing games, you don't feel anything on your face at all, and everything around you is centered around the game.
He cannot hear the voice of reality and cannot feel the existence of reality. Completely blinded my own perception.
This is completely unimaginable for a soldier who has trained for many years. This VR device is not the key to entering, but more like a disguise for a connecting channel. Tan Jia took out his cell phone and immediately called his colleague.
Because he just said that if he didn't reply to the message, don't contact him for now. Yes, please inform Minister Wei that I have something very important to report. Yes, I will go now. 2:00 in the morning.
The lights in the base were still on.
Wei Jun looked at Tan Jia seriously. Can you guarantee that everything you said is true and there is no falsehood? Tan Jia's expression was equally serious.
Minister, I'm willing to guarantee with my life that not a single word I say is false.
Wei Jun suddenly felt that he became very tired.
His head started to hurt again. As he lowered his head slightly, he pinched the bridge of his nose to hide his headache.
This is a big deal.
Xiaoqing has asked the Ministry of Science and Technology these 2 days, and the answer they sent back is: with the current technology in the world, it is impossible to do what this game promotes.
At least not in China at this stage. If China can't do it, then it can almost be inferred that its country can't do it either.
If they had such technology, given their hostile attitude towards China, it would not be impossible for them to subvert China.
Why bother allowing such technology to appear in China?
Even the Ministry of Science and Technology was still suspecting that Wei Jun and his friends were just joking around and why they would ask such a question. If he still had doubts before, now that Tan Jia has guaranteed with his life, he will tell Wei Jun everything.
He has to believe it even if he doesn't believe it. He has already met Liang Shuiyao.
But Liang Shuiyao is not from the base after all, so what he said cannot be completely guaranteed to be true.
Now Tan Jia has proved it. All the information is here. There is no more in-depth information.
Xiaoqing came over with a document file and spread it out in front of Wei Jun. Through facial information comparison, we have determined that the facial similarity between the in-game Song Jiulai and the real-life Song Jiulai is 97%. Song Jiulai, 24, from Choucheng, Huaxia, is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage.
On September 25, she died in a car accident while trying to save a cat.
Since she had no relatives, the funeral home cremated and buried her body. At least hundreds of people witnessed the entire process, and the video files are all intact.
No problems have been detected in this regard. In other words, we can conclude that the real Song Jiulai is indeed dead.
Upon hearing this, Wei Jun looked at Tan Jia and asked, "Did you see her in the game?"
Tan Jie nodded and saw a photo of Song Jiulai in Wei Jun's hand.
Tan Jie's eyes narrowed, and then he said, "The clan leader Song Jiulai in the game has a thinner face and flawless skin. He's like a perfect version of the real Song Jiulai." After all, Song Jiulai was just an ordinary person before, and she had a pretty face in the photo. Only her eyes were big and bright. This posthumous photo also shows her smiling at the camera, and you can feel that she was a lively person.
But it is far less impressive than the real people in the game. The game will be optimized, and the model will definitely be perfect, Xiao Cheng added, then continued, "If she really is a model, then who put her into the game? Of course, if this really is a game."
Both of her sentences seemed like nonsense.
But Wei Jun and Tan Jie both understood what she meant. Wei Jun sighed, "Xiao Qing, collect all the information about Song Jiulai in the game. I will go to see the leader during the day. It's so late tonight, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Qing nodded immediately. "It's not hard, Minister. This is what we should do. I will continue to work on the integration."
Wei Jun nodded and looked at Tan Jie again. "Tan Jie, from now on you have only one task. Play this game well, build good relationships with those ordinary players, and try to understand as much information as possible about this game and Song Jiulai. Just don't reveal your identity information, just be like a normal player."
Tan Jie saluted immediately. "Yes, I will definitely complete the task well." Wei Jun thought for a few seconds and said, "Stay home for now.
I'll send the expert team over." In the game, the system also told Song Jiulai that there was a problem with the player screening this time. "It's obvious that your country's officials wanted to cheat, but I stopped them." The system was very proud. Luck is also a part of strength. They are still officials, how can they have the nerve to cheat? Song Jiulai was a little surprised. "The country has been targeting you so soon? System, you're talking nonsense. You're the one who discovered this groundbreaking technology, and you didn't investigate? They must have confirmed it again and again, and they probably even put your information up there." Song Jiulai pinched his chin and said, "Doesn't that mean they'll try every possible means to get official personnel in to investigate? System, are you afraid?" Song Jiulai slapped his thigh and said, "What's there to be afraid of? I couldn't ask for more. If it's the military brothers and sisters who come in, they'll be top-notch combat power, and they'll all be sent to the first mountain. If it's the regulars who come in, that'll be even better. The level they're at to enter the game must be extraordinary. They've all gone through so many trials and tribulations to get on board, and even passed the political review. The state has carefully selected them, and I can rest assured that they'll be the sect leader for me." System. Now the country knows. Song Jiulai was actually looking forward to their arrival. Unfortunately, the system doesn't offer cheats. According to the system, spiritual practice involves cause and effect and some luck. No matter what method is used, the one who comes into contact with this game first is definitely lucky. Only with good luck can the sect thrive in the early stages without encountering any major problems. The player group is naturally screened as well. Because most of the old players this time are still in the first mountain, the task of leading newcomers falls on the remaining life players. But now, players don't need to bring it with them. Because Song Jiulai opened two tasks. One is that the newcomers can directly choose to go to the first mountain for training. After hunting 10 first-level monsters every month in the early stage of chi refining, all the remaining materials belong to them. They can choose to donate them or keep them and sell them as spirit stones. They can also get spirit stones and points for sect tasks. Secondly, players who feel they can handle the work can choose to contract more spiritual fields. For example, the standard is 2 acres of land per month. Now, as long as you can take care of it yourself, you can contract 3, 4, or 5 acres. The stronger you are, the more land you can contract. In addition to the initial sect standards, those who contracted the land needed to purchase their own spiritual herb seeds and spiritual liquids. 70% of the spiritual herbs grown would belong to them, and 30% would belong to the sect. If the sect does not have enough funds in the early stage, the sect can borrow from the sect. The interest will be paid until the first loan is paid off,
and an additional 10% of the spiritual herbs grown must be returned to the sect. Because the danger level of going out for training is different from that of growing spiritual herbs at home, the reward for killing monsters must seem to be more generous. Most players struggle outside so that the living players can farm with peace of mind. Of course, you also choose not to get involved with the sect and study other things. But whether purchasing the secret recipe for taming beasts or the secret recipe for refining equipment, the players have to find ways to earn the initial capital. It is obviously unrealistic to rely on the small amount of mission subsidies given every month by the sect missions. I can't even afford a Palm Thunder in the future. New players should also work hard. Except for the old players who went out to gain experience, the rest of the old players chose to contract the spiritual fields. Fan Guizhou directly chose to contract 100 acres of land and requisition the land given up by the old players who were too busy to handle it from the sect. It doesn't matter if he can't handle it all by himself. He first hires new players and old players who don't have that much money to work for him. The rewards they give are a little more generous than those given in the sect missions. Of course, the conditions are also more difficult, and one person has to take care of a few more acres of land. Because there are no rigid standards for the spiritual fields in the sect missions, it is sufficient to cultivate the spiritual herbs in the same way as Allah did before to meet the harvest standards. Fan Guizhou's requirements are quite detailed. If the amount of spiritual herbs harvested from 1 acre of land exceeds expectations, he can be given a commission. However, they have discovered that by following Chen Miaomiao's training method, they can control the spiritual energy to perfection and improve their own cultivation, but it is not as fast as direct combat. People no longer care about the errands that only cost 1 point for running errands for veteran players who are out and about, so let's leave it to new players. They were short of money in the early stages. Fan Guizhou is not the only one who contracts the land. Zhou Xiao and Chen Miaomiao also have shares in it. As soon as the system saw their brazen moves, it complained to Song Jiulai, "This is the beginning of the accumulation of primitive capital." Song Jiulai watched silently. "Anyway, it's all about making money for the sect. She can eat 30% of it, and she definitely won't say anything. Moreover, the points are useless. No matter what, there will always be players who exchange the points for spirit stones, so the money she earns still has to be given to the players. This is called a beneficial cycle. System. Also, we can pretend to level up now. Players can also send and receive quests from me without having to go to the sect's spawn point. Although they have tasks, they are actually just procurement tasks issued through the system, and there are no additional numerical rewards. There will also be no detailed task system for players to see. Because the essence of this game is freedom. The system is more like a transit market responsible for publishing information. Song Jiulai, okay. The system also releases new upgrade information to players. Ding, the mission system has been updated. Players can now issue unlimited missions such as procurement and recruitment to the system without having to go to the sect's spawn point to check. There's a limit on the number of tasks you can post. You can post a system task ad for 100 points. If no one accepts the task within 24 hours, the task will be cancelled and you'll need to repost the task using points. Points can also be used to purchase additional ad space, which is available for rent. Players, you're even using the advertising space for rent. Dead dog planning. This system is absolutely dog planned. They would not admit that Song Jiulai was the mastermind. Who could have come up with such a vicious scheme as renting out advertising space? But some players don't care at all. For example, Fan Guizhou. Having planned to recruit new players, Fan Guizhou immediately applied to the system for a recruitment task. Player Fan Guizhou has posted a spiritual farm recruitment quest. 100 acres of spiritual farms are in urgent need of players to care for them. Excellent treatment is offered. Commissions will be paid based on the amount of spiritual herbs harvested above the standard. Extra rewards will be given for spiritual herbs of rank 2 or higher. Quantities are limited. Interested parties please visit me at the Wanyan County restaurant. Fuck, this is too beastly, directly contracting 100 acres of land? Junwei was stunned. We're all playing games together, and he's already this rich? He's about to become a capitalist, and the system won't care? System, this is fate. Jin Weiwei. Other new players also saw this task. At this moment, most of their spiritual roots had been opened. The players who came online first saw these tasks and started to work hard. No way, you're a slave in real life, and you're also a slave in the game? You can't say that. This is a virtual game. It's like a second life I found for free. I'm willing to do anything with it.
You can choose not to be a beast of burden and go hunt monsters.
Everything you have will be yours. That being said, not many new players dare to kill monsters directly. At least few of them are excited. Jinwei's eyes rolled around. Farming is impossible. Last time, my cultivation was too low and I fell off a cliff and couldn't even fly.
Such a tragic incident cannot happen this time.
Let's go and gain some experience first. You can also form a team.
Jinvita found two relatively abstract girls, Lin Baobao and Lin Yuyu.
Unexpectedly, these two girls were both battle maniacs. Lin Yuyu was the first to say, "You must be joking. In a cultivation game, you must fight monsters to level up. We will definitely go to kill monsters."
Jinwei couldn't bear to look at her pitiful face, and then said, "Let's wait for the guy named Shueitan.
He hasn't come online yet, but his spiritual roots must be very talented. Ask him if he wants to go with us."
Lin Yuyu readily agreed, but was a little surprised. But will he kill the monster?
Definitely.
Jinvita said mysteriously, "I feel like he's that kind of fighter." After he met Lu Wenyu, his mind suddenly opened up and he developed a radar sense for people with a certain special temperament. He felt that the pool was like that kind of person. When the new players were heatedly discussing whether to serve the old players as slaves or the clan leader as slaves. The annual ceremony to worship the immortals is about to be held, and even Wangan County, far away on the border, has received the news. But unfortunately, this place is too remote and too small, and the cultivators who are qualified to go to other sect cities will not stop here.
They are not even
qualified to purchase supplies. Song Jiulai was also preparing to set off with Su Huanli. Su Huanli did not go alone this time, but went with the Feek sect's large army. On the way, I will also be accompanied by some disciples of Taohua sect.
With such a large team, we will feel safer.
There is no need to worry about encountering any dangerous things. As long as they do not provoke high-level cultivators, the sect token they hold can directly transmit the message to the Wanxian sect. This is also the safety reliance given by the Wanxian sect when it allowed various places to build their own sects. If the sect boundary marker is broken, it means that something has happened to the sect.
The Wanxian sect will send someone to check it out.
If the token is broken, it means that something has happened to the traveling team, and the Wanxian sect will still send people. If they discover that it was another force that did this, the Wanxian sect will definitely hunt them down until they are dead.
This is safety, this is reputation. After listening to Su Huanli's explanation, Song Jiulai now felt that it was acceptable for the Wanxian sect to collect some protection fees.
A poll tax is a poll tax, it's only collected once a year.
Sect tokens are designed for large-scale travel activities like this. A sect usually sends many people to participate, and their safety must be ensured. The Qingqing sect did not have a token because there were too few people at the time and they did not meet the token requirements.
Anyone who can hang a boundary marker in the Wanxian sect is not cared about by the Wanxian sect and the Feek sect. But now Su Huanli suggested that Song Jiu apply for one, so that he could go to Luxian City.
The Wanxian sect has a branch in Luxian City.
However, the day before departure, Chen Miomio still gave Song Jiu a huge surprise.
I succeeded.
Chen Miaomio looked at the jar of freshly brewed wine in front of her and smelled the intoxicating fragrance of blood-bead grass. She was a calm person even in reality, but at this moment she felt excited, which was rare. He danced with joy as if his real research topic had made significant progress. She took a deep breath and memorized every step she took in blending the wine.
Even when adding the blood-bead grass, you must count out twice. This step cannot be missed.
This is the conclusion she gained after several years of experimentation. Don't worry about what this means, you must remember all the steps clearly. The blood bead grass was successfully integrated with ordinary earthly food and maintained a certain medicinal effect. Its medicinal effect is not as good as the pills made directly, but it is the first successful product and is a delicacy. If all of these can be successfully integrated, it means that I can also work on the grafting of spiritual herbs. For example, although there are natural treasures such as spiritual herbs and spiritual trees, that is because they are born with the word natural in their names. It first grew naturally and was then cultivated by monks, but they would never let ordinary things be confused with it. But there are some things that are very rare, spiritual fruits and foods with spiritual energy. For example, rice in the mortal world is just ordinary rice. These things may seem meaningless, but if they are successfully developed, they will definitely change the ecological environment. Can it increase the spiritual energy content around it? Will there ever be a day when spiritual energy is scarce? Why can't the food players eat have spiritual energy? They are clearly grown in a world with spiritual energy, but they are still ordinary plants. Chen Miao didn't know, she only knew that she wanted to do something meaningful. Even if this is a game. Chen Miao quickly told Fan Guizhou the news. Fan Guizhou was also extremely happy. He had just contracted the land when Chen Miao made a major breakthrough. This was so exciting. Chen Miao donated the first jar of spirit wine she brewed to Song Jiulai. This made Song Jiulai feel conflicted. Chen Miao did indeed do something beyond the expectations of the Yunzhou continent. The cost of spiritual wine is higher than that of elixirs. The disciples of the medicine sect can guarantee that one herb can produce 2 elixirs. This jar of spiritual wine used 3 herbs, and the efficacy may not be better than that of elixirs. The main thing is that the effect is very positive. If spiritual wine can be fused, then we can try mixing other elixirs with it in the future. For example, can blood bead grass and yiling grass be mixed and refined to achieve a common effect? Song Jiulai thought about it and felt that Chen Miao's move was symbolic, so he generously rewarded her with 1,000 points. System, do you really think you are generous? Song Jiulai said confidently, she can redeem Palm Thunder and other secret techniques all at once. And she and Fan Guizhou are doing business together, so they won't be short of money in the future. If players learn of her approach and follow her example, and if they release new products from time to time, each with huge rewards, I'll go bankrupt in a flash of light. The system felt that it was persuaded by Song Jiulai. It actually thinks it makes sense. Chen Miao also felt that the 1,000 points were very generous. The cost of the spiritual wine was still too expensive and it should only be sold to people who like to drink. It can only be said that everything is difficult at the beginning, and more good things will come out after passing this level. She exchanged for the Palm Thunder and the secret method of refining the mustard bag, and no longer planned to hunt monsters. She will continue her research. Song Jiulai set off with Su Huanli, taking the jar of spiritual wine. The players naturally didn't know that the sect leader was about to go to the distant Lucian city, but the players who chose to be slaves or to make a fortune were separated. Half of the new players chose to stay and work temporarily, while the other half chose to hunt monsters. Jin Vida was not wrong. Shui Tan was indeed an active fighter. He was the last one to go online, and his talent reached an astonishing 3.5 hours. Became the first orange-talented disciple of the Changxing sect. This really amazed everyone. Moreover, when he heard that they were going to kill monsters, he actively expressed his willingness to team up with Jinwei and the others. Jin Vida expressed his satisfaction with this combination. 2 men and 2 women, working together is not tiring. Song Jiulai was sitting on Su Huanli's flying boat heading to Lucian City, hanging out with a group of senior brothers and sisters from Feek sect. Fortunately, no one was talkative, and no one was surprised by Song Jiulai's appearance. Everyone was excitedly discussing what to buy when they arrived in Lucian City. Shui Ping saw them and flew over with his magic weapon, saying to Song Jiulai, "Junior sister Jiulai, are you going too?" Song Jiulai nodded, "Yes, senior sister Su and I will go join in the fun." It's fine to join in the fun.
After saying that, Xu Weiping looked at Su Huanli and said, I heard from senior sister and the others that this time in Luxian City, the Jixing sect and the Shuiyu sect were assigned to participate in the ceremony together. Su Huanli was shocked. What? The Saintess of the Supreme Saint sect and the Saint Son of the Blood Prison sect caused such an ugly scene when they cancelled their engagement. These two families are mortal enemies, how could they be grouped together? Aquarius wrinkled his nose. Who knows? I guess it was someone from the Myriad Immortals sect who nominated him. Oh, and I heard a piece of news a few days ago. A disciple from the Peach Blossom sect got into trouble while out a few months ago. They say it was a cultivator named Jean Shu who did it, but they still haven't found the person. Golden Book? Su Huanli frowned, having never heard of this monk's name.
Aquarius knew more. It is said that he is a cultivator who came from Tianyang sect a few months ago.
Su Huanli was even more surprised. He came from Tianyang sect?
He went straight through the cave demon valley.
How did he get here? Xu Weiping sneered, don't you know?
Although it is troublesome, there are ways for cultivators to go to other sections.
Su Huanli seemed to understand when she heard it. He lowered his head and thought without saying anything. But Song Jiulai didn't understand.
She had no idea who this golden book belonged to. He didn't know that this person was the ghost of his former subordinate.
She also asked directly, Senior sister, who is Jean Shu? Su Huanli shook her head and patted Song Jiulai's head, Junior sister, don't ask. Knowing too much will not benefit you now. Song Jiulai.
There is no benefit, so why say it in front of me?
Aren't you making me so anxious?
Xu Weiping snorted coldly, to dare to harm people in our territory, Jean Shu is truly audacious. If he is caught, he will be made to suffer a fate worse than death. In the cultivation continent, the people are tough and unyielding. If there is no harmony among cultivators, there will be fighting and killing. Even a minor like Aquarius appears a little cruel.
Song Jiulai's eyelids twitched.
The monk she killed brought it upon himself.
She was acting in self-defense.
Fortunately, they did not continue this topic, but continued to talk about the things in Luxian City. The relationship between the Saintess of the Supreme Saint sect and the Saint Son of the Blood Prison sect was once a beautiful story.
Everyone in the entire Yunzhou continent knew about their passionate love. It's a pity that in the end, an outsider intervened.
Aquarius spoke like a story from a storybook, with ups and downs, and Song Jiulai even heard a bit of interest. Are they cheating?
Su Huanli made a shushing gesture, you can't say that.
Then they discussed the gossip about the two major sects along the way. The Jixing sect and the Shuiyu sect are also large sects with their own cities, but they are not as large as the Wanxian sect. So he was assigned to a clan city to participate in the sacrificial ceremony. The journey to Luxian City takes a day and a night. Song Jiulai was bored, so she asked the system to start playing modern TV series for her. On the player's side, after confirming that there were no violations in Han Tian's live broadcast account, the website could not find the source, so it simply continued to broadcast live for him.
The returning Han Tian is still incredibly popular.
Although Chen Miaomio had left the team at this time, everyone in the team had cultivated Palm Thunder. Lei restrained the monsters, and the speed of killing them increased steadily. Han Tian and his men obviously looked down on the first-level monsters, and pushed them directly into the deeper parts of the first mountain. If you kill enough second-level monsters, you will reach level 3 by then, and the upgrade speed will definitely increase rapidly. Soon you will be able to go directly to the Cave Demon Valley for training. Wu Dahu and his team also encountered some problems. Because senior brother Lu Rongyu of Taohua sect was about to go back, but they hadn't gone back yet, even Lu Rongyu felt something was wrong. So Wu Dahu and the other three had no choice but to find a reason and go back with Lu Rongyu. It's a good time to go back and see the new spiritual fields and new players contracted by Fan Guizhou. In comparison, Jinvita admired himself countless times for being so wise to wait until he reached the pond. He showed extraordinary fighting talent from the very beginning. Once people figure out how to use aura, they will be able to use it to fight. After learning the basic techniques of fire control and water control, Jin
Vida discovered that he even knew how to fight monsters. For example, when throwing a fireball, there are requirements on how to throw it and to what extent. Shuetan can use fireballs to predict the route of monsters and always target their weaknesses, such as eyes and some places with weak defenses. You have to know that it is extremely difficult to predict this thing, and ordinary players simply do not have such combat talent. Generally, it takes several fireballs for a novice player to kill a monster, but for Shuetan, it only takes 2 fireballs. Lin Yuyu was stunned. Dude, you're awesome. What do you do in real life? Shuetan withdrew his hand a little awkwardly. In real life, I prefer some free fighting, punching and kicking sports, so my combat awareness is pretty good. Is it? Why does Lin Yuyu feel that this has nothing to do with the monster's fighting talent? Jinvita thought for a moment. Since the country has noticed this game, could it be that they have also grabbed a spot? But if the country wants to grab something, it's impossible for it to just grab this one, right? Jinvita noticed that there were few new players like Shuetan. Most of them looked like ordinary players. Even though Lin Yuyu and Lin Baobao looked a bit silly, they were still players. The pool of water is really outstanding. At least he is a master, and the one who is chosen is definitely one in a million. Jinwei vowed to hold on to this golden thigh. With the pond there, they, as a new team, have a completely different hunting speed. Even Jinvita can go and kill 2 monsters. After all, if they can't win, there is the pond to fall back on. Then they ran into Wu Dahu and others who were returning on the road. It was only when Wu Dahu saw Jinvita that he realized they were new players. Just as he was about to say with a smile, "Oh my god, Jinwei, you are alive again." Before he could finish his words, the Taoist priest hit him in the stomach with his elbow. Wu Dahu only then realized that there was another unaware person named Lu Rongyu in the team. Jinwei was also quite surprised when he saw Wu Dahu and the others. "Are you going back now?" "Ma Xianyao, yes, we are going back to replenish supplies and visit the new disciples." Ma Xianyao also introduced him. "This is senior brother Lu from the Peach Blossom sect." "Brother Lu, this is our Changsheng sect's new disciple." Lu Rongyu was also quite surprised when he saw the newcomers in front of him. "You have quite a few people in your sect. To think that so many of you are willing to come out and gain experience." He had never heard of the Changsheng sect, but based on his understanding of Wu Dahu and others, he knew that it was a sect that made very delicious mortal food. But poverty means scarce resources, but the fact that so many disciples are willing to come out to gain experience also proves that the Changsheng sect is not an ordinary sect. "Yes, because we have no other choice but to go through this journey," the Taoist explained with a smile, and they soon discovered the drawbacks. They relied on Lu Rongyu, but their progress in level was slow. Only yesterday did Wu Dahu reach the middle stage of qi refining by relying on his mindless brute force and cultivation. Lu Rongyu was not surprised at all and even congratulated Wu Dahu on his advancement. But after logging off, news came from the group that players who came out to fight in the group are now starting to advance one after another. They have high points, but their cultivation progress is the slowest. They just had a brief exchange. After Lu Rongyu and the others left, Lin Yuyu asked curiously, "Is this the disciple from the medicine sect and Peach Blossom sect mentioned in the strategy guide?" Jinwei nodded, "Yes, but I don't know how Wu Dahu and the others got involved." Lin Yuyu noticed that Jinwei's words were obviously familiar with old players like Wu Dahu and others. Anyone who could still return from the first mountain must be an old player. Then he asked, "Brother Wei Di, do you know those old players?" Jinwei coughed and said, "Yes, we know each other in real life. They recommended it to me and I grabbed this game. Thank God, I got it." As for the embarrassing incident of falling off a cliff and dying, he would never admit it. "We saw Han Tian's livestream and decided to give it a try," Lin Yuyu said. "I didn't expect to actually get a spot, and the game is so realistic, it's incredible. Our country's technology has reached this level." Shuetan narrowed his eyes. The country's technology can't reach this level. From the walk just now, he found that this game was just like what Han Tian showed in the live broadcast. Every flower and every blade of grass on the road is unique. Generally, the modeling in games will be repeated in order to save resources. This world is so huge and so real. It doesn't feel like a game at all. Even if it is, why create such a game world? It must have a meaning of existence.
And this significance lies in the sect leader Song Jiulai. It's a pity that players can't get in touch with the clan leader very often now. Players prefer to develop freely. No one will deliberately ask where the leader will appear, and Shuetan can only follow the crowd.
We've arrived at Lucian City.
Following these words, the disciples of Feek sect and Taohua sect also saw the shadow of Lucian City in the distance.
Song Jiulai also saw it.
Her eyes widened instantly.
Lucian, at this moment, Song Jiulai finally felt like a country dog coming into the city.
They were flying in the sky, but they could also see the huge city-state looming in the clouds in the distance.
Above the city-state, there are several buildings of different appearances floating. As he stepped into Lucian City, a purer and richer spiritual energy surged into Song Jiulai's body. This feeling was so comfortable that even Su Huanli said, "Every time I come to Lucian City, it's a rare and enjoyable moment. The spiritual energy here is so rich. I heard that the spiritual energy in the main city of the Wanxian sect is dozens of times richer than that in Lucian City. I really can't imagine what life is like for the cultivators there."
Su Huanli, a cultivator who had just entered the foundation building stage, couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy in his tone.
Song Jiulai's eyes moved back and forth between the several buildings floating in the sky of Lucian City. Her eyesight is better now.
She always feels that there is something shining there, and then something pops out from time to time.
Could it be a teleportation array? Song Jiulai asked Su Huanli in a low voice, "Senior Sister Su, is there a teleportation array in Lucian City?" Su Huanli nodded, "Of course there are.
Otherwise, with so many cultivators in Yunzhou continent, it is impossible for every sect to travel in advance.
We are just close. Since we're so close, why don't you use the teleportation array?"
Su Huanli shook her head, her voice lowered. "Not to mention that we can't build a connecting teleportation array there, just teleporting this distance would cost 10 mid-grade spirit stones."
Song Jiulai took a deep breath and complained to the system in his heart, "Fuck, the charges are really unfair. Isn't this just a travel fee?" The system tooted its tongue, "Monopoly sects are so awesome.
They can even build teleportation arrays, but you can't. The spirit stones needed to build a teleportation array alone are astronomical in price. Sects that can afford to build one will definitely make a profit from it."
Hateful. You can't afford to sit there.
Players are extremely poor in the early stages.
Sitting there once doesn't mean you will go bankrupt, but you don't even have the qualifications to go bankrupt. It seems that we should focus on developing infrastructure in the future. Don't even think about the high-speed rail, but you can still count on trains.
The reason why we are so obsessed with building roads is because we need to ensure safety when building roads, instead of having to rely on other sects' quotas to set out like we do now. It's just that the train thingy is too polluting in the early stages. I hope players will show their research spirit and build a pollution-free train first.
Please stop here and show your sect token.
As they flew closer, the magnificent appearance of the huge city-state appeared before everyone, and at this moment, a male monk suddenly appeared.
Song Jiulai couldn't take his eyes off it anymore.
It was just because after being in Yunzhou continent for so long, she finally met an authentic swordsman. Yes, sword cultivator. She had seen all kinds of flying magic weapons, and the sight of someone flying over here on a pure flying sword actually made Song Jiulai feel somewhat moved. Moreover, the other party appeared in the blink of an eye, so fast that the monks could not react. Standing on a flying sword emitting a bright light, the cultivator had a cold expression and exuded a strong oppressive aura.
Even Song Jiulai felt a bit of discomfort as if his throat was being pinched. Because that is the crushing aura from the realm of high-level cultivators. The cultivator in front of him is at least in the Jindan stage.
Su Huanli and the others landed on the ground obediently and put away their flying magic weapons.
Song Jiulai knew nothing and naturally followed them.
In order to prevent herself from getting into trouble due to her ignorance, she tried her best not to watch or ask.
If you have any questions, wait until this monk leaves. After checking the sect tokens of the group, the cultivator nodded and said, "The immortal sacrifice ceremony will last for 7 days. After 7 days, please return to your respective sections.
After saying this, his figure disappeared in a flash. The moment the flying sword disappeared, it brought with it a gust of wind. Song Jiulai could vaguely hear some sonic booms caused by high-speed driving.
Is this too exaggerated?
After confirming that the person had disappeared, everyone chose to walk to the city gate.
Song Jiulai was a little confused about the 7-day deadline just now. Is there a set time limit for entering here? Su Huanli nodded.
Because the major sects don't admit outsiders, they only welcome disciples from other sects at special times like this.
Another option is to pay spirit stones in order to stay.
After all, you're not from here, so naturally you can't enjoy the rich spiritual energy here. Aquarius followed and shrugged. Our small sect is just like this and has no human rights.
Su Huanli scolded, Aquarius, don't talk nonsense in front of Lucian City.
Aquarius wrinkled his nose again.
Song Jiulai sighed to the system, class monopoly is truly terrifying. Just wait and see. System, waiting for what?
Song Jiulai, sooner or later, I will ask the players to build the road here.
Then I will see if Lucian City will choose to connect with us by train. System.
Your ideals are quite great.
Say so. Wait until you actually enter the city and experience the song wine of the modern city.
After staying in Wangan County for a while, I now enter Lucian City and still feel like a country bumpkin entering the city. Lucian City is quite large, and the buildings here can be built using various spells. Therefore, the city is huge, the buildings are arranged in an orderly manner, and it is simply and crudely divided into 4 areas.
The southeast direction is the main sect of Lucian City, which is the territory of Guanhai sect, the main sect of Lucian City. The other 3 major areas are basically the territories of independent cultivators and cultivators doing business in Lucian City.
A cross-shaped road directly separates the 4 urban areas.
The wide and neat road reminds Song Jiulai of the Suzaku Avenue during the Tang Dynasty in China. Only a small part in the northwest is allocated to mortals.
And these mortals all have status. People have children or their ancestors in Lucian City. They have lived here for generations and have become the citizens of Lucian City. Even mortals will live longer here than in other places. The architecture of Lucian City also fits Song Jiulai's imagination of the world of cultivation. Many of the buildings are so tall that mortals can only look up.
The tallest building is a tower located in the southwest, directly connected to an aerial island in Lucian City.
It stands like a tall tower between heaven and earth, like a bridge connecting heaven and earth. I didn't notice it when I looked at it from outside Lucian City. Once you enter the city and look up, you will realize the oppressive feeling brought by these buildings. There are also pavilions built on those islands in the sky, and the teleportation array of Lucian City is indeed built on them.
Song Jiulai pointed to the tower that was obviously the tallest and asked Su Huanli, senior sister, where is that?
That's the star-picking tower of the Xuezong sect. They even dare to call it Jiaxing Tower, so it must be really awesome. And the Xuezong sect is indeed awesome.
The #1 weapon refining sect in Yunzhou continent.
It can be called the holy place of all weapon refining sects.
Su Huanli's eyes lit up when she mentioned the Xuezong sect. They're the world's #1 weapon refining sect. This Jiaxing Tower is just a replica of one of their magical treasures.
The main structure of the star-picking tower is called the star-picking tower.
It is located in the Xuezong sect's capital.
Legend has it that within this tower resides a sacred beast said to possess the pure bloodline of a 9-tailed fox.
Song Jiulai was a little surprised, suppressing a sacred beast of the 9-tailed fox family? If it's a sacred beast, how can it be suppressed?
Su Huanli paused, then shook her head and said, I don't know about that. Xu Weiping came over and said cheerfully, Junior Sister Jiulai, this is just a legend.
What's inside the star-picking tower?
That's the secret of the Xuezong sect.
The Xuezong sect is the #1 weapon refining sect in Yunzhou continent. How could they let us know the secrets of such a sect?
What we do know is the story of the Jiaxing Tower.
Do you know why it was built in Lucian City? Song Jiulai nodded frantically, I don't know, but I want to know, senior sister. Song Jiulai's interested look gave Xu Weiping some fun in gossiping. She said, because the son of the Guanhai sect's leader married the niece of the Xuetsong sect's leader, the two major sects are getting married, and the Xuetsong sect's leader sent this Xiaxing Tower as a gift.
Xu Weiping raised an eyebrow, a little teasingly. The Guanhai sect married the eldest daughter of the Xuetsong sect, a sect as famous as the Wanxian sect.
This is marrying up. Song Jiulai reacted immediately as if he had received an electric shock. Senior sister, aren't you afraid of being heard? Su Huanli chuckled softly. Haven't you noticed that the conversations of the surrounding cultivators have become quieter since we came in? There are sound-blocking magic weapons in Lucian City.
As long as the conversations of other cultivators are not right in front of us, we can't hear them. High-level cultivators won't deliberately listen to what passing cultivators are talking about, so it's okay if we speak quietly.
Amazing.
She said that the monks had very sharp ears and that they could hear bad things every day. It turns out that every aspect of the big sect has been arranged in place. After knowing this, Song Jiulai felt that he didn't need to be so cautious. Of course, she knew that talking too much would lead to mistakes, so even with such protective measures, she still had to be cautious. She is just a little Karami in the chi refining stage. Any dog passing by in Lucian City might
step on her.
Su Huanli also looked at Xu Weiping. Even so, you should be more careful with your words.
Although Song Jiulai cannot speak on the surface, there is still a system that can be used. The Guanhai sect is still a subsidiary sect of the Wanxian sect.
The Xuetsong sect is the top weapon refining sect on par with the Wanxian sect.
Marrying one of the eldest daughters of the Xuetsong sect is indeed marrying up. System, the legendary son-in-law. Song Jiulai, you said that, not me. It's not like he's a son-in-law, is it?
Obviously, the eldest daughter of Xuetsang's sect has come to live in Lucian City. Just as Song Jiulai finished speaking, Xu Weiping suddenly said, I understand, senior sister, but I heard that they are going to end their Taoist partnership? Is it because the eldest daughter of the Xuetsang sect has been unwilling to come to Lucian City?
Song Jiulai, huh?
System, see, I told you he's a son-in-law. In the Yunzhou continent, when cultivators get married, they become Taoist couples. Unlike the marriage law, they make marriage vows here. Anyway, you have to swear an oath with your own blood, which is a high price. I heard that dissolving the relationship will cause great damage to your cultivation. Generally, monks are not willing to make vows to each other. At most, they will live together for a period of time if they like each other. If we don't like each other, we'll break up. Of course, the risk of breaking up here is still quite high, because there is a high possibility that the monks will fight each other out of love and hatred. And those who are willing to make a vow are definitely in true love. The eldest lady of Xuetsong sect and the young master of Guanhai sect seem to be truly in love and can become Taoist companions.
And now they're getting a divorce? Song Jiulai asked, how many years have they been together?
Aquarius counted on his fingers and said, about 500 years.
Song Jiulai.
It took 500 years to break up, that is indeed true love.
Su Huanli didn't want Xu Weiping to say more here, so she turned to look at Song Jiulai. Junior sister Jiulai, I'm going to take you to a place, the black market in Lucian City, but you must get something first. Come with me. There are black markets everywhere.
Even a place like Lucian City is no exception. High-level monks have their own places for trading, and low-level monks have their own places for trading.
This is the main purpose of Su Huanli bringing Songzhou. Song Jiulai originally came here to broaden his horizons, so of course he agreed immediately.
The disciples of Feek sect all had their own places to go. Su Huanli and Xu Weiping took Song Jiulai for a stroll. At this moment in Lucian City, something that might be related to Song Jiulai was happening in Xiaxing Tower, which they had just discussed. No matter how you look at it, the direction left by the prophecy is always the location of the Wanxian sect. The top floor of the star-picking tower.
It's completely empty here, there's nothing.
Only a huge, slowly rotating bronze mirror floats in the center. It was very ordinary, as ordinary as the kind of mirror that could be bought by a dozen with a spirit stone in the mortal world. And in the mirror, some scenes of the Yunzhou continent appeared from time to time.
Occasionally, traces of monsters would be seen, and some small sects would appear in remote corners.
There will also be a few mortals who enter the image of this mirror. You can also see that two monks seem to be in conflict, and one of them suddenly raises his middle finger at the other. This scene only flashed by. Suddenly, accompanied by a sentence, a ball of light suddenly appeared next to the mirror. The ball of light shimmered brilliantly, and it was impossible to clearly see what was inside. Only a faint voice could be heard: the Wanxian sect needs to conduct an investigation. The prophecy left by Tianyang sect's patriarch Yushan Lu. Before his death must have its reason.
Humph, they don't agree.
Another ball of light appeared, but the tone didn't sound very happy. The Wanxian sect said that we should obey the will of heaven. The prophecy only said that there would be aliens, but the chaos in Yunzhou was our own speculation.
The prophecy did not say that aliens would bring disaster.
Another ball of light appeared.
That's nonsense. A visitor from outer space who doesn't belong to our Yunzhou continent, wouldn't he harbor evil intentions? Just because we say they're aliens, does that mean they're not from Yunzhou continent? Don't forget, there are other places outside of Yunzhou continent.
As soon as these words came out, all the voices fell silent.
After a long while, someone finally spoke: forget it.
Wait until the immortal sacrifice ceremony is over, then we'll ask the 10,000 immortal sect what they mean.
The ceremony is imminent, so don't cause any trouble.
There are many crazy people in the 10,000 immortal sect, so don't mess with them. The star-picking tower returned to peace again. The huge, slowly rotating bronze mirror also stopped spinning, but it still remained in mid-air. However, the image inside turned dark.
Fan Guzhou, you can't be a capitalist in this game.
Wu Dahe said bitterly, I bought 10 bottles of wine and asked you to give me one for free.
How is that a loss? Fan Guzhou raised his eyebrows and said, get lost. If you wanted the regular ones, it would be fine.
But you asked for the ones with the blood bead grass.
Buy 10 bottles and get one free, and you can even buy them on credit? Where in the world can you find such a good deal? It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. Fan Guzhou, who monopolized the fine wine business in Wanyan County, is now very arrogant.
Wu Dahu bought the wine in order to bribe senior brother Lu from the Taohua sect. All their money had been exchanged for Palm Thunder, and there was not a drop left on their bodies.
Still need to resupply. I could only shamelessly ask Fan Guzhou for credit. He is the player most likely to come up with the money now. Fan Guzhou pointed out a way for him: the sect supports borrowing money, why don't you borrow it? Wu Daho looked at him resentfully, I don't want to pay interest. Fan Guzhou, then I have no choice. Wu Dahu gritted his teeth and said, I'll definitely double it for you once the Krypton Gold system is activated. Fan Guzhou refused to accept empty promises. It's still uncertain whether this game will have a pay-to-win system.
Seeing that he couldn't fool Fan Guzhou, Wu Dahu could only buy 10 bottles of wine with blood bead grass and tears.
Each bottle contains 4 low-grade spirit stones. Bankrupt on the spot.
This money has to be shared by 4 people, and they have to hunt monsters in the first mountain and work themselves to death to earn it back. But it's all worth it to make my senior brother happy. After Chen Miao Miao developed the wine with blood bead grass, the integration began to go smoothly. She passed this method to Fan Guzhou and other life players. Although the players are not as skilled as her, their success rate is higher as they practice more. The wine made with blood bead grass may seem tasteless, but once it was launched, it caused a sensation in Wanyan County. One bottle was sold for 5 low-grade spirit stones, and it actually sold out. The main reason is that monks usually don't like mortal food, but when you said that blood bead grass was added to it,
then it's not medicine, it's fine wine with magical herbs. It's taste.
And it really tastes good. Some monks didn't like to eat mortal food before, and they were not interested even though they knew that restaurants in Wanyan County had started to offer a variety of delicacies. Until this spirit wine was launched. Although spiritual wine is expensive, a bottle of it can replenish qi and blood, and it tastes great.
It's pretty good to buy a bottle. Occasionally to show off.
The most important thing is that Fan Guzhou's products are limited edition. This wine looks like something only a fool would buy, but it has one major advantage.
There is no such thing in the current Yunzhou continent.
Monks will not go to the trouble of making these things just to blend them with mortal food, and they will not think of serving mortals if they can. So this part of the market is still blank.
At least in Wangan County. His plans didn't stop there. There is nothing special about the spiritual wine made from the first level blood bead grass, but what if it is the second level? What about the third level? As long as they can successfully grow second and third level spiritual herbs, Fan Guzhou and his team will not be restricted to just making one pill.
And this thing is not only purchased by people in Wangan County. The caravan is also interested. On the third day of Song Jiulai's trip to Lucian City, a caravan arrived from Wangan County. This caravan is composed of a group of cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. They mainly travel back and forth between several towns around Lucian City, and are fully capable of resisting any dangers they encounter. The things they sell are not the common ones, but some more niche ones. For example, spirit beasts. But this kind of spirit beast is a very common first-level small flower beast. This little flower beast is very popular among female monks in Yunzhou continent.
Mainly because she is really pretty and cute.
They are timid and have little fighting ability, and their main purpose is useless as an ornamental creature.
There are several types of small flower beasts, including white, yellow, blue and green.
When they are scared, they will bury themselves in the soil and turn into the shape of a flower. It comes out when there is no danger, shaking its claws as it walks. It looks a bit like a baby duck in a cartoon with a flower on its head.
But the mouth is pointed.
Although it is useless, it sells very well. Not only the female monks liked it, but even players who had never seen it said they liked it.
What? 10 low-grade spirit stones for one? Why not just rob someone?
When the players heard about the price, they all said they were discouraged. For those who are poor now, few can afford it. There are also players who want to take advantage of the sect and buy it by borrowing money. But the system said, you can't get your account blocked in a month.
Players. After calculating the high cost, I finally gave up with regret.
Not to mention the extra money, now all the points are used to exchange for Palm Thunder. The new players who come in are just working as slaves for the second day and have no money at all. The only ones who have money are Fan Guzhou and Shen Miaomiao. The caravan that came to Wangan County this time also saw Fan Guzhou's spiritual wine when they were replenishing their supplies. They also saw the market here and immediately expressed their willingness to do a deal with Fan Guzhou. This spirit wine may not be rare in the future, but it will sell very well in markets where it is not currently available. The caravan was traveling between several sects and wanted to place an order for a batch of goods from Fan Guzhou. The leader of the caravan was called Tang Lingxiao. The early stage of foundation building. There is no other reason why cultivators join the caravan except that they have average talent and it is difficult for them to make any progress in this life. However, being a merchant allows them to roam in dangerous places, hunt monsters, and earn twice as much spirit stones. Those who are brave enough are still willing to take a chance. High-level cultivators always oppress low-level cultivators in terms of their realm. When Tang Lingxiao first met Fan Guzhou, he discovered that although this player felt uncomfortable with his realm being suppressed, he did not show much fear on his face, and was even very relaxed. This is very rare among monks. Of course, Tang Lingxiao didn't feel offended. He was just here to buy something. If he acted too strong, he would offend the local cultivators, who had a sect behind them. He is a casual cultivator, but he has no advantages. Since it was a transaction, Fan Guzhou didn't beat around the bush. Because this method was discovered by accident, it's quite difficult to make. We're selling it to you at cost price of $4 a bottle. There are many flavors to choose from. We can only produce 20 bottles a day. How many would you like? Tang Lingxiao glanced at Fan Guzhou and said, we'll stop for 5 days. We need 100 bottles to try first. 5 flavors will do, 20 bottles of each. Fan Guzhou agreed without hesitation, okay, pay half of the deposit first, and we will deliver the goods here when the time comes. As he spoke, he noticed that the cultivators who came with Tang Lingxiao were catching the little flower beast.
Those little flower beasts are just ordinary first-level spirit beasts, without even basic intelligence.
A small blue flower beast shrank into the soil, but it had no way to resist. The Foundation establishment cultivator grabbed the flower leaves on its head and pulled it out like pulling a carrot. Then they casually threw it into a cage used for exhibition and sale.
The action was rough.
In the eyes of monks, these creatures without intelligence are just like mortals and do not need to be paid attention to. The little blue flower beast was thrown into the cage and cried out in pain. It hugged the leaves above its head with its claws in grievance and huddled in the corner, shaking all the time. The other little flower beasts had similar reactions.
There are 17 of them here. Fan Guzhou's eyes fell on these little flower beasts. Tang Lingxiao glanced up and down and asked, "Do you want to buy it?" Fan Guzhou pointed at them and said, "Use them to pay for part of it." "I want them all." Tang Lingxiao raised his eyebrows. "Okay."
He originally wanted to transport the spirit beasts to sell, but Fan Guzhou took them all and saved him the trouble.
Fan Guzhou added, "Give me the cage as well, as a gift." This cage has a small formation, which is specially used to trap spiritual beasts and prevent them from escaping. Tang Lingxiao, you are quite good at business. Fan Guzhou, I think I have solved your troubles. Tang Lingxiao thought this person was really interesting, and then said meaningfully, "As a cultivator, being too kind is not conducive to cultivation."
The disciples raised by these sects are always too naive. After you have been out and experienced for a long time, you will know how dangerous this world is. A cultivator needs to abandon all emotions in order to reach the great path to heaven, so why should he show his compassion over trivial matters?
Fan Guzhou just smiled.
He added silently in his heart,
"My pleasure."
If he hadn't been concerned that Tang Lingxiao was in the Foundation establishment stage, he would have said this directly. Finally, Fan Guzhou returned to the sect on Feek Mountain with a deposit of 30 low-grade spirit stones and a cage containing 17 little flower beasts.
When Fan Guzhou returned to the mountain, he saw Su Daxiang.
As a smurf, Su Daxiang is no longer suitable to go down the mountain to scare people. He can only stay in the sect and watch over the spiritual fields.
Fan Guzhou waved at him, "Xiangzi, come here."
Su Daxiang rolled his eyes. "What?"
Fan Guzhou showed him the little flower beast in the cage. "Look at this blue one, does it look like your son?" Su Daxiang's eyes widened. "Fuck, you bought so many, you bought up all the spirit beasts down there? Damn, it's so nice to be rich." Su Daxiang was genuinely jealous. Fan Guzhou stroked the blue flower beast and showed it to him. "Just tell me if it looks like your son?"
Su Daxiang was still moved when he looked at the spirit beast. "Are
you planning to give it to me?"
11 low-grade spiritual stones.
Su Daxiang's face was horrified. "Are you a beast?"
Don't think I didn't know that they said they were selling low-grade spirit stones for 10 yuan at the foot of the mountain.
I just logged off. You just ran away, and you still raised the price? Fan Guzhou's expression remained unchanged. "I am a beast." Su Daxiang. IR.
The viciousness of capitalists.
Su Daxiang was a little hesitant.
He had no money, but it was really boring for him to just cultivate spiritual fields in the mountains. He didn't dare to go out until his skin recovered, for fear that he would be killed as a monster.
It would be nice to have a spirit beast to keep him company.
At this time, Fan Guzhou suddenly smiled and patted his shoulder. "I'm kidding."
Su Daxiang thought he was being kind. "I told you, are you going to give it to me?"
Fan Guzhou said, "When you have 10 low-grade spirit stones, bring them here to redeem your son."
Then he left. Su Daxiang.
At this time, Song Jiulai was wearing a mask and looking around the black market. The ceremony of offering sacrifices to the immortals is held on the last day, and you have to leave after it is over. The 7 days in advance is a buffer period for the major sections. During this period, each level of cultivators has their own activity time, and the black market is one of the must-go places.
This mask is provided by Lucian City.
When you put it on, not only your appearance but also your entire body shape can be changed.
For example, in the eyes of others, Song Jiulai may now be just an unattractive male cultivator, and he may even blur your aura.
After coming to Lucian City, she finally knew that this so-called black market was in the mortal underground market in the northwest of Lucian City, where some things that were not common on the market were traded, as well as some common things.
But they may have one thing in common. That means the source may not be clean.
Who knows if the people here are monks who have committed murder and robbery? Of course there are also normal monks, but here they don't need to reveal their identities, and they can hide their faces without worrying about being discovered. This is a place where stolen goods are sold.
For example, Song Jiulai also has a mustard seed bag with a golden seal on it.
But she didn't dare take it out. Song Jiulai saw the initial stage of Qi training mental method of the blood-making prison sect. This is the sect's internal secret, which is basically not passed on to outsiders. If it can be passed on, it means it is dirty stuff.
So brave. The blood prison sect will be here tomorrow.
Song Jiulai didn't have much to sell, so he rummaged through his bag and found it was full of monster materials and picked up garbage.
It's embarrassing to take it out.
Then she saw the man selling diamond wire. Diamond wire is a second-level spiritual material and the main material for refining second-level mustard seed bags.
This is also what Song Jiulai needs now.
Diamond silk is relatively rare, just like the Dilingji she got at the beginning, and the standard price is 50 low-grade spirit stones. Now that she has paid the taxes, she still has some mid-grade spirit stones left, so she doesn't need to worry too much. Squatting in front of the stall owner, she looks like a nun but is not necessarily a nun.
Song Jiulai asked, "How much diamond wire is there?"
"Now that we're here, the price will definitely change." The other party, a medium-grade spirit stone.
Most people would turn around and leave when they hear this price.
Song Jiulai said calmly, 49 low-grade spirit stones, just consider it as making a friend.
The female cultivator raised her head, as if shocked.
She leaned closer to Song Jiulai and spoke softly.
"Do you want face?" Song Jiulai still looked calm. When it comes to bargaining, there's nothing shameful in being thick-skinned. You know very well that no one would be willing to buy a medium-grade spirit stone of diamond silk.
The other party smiled coldly. "Then you can't treat me as a sucker, right?
Your bid is 50 points too high. I'm just short of a spirit stone.
We're all from Yunzhou continent, so we're fellow countrymen.
I think it's reasonable to give you a discount. I don't mean to take advantage of you." The female cultivator opened her mouth.
It can be seen that at this moment, her eyes were filled with astonishment, ridicule, and disbelief.
Like looking at a madman.
In the end, he was so angry that he laughed. "Don't look for trouble, it's a medium-grade spirit stone, take it or leave it."
Song Jiulai was silent for 3 seconds. "Don't be like this, I really want this diamond wire, how much can you discount it?"
Seeing that the other party was being very firm, Song Jiulai simply stated that he really wanted it. But this does not mean that the other party can make any price they want.
The female cultivator looked at Song Jiulai for 2 seconds and quoted a price, 60 low-grade spirit stones. "Let's just treat it as an introduction. My name is Ma Xiuhu, and what's yours?" $55 is okay? Female cultivator.
Perhaps she didn't expect Song Jiulai to be so shameless, so the female cultivator adhered to the principle of out of sight, out of mind.
He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Take it."
Song Jiulai was so moved that her eyes were filled with tears. After all, diamond wire was a rare material. It needed to be refined by the cultivators of the weapon refining sect. She had a good relationship with Su Huanli and the others, but the method of making a mustard seed bag had never been passed on to outsiders, let alone a second-level mustard seed bag. It would be strange to ask Su Huanli to buy this material. Now that he encountered it on the black market, 55 low-grade spirit stones were not unacceptable.
Good people will have a peaceful life. You will definitely ascend to heaven soon.
The world of cultivation still lacks such straightforward praise.
Song Jiulai praised without hesitation, and the female cultivator he praised was strangely silent for 2 seconds.
After paying 55 low-grade spirit stones and trading on the black market in Lucian City, he was not afraid of others having any bad intentions.
After all, this is tacitly allowed by Lucian City.
If you break the rules, you will offend Guanhai sect.
So the transaction went very smoothly.
After getting the diamond wire and the main materials, she can start refining the mustard bag.
The method of refining the mustard seed bag almost tells Song Jiulai how to enter the path of refining equipment.
The things provided by the system are still very reliable and powerful. Unlike the medicine sect, which requires a special furnace for alchemy, refining equipment requires the assistance of a spiritual ore. This spiritual ore can melt these naturally extraordinary objects. The spiritual ores required for each level of refining are different. Low-level ones are everywhere and can be bought at will, so there is no need to rush now. Song Jiulai put his hands behind his back and strolled around the black market like an old man. This black market stretches all the way to the end, and every monk displays the things he wants to sell very directly. The various glowing materials look like a spiritual treasure exhibition.
Moreover, the exit of the black market is a mirror. When you walk out of the mirror, your original appearance will be automatically restored.
It will be randomly refreshed in any place where entry and exit are allowed in Lucian City, so there is no fear of being discovered. At this moment, Song Jiulai saw a stall. The things placed on it were very ordinary, just a few books. It is still a popular book among mortals, not made of jade slips.
Song Jiulai became interested.
There was also a female cultivator in front of the stall, who looked a bit old.
She had a black silk scarf wrapped around her head, revealing an ordinary face.
But the appearance of the books here was not important.
Song Jiulai pointed at the books and asked her, "What are you selling?"
The old female cultivator raised her head and looked at Song Jiulai.
Then he said, "The autobiography of the Lord of Yueshi City."
Her voice was hoarse, as if it had been corroded by something, and her words had a frosted quality.
Yueshi? Song Jiulai said with regret, "I've never heard of who it is. Does that mean this is just an ordinary autobiography?" The female cultivator seemed a little surprised. "You haven't heard of Yushi's name?" Song Jiulai shook his head. "Really not, is she a cultivator?" The female cultivator shook her head. "She is a mortal."
But he must be a very famous mortal, otherwise the female cultivator would not have such an attitude.
"I'm also quite interested in this kind of mortal autobiography. How much spirit stones are you selling it for?" The female cultivator was silent for a long time.
"If you want one low-grade spirit stone, I'll give you all the books here."
This thing is definitely not worth a low-grade spirit stone, but Song Jiulai likes to read this kind of miscellaneous biographies.
Because there would be information about the Yunzhou continent hidden in it, and she had little knowledge of this place, she could just read various books and take notes. So she didn't bargain this time. "Okay, I'll take them all.
There are 5 books here in total."
She paid the spirit stones, and the 5 books went into her mustard seed bag. She continued her old man's walk with her things.
The female cultivator behind her quietly looked at Song Jiulai's back until she disappeared. Song Jiulai took a stroll around the black market and saw many things that made him jealous. For example, the 4th level fire thunder bamboo.
The conditions for the appearance of this thing are very harsh. It can only be formed when a tree is burned by fire and then struck by natural lightning. It is said that there is a place that produces such fire thunder bamboo.
Song Jiulai definitely can't afford it.
This thing is worth a few medium-grade spirit stones and is sold in batches. There is also the 4th level divine light liquid, which is something that spiritual herbs need. It is said that 1 drop of it has a high probability of causing a spiritual herb to mutate into a 4th level spiritual herb. In addition, various 3rd level elixirs are also everywhere.
Damn it, they are all cultivators who are refining qi and building their foundation. How can these people be so rich?
No wonder this place is called the black market where stolen goods are sold, otherwise who knows where these things come from.
Are the means clean? I don't want dirty things.
Song Jiulai silently looked at the mustard seed bag in her mustard seed bag, which contained the monk she had killed. Sooner or later she would open this mustard bag. The more he looked at the things on the black market, the more he envied them.
Song Jiulai could only force himself to end his journey as soon as possible.
Cross the street and pass through a huge bronze mirror. When she opened her eyes again, she had regained her original beautiful appearance, and in front of her was the broad street of Lucian City. At this moment, the originally clear sky of Lucian City was suddenly shrouded by an extremely huge black shadow.
Song Jiulai subconsciously looked up and saw a huge black beast appear in the sky, with an aura that could overwhelm the heavens and the earth.
It looks like a lion, but its skin looks purple, lightning flashes on its body, and there is a horn on its forehead.
It has 2 wings on its back, and when they flap, lightning and thunder flash around it.
The giant beast only stayed for a brief moment, and the moment it spread its wings, its figure disappeared along with flashes of lightning. As soon as it came out, the mortals and monks around it seemed like NPCs whose plots
were triggered, and Song Jiulai immediately knew what it was.
The star-blazing thunder beast of the Lian sect, the premier beast-controlling sect.
Wow, I wonder which genius has appeared. What a grand display! Shouldn't the Lian sect go directly to the sect city? Why is it passing through here? Song Jiulai's trip really broadened his horizons.
She looked at the back of the star-blazing thunder beast as it left, swallowed, and said to the system,
"I've come this far and I've wanted everything I've seen."
The system comforted him, when the sect grows bigger and stronger, it will all be there.
Song Jiulai, when will it be in the future? System, maybe we'll have to wait 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8,000 years, right? As a human being, you have to have faith.
As long as you live long enough, even a Star Destroyer player might be able to build one for you.
Song Jiulai. System, don't think about it. Looking at these things for too long will only make you sad. It's better to go back to the inn and see how many spirit stones you have left. This system is incredibly cruel sometimes.
The monks will also have their own place to stay. Some of the poorer ones live in the mortal area, and this is where Song Jiulai lives. Of course, Su Huanli and Shu Weiping accompanied her. Even in the Feek sect, it is not certain that every disciple has that many spirit stones. When Song Jiulai returned to the inn, Su Huanli and Shu Weiping had not returned yet. Song Jiulai stayed in the room and took out a few books he had just bought and read them. This book is said to be the autobiography of a city lord, but it should have been copied through some technology.
Song Jiulai opened the first page.
I thought my life would be like that of millions of ordinary people on this continent, ordinary and unremarkable, until I met him. After Song Jiu came to see it, he was shocked.
This is Yunzhou continent. How come this story is so melodramatic and exactly the same as the novels I read on Blue Star?
This autobiography tells the story of a mortal girl named Yueshi who met Lu Xiaolan, a Mahayana monk who came to the human world to gain experience.
As a result, the Mahayana cultivator fell in love with her.
I thought it was just a spring breeze, but who knew Yueshi was pregnant? Then she was taken back to the monk sect. Because he is just a mortal without spiritual roots, Yueshi will die and even grow old. Lu Xiaolan forcibly used some secret method to extend Yushi's lifespan, and also let her manage a clan city, becoming the first mortal city lord in Yunzhou continent.
But the ending was very vicious.
Lu Xiaolan is not a scumbag, and there is no third party involved.
He is a beast. Because he kept the child in Yueshi's belly because he saw a prophecy.
After the child was born, Lu Xiaolan sacrificed the child in a forbidden area outside the Yunzhou continent in order to obtain the secret of ascension. At the end of Yushi, it was written that she hated him so much that she wanted to eat him alive. Even so, Lu Xiaolan still shamelessly said that the child could have more. Later, perhaps because the method of sacrifice was too evil, the sect where Lu Xiaolan was located unexpectedly collapsed, and Lu Xiaolan disappeared. Yushi's autobiography ended here, and no one knows whether Yushi is dead or alive.
But she didn't write which sect Lu Xiaolan belonged to. This resulted in the information not matching what Song Jiulai knew. Could this be made up?
Song Jiulai was confused because this was what he bought from a roadside stall.
Is there any difference between this and Thrino literature? Maybe it's just a story made up by a mortal.
But she was a studious person.
After Su Huanli and the others returned, Song Jiulai simply asked, "Senior sister, do you know the city lord of Yueshi?" Su Huanli looked at her in surprise. "Where did you hear that?" Song Jiulai's heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong? Is she weird?" "Not really, it's just that we rarely mention this name now."
Su Huanli subconsciously lowered her voice a little. She now has another name, the Moon Demon Emperor, the ruler of the demon cultivators. She hates the name Yushi very much. Anyway, in Lucian City or outside, we try not to say it. Song Jiolai. Holy shit, so awesome? Isn't she immortal? Isn't this level of sisterhood too far apart? Song Jiolai was greatly shocked. Is she immortal? Su Huanli nodded. This was definitely not a secret for them to know. She massacred an entire clan city. I don't know what happened, but she later entered the demon cultivators' territory and became the Moon Demon Emperor. The demon cultivators and demon beasts in Yunzhou continent are two different concepts. Demon cultivators carry the blood of sacred beasts, but they can transform into human form from birth, embark on the path of cultivation like normal cultivators, and can also transform into sacred beasts. But some spiritual beasts and demon beasts cannot transform into humans. Because they have the blood of holy beasts, they are particularly disgusted with the behavior of beast taming in the Yunzhou continent, so the relationship between demon cultivators and human cultivators is not good. The demon cultivators are entrenched at the border of Yunzhou continent, on the edge of those legendary places, and it is difficult for ordinary cultivators to see them in their lifetime. The blood of ordinary demon cultivators is often impure, and some of the blood that flows out cannot be controlled and can easily run rampant and attack human cultivators. Song Jiolai hissed subconsciously, from immortal to the Moon Demon Emperor. It's incredible, so no one knows how she did it, but everyone knows that this story has been passed down for thousands of years. Ah! Song Jiolai was even more surprised, so long. Su Huanli nodded. The lifespan of a demon cultivator can easily reach thousands of years. The fact that there hasn't been any riot means she's still in control. There's more. Su Huanli leaned close to Song Jiolai's ear and said, the Zongqing she massacred was the predecessor of the Xuezang sect, but the Xuezang sect back then was not as good as it is now. You only need to understand this information, and you can't discuss it with others casually. She only saw Song Jiolai and didn't understand anything, so she told her everything so that she could have a sense of propriety in her heart. Song Jiolai knew all this, so naturally he wouldn't tell anyone about it. But this seems to be different from what is said in the biography. The biography of City Lord Yueshi said that the sex trouble was caused by Lu Xiaolan, but now it turns out that Yueshi killed him? Blaming each other? Song Jiolai could only put the book back into the mustard seed bag and think of it as a short story about the Yunzhou continent. These things were too far away from her. And she can't be idle this time when she comes to Lucian City. Because the players couldn't come for the time being, she manually drew a map of the area around Lucian City and provided information on local customs and practices. In fact, she originally wanted to use the system function to take a photo, but that would be too obvious and would make players realize that she, the clan leader, might also be a modern person. Let's use some more primitive methods now. And this map is not for yourself. Ding, new products are available in the Zongmen Mall. When the players opened it, they found something extra. Complete map of Lucian City and detailed information on building distribution. Exchange price, 10 points. Players of Lucian City know that it is the largest city next door, right? I heard from the eldest senior brother that a ceremony to worship the immortals is being held there and everyone from the Feek sect has gone. Only. Do you really have to earn these 10 points? Besides, it's not like everyone won't be able to go to Lucian City in the future, so who would be so stupid as to buy this map now? Han, the sucker, exchanged a map of Lucian City for Tian. When he got the map in his hand, Han Tian cursed silently in his heart. Dog planning. They can find ways to make money in any evil way. Han Tian is a website strategy developer. So he must want this information about Lucian City. Besides being a hand-painted version, some parts are also very rough. It is marked on it, the full view cannot be seen from the sky, it contains a teleportation array. But you can still roughly see the appearance of Lucian City. And this area. Han Tian couldn't help but sigh, this is indeed a major city. Compared with our real city, it is not bad. But compared to cities, people in Yunzhou only live in more concentrated areas.
Basically, they live in Lucian City, and there is no one outside the city. The monster is too threatening. Although we cannot go to Lucian City now, looking at its area, we know that this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Yunzhou continent has to offer, and Lucian City is just one of the sects under the Wanxian sect. The sect master must have gone to attend the immortal sacrifice ceremony. Han Tian could guess where their sect leader would be, otherwise this map would not appear. Zhou Xiao also took a look at the information and asked, "Are you going to take it offline and upload it to the website?" Han Tian, "Anyway, I have AI simulation, so I don't have to waste any effort."
Jiang Ye also took a look and said, "There are quite a few sections.
There are many other sects in Lucian City, such as the Zhaixing Tower of Shuetsong sect and the Wanyao Pavilion of Zhoudan sect. Zhoudan sect is the second largest medicine sect in Yunzhou continent.
Others such as the Blood Prison sect and the Extreme Saint sect have their own branches in Lucian City.
The sects can also coexist peacefully.
Each sect has different strengths and unique signature products, and they will always sell things that each other needs.
It's normal to open branches."
Zhou Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Based on this number, there must be countless sects in Yunzhou continent.
We are still only in Wanyan County and can't even touch the hair of these sections." Han Tian's commentator also saw the information and spoke immediately. "Just bragging, this map is just a clan city, so how big is the game map?
It would be strange if such a large model didn't crash the server."
"Ha? It's all holographic and virtual, and you're still just worried about a memory issue? Damn it! This huge sect city is just a subsidiary sect. How can our Changxing sect fight them? Our future is truly worrying." "Ah, didn't everyone come here to watch the drama? Why are you getting so emotionally involved in the game? I'm less skeptical about the game's authenticity now.
I have a relative who plays it and is now obsessed with it.
He plays it at home in VR every day and doesn't even want to go to work.
He says this game is real, and if it's fake, he'll quit smoking."
"How toxic is that promise?"
His girlfriend asked him to quit, but he refused.
He'd rather break up with her than quit.
Han Tian's barrage is always lively and exciting, but he is not in a hurry to log off now because it is not time to log off yet.
The longer we can kill monsters, the better. Asterisk.
Muchio squatted on a tree, chewing the beef jerky he brought with him when he went out, staring at a devil horn snake in front of him that didn't move much.
The devil horn snake should have sensed Muchio's breath, but couldn't find anyone.
It crawled around twisting its huge body in a somewhat restless manner.
"Make a hissing sound."
She applied the juice of a second-level spiritual herb, the unicorn hornflower, on her body.
This kind of flower is relatively rare.
It can confuse the perception of monsters for a period of time, making it unable to sense the location of the cultivator. The number is relatively small and the survival rate is low, but
it only targets monsters. The higher the level, the less useful it is. It is said that only the medicine sect would cultivate it specifically.
She found 2 in the wild, but they didn't sell for much spirit stones, which instead led her to eye a big catch.
The gallbladder of the devil's horn snake is very valuable.
Her current wealth is not enough to support her to hunt wild beasts like the sect master, but she has a way to kill this devil horn snake. The devil horn snake swam over with a hissing sound, and the secretion fluid in its mouth kept flowing out. Falling to the ground, those disgusting little snakes rolled out of the pus, making people feel numb all over.
But Muchio looked expressionless.
For a woman who has been exposed to foreign zombie blockbusters and various disgusting horror movies since childhood.
Even after seeing the real versions of these, she was not moved at all. "Even the beef jerky in my mouth tastes better when I chew it."
When the devil horn snake was almost within a certain distance of him, Muchio stretched out his hand and smashed it out, then his figure quickly flew to another tree in the distance and hid. The fireball hit the devil horn snake, and it immediately let out an angry roar. Its body was so huge that it could easily knock over the surrounding trees. However, when it raised its head, it did not immediately notice Muchio's shadow. The breath coming from it confused its judgment, and it couldn't find the direction of the person, which made the devil horn snake even angrier. They roared continuously, and more pus was produced.
Those densely packed little snakes crawled towards the surrounding trees. The scene was enough to give people nightmares just by looking at it. Muchio saw the little snake crawling towards him, narrowed his eyes, and released another big fireball. Then another jump. Hisses. The furious devil horn snake failed to discover Muchio's position immediately, and chased him without any strategy. Its huge body rampaged in the forest, and when the trees shook, Muchio felt as if even the earth was shaking. After just a few rounds of this, the magic horn snake consumed a lot of its physical strength. Its pus is also gradually decreasing. Muchio pinched one of his spiritual herbs and the time was almost up, so he rubbed another one into juice and applied it on himself. Exchanging 2 plants for 50 low-grade spirit stones worth of snake gall is a very good deal. But it's not without danger. The 4th time, I was unlucky and was seen. The devil horn snake immediately attacked her quickly. The speed of the 2nd-level monster was not slow to begin with, and it almost caught up with it. The big mouth opened and the fishy breath was close at hand. Seeing it is one thing, but smelling it is still quite disgusting. She circled several trees before she deceived the devil horn snake with her confusing aura. After realizing it had disappeared, its aura became even more violent. And Muchio was always patient. Just like that, relying on the uninterrupted rhythm and the practical skills that Muchio had developed during this period. The devil horn snake is finally dying. Just when Muchio was about to deliver the final blow, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of him. She subconsciously closed her eyes, stimulated by the bright light. Then he realized that something was wrong and forced himself to open his eyes, and saw a person falling out of the ball of light. The devil horn snake was also making its final struggle. When it saw the falling figure, the pustules on its forehead were already trembling and were about to explode. But at this moment, a long sword trembling like jade and flying snow easily penetrated the body of the devil horn snake. The devil horn snake let out a wail, without even making a final struggle. The body collapsed with a loud bang. And under the ball of light, a heavy woman's cough was heard. "Oh no, here to steal." The monsters? Muchio's eyebrows jumped when he saw the long sword stuck in the body of the devil horn snake. What a beautiful sword. There seems to be flying snow floating on the sword, and one look at it makes people feel as if they are in a world of ice and snow. The owner of the sword was still coughing madly at this time. The light faded away, and Muchio saw the slender and beautiful back of a woman. She was wearing a long black dress, and after coughing, a violent vomiting sound was heard. The woman vomited a pool of black blood. Injured? This injury is obviously not something that a devil horn snake can inflict. Muchio didn't know what was going on and didn't get down from the tree rashly. The female cultivator Shuaru under the tree had already sensed Muchio's aura. He was just a disciple in the chi refining stage. Even though her mind was in turmoil and her body was in ruins, it was still easy for her to kill a chi refining disciple before she died. As long as she makes any unusual moves. Cough. Thinking of this, I felt another sharp pain. Her face turned pale and she could already feel her spiritual energy draining away. She was fatally injured, all the spiritual roots in her body were destroyed, and she was no longer able to circulate spiritual energy. She couldn't recover her spiritual energy and was doomed to die. After a long time, Shuaru panted, ignored the dirt on the ground, and leaned against a tree trunk with her head tilted back. The body of the devil horn snake was right next to her, and there was even some pus that had not yet dissipated. She didn't seem afraid of getting it on her at all. Shuaru looked ahead with unfocused eyes. She could feel her life slipping away bit by bit. Even a monk could not escape the threat of death before breaking through the deepest avenue. After a long while, the woman's hesitant voice came, "Senior, are you okay?" Muchio knew he was talking nonsense. The condition of this female cultivator is visibly bad. She didn't know how bad it was, but she felt that it would definitely not be good if it continued like this. She wanted to dig out the gallbladder of the devil horn snake, but she didn't dare to do it because there was a female cultivator in front of her whose aura was obviously much stronger than hers. Shuaru opened her eyelids and saw Muchio on the tree. She did not speak. After a while, Muchio hesitated and took out another pill. Second level chi replenishing pill. This is the best elixir she has. The third level one is too expensive and she can't afford it. She controlled the elixir that exuded a lustrous aura and flew it in front of Shueru. There was a hint of surprise in Shueru's eyes. She was now fatally wounded, and anyone with eyes could see it. She didn't kill Mucho first because she didn't like killing by nature, but she didn't wait until she died to pick up the treasures she left behind. And you dare to offer her the medicine? Shueru's eyelids twitched, and then she said weakly, "Keep it, it's useless. Even a 5th level elixir can't save her life now. The best elixir that this chi refining disciple can produce is the 2nd level one." Mucho pursed his lips and said, "I don't have anything better." Shueru's voice already carried the aura of impending death and decay. "I know." Mucho said, "You are seriously injured." "Yes." Shueru smiled bitterly, "I'm going to die." She looked up at the sky and murmured, "I'm going to die." In order to make a final effort, she entered the legendary secret realm. But she got nothing and lost her life. She was destined not to be a special person, she was just one of the many cultivators in the Yunzhou continent. It couldn't be more ordinary. When Mucho heard this, his eyebrows jumped violently. Although she likes to watch disgusting movies, she doesn't like to watch very sad movies. She thought that would be uncomfortable. The tone in Shueru's voice conveyed such a sad feeling. Mucho knew that the cultivators in Yunzhou continent all believed in the law of the jungle, and he was also prepared to fight with other cultivators. But she is just a modern person, and she treats this place as a game. Watching a stranger's life gradually fade away in front of you is a feeling that is hard to describe and makes you feel uncomfortable. This game is so realistic. Mucho thought so. She didn't know what she could do, and maybe it would be better if she did nothing. But she didn't want to see such a scene. Shueru suddenly asked her, "What's your name?" Mucho was stunned and replied, "Mucho." Shueru smiled palely, "I'm about to die." What she meant was that there was no point in hiding a dead person. Mucho said, "My name is Mucho, my name is Dongfang Mucho." She told a game NPC her real name. Dongfang, cough cough Mucho. Shueru repeated her name, and suddenly there was a cracking sound in her body, which was the struggle of her spiritual root completely collapsing. Shueru's heart and soul were about to die, and she couldn't stop the bleeding. Wow! She was in extreme pain and cold sweat was pouring down her face. Mucho's pupils shrank for a moment at this moment. Shueru saw the complex emotions that flashed across her eyes, which seemed to be sadness, but also a look that she didn't understand. But she had no ill intentions, nor was she as cautious as a chi-refining disciple. Shueru suddenly raised her hand, and the long sword was pulled out from the head of the devil-horned snake with a swish. It trembled, as if it felt the loss of its master's breath, and let out a slight cry. But it is just a long sword used by cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Will you do me a favor? Mucho was stunned. What? My name is Shueru. My parents live in a small sect called Baidai sect, under the Shuetsong sect. If one day, you can go there, please help me burn some incense for them. I haven't been back for over 150 years. I can't even remember what they look like anymore. The more Shueru spoke, the dimmer her eyes became. Before Mucho could refuse, she flew the sword in front of him. This sword is called Feishue, it's a Shen-grade magic weapon, cough 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 cough. It's enough for your golden elixir. If you can't go, it doesn't matter. I just can't remember. As she spoke these words, her eyes finally widened. But her pupils changed. Her voice became quieter and quieter. Senior Shueru? Watching a person's life fade away in front of you. Mucho, who had never seen anyone die before his own eyes, really couldn't bear it. Why is this game so realistic in every detail? Her eyesight was so good that she could even see the immense loneliness in Shueru's eyes as she couldn't close them before she left. This is the path to cultivation, immortality, and it cannot be erased. Mucho walked down in silence. Seeing this body that had completely lost its spiritual energy,
she lowered her head slightly and closed her eyes. At this moment, something suddenly drilled into Mu Chio's body. She felt a strange touch on her wrist, and when she looked down, she found a door mark on her wrist. It's black, and it gives off an ominous feeling at first glance. Mu Chio frowned. She subconsciously asked the system, "System, what is this?" System. Good question. Asked about it too. The systematic understanding comes from Sonji Yulai. Because there were many things that it didn't have enough energy to scan when it first came over. But the good thing is it's a smart system. System, hello player, the current version is not yet open, so I can't tell you what this is. Mu Chio was a little skeptical. Really? Is there really a version of this game? The system is very sure, yes. At the same time, it also told Song Jiulai about this matter. Song Jiulai was shocked when he heard this. Did she encounter something extraordinary? These things sound like adventures. The system wasn't completely clueless as it had told Mu Chio. The thing in her hand seems to be a symbol of a secret realm. Secret realm? This indeed touched upon Song Jiulai's blind spot in knowledge. How did you know? She had only seen the secret realm in books. The secret realm of Yunzhou continent hides countless treasures. There are many types of secret realms. Some secret realms have existed on the Yunzhou continent since ancient times, opening at specific times. Cultivators who have figured out the patterns will even select cultivators to train in before they open. Of course, there are also those that open randomly, with no clear pattern, and this is purely a matter of luck. Some of them are left behind by powerful monks who have fallen. Some monks can open their own private paradise and carry it with them, which contains their treasures that have been collected for thousands of years. If it is lost after falling, it will open accidentally, and perhaps the monks nearby will be drawn into it and have an adventure. There is also a secret realm that was specifically created by powerful monks in order to provide training opportunities for the younger generation of the sect. This kind of secret realm will contain some treasures, but the resources will not be as rich as the previous two. When each secret realm in Yunzhou continent is opened, there will inevitably be competition and fighting. The secret realm does not only hide treasures. In order to protect their own things, some monks will set up various killing formations on the treasures. Most of them will also restrict the level of monks who can enter. For example, Song Jiulai read in a book that a secret realm was opened in Luxian City last year, and only those in the Jindan stage were allowed to enter. Those at other levels would die if they entered. As for the secret realm symbol, Song Jiulai blinked his eyes. Are you saying that the key to the secret realm is in Mu Chio's hand? It is not easy to enter the secret realm. In addition to the help of large sects, some people are chosen by the secret realm. But the system says it seems so. The system said, I can't be completely sure. I didn't have enough energy at the time, and the scan area was too small. The information feedback I got was not accurate enough. This is just one of the possibilities. Song Jiulai thought for a moment. The probability of it being a key is very high. This group of players is lucky after all. It's not surprising to encounter something after entering. I just didn't expect the first one to be Mu Chio. Are you saying that in addition to the symbol, she also obtained a mysterious magic weapon? The meanings of magic weapons are different. Generally, only weapon refining sects produce a large number of magic weapons. For example, flying magic weapons. The levels of magic weapons are divided into ordinary, mysterious, earth, heaven, holy, and finally immortal. It is said that there are still legendary chaos-level magic weapons, each of which is enough to turn the Yunzhou continent upside down. But it's just the higher the level of the magic weapon, the more difficult it is to manufacture. For example, the main body of the star-picking tower of the Xuezhang sect is a holy magic weapon, and the replica is also a top-grade one. Immortal products are rarely seen nowadays, let alone chaos-level ones. System, yes, a sword called Feishue, given to her by the female monk named Shueru. Song Jiulai felt a little envious when he heard this. I don't even have a magic weapon of my own yet. Magical weapons are equivalent to providing monks with additional combat power. This is much more powerful than rubbing a big fireball with your hands. But thinking of Mu Chio witnessing a cultivator die in front of him, Song Jiolai's expression was still a little complicated. I hope they really just treat this as a game. Otherwise, knowing that this is a real world is actually quite cruel. System, they will find out sooner or later, and the most dangerous one is not them, but you. Song Jiolai sighed softly, then continued in a good mood, let's not discuss this topic. If Mu Chio has the key to the secret realm in his hand, wouldn't she be pulled into the secret realm at any time? The system suddenly said, she's different. Even if she has the key, it's still under my control. When the secret realm appears, I'll be able to find it and maybe even exploit a bug. Song Jiolai didn't expect that a system could say something as ridiculous as a bug. What bug? The appearance of a secret realm is equivalent to the surrounding space being in chaos, and the energy order of the Yunzhou continent itself will temporarily collapse. My energy level is higher than that of the Yunzhou continent. When the time comes, I can use this feature to force a few more players in. Secret realms are good things. Even if players sacrifice themselves after entering, they will definitely make a profit. As long as there are players who are not afraid and have the courage, they can send it in to take a big chance. Don't even mention the players, Song Jiolai himself was tempted. Can I go in then? System, it depends on the level limit of this secret realm. For example, Mu Chio is still in the chi refining stage. If the secret realm is stuck in her later stage, you may have entered the foundation establishment stage and cannot enter. Many secret realms on the Yunzhou continent have restrictions on the level of cultivators. Otherwise, the spiritual energy strength of those who enter will be different. Such secret realms are inherently unstable and will be quickly crushed by different energy groups. Song Jiolai suddenly realized. She touched her chin and suddenly said, didn't you say you knew nothing before? Don't you know a lot now? The book Song Jiolai had read recently didn't mention that different levels of cultivators would cause the secret realm to collapse. System, my authority is unlocked based on the sex growth. What I can tell you means that you have met the requirements. After all, this thing is just for you to know, and I can't give it to you for free. That's true. But information is also a very important source. Song Jiolai decided not to secretly curse the dog system in his heart. The dog system said silently, actually, every time you scold me, I can automatically detect the keywords. But now that it has come to this, what else can we do? Just make do with it. Song Jiolai coughed slightly, pretending not to hear. Do you need other people to be with Mu Chio when the secret realm opens? System, no need. I can analyze the secret realm's energy source from it, which is equivalent to taking out the key. You only need to send qualified players in. Don't waste time, pick those who can fight. That's for sure. Song Jiolai pondered, then when we have a new idea for the next version update, let's say we'll open the secret realm. System, you are quite good at adapting to the situation. As Song Jiolai was talking to the system, Su Huanli suddenly came in from outside the room. Aju, aren't you going to get the Changxing sect token today? Seeing that it was Su Huanli, Song Jiolai immediately said, I'll go now. After the immortal sacrifice ceremony was over, they were about to leave Lucian City. Before that, Su Huanli suggested that Song Jiolai go to get a sect token. When the time comes, when the disciples of the Changxing sect travel far away in groups, they can bring the sect token with them as long as it is within a reasonable range. There are no rules for receiving sect tokens. A sect with at least 10 members is enough. Song Jiolai reported it himself, so there was no need for the Wanxian sect and others to investigate specifically. Because the sect's boundary marker is stationed there, the Wanxian sect has a special method that can directly observe the sect's situation from the boundary marker. For example, even if you conceal the payment of taxes, you will be in trouble if the Wanxian sect finds out. You can conceal the truth as long as you can bear the consequences. This is not like giving you a heads up before the inspection. The Wanxian sect can inspect whenever they want, and it only takes a moment. Why are the conditions so relaxed? Because you need to pay a medium-grade spirit stone every year to obtain the token. This trip brought disaster to Song Jiolai and all his belongings. At first, Song Jiolai wondered why the Wanxian sect was trying to find ways to cheat people out of money, but she soon changed her mind. Su Huanli accompanied her to the Wanxian sect's office in Lucian City, paid the money, and received a token made by someone from the Wanxian sect. It seems to be made of the same material as the jade slip, and is only the size of a palm when held in the hand. The word Changsheng is engraved on it. You know what, it looks quite auspicious this way. Who doesn't want to live forever? What a good name! As long as the token is crushed, people from the Wanxian sect will come to rescue immediately. But this token cannot be used indiscriminately. A sect can only use it once, and it will basically be used when the sect encounters a catastrophic disaster. Or else he is a bodyguard for the Wanxian sect? From another perspective, the Wanxian sect also set up a cordon in various places so that if something happens in the sect, they will know who did it. For example, was it an attack by monsters or some other force? When I think about it carefully, I feel that it is not impossible to pay this money. After handing over the token, Su Huanli took Song Jiulai to the Fanrun restaurant for dinner. Ever since Song Jiu came to celebrate her success in building her foundation, she has become somewhat fond of tasting mortal delicacies. But she felt that the food in Lucian City tasted bland. Now I come here just to experience the customs and culture of Lucian City. Mortals do not have spiritual roots and cannot feel the difference between cultivators. In this place where many mortals gather, except for the few days when it is bustling, there are usually no monks coming here. Song Jiulai asked Su Huanli curiously while eating, "Senior Sister Su, do other sects collect taxes like our Wanxian sect?" Su Huanli raised her head, looked at her, and then shook her head. She still lowered her voice and told Song Jiulai, "I only know that the tax collection system of the Tianyang sect next door is 3 times that of the Wanxian sect. As for what real life is like, Su Huanli has no say since she has never been there and doesn't know any cultivators from the Tianyang sect. Even in a grand event like the Immortal Sacrifice Ceremony, other sects would only bring high-level cultivators or second-generation cultivators with outstanding talents. In any case, they would not come into contact with ordinary cultivators like them and would not know much about the situation of other sects. But even so, when the triple number came out, Song Jiulai took a breath of cold air and felt his scalp tingling. Although the Wanxian sect only collects this amount once a year, it is still a considerable pressure to pay it all at once. Moreover, Song Jiulai obtained it through the same cheating method as the players, not to mention that the players can also make money. Other small sects like the Changsheng sect would have been driven to ruin by the high tax system long ago. But Su Huanli did reveal a secret: there are always cultivators from the Tianyang sect coming here through methods we don't know about. It's said that they have to pay a huge price. But they dare not reveal their identities. Isn't this smuggling? After all, the monster battlefield is separated from several major sects. It is impossible for an incompetent monk to pass through. If there is nothing to pursue, there is actually not much difference between the Wanxian sect and the Tianyang sect. Both can force people to smuggle to another large sect. Song Jiulai, who doesn't know much about the situation, only vaguely feels that the Yunzhou continent may not be as peaceful as she imagined. The main reason is that she was born in the territory of Wanxian sect, and it is impossible for her to know the situation of other major sects by relying on a few travel notes. All we see are stories passed down from the Yunzhou continent itself. Song Jiulai will remember all these things and see if he needs to select some information to include in the version update in the future. It also allows players to follow her to gradually understand the Yunzhou continent. On the last day in Lucian City, the ceremony of worshipping the immortals officially began. Maybe Song Jiulai was thinking too beautifully. Because she found that this ceremony of offering sacrifices to the immortals had nothing to do with ordinary cultivators like them. Lucian City will only be open during this festival, which is equivalent to providing a communication platform for the lower-level cultivators, and they can just buy some things on the black market. The main place for the ceremony of worshipping immortals is in the main city of Wanxian sect, and Song Jiulai and his men cannot get through. All the sects that came from Lucian City gathered in the huge sect building in Nakon, Lucian City. That was the territory of Guanhai sect. Due to the strong oppression of rank, Song Jiulai and the others didn't even know what was going on there. All you could see was this building glowing with golden light on the last day. It was so dazzling. Song Jiulai squinted his eyes because of the golden light, and didn't dare to look up for a long time. She also felt a power similar to that of the sun in the other world. It has been a long time since I experienced the feeling of being pricked and shedding physiological tears. She thought that when she became strong in the future, she would get rid of this bad habit. She wants to set off fireworks. Let the whole city go. When a big event happens up there, we should celebrate down there too. As for those geniuses who exist in gossips, they are indeed geniuses. Not seen at all. Song Jiulai had never felt what the world of cultivation with distinct levels was like more than at this moment. At least on Blue Star, when major festivals are celebrated, the TV stations will broadcast them live. On the last day, Su Huanli, too, held her face in her hands, staring up at the sky. Though the stings prevented her from looking straight ahead for long, she couldn't hide the envy on her face. In my lifetime, I'm already quite content to have reached the foundation establishment stage. If only I could one day break through to the golden core stage, how far can I possibly go on this path to the heavens of cultivation? You will definitely be able to ascend. Song Jiulai said sweetly, saying it without asking for money. I think you, senior sister Su, are very beautiful and talented. You have established your foundation at such a young age, so the golden elixir is naturally expected in the future. Su Huanli was amused. You are really good at talking. Yes. Song Jiulai asked calmly, Senior sister Su, how many people are there in your Fiqh sect now? We? Su Huanli said without hesitation, including the outer disciples, there are only about 200 people. More than 200 people? Is this the only talented monk in Wangan County? Is your sect leader in seclusion? Su Huanli shook her head. No, the sect master left a year ago. Now everything in the sect is managed by the second elder. Unless something unexpected happens, he probably won't be back for decades. The lifespan of a Jindan stage cultivator is several hundred years, and it is very common for them to go out and not return for 10 or 20 years. Song Jiulai's eyes lit up with a biu. The boss is not here. Wouldn't that give her a chance to steal home? The only thing Song Jiulai was worried about was the issue of his own merger. It's possible to hide this from ordinary people with so many disciples, but it's not realistic to hide it from the cultivators in the Jindan stage. But now, the Jindan stage cultivator is not here. What else is there to say? It's simply providing her with convenience. Songjo had inquired before coming here, and he knew that the probability of merging with other sects in Yunzhou continent was not high, because small sects generally had little chance of rising. But if you are really strong, merger is not impossible. Fiqh sect currently has mostly Qi refining disciples, with at most a dozen or so foundation establishment disciples, but there are definitely cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage. As long as there is no conflict with the Fiqh sect, a gentle approach can be adopted, boiling a frog in warm water. Song Jiulai still believes in the players. As for why they have to merge, it would be best if one sect has the final say in one place. Although the Fiqh sect is friendly, we still feel at ease as a family. Songjo came here and waited for the immortal sacrifice ceremony to be over before going back, while Muqiu got Shuaru's magic weapon. Shuaru's body was not left behind. It seemed that she had suffered some kind of fatal injury. After her death, even her body was not left behind and gradually turned into a pile of ashes. Muqiu looked at it, silently repeating that this was a game, and sighed heavily in his heart. Finally, he dug a small hole on the spot and erected a small wooden tablet. Xuetsong sect. If she played this game long enough, if she could get through it, she would definitely fulfill Shuaru's wish. After dealing with Shuaru's matter, Muqiu's eyes were on the flying sword that Shuaru left for him. This sword just killed the devil-horned snake with one blow. Although the devil-horned snake had been exhausted to the limit of its life, the pustules did not even have time to burst, which shows the lethality of a magic weapon. The sword was no longer than her arm, and the blade was adorned with a pattern of floating frost and snow. This is the magic weapon. Shen-grade magic weapons are still very expensive, especially those that look very powerful at first glance. The players had already asked Fiqh sect about the price of the magic weapon. An ordinary flying magic weapon with little combat power costs about 5 medium-grade spirit stones.
If it is a Xian product, it will be even more expensive. It also depends on what type. There are all kinds of magic weapons, some are for defense, some are for attack, and some are mainly for unexpected effects. And offensive magic weapons are the most expensive.
It's obvious that this flying sword was specially custom-made.
Then the price will be even more expensive.
A good Xian-grade magic weapon can even be sold for the price of 50 medium-grade spirit stones to 1 high-grade spirit stone. It is the most expensive thing among all the natural treasures that can be used in the foundation building period.
No matter how you look at it, Mu Qiu has gotten a great deal this time.
She didn't know why Xu Eru chose to give it to her. Maybe she just wanted to find someone who could help her fulfill her last wish. No matter what, Mu Qiu likes it very much now that he has obtained a mysterious magic weapon. Besides, she likes fighting, and this flying sword is really suitable for her.
Flying Snow. What a nice name. Your master must like you very much.
Mu Qiu murmured, and this mysterious magic weapon just trembled slightly. She had read in novels before that sword practitioners would treat their swords like their wives.
That is their most precious thing.
Even if there are no sword cultivators here, one can still use a sword as one's own magical weapon and cherish it very much. There is no so-called spirit in the Xian-grade magic weapon, and low-level cultivators cannot bind a magic weapon, because cultivators of too low a level have
not yet cultivated their spiritual consciousness, cannot make their spiritual consciousness leave the body, and cannot bind to the weapon.
Just wrap your own spiritual energy around it and use it. It's just that some monks will impose restrictions on magic weapons.
Mu Qiu wouldn't do that now.
After collecting the gallbladder and skin of the devil horn snake, Mu Qiu also learned the sect leader's trick of plucking all the feathers from the passing geese, and he did not leave anything behind. After donating the cheap snakeskin first, Mu Qiu weighed the pros and cons and decided to let the system sell it first. Because the spirit stones and points she had worked so hard to save for so long were just enough for her to exchange for another copy of the Palm Thunder technique. She also wanted the method for refining the mustard seed bag. Mu Qiu plans to enter the weapon refining profession in the future. After finishing all this, it's time to set up.
Mu Qiu is going offline. She is still an office worker.
Thinking about the fact that he had obtained a mysterious magic weapon today, Mu Qiu was very happy to share it in the group.
Mu Qiu, I just had a fortuitous encounter.
I obtained a mysterious magical weapon, the flying snow sword, which was left to me by a female cultivator before she passed away.
Wu Dahu, who had just logged off at this moment, said, "What the hell did you say? Gu Yunxi, did you have an adventure? Who allowed it? Who asked you? Who? 0 of us asked you."
Zaiden Zue, I probably didn't get enough rest last night, so I saw this sad news as soon as I logged off.
Yang Nimi, none of us have a magic weapon right now, except you. Don't do this. You're not fitting in. Listen to me and sell it.
Otherwise, you'll only chill the hearts of your comrades.
Don't do anything that's detrimental to unity. Mu Qiu/smile.
Wu Dahu, if you were out there killing some monsters and earning some spirit stones, everyone would be happy for you.
But now, you're making our entire group unhappy.
Mu Qiu knew that the group was now filled with jealous faces. She laughed, picked up the phone next to her and ordered a cup of milk tea for herself.
Then I thought about what to eat. She was thinking about something.
Finally, she left a message for Han Tian. "Brother Han, I want to discuss something with you."
Although Han Tian is live streaming, he still occasionally goes offline to rest.
It is night in China now, and it is time for everyone to rest. After a busy day, Han Xiao went offline and happened to see the messages in the group and Mu Qiu's message. Seeing that Mu Qiu got a mysterious magic weapon, it was impossible not to feel jealous. But it's just jealousy.
What a good life. Han Tian doesn't have enough money now to buy magic weapons. Soon after seeing Mu Qiu's message, Han Tian immediately replied, "Yes, what's up?" "Mu Qiu, I heard from Fan Guizhou that you collect points in the game?"
Han Tian, I'll take both spirit stones and points. According to the sex exchange rate, 1 point is worth 10 yuan.
You want to sell me points? Mucho, not right now.
If you need long-term revenue, I'll quit my job and work as your thug.
I'm too tight on time right now. I only play for a few hours after work during the day, and my own game points are too slow.
Now that I've acquired a magical weapon, I'd like to quit my job for a while to focus on earning game points.
Han Tian, want to quit?
You'd better think it over carefully.
The most important thing is that I don't know if this game is stable. It's not as reliable as a job.
Mucho, my monthly salary is 4 yuan, I only have 4 days off a month, and I have to work overtime from time to time TT.
Han Tian, just quit this crappy job.
Han Tian has been an anchor for so long that he has forgotten the sufferings of the common people.
Mucho has wanted to resign for a long time. The idea existed before the game even existed. Because it's too tiring.
Now in the game, she is not slow in killing monsters, and the fact that she was the first to reach the middle stage of chi refining shows that she has good talent. It's just that she has used up her vacation time playing games recently. The bald leader has been very dissatisfied with her recently.
Mucho calculated that if he quit his job and sold the points he earned to Han Tian, the money he earned in a month would be better than the current fee. It's better to quit. After receiving Han Tian's accurate reply, Mucho immediately wrote his resignation report.
It is not possible to directly give points in the game now, but the spirit stone sold by Mucho can be given directly to Han Tian, which the system cannot control.
Players can't spend real money, so Song Jiulai won't stop Han Tian from spending real money to benefit other players.
Once the benefits are circulated, players will be more motivated to work hard. Of course, after discovering that they could buy spirit stones by giving money to other players, more than one person had the idea of spending money to buy points like Han Tian did. A Palm Thunder technique with 500 points is still quite difficult for new players.
Han Tian then added 50 new players to the inner disciple group one after another.
Han Tian directly called in the group to collect points. If anyone has extra points that they don't want to use, you can collect 10 points and exchange them for spirit stones and sell them to me.
I will take 1 spirit stone for 100 yuan. Direct transfer transaction.
Lian Yueqiao, oh, I can also buy spirit stones?
Han Tian, sure.
Su Dashang, damn, boss, this game doesn't even have a pay-to-win channel.
Aren't you afraid of losing so many points by collecting them? Han Tian, impossible. Look at what the sect gives out for exchange. Everything is good stuff.
The points are far from enough.
Besides, this game will not be deleted. This is enough. He won't lose anything if he accepts it.
Lian Yueqiao, can I take some points? I still can't afford to redeem that Palm Thunder.
I'm offering the same price as Han Tian. Just take care of me if you have any.
Han Tian didn't have much impression of this person, but he vaguely remembered that this was the player who had not joined the group for the first 2 days after he created it.
And she's a lifestyle-oriented female player.
Until now, he has been helping players look after the spiritual fields in the sect, and occasionally goes down the mountain to go fishing. It looks very leisurely. Although he has a pretty face, he doesn't interact much with players.
I do get to chat with Ao occasionally.
A lifestyle player, but also lazy.
It is normal to have insufficient points. Han Tian, yes, I can give it to you if you need it, and I can collect other materials first. It's a good thing that someone collects points.
After all, it is impossible for him to take up all the players' points by himself.
It is certain that most players need to sell points.
It is not such a coincidence that this game gathers only rich people.
Mucho is the majority.
Lian Yueqiao, thank you, boss. Zhang Lian typed the keyboard a little slowly and pinched her eyes. This is a subconscious habit she developed after looking at her phone for a long time. It is now 9 o'clock in the evening, local time, and she will have to go to bed soon.
I've been playing a little lately.
She understood now that the game was indeed fun. Otherwise, if my grandson came back to China for a summer vacation, he would have so much fun every day that he wouldn't want to leave. Yes, I'm afraid Han Tian and the others would never have thought that there is such a grandmother-level figure hidden in the game group. Zhang Lian, 57 years old, is now alone. Her son has immigrated abroad with his wife, and even her grandson has foreign citizenship. I only come back to see her once every few years.
The phone rang again. Zhang Lian looked at the caller and answered it. Hello? Mom, why haven't you called us? Often lately?
The son's words came jokingly, with a hint of temptation.
Zhang Lian, I'm too busy. I played a game that had a lot of things to do. The other kids asked me to help them look after the fields, and I had to run back and forth every day to chase away the mice. When he heard that it was about playing games, the son smiled with relief. It's good to find a game to kill time. He thought his mother was playing some farming game. Didn't you hear there are children? I didn't expect my mother to be so childish. He smiled and started talking again. Mom, why don't you move abroad too? Zhang Lian's face suddenly fell. You bring it up again? I've already said that. Forget about traveling. I don't want to stay here permanently. I was born with a Chinese stomach, and the last time I went out to eat, I got a stomachache from starvation. I don't want to go. Mom, the main reason is that technology is more advanced abroad than in China, and when it comes to food, there are a lot of delicious foods, but you just can't get used to them. If you were alone in China, Xiaomei and I wouldn't be able to take care of you. Zhang Lian rolled her eyes. What do you mean by more developed than China? The last time I went back, the capital couldn't even keep up with our second-tier city. How can we compare? It's just the infrastructure that's good. If you look at other aspects, their services are just. Listening to her son's incessant chatter, Zhang Lian just felt annoyed. She didn't even know why she raised a son with a crooked butt. Ever since I went abroad to study, I felt that everything was better than in China, and finally I immigrated. Zhang Lian had no choice. That was her son, and at least he wasn't a traitor. Now she just pretended to be out of sight and out of mind. Zhang Lian used to listen to his nagging, but now she is not happy. Don't talk about this, I'm very busy, and don't call me so often, I have to raise my daughter now. Daughter? Where did your daughter come from? The son's voice suddenly became alert. In the game. The girl is very poor now, I have to help her make money. When my son heard it was a game, he became speechless. In the end, I could only mutter, please don't let the people in the game cheat you out of your money. Zhang Lian, you are so smart, but you were cheated out of 5 million in agency fees just for immigrating. How dare you criticize me? The conversation ended unpleasantly. Different players have different situations. After Shuitan sneaked into the group, the information of this large group of 100 people fell into the hands of the state. The oldest person is a 57-year-old lady. Does an old lady also play games? Wei Jun was also a little bit surprised when he saw the information. Xiaoqing from the department said, how can the director be called an old lady when she's only 57? With the internet being so advanced these days, people are no longer surprised by age. Last time, I saw an 80-year-old man live-streaming a shooting game. Wei Jun. It's true that people nowadays are too fashionable. Xiao Chang added, Jin Weidi actually managed to grab a second spot. He's really lucky. Wei Jun pondered for a moment. When that sentence popped up on the official website, it said that luck is also part of strength. Although Wei Jun didn't play games, his comprehension was quite good. He thought for a moment and said, forget about the other players. Tan Jia will go and find out. I remember the Shinvita registered with Xiao Lu, right? Let's ask him if he's willing to cooperate with us.